Chapter 641 Choices of All Parties. In a morning tea house, Leo, with white hair and beard, slowly sucked the soup from the soup dumplings, and then said with admiration, "The food in this world is really delicate. Ordinary people need to repeat and familiarize themselves with it to make this effect by hand. But unfortunately, the magic contained in the ingredients is too little." Wang Yi sat on the other side drinking a cup of soy milk, and his expression seemed very casual. "This is normal, isn't it? This morning tea house looks a bit old, but because of the fresh ingredients and outstanding craftsmanship, it has many old customers. At present, with the popularization of robots, there are not many such pure handmade shops. Even in this store, the main service staff are replaced by robots, tidying up the chairs and keeping the floor clean. It is full of human fireworks, but also has a punk style of future technology. According to your arrangement, the bait thrown out so far is enough for the 7 realms to pay attention to. But I think it's not a bad thing for the Earth to take the opportunity to unify resources." Leo is very satisfied with his current life, and he likes to be slow. Recently, when he came to Earth to read some academic journals, he often went to Dance Square Dance, take a walk, and drink tea, which was very pleasant. After getting the protection of the Lord and blocking the interference of wisdom, he achieved the half-god as he wished. The most important thing is that he also noticed that the Lord seemed to be completely indifferent to faith, and almost all faiths were thrown to Valhalla. So in theory, as long as he kept up with the Lord's pace, he might also give him some of the faith quotas in Valhalla and give him one, relying on the faith purified by Valhalla. If it continues to accumulate, he may also ignite the divine fire. Recently, he has actually been reading through some ancient history of the Earth, looking for characters in various myths that match him, both the East and the West, and finally found that the identity of Merlin seems to be good. It is still necessary to maintain species diversity. Leo is a top-notch old wizard, knowledgeable and active in thinking. Wang Yi still likes to exchange some inspiration and opinions with him. For such talents, Wang Yi usually behaves very kindly, just like those mathematicians on Earth. But according to the current analysis, the sky wings under the command of the Sun God are extremely important for his current achievements. Leo's ability can also make his own judgments about the Sun God's followers after sufficient information. Wang Yi smiled and looked at the old man when he heard it. He knew that this was a test of Leo. In fact, this old Biden, from the fact that he would fight with the fallen demigod, can be seen that although he has lived for a long time, his sense of responsibility and bottom line are still very clear. Maybe he is worried that this guy who started out as a necromancer will do something crazy. Don't worry. I'm not the Sun God, and I'm not interested in that kind of shortcut. But this time maybe the Skywing tribe will also have saints, who are said to be comparable to gods, to participate. I am looking forward to it. Wang Yi already has a demon embryo that has just reached the god level. Through sufficient research, he is increasingly understanding why, no matter whether it is the other world he has visited, Safei, or the 7 worlds, the social structure often maintains a certain similarity. Faith is very important for a god, but the composition and components of different individuals in faith will also have the most stable interval form, anchored by the source of faith of demigods and legends, relying on the hero level and professional level to converge, and finally integrating the largest number of ordinary beliefs. The gods will indirectly intervene in the structure, and each level will obtain corresponding power and status to facilitate the maintenance of this belief model. Therefore, for the relatively unique Canny tribe, Wang Yi also wants to see if these guys can help him improve the Hall of Heroes. The gods peak at the Hall of Heroes? But what can they compare with themselves in terms of research ability and knowledge absorption? When they stare into the abyss will also stare at them. Then what do you need me to do? The 7 realms don't take us seriously, so we have to give back. Leo was very pleased to hear Wang Yi's words, and then took the initiative to save the problem, wanting to do something within his ability. As a demigod mage, and still not affected by wisdom, his ability is even higher than that of Xiaoku at the beginning. He can bring the superiority of the mage to the extreme without confusion. Very few top legendary mages can compete with demigods with some help. And as a demigod mage, he is naturally more so. Originally, I wanted to lower the threshold for nuclear bomb exchange for players, and give them some new tasks. But Mithras' attitude is a bit subtle. Perhaps in the future, Mithras can be used as a trading port for both sides. Mithras has had conflicts with the coalition forces now, but so far there has not been a conflict of the intensity at the beginning. And more are tests. They are not stupid. So some of Mithras' ideas, and even some of the ideas of the 7 realms, can be explored, as long as Mithras can complete the peace talks. Even if it costs some price to open a trading port. It is actually a kind of containment for the coalition forces. No matter what. It is impossible to be defenseless against Mithras. The coalition forces will undoubtedly have much less power to target other places. Wang Yi could easily understand this. And so could Liu. So he pondered and said, "This is an open conspiracy. Both parties do have some needs in this regard. The key is that Sephi will also be satisfied with it. Liu himself is a big shot in the Sephi world. So he can naturally understand the situation. Then I will take the initiative to go to Olympus through the starry sky and kill a demigod to help." Liu made his proposal. "No. You go to the starry sky and anchor the door. We will send some gifts to Olympus. When necessary. You can show up to attract firepower, which can also be regarded as reassuring them. It is impolite to come without returning the favor. Umbrella has always liked to win people over with virtue. Reassurance? Haha. I hope they can be reassured." Liu also found it interesting. Demigod wizards must be more frightened than reassured. They must consider the factors of their own depravity. However, he also understood the Lord's meaning at once. Revealing the trace of a demigod mage can immediately rationalize many unreasonable factors on Earth, which will make the seven realms more at ease. Even the loss of legends will be very concerned. And the gods will definitely pay more attention to the safety of demigods and even themselves. As a demigod mage, the timing of his appearance was just right. A little tricky, but it didn't require too much risk. "Okay. You continue eating. I'll prepare some gifts for them and put it on my account." Wang Yi yawned, stood up lazily, took 2 fried dough sticks, and ate them while walking. After Wang Yi left, Liu immediately called the waiter and swiped at the menu. Here, give me 1. Add sugar, and put it on his account." This move made the waiter a little confused, but he still obeyed the request. However, because some of the hints were removed, and Liu's actions, more people saw this old man with a sage look. Soon, several young people who were eating breakfast tea also glanced at this side a few more times. "Look, is it Chief Liu's cause? Hack. Really? The restoration is so high. Awesome. I'll take a picture." As one of the top fighters of Sephi, Liu has also appeared several times during the mobilization of the coalition forces. And as long as he has appeared, players will definitely have screenshots from all directions. With the popularity of the game, that kind of immortal style plus Liu's strength naturally makes him very popular. To a certain extent, this makes these people feel like looking up and seeing Dumbledore having dinner together in the restaurant. And they are naturally very happy. They all started to take pictures. And Liu also smiled and cooperated with them to make a V gesture in front of the camera, which was quite down to earth. Is this the real world? Jiang Bo looked at the photos of several people taking photos with Liu Kozer, and a black question mark appeared on his face. Because the restoration is too high. This photo is widely circulated, and it is all praised. Some people say that the Red Queen may have been modeled with the help of this old man. This is Liu Beneo. And he also found Xiongba and Qianye Shinichi of Fengyun. This made Jiangbo, who saw the photo, smile bitterly. It is indeed the game shining into reality. But does this mean that the high-level officials of the Sephi realm also know about this? And even know the coordinates of the Earth? It seems that this is normal. At present, the tension between the two sides, which had been slightly relieved, has become stronger and stronger around the High Priest of the God of War. Now I really hope that Sephi and the Earth Coalition can resist it. According to some of Jiang Bo's understanding now, the Earth and Sephi realm together have a clear comprehensive gap with the 7 realms. The only advantage may be the magic-free environment of the Earth. The home field can continuously bleed the opponent, and Sephi can easily form a local advantage over a single world. But once the 7 realms begin to integrate their forces due to external pressure, then the future is still a little confusing. If you are okay, kid, can you stop blocking the Rainbow Bridge all the time, which will affect other people's entry and exit? Just at this moment, a somewhat slow voice came. Turning around, he saw Chief Liu coming out of the Rainbow Bridge. This made Jiang Bo quickly step back. It was really unexpected. I didn't expect Chief Liu to come to Mithras again. Well, he came out of the Rainbow Bridge. Did you just teleport from Earth after breakfast? Can this Rainbow Bridge connect directly to Earth? Can you teleport back without going through Olympus? Oh, little wizard. Liu smacked his lips as he looked at Jiang Bo's dull expression and the Rainbow Bridge he was looking at. As a demigod wizard, he could easily see some of Jiang Bo's doubts. He was probably wondering if he could get back to Earth through here. It does lead to Earth. But don't worry. Earth's safety factor is higher than that of the Sephi realm. Leo smiled and comforted him in a warm voice. This made Jiangbo couldn't help but ask. Master Leo, can we win? Uh-huh. We won't lose anyway. Leo blinked, looking a little disrespectful. I should be photogenic. Right? Photogenic. Jiangbo's forehead was black. He was not pretending. But think about it. The game was developed by Umbrella. So it's clear what kind of people will encounter what kind of situations. Since Leo can go to Earth, there must be a deep cooperation. Since a formal maid showed a strange look, it was obvious that he didn't need to pretend. Could you bring me a cup of morning tea next time, so that I could taste the Earth in the game? Then he saw Leo turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in the sky of Mithras before the world will showed feedback. I don't know why this person came here in person. Although Jiangbo is trying hard to understand the high-level situation of the Seven Realms and Sephi, the channels for obtaining intelligence are still quite limited. So there is still only an outline. But even in this outline, it is known that Chief Leo's status can be said to be on par with demigods. The undisputed first legendary person. The first mage of Sephi realm. But this big guy suddenly came to Mithras in a low-key manner. And then suddenly left. Which still made Jiangbo feel a sense of pressure in his heart. At present, the Seven Realms have occupied New York and Washington. So they must know what this game is. And there will definitely be people who will always be watching the game to collect intelligence. If a legendary wizard wanted to avoid me and leave directly, it would be very easy. But he showed up in front of me. The anchor? Is he trying to announce the information about his arrival in Mithras? Although Jiangbo is not live streaming now, he is still recording videos out of habit. So it is definitely no problem to edit a video later. But I don't know if I will get it wrong. Although Chief Leo is the first legendary person, the top combat force in the Sephi realm except for the true gods. But he shouldn't be so arrogant to go deep into the enemy camp. Right? Apart from other things, the opponent also sent out a legendary necromancer last time. And the total number of demigods in the Seven Realms should be enough. The pressure is coming. In the end, Jiangbo still chose to log off with difficulty and started editing the video. However, when he saw Leo's smiling dialogue talking about the problem of being on camera during the editing, he hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to turn off the sound and change to a BGM. Then he posted the dynamic on his personal account. It's just to take advantage of the popularity of the hottest Koza right now. I just happened to meet Chief Leo. The similarity is indeed high. Jiangbo released the relevant video in a tone that was not specifically released. There are actually many hot topics now discussing the similarities of the Koza. Coupled with Jiangbo's own basic fans, the popularity was instantly hyped up. Jiangbo did not deliberately say where he saw Leo, but netizens could quickly figure it out through the location in the video. It was immediately understood that Chief Leo arrived in Mithras, and he should want to do something. This point was naturally captured by the intelligence personnel of the Seven Realms at the same time, and was highly valued and transmitted back. The strongest legendary wizard in the Sephi realm arrived in Mithras. What does this mean? Demonstration. This must be a demonstration. They can't be unaware that we will monitor the relevant information of the game. Since they can appear in front of us, they must have done it on purpose. The Lord of the Glorious Tower made a decisive assertion. They are not stupid. Sometimes they do something and make some strange movements, which are actually some deliberate information release. Remember Umbrella's previous announcement? Haha. They will give back when necessary. Old Baki appeared again after participating in the Gods' Council, and his tone seemed a little grim. If it was before, it would be a bit troublesome. But now the gods have decided to launch a full-scale war. You, a legendary wizard, still want to stir up trouble? Old Baki admitted that the floating city in the Sephi realm is very strong, and that legendary wizard may also have the ability that is not inferior to that of a demigod. But that's all. I will go to meet him in person. Old Baki's face was full of pride. He was also a strong man among the demigods. He went to find the guy and see what he wanted to do. Since it was intentional, he might have a response to the siege of the demigods. So let's call a few more people. Guangwei himself is a wizard, and he can also understand the other party's confidence in doing so by thinking from the other side. So he still gave advice. Mages don't fight a battle without confidence. Okay. Although he is a reckless orc, Old Baki will obviously listen to advice. Mage, worthy of such attention. This guy is itching to do something. Wang Yi laughed at Leo's actions in Jiangbo's video. although he allowed him to expose himself at the right time to attract attention. But he didn't expect this guy to come directly at the beginning. Does he really want to kill a demigod to help cheer him up? It's nothing. Since Mithras has been acting ambiguous, let's not sacrifice this side. We must give some response to the invasion and attack of the Seven Realms. As a demigod mage, Leo can escape unscathed from the siege of all the demigods in the Seven Realms. Just to divert some attention, it is convenient for players to come. The Seven Realms are 7 planets in the habitable zone of a star system, and the distance between them is not far on the scale of the universe. After Leo took off and left Mithras' atmosphere, he was not blocked, which made him, who had always been highly vigilant, breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, an old man still has to work hard. The god of trade and the world will of Mithras, who posed the greatest threat, did not take action, which means the first step was successful. Leo is not someone who likes big moves. When he was a legend, he paid great attention to health preservation and always looked slow. However, after becoming a demigod, he has been consolidating and researching, and now he has to verify what he has learned. It is not good to blindly work behind closed doors, so just treat it as a trip to relax. Leo is not someone who cares about power. If ordinary gods can solve the problem of mages, he would have voted long ago. And he is also very satisfied with his current boss. Some vulgar and bad tastes are harmless to the boss. This time, he has to show it well. Mithras is similar to the Earth as a whole. It is difficult for ordinary legendary masters to reach an escape velocity of more than 30 Mach by magic blessing alone. But legendary mages who can use various means are not among them. What's more, Leo is a demigod mage who is rarer than gods. After leaving Mithras and entering the starry sky, without the restraint of gravity in the cosmic environment, as long as he has magic power, he can keep himself in an accelerated state. Similar to the solar system, the concentration of magic power in the starry sky is lower than that of the Earth. But the world formed by the 7 planets in the 7 realms has even successfully awakened the will of the stars. Although the magic power in the starry sky is not as good as the surface of each realm, it is much higher than that of the Earth. At this time, Leo is like a spaceship launched from the South Heaven Gate, constantly improving his speed. Theoretically, as long as the consumption is ignored, even if the most traditional fossil energy is used, the speed can be pushed to the sublight speed level in the starry sky. Just an example, if the fuel mass is considered and inserted into the rocket equation, the speed of fossil fuel is calculated at 3,000 meters per second. The payload is set to 1 gram, and the final speed is set to 240,000 kilometers per second. The final speed equals injection speed *ln 1 plus fuel mass / payload. Then the fuel mass needs to be 80,000-1. This order of magnitude is a meaningless number, and the mass of the observable universe is also 10 to the power of 53. P.S. This paragraph was added after the posting, so it is not counted and is not water data. Now that he has the magic power that can be constantly mobilized, Leo's speed is naturally getting faster and faster. But no matter how fast he is, after the scale is pulled to the starry sky, it seems so long. With the gods' rejection of the abyss, they will inevitably bypass it when traveling. But even if they fly in the material universe, they cannot exceed the speed limit of information transmission. As Leo flew towards the direction of Olympus, he was also thinking about some characteristics of the gods in his heart. If the speed limit of information transmission cannot be exceeded, then the range of activities that the gods can theoretically move in the starry sky will be quite limited. Maybe it won't be able to run far after 1,000 years. But not long ago, the moon saint said that the moon god gave a new oracle. He met the notarization of Mithras in the starry sky and beat him up. That means that there may be some gathering places and places for information exchange between the gods. And the gods must have a means of movement that can exceed the information speed limit without entering the abyss. I am a little curious, but it should be related to space. Maybe it is also a short-term use of the abyss. But there is no need to go deep. When I have time, I can ask the boss about the bugs. There should be clues. The abyss is everywhere, and it is inevitable to use the power of the space side. Well, we are here. This place is good. I don't know how long it will take them to find me. That little guy can become a mage, so he should understand what I mean. In the dark and silent starry sky, circles of meteorites floated nearby to form a small asteroid belt. It looks messy and chaotic, but it maintains a balance under the gravity of the nearby celestial bodies. The meteorites with uneven surfaces rotate and intersect constantly, and occasionally there will be some slight collisions, because they are all in a similar orbit. The relative speed between each other is also quite low. Many areas in this asteroid belt obviously still have some traces of mining. The Seven Realms have dominated for many years, and also have the means to enter the starry sky. The degree of development of their own mother galaxy must be very high. What's more, this place is between Mythos and Olympus. In terms of space scale, it is not far from the two realms. It is even possible that the two realms broke out in war for the resources here in ancient times. However, the cost of space mining may only focus on precious and scarce resources such as silver. However, Leo does not need any resources. He just wants a barely available gravity source to complete artificial space anchoring by relying on the space curvature here. Naturally formed space weak points. Most of the time the gravity of the two places will not be too different. But now if the artificial anchoring is strong enough, many restrictions can be bypassed. It is completely different to use force on one side and cooperate with both sides. Just when Leo began to prepare, the Seven Realms also began to arrange the search for him. And the demigods led the legends into the starry sky. And Wani has also divided some test cabins for anchoring in the heaven in synchronous orbit. This will become the first batch of accessories communicated by Leo. After the modularization of the magic tower, it has almost always maintained full production capacity. And the manufacturing speed is getting faster and faster. The current inventory is enough to meet the next step. Standing in the test cabin, Wani took out a test tube filled with green liquid, looking at the fluorescent viscous liquid inside, and a smile appeared on his face. Hopefully, Olives will be satisfied with his gift. Feeling Leo's prayers and his perfect preparations, Wani also felt very satisfied, as expected of a demigod mage. After successfully anchoring Mithras and reaching the appropriate area with the help of the passage over there, he completed a simple connection so quickly. Although this temporary passage cannot transport ordinary people and ordinary supplies, the specially blessed Mage Tower module is still not a big problem. Once the module is passed, the speed will only get faster and faster. Mithras, after many clashes with the Cephi coalition, coupled with the tacit consent obtained in the divine meeting, the Trade God Court also officially opened its mouth for the first time to talk to the Cephi world about the opening of trade ports between the two sides. In order to maintain basic peace, Mithras is willing to provide the coalition with a reconciliation fee on a regular basis over time, which can also be regarded as an annual tribute. It will even include a very small number of legendary wonders. Compared with the rich resources of the entire Mithras, these annual coins are of course not that big. But the advantage is that you can get them without fighting hard. And they are easy to get. The name of the god of trade is not for nothing. The previous few confrontations, whether it is the competition with the legend, the appearance of the heroes of the Hall of Heroes, or the collision of traditional armies, can get a lot of data. Through these small amounts of war losses and the resources that the Cephi coalition can rob, a calculation can be made. It is easy to get the efficiency and conversion ratio of the resources that the other party can obtain at present. Then list the table. Let's not fight. Isn't fighting for these things? We will just take it out and give it to you. Both sides don't have to die. Our losses are reduced, and you can get the corresponding things. Moreover, by opening a trading port, both sides can exchange what they have and earn a lot of benefits. Isn't this a win-win situation? When Cephi can't destroy Mithras completely, and both sides have a full understanding of their strength, this table naturally makes the Cephi coalition quite excited. They all understood the purpose of Mithras and even the Seven Realms. They wanted to use this annual tribute to hold back the Cephi coalition. Even if they maintained peace, Cephi would have to keep a large part of its forces to guard against Mithras, while continuing to exchange what it had. Mithras looked friendly, but he was definitely not a weakling. The legendary necromancer almost caused Cephi to fall apart when they first met. And it was the heroic spirit king who saved the day. This was originally a conspiracy brought about by the Seven Realms size advantage. Just like the Cephi realm's use of its local advantage to burn, kill, rob and abuse everywhere. But even if they knew it was a trap, it was not unacceptable to Cephi realm alone. They were originally for interests and benefits, who would want to fight to the death if they could do it without bloodshed. As for the Seven Realms being able to free up more forces to target the savage mother planet after holding back Cephi realm, that was actually the savage's own business. It was true that Cephi and the savage were allies, but they were also at a relationship of interest. Did Cephi really take advantage of the situation for the savage mother star? Of course. The relationship of lips and teeth is still clear, but Cephi can only contain so much power, not without any effort. While being contained, it is also a kind of reverse containment. And for most players, this is just opening a new map. and opening up new NPCs and task systems, which is also acceptable. Only a very few people who know the situation feel heavy in their hearts and feel the pressure. However, Master E, as a representative of the Savages, still expressed some opinions of the Savages at the Cephii Coalition Council. Of course, we agree to this agreement, and we can even bring some of our own specialties to this trading port for trading. Wang Yi's smiling face made the Moon Saint, who presided over the meeting in Tam territory, feel a little relieved. At present, facing the pressure of the Seven Realms, the union of the Savages and Cephii realm is a strategic need, and it is naturally better if the allies have no objections. In fact, the Moon Saint can accept the Savages' disagreement, and in the end, Cephii realm also cooperated to reject this proposal. As long as the Savages can pay a certain price, it will be fine. It would be best if we can reach an agreement peacefully now. We have already experienced some of your products. If you are willing to provide more varieties, this trade will be quite lively, the Moon Saint said with a smile. But we also put forward a small request. Please tell me. For allies, we naturally have to advance and retreat together. If the request is reasonable, we, Cephii, will also put pressure together. The Moon Saint spoke very beautifully. The world that can keep the High Priest of the God of War is naturally qualified to negotiate conditions. That is, we are just maintaining peace talks with Mithras. The other realms, especially Olympus, are still within our attack range. And if it is convenient, I hope the Savages can borrow Mithras's portal to reach Olympus. With the coordinates of the Seven Realms, the floating city is actually anchoring all the time. But Mithras is the fastest. However, if Mithras's teleportation array is willing to be released, then Wang Yi can use the rainbow bridge of the floating city to directly apply Mithras's ready-made connection to complete the connection immediately, and immediately open the channel to Olympus, and use the floating city to cover the signal. We can't always fight on Earth. Although Leo is ready to come, he has also prepared some small gifts for the orcs. But if you want to get some benefits and results thoroughly, ground battles are indispensable. Olympus. The Moon Saint frowned slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he said, "Okay, I believe Mithras will agree. After all, they have not lost their interests. But now if we open more fronts, the number of legendary assistants we can provide may not be enough. The number of strong men in Cephii is roughly the sum of Mithras and Olympus, and maybe a little more. But after all, this is an away game, and we must ensure local advantages. Even if the two sides are evenly matched, it is theoretically a loss. After all, Cephii realm cannot afford the collapse of a battlefield and the death of a large number of legends. And they must also reserve some reserve forces just in case. We don't need many. We will mainly fight. After you leave enough forces to defend against Mithras, and a reserve force that can be rescued at any time, you can draw about 20 legends to assist, and they can all give priority to self-protection. If they find any situation that they cannot defeat, they will first protect themselves and use the space crystal to return. And they will also enjoy the right to distribute the spoils of Olympus. Wang Yi certainly knew that asking the legends of the Cephii realm to help would not be less safe or beneficial. When the coalition forces advanced into Mithras before, the secular forces of the Cephii realm also invested a lot, and the legends would definitely be more attentive. Now let them send some foreign aid to help the Savages enter Olympus. Then at most they can fight for the platform of the Feng battle station. Fighting desperately? That is almost impossible. Okay, I can agree on their behalf. The hesitation before was because they were worried that abandoning friendly forces would cause dissatisfaction on your side if things went wrong. Now that you have said so, of course we will fully support it, the Moon Saint said sincerely, and then kindly reminded. In addition, I actually think that Olympus can just get over it for a while. It's not some unresolvable hatred. If the contradiction spirals up, it will actually be disadvantageous to us. The Moon Saint is really worried that the Savages will attack Olympus and cause heavy losses. That will also drag down itself. After all, the overall strength of the Seven Realms is the other party's greatest confidence. Don't worry. We won't do anything that will shake our own foundation. That's good. You mages are smart. I think my reminder is unnecessary. The Moon Saint also looked relieved. Well, but Wang Yi didn't say whether he would do anything to shake other people's foundations. Chapter 642 Double-Sided Invasion. The game will be updated without downtime. A new map of Olympus will be opened. The specific way to get there is subject to the game cutscene. The sudden announcement from Umbrella caused an uproar again. The world is still focused on the attack launched by the Seven Realms on Umbrella. Nahylus of the White House has made many public statements saying that the entire Earth will pay the price. Pyongyang has also been trying to smooth things over. It looks like a storm is about to come. People with discerning eyes seem to have seen that the seven realms are about to collide with the Earth. And the relationship between the two sides, which was originally a little calm, may be intensified immediately. Although public opinion is no longer in the hands of the West. Although the invaders are the seven realms. And although Umbrella is just fighting back. But out of fear of the intensification of the contradictions in the seven realms, some people still blame Umbrella. It was already good. They occupied Washington and New York and left them there. Why did they have to provoke and humiliate them? Now we are in trouble. Yes, they did it secretly. Why did they have to make it public? It's very dangerous. It's over. Lord Nihilius said that our Earth will pay the price. Nihilius is a human legendary knight from Olymps. His aesthetics are very consistent with the points of Earth. In addition, the legend itself is powerful. And the actions of easily occupying New York and Washington at the time actually attracted many fans. Even the invaders are the same. When a person is strong enough, then everything he does is right. And others will agree with it. This is the fact. The power of the seven realms has been demonstrated. Even if Umbrella has resolved two demigod-level crises, there will still be noise. Fortunately, the majority of people are able to distinguish the truth. Even if the minority of noise is pushed by people with ulterior motives. It did not cause any waves. Instead, more people spoke out to express their support for Umbrella. There is nothing we can do. We can only show our support. The seven realms are the invaders. Have you figured this out? There is no point in compromising when facing an invasion. Once you give in, they will take another step. A certain Eastern power had experienced its darkest moment in the past. And it deeply understood the importance of this, and would have empathy. Now seeing that Nihilius was representing the seven realms in their aggressiveness. As if they were the ones who suffered. They could not sit still. In fact, when the seven realms tortured Pyongyang, many people still watched it as a joke. Pyongyang, whatever suffering they suffered was what they deserved. And this invasion was originally their own death. But now after seeing the seven realms' faces, the bad memories in their bones that were evoked quickly gave them a feeling of sharing the same hatred against the enemy. At this time, the new map update completed by Abyss World was undoubtedly a kind of public opinion venting. Many people clamored to save the world in the game. And the legends of Olymps stationed on Earth, represented by Nihilius, also felt a little speechless. Although it has been confirmed that Mithras was used as a trading port, the coordinates of Olympus were actually exposed. But you even borrowed the teleportation array? This is too thorough. Humph. After staying to guard against Mithras' power, how much can you still bring over? This time, I will make sure you never come back. Nihilius smashed the table in front of him into pieces. And then stood up and came to the new passage in Washington. During this period of time, in addition to the connection ports anchored from other worlds in the seven realms, they also started to accelerate the connection of two lines. Now there are many connection channels in Washington. The number of combatants from Olymps who have arrived in New York and Washington has exceeded 500,000. Then, let's see who has greater destructive power. Swindlers? Swindlers? The people in the trade temple are too exaggerated. PDD exchanged some materials with a painful look on his face. And his face was full of resentment. But when it comes to the breakthrough of the hero level, he has to change. As the plane war progresses, players are crossing the border of Mithras locusts and cutting through thorns. The top players, especially the physical players who rely on the player's body, have also gradually reached the threshold of the hero level. After all, they are different from the mage who needs to really start accumulating. As long as the player's body is constantly strengthened by materials, it will be okay. Qin Xiang, the young master, has become the first player's hero-level profession by leading the team to complete large-scale tasks and piling up resources. He is very proud of himself. PDD saw the other parties show off with his own eyes. The Great Knight is in a world full of magic. The mobilization of magic and the gorgeous special effects between his gestures are really too much beyond the professional level. In the advanced Squire stage, relying on the Knight's breathing method, the full-strength display can actually produce some special effects. But even at the professional level, most of these special effects still have to rely on their own flesh. Even the top physical professional level is the same. Strength, speed, and physique can all exceed the initial professional level. But there is no qualitative change. Off-body attacks are almost like scraping, and can only rely on weapons such as arrows and firearms. But whether it is seeing some heroic battles, or Qin Xiang's performance after his achievement, That kind of behavior of scraping a large area is really more gorgeous than the magic of a professional mage. The key is that you don't need to learn mathematics or draw a magic circle. And it is extremely efficient. In Qin Xiang's words, you can easily perform this kind of attack. This naturally makes PD drool. Especially now that Mithras has started to negotiate with the coalition and suddenly open the Olympus map. PDD also wants to complete the breakthrough before entering the new map. As a result, when he went to exchange some resources with Mithras to complete the enhancement, he was severely slaughtered. The name of the god of trade explains everything. The business atmosphere under his command is extremely strong, and he can clearly and accurately touch the bottom line. Although it makes people itch every time, they still bear the pain to take it out and complete the exchange. Okay. Anyway, most of them are exchanged for things that have been robbed. So it's not a big loss anyway. Qin Xiang felt his own strength happily, raised his hand, and quickly slashed out a few sword blades, cutting the giant tree 10 meters away into pieces. It's so cool. This kind of power in every gesture is really addictive. That's true. And it's easier for us to break through in the physics department. I was shaken when I saw that Pineapple became a formal mage before. PDD pinched his precious materials and teased Jiangbo, who was always daydreaming beside him. He could see that Jiangbo was a little out of shape and seemed to be worried. I don't know if it was because of this. After Jiangbo came back to his senses, he looked at PDD and reminded him. I told you to keep meditating. You didn't get lazy, did you? PDD laughed dryly. Hee. I did it every day. I did it every day. At least it makes people feel energetic. It's pretty good. Meditation can bring certain benefits to reality, which has been made public for a long time. But for most ordinary people who don't have magic talent, it's really hard to accept that they can meditate every day in the game. Just like ordinary people know that taking half an hour to exercise properly every day is good for health. But they just don't want to take the time. It's too boring. Well, actually, I think it's almost there. Maybe soon you will take the initiative to ask for it every day. Jiangbo smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the progress to be so fast. He didn't know if it was related to the fact that he saw Chief Liu not long ago. We still have to improve ourselves quickly. Only when we are strong can we have the confidence to deal with various problems. Qian, will we die? Looking at the rainbow bridge falling from the sky in the game, and the new transmission to Olympus, Yoko also felt a little melancholy. Just now, the Moon Saint personally came out to explain that the rainbow bridge to Olympus was opened. And in order to give full play to the advantages of players, the arrival of the rainbow bridge this time adopts a random distribution mode. Players can choose to form a team by themselves without supplies. And up to 100 people can be distributed in the same area. But the Moon Saint does not recommend it. Because unlike Mithras, the power that can go to Olympus this time is overall inferior to that of Olympus. The Sephi realm only chose 20 legends who signed up on their own. It was even explained in advance that each legend has his own ability to return. So if the situation is not right, the legends will run away. Their main purpose is just to slightly contain the legends of Olympus, so that they will not wantonly kill players. That's all. It has been made clear that this attack on Olympus mainly depends on the players themselves. The Sephi realm is just a friendly stand. For normal players, this kind of information is actually just a background introduction. And they may even feel happy, because the difficulty has increased. It is more exciting. And they will no longer be constrained by the coalition forces. And they can do whatever they want. Although the corresponding risk factor has increased. As the attributes become stronger and stronger, the death penalty is getting bigger and bigger, which is really painful. But after the mutual market was opened in Mithras, almost all the materials needed can be exchanged here. This mutual market is not only for Mithras. Some things that cannot be exchanged in the Sephi realm on weekdays. And some merchants from other places in the 7 realms will bring them here. After the updated material list. As long as you have money, you don't have to be afraid of death. Ordinary players can seek benefits to make money. And top players can spend money to enjoy themselves. It is a win-win situation. But for those who know about it, such as Jiang Bo and Yangzi, they are now powerless to complain. The Sefei world is not good. Why can't it be supported? These are 2 worlds. What if they really get it? Gu Qianqian listened to her friend's words and didn't care much. In fact, our Earth's home advantage is quite obvious. Don't worry so much. Umbrella will support it if the sky falls. Please, your teacher is Mastery. Don't you have any inside information? Yangzi asked with some expectation. She used to avoid it a little. fearing that she would be censored if she knew too much. But now it's urgent. So it's better to know more. At least be a ghost who knows. Well, although there is no special inside information. From what I know so far, the Seven Realms Morning Star is unlikely to get involved for the time being. The elves seem to be still investigating the Church of the Evil God. And because of the previous damage, they probably don't want to wade into the muddy water. So the remaining ones are fairies, giants, and dragons. Since Safei only supports 20 legends, it should be that some of the forces are freed up. At the critical moment, they can barely contain one side. At worst, they can be dragged into the earth to fight strategic depth. They will not suffer any loss. Gu Qianqian, as the top player, is still capable under the training of Lin Shirqin, who often pretends to be Wang Yi. And she has a thorough understanding of the present. In her opinion, as long as the gods don't take action, there is no crisis for the time being. In fact, we still need to improve ourselves at the critical moment. Compared with ordinary players, we mages are very advantageous. Gu Qianqian once again urged Yangzi to practice. The effect of meditating with the help of the player's special body is extremely good, and the speed of becoming a formal mage is much faster than normal. Although Gu Qianqian is still a long way from becoming a great mage. Compared to physical players, who only use the player's body, mage players are truly using their own power, and the conditions for resurrection after death are much simpler. In the case that the legendary undead mage can't break through the barrier. In fact, the two of them can be completely unrestrained. With the ready-made portal coordinates on Mithra's side, the speed of building the Rainbow Bridge to Olymps can be said to be extremely fast. With the completion of the Rainbow Bridge, the first players nearby have already. They rushed in without hesitation, howling. This made some members of the Sephi Realm Legion, who were also nearby, admire them. They are indeed savages. It was obvious that Olymps was stronger this time. But they rushed in without hesitation. With such courage, what enemy would they be afraid of? As the players rushed into the light and shadow of the Rainbow Bridge, they were sucked away in an instant. Then, they turned into streams of light that flashed through the atmosphere of Olymps. The stars were shining, lighting up the sky of Olymps. Whether it was the strange vision on the Olymps side, or the large number of live broadcasts of Abyss World. For Olymps, which has a large number of manpower on Earth, this is a direct and fair blow. At present, the damage is not great, but the insult is extremely strong. Did they not hesitate at all? In the starry sky of the Seven Realms, the old Blade, who was forming a team to search for the chief of Lille Floating City, was also in disbelief when he received the contact from the Lord of the Glorious Tower. They said they were going to attack. But it was true. Didn't they come here to attract our attention? When Blade came out to search for the mysteriously missing Chief Leo, he had already known the updated news on the Earth. But in his opinion, this was done on purpose by the Earth. They just wanted to delay the strong men of Olymps, so that they could not let go and search in the starry sky. This was actually just a conspiracy. So he didn't care at all, and still wanted to find the chief of Lille Floating City first. And for safety and foolproofness, he also persuaded some demigods with whom he had friendship in other realms to come together. He even brought a lot of legendary strong men. After all, from the perspective of the intelligence information of the Seven Realms, Leo was the first legendary person and the top legendary wizard. But he was still a legend, although he may have some means to make him a demigod. If a team of several legends meets him, it is still no problem to delay time and protect himself in the short term. And then other teams in the starry sky will swarm in. It is difficult for ordinary legends to escape the gravity of the surface. But it doesn't matter if the demigods take him into space first. And there is no big problem in moving freely in space. So legends are also an important force in the search for Chief Leo. The Earth should have released smoke bombs specifically to contain the legends of Olympus. But who would have thought that they would actually come for real? And they fell from the sky so openly. For a while, standing in the starry sky, with the dark starry sky and stars as the background, the old Blade also felt a little messy. It seems that every time the estimation and judgment of the Earth's actions are always a little different. Even if there is no loss this time, it gives him a very bad feeling. Olymps was the main force of the Seven Realms attacking the Pyalion at the beginning, although some legends from other worlds came to help after the connection. These foreign aides and many powerful people from Olymps were all invested in the Earth side. For example, Nihilius, the 7 legendary teams that originally dealt with the evil god, and the various legends who occupied the key points of New York and Washington. And if they don't want to give up New York and Washington, it's really inconvenient for these legends to withdraw and leave. Otherwise, once this side withdraws, Other allies that have already opened the door to connect will immediately occupy the interests that originally belonged to Olips in a high-sounding manner. Then all the previous efforts will be in vain. Although Olips took down New York and Washington quickly, the losses were really not small. Not to mention those cannon fodder wild boars. The 4 who died in the previous legendary team were all orc legends of Olips. Among the remaining 3 living legends, there is also an orc who was captured. Not to mention a semi-god level war god high priest. In addition to the artifact of the old blade, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a heavy loss. Therefore, Olips will certainly not easily give up the interests of New York and Washington. In addition, the old blade went to the starry sky to find someone, and took away a group of legends in preparation for catching Leo. Now there are not many legends left in Olips. Sephi threw 20 over. And there are heroic spirits that the savages can call from a distance. The high in power can't suppress it. At least, there is no advantage. But now they have started searching in the starry sky. And there is still a long distance from Olips. And there is no transmission channel. If they go back home now, the previous time will be wasted. Besides, we can't really let a top legendary mage hide here. The uncertainty is too great. So after getting the information from Olips, the old blade stabilized. And then used magic to transmit the voice to reply. You stay stable first. We will solve the problem of the legendary mage as soon as possible. At present, they can't cause much trouble. In addition, I will ask other allies to increase pressure on the earth now. No problem. There is still the Pope. The situation can't be too bad at worst. The Lord of the Glorious Tower also understands the current priority. Maybe this fake invasion is the other party's second-level logic. The purpose is to trick the strongman who searched the starry sky back to reduce the pressure on the legendary wizard. But in any case, our overall strength is an advantage. Using the upright trend is enough to crush you. Even if you don't come back, it is enough to deal with it. The subsequent request for help from other realms also received a response from the giants and goblins. Because of the previous problem, the secular forces of the elves are relatively weak, and the internal evil god church needs to be investigated. So it is normal that they can't spare any hands. Mythos has already signed an agreement, and it is still connected with Sephi. With the deterrent power of Sephi, it will definitely not send new forces to help. But apart from these two parties, the other parties are not under much pressure. Sephi and the Earth's coalition forces are limited, and the current forces are all lost in Mythos and Olympus. Even if there is a reserve, it is for defense, and it is impossible to open up a new battlefield. So there is no scruple to provide support. And it can even be said that now is the best strategic window period for other realms. However, the Dragon Clan did not agree to attack together, which surprised the Glory Tower Master a little. Although Blade defeated the Red Dragon King, and His Majesty the God of War, and His Majesty the Dragon King were a little bit at odds, they would not act on impulse for such a free benefit. So the Dragon Clan might be tinkering with something. Did they find a new gap and want to eat alone? The Glory Tower Master muttered to himself, but did not specifically send a formal message to ask. For now, it is enough that the goblins and giants are willing to help. The conventional combat power of these two tribes may really be suitable for the environment of the Earth. Not to mention a flat push, but enough to put pressure on them. When Olips began to invite reinforcements and prepare for a two-sided siege, a large number of players have already landed in Olips one after another. Looking at this endless grassland, looking at this Olips full of primitive style, generally similar to the plateau landforms of the Earth, the first batch of players also felt a burst of amazement. Some players, who are professional in astronomy and geography, also made a live broadcast and said in amazement, Umbrella previously released a brief map of the star system of the Seven Realms, which should be restored from the mouths of those captives. According to the galaxy map, we can roughly judge that the environment of Mythos should be the closest to our Earth, and the elves are relatively closer, so the temperature is relatively high, and the climate is generally tropical rainforest, while Olips is mainly plateau and grassland. There seems to be very few forests. So realistic. Every time a new map appears, there are some players who are professional in geology and minerals to conduct some analysis, which is also a daily routine of the game. At the beginning, Okita relied on this factor to open up the Abyss Mineral Company, which is still the first chamber of commerce today. From a graduate of an unpopular major, he directly jumped to a capital giant. So this kind of analysis is also a custom. But I didn't expect that even astronomy researchers came this time, and they talked about it based on the galaxy map. It can only be said that the game Abyss World is refreshing people's cognition again and again. Boom. A heavy powered armor stepped heavily on the grass. even though the huge soul had the function of decompression. It sank down partially. Louis and the powered armor looked through some updates about the latest information about Olymps on the forum, and had already seen the description of astronomy and geography. Is it mostly plateau terrain? That's not bad. I'm afraid that the L's performance will be affected in that environment. In addition to him being in powered armor, Louis's teammates were all wearing simple exoskeletons. Each of them carried a large bag and held various equipment in their hands. They also carried heavy firepower such as recoilless guns, mortars, mines, and electromagnetic guns, which did not increase their burden with the exoskeleton. Just after landing, a drone began to rotate and take off. A team member controlled the drone to take off to build a communication signal network and to detect the nearby terrain and situation. Captain, there is a small tribe ahead. According to the terrain structure map and the map issued, AI matching shows that this should be the Kekia Mountains. There should be no powerful tribes with legendary masters nearby. Huh. I'm lucky. I was really worried that I would die after investing so much. Louis also breathed a sigh of relief. All along, Louis's team has been one of the benchmarks of top player teams. From the first capture of the Flame Hound to the first to leave the Warcraft forest, they were all there. However, their team has a big disadvantage, which is that there is no magician. This led to the fact that Kangaroo's father and his real individual team came from behind, which brought them a lot of pressure. Fortunately, after the plain war mode and exchange mode were turned on, with the opening of trade, he finally completed the promotion of the Great Knight before arriving in Olymps. He became a rare hero among today's players. And as far as he knows, even Gu Qianqian and Yu Yuzi, two geniuses with strong magician talents, are still far from being great mages. This is another counterattack for their physical profession. Moreover, after achieving the heroic level, he gritted his teeth and signed a deeper cooperation agreement with the mineral company again, relying on his own accumulation and some points allocated by the company. He almost spent all his money to exchange for this set of Fire 2 power armor, instructor version. This is a reinforced power armor that can withstand the control of the Great Knight, can fully keep up and still give bonuses, and even has accessories that interact with magic, which ordinary people cannot operate. The key is that this thing has 2 fission batteries, and its endurance is extremely strong, which is quite suitable for away games like this. With the mecha and his own strength, their team can be said to be the absolute head of the players this time. In addition, although his own team members only use exoskeletons, the power consumption of exoskeletons is relatively much less. Even if there is no nuclear power battery, it can be ensured for a long time by replacing the enhanced version of the battery and restoring it with solar energy. In addition, drones, electromagnetic guns, mechanical dogs and other killing weapons should be able to achieve good results in the raid here if they are used sparingly. In Mithras, the main purpose of players is to plunder because there is a stable channel to transport them back continuously. But this time to Olympus, it is a one-way ticket. Their only task is to destroy. Once in destruction, destroy the foundation of the God of War's faith and spread fear. Brothers, since there are no legendary tribes nearby, we shouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter one passing by. The background is all in the present world, and many legends of Olymps are still on Earth, with the legends arriving from the Sephi realm to contain us. We can let go. Louis felt the powerful power brought by achieving the hero level, and felt the strength of this power armor that ordinary people could not control at all, and his face showed an excited expression. This game is so perfect. It always brings infinite passion. And because he is a rare hero player, he was also assigned the right to summon the heroic spirit once. Although it was only once, it was undoubtedly a life-saving trump card. I have nothing to worry about. Captain, do you want to start a live broadcast? At this time, the team member who was controlling the drone and observing the surrounding situation said casually, "If you want to start, you have to connect to the drone screen. Open. This time we rely on our strength, and we are not afraid of others snatching it. We owe the company so much, so we have to advertise. When we have time, we will bring another product, connect with the company, and find a brand with a good reputation for quality control. The team is a pure mud-legged lineup without a mage, so naturally they don't know the essence of this game. And some similar situations are happening everywhere." Then some cloud players who watched the live broadcast also found that this live broadcast was a bit strange. Those mage bosses who like to give lectures did not even start broadcasting in Olymps. There really is not one. One of them was still giving a lecture in the abyss, but he hurriedly turned off the live broadcast before he entered the Rainbow Bridge, which made people feel a little speechless. But fortunately, this is also a new map, a new world, a new conflict, and it has also updated the exchange of high-level goods such as exoskeletons, electromagnetic guns, power armor, and even small nuclear bombs. So there are still many things that players can focus on, and they won't dwell on such things. Brother Pineapple, let's form a team. Let's do a live broadcast linkage. Also ready, wearing a set of instructor version power armor, riding on the flame dog, which is also armed with an exoskeleton and even has electromagnetic cannons hanging on both sides. PDD also casually invited Jiangbo. The maximum number of people in this team is 100. But few people would choose such a big goal. Most of them adopt guerrilla warfare and split the whole into parts. So teammates are very important. PDD has now become a great knight and has a set of power armor. His ability has surpassed Jiangbo again. So there is nothing wrong with inviting him. And he can even be regarded as leading this old friend. Moreover, the complementary attributes of both parties will definitely attract a lot of popularity if they live broadcast together. Moreover, even if he is just a formal mage, his knowledge reserves are here, and his role in this kind of raid will not be much different. But after Jiangbo heard that PDD had sent out an invitation to live broadcast, he chose to refuse with a helpless look on his face. No, I want to relax, and I can only post videos during this period. Live broadcast raid? Are you afraid that the Seven Realms don't know where you are? After all, you are also a big shot among players. So don't be so stupid. This equipment is very expensive. Jiangbo felt that even if he posted a video, he had to cover up the terrain as much as possible to avoid being exposed. He even gave a subtle reminder, saying, since Umbrella said it was a complete simulation, maybe the information you broadcast live would be fed back to the other party as intelligence. Right? PDD was really shocked by this. But then he hesitated and said, you're not that mean. Then you can try it. You won't die anyway. So don't be afraid. Don't curse me. This set of equipment and my heroic death penalty are painful to think about. Then you can summon a heroic spirit. You should have a chance. Jiangbo laughed dryly a few times. And then he didn't go into the topic anymore. He just gave a vague reminder. Anyway, before Umbrella took the initiative to announce it, he knew nothing. Chapter 643 Equipment Gap. Damn it! Do they look down on us? I'm going to go back and tear apart all the people who are broadcasting live. In the White House, an orc roared at Naluos with a violent expression on his face. Naluos couldn't help but press his temple. These orcs were also speechless. They were still so irritable even after reaching the legendary level. But it seemed that this was the path they had taken. As a human, Naluos could speak on behalf of Ollips on Earth, which was one of the important reasons. Brother Gold Teeth, calm down first. This is actually a good thing, isn't it? Naluos patiently calmed the other party's emotions. This kind of action directly exposed the position. And you still felt looked down upon. Just target and strike some of their important figures. But they can indeed be reborn. Even Yumiya, that woman, can't solve this problem. Do you want to ask the gods to do it personally? Gold Teeth is irritable, and has the attributes of a player. Whether it is the temptation from Mithras or Yumiya showing some of her research results, there is really no way to deal with these players. That kind of multi-layer defense is too strong. If the gods have to take action personally to deal with such secular forces, what are they for? Brother Genia, now you can regard these as puppets or even undead. Whether it is undead or puppets, they all consume materials to make. We will destroy as many as they come. And sooner or later we will be able to wipe them out. Nayless showed a smile on his face. Moreover, we must believe in our teammates. Even if Lord Baki takes a lot of people to the starry sky, the power we left is more than enough. The legends that Safei came here will not fight for this group of undead guys. All we need to do is to select the right target and send the information back. I hope it's as you said. Golden Teeth finally calmed down. He also knew that the place occupied at such a great cost is indeed not suitable for evacuation. But since you have also hit our homeland, we must continue to break through. Our people are ready to act according to the plan. The fairies and giants, who have been connected, have also expressed their willingness to cooperate. Well, I will start the public announcement directly. Nelia showed a smile on his face, and then came to the camera and told the cameraman to prepare for the TV speech. As the camera was turned on, he said in a relaxed tone, "You Umbrella ignore the millions of innocent civilians in New York and Washington. But we are the civilized army of the Seven Realms. So we are ready to release some hostages now. In 24 hours, We will drive 1 million people out of New York. Please be prepared to receive them. As soon as Nalia's words came out, they immediately attracted global attention. And many people saw the sinister intentions inside. 1 million people. 1 million ordinary people who did not carry out any information control left. How much would it be? What if there were legends of the Seven Realms, or even demigods mixed in? Because of the lessons learned from the previous failure of Manhattan. Now Melee only has some defense lines in places not close to the periphery of New York and Washington. And it is impossible to have the ability to block them all airtight. Mainly to ensure the main roads. At most, the drone can be guaranteed to cover the information, ensuring that there is enough distance and time for early warning. If there is a surprise attack by a legendary strongman, the legend killer will be used immediately to form a certain deterrent. But in fact, Pyongyang also knows that if all the legends act separately, they really don't have the ability to intercept them all. Now that they can maintain a balance, it is really just that the legends are too cherishing their lives. The importance of legends to the Seven Realms is too great, so they don't take risks. The same is true for the civilian release now. 1 million people came out in a black mass. And it would be a humanitarian disaster if it was not handled properly. During the period when the Seven Realms occupied New York and Washington, they were not unprepared for anything. Since it started, there must be a series of surprise attack plans. When the Seven Realms in the present world issued a notice in response and gave huge pressure, Team Louis had also arrived at the outskirts of an orc tribe in the night. In the perspective of each night vision device, the orc tribe in front of them could also be seen clearly and clearly. At this time, they seemed to be dancing around the bonfire in the middle of the bonfire. And there were strong orcs wrestling. Rough dance. Big mouthfuls of meat. Big mouthfuls of wine. The wild style of this tribe is fully reflected. Although we are full of ammunition, we can't sustain many attacks without supplies. So we can use weapons to solve the problem that can be solved with weapons. Louis said calmly in the power armor. As a great knight, he also has the blessing of power armor. As long as there is no legend, melee is enough to deal with most enemies. And his team members are all high-level professional ranks. With the help of exoskeleton and those magic technology alloy weapons, their strength is definitely not weak. Then the two of us will go with you to charge the battle first. The three of them will guard the supplies and prepare for long-range support. 2 team members, who are also good at melee, suggested. A total of 6 people are ready to attack this orc tribe of thousands of people. This is really a bold and skilled person. However, according to the usual proportion of professional ranks, the total number of professional ranks in a tribe of this size may not exceed 10. And it is almost impossible to have a hero rank. Although the orcs are very strong, even if they have not broken through to the professional level, they still have good combat power. With tacit cooperation, it is not a big problem for several well-trained orc warriors to surround and kill a professional level. But the problem is that we are now facing tireless and armed players. The main reason why the elites are surrounded and killed is that they are not careful about the end and cannot take care of everything. But under the leadership of the great knight Louis, the 2 high-level professional level players cover and cooperate with each other. And they can also make up for their own gaps as much as possible. In the cold weapon era, elites are extremely important, because there are limited people who can be contacted at the same time. If the strength gap is too large, using the sea of people can only rely on delaying physical consumption. But the players are not afraid of this, which also creates the confidence for the 3 of them to dare to attack the 1,000-man tribe. Louis and his team are senior physical professions, who have fought all the way since the Flame Dog was hunting. They surrounded and killed the Flame Dog during the Squire period. Now looking at the 1,000-man tribe in front of them, they really feel a sense of pride in their hearts. Come on, Brother Lou. I'll use a drone to broadcast live to show everyone that our team hasn't disappeared yet. A team member, who was responsible for remote support at the back, also had a little excitement on his face at this time. With more and more professional ranks, and the rise of professional magic, their team is no longer as glorious as before. Although it is still undoubtedly the first echelon, it feels that there are many similar teams. But now Louis has successfully achieved the Great Knight, and gritted his teeth to get a special version of power armor. This time, he will show his fangs again. It just so happens that I saw on the news that Olympus is going to make a move. So let's use this attack as a rehearsal gift. Louis was also in high spirits. And then he began to rush towards the tribe with 2 team members at high speed. The wrist blade popped out of his hand, and the high-frequency alloy knife was drawn. The killing was coming. In front of the campfire, a group of young orcs sang and danced. And the strongest ones were wrestling and competing. The atmosphere was very hot. The body of a giant beast that was even larger than an elephant was dismembered and hung everywhere. And the aroma of meat came out of the campfire. Eating meat and drinking wine made the orcs feel very happy. Thank you for the gift from the god of war. The priest raised the wine jug and roared. Immediately, a wave of whistling followed. The faith of the orcs is so simple and unpretentious. But at this moment, a crystal on the priest's waist suddenly emitted a scorching temperature, which made the priest stun for a moment, and then took out the disposable communication crystal. This is something that almost every tribe will prepare to deal with some possible emergencies. But it is rarely used. He has never used it since he inherited the position of priest and got the crystal. As a result, someone took the initiative to contact Nell. This should be something that only the nearby temple can do. Right? However, as a priest, although he was a little confused, he still took out the crystal respectfully at the first time. Soon, a brief but urgent voice came out. The Earthlings' attack has come. You should prepare for defense immediately. Our support is on the way. Hold them back. After all, it is just a small tribe of 1,000 people. It is good to have such a crystal. It can't be too advanced. So the content is also quite concise. It was hard to react for a while. Olives is the ranch of the god of war, advocating war, destruction, and plunder. As the absolute overlord, the orcs sometimes fight each other in an upright manner to please the gods. For most orcs, sneak attacks are not their style. Now I have never encountered an attack during the evening celebration and prayer. But no matter what, they are all believers of the god of war. Although they were stunned for a short time, they reacted quickly. The large amount of light flashing in the sky like a meteor shower before represented an invasion from another world. But I didn't expect that they would target a small tribe like their own. As believers of the god of war, we have never known what fear is. The orc priest roared loudly. Lambs of the god of war. Now there are people from Earth who dare to invade our territory and charge us. Destroy them. The orcs didn't care about the content of the notice. At this moment, they only felt supreme honor and motivation. The orcs, who were already excited by the atmosphere of the banquet, didn't know what fear was at all. They quickly picked up their weapons one by one. This fell into the eyes of the drone in the sky. And the players, who were supporting behind them, were also shocked. Then they quickly said to the intercom, Brother Lou, they have discovered it and started to prepare their weapons. Well, we also heard the sound. It might be some warning magic. At this time, Louis no longer disguised himself. From the cover of the grass, he turned to a fair and open attack. At this time, he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. It seems that he still needs to find a way to recruit a mage team member. Otherwise the magic side sometimes can't figure out these things. Now that he is a great knight, he should have the opportunity to recruit professional magic members. But he and several friends have sent invitations. But they were all rejected, which made him a little puzzled. Just when he thought of this in his heart, as expected, the gate of the tribe in front of him opened on its own initiative. And the orcs holding various weapons, and wearing various animal skins, had already swarmed out with roars. He shouted in his mouth, which seemed very excited. Almost all orcs are soldiers, and the physique of ordinary people is far superior to that of humans. Although they are slightly inferior to wild boars, most orcs have mastered some simple breathing methods, and can mobilize some magic power compared to wild boars, who only have brute force. In the dark night, there are also various dim lights flashing, and the strongest ones are the professional strongmen of this tribe. Looking at the uneven weapons, even stone axes, and leather armor without any sense of coordination, Louis couldn't help but complain in the channel. It feels like they are the real wild men. That's right. Don't have any psychological burden. Just avenge the people in Manhattan at that time. This game is really too real. Originally, the three people were just moving at a constant speed. After reaching the charging range, they accelerated and charged towards the group of orcs in front without hesitation. The orc priest who had dared to charge boldly at the sight of only 3 enemies at first, after seeing the sudden surge in speed, also hurriedly reminded in a deep voice, "Be careful. They are all high-level professions. Surround and hunt them." As he spoke, a tall orc who was charging in the front had already jumped up and fiercely chopped at the power armor, with the most obvious target with the rare heavy metal axe in his hand. For the god of war, the high-speed impact, accompanied by his roar, the strong wind made his lips jump and roll, and saliva flew everywhere. Combined with the orc's fangs, it looked extremely ferocious. But facing this kind of attack, Louis just sneered, raised his hand and chopped at the opponent with a high-frequency alloy knife. After breaking the opponent's axe like cutting butter, he instantly cut the opponent in half, and blood splattered all over his body. Before the breakthrough, "You were not my opponent. Isn't this just a gift?" The next moment was the real killing moment. Wrist blade, alloy knife, elbow, foot kick, collision. Every move of the power armor was filled with murderous intent. Rushing into the group of orcs like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Everywhere there were sounds of blood spurting, cutting, and breaking bones. And it went in an instant. At the same time, along with his great night-level magic mobilization, a blood-red glow began to appear on the surface of the power armor. And then the fluctuations became larger and larger, and the single unit killing at the beginning turned into a group. This made the orc priest, who had been in charge of the overall situation, immediately widen his eyes and roared, "It's the hero level! Children, hold him back!" Even after discovering Lu Yi's hero level strength, his tribe would inevitably suffer heavy losses if he continued. The orc priest had no intention of stopping at all. Not even the idea of stopping to ask a question. He even threw away his robe, revealing the muscles inside, roared and picked up a metal scepter, and rushed towards the battlefield. The news we got before was that if we want to hold them back, we have to risk our lives to hold them back. The fanaticism of fighting for faith in the theocracy world really made the few people who were fighting feel a little frightened. Originally, they thought that in the cold weapon world, as long as the three of them burst out in the early stage and hit the opponent with heavy casualties, the rest would flee. But who would have thought that even though they had seen the magic fluctuations of Knight Louis, they still rushed over so recklessly. This is really Brother Lu. For wolf riders are coming here at high speed. So fast. At this time, Louis and his men heard the reminder from the friendly forces behind again, with a high-altitude drone. The field of vision must be wide enough. Although it was night, it was very clear with the infrared. Besides, the few riders who came over seemed to have no intention of hiding anything at all. They were very fast, and they separated the grass on the grassland like riding the wind and waves. And the grassland was like the ups and downs of the waves. Puff. Blood splashed on the power armor. And Louis, who had just cut the orc priest in two, also heard the reminder. For riders? So fast? I would remind myself specifically. I'm afraid it's definitely not an ordinary orc. Several professional level orcs here were killed by him with a knife. So it is very likely that the one coming will be a hero level one. The reason why they are not legends is that physical legends can also fly, and they can ride wolves to travel. So they should be at most heroic level. 4. Your luck is a bit bad. Louis also felt a little solemn at this time. If it is a magic-free environment with power armor, for big knights are really nothing. But in an environment rich in magic, a large part of the huge blessing brought to himself by power armor is also offset by the blessing of magic. He thought to himself that with the blessing of power armor, even if he has just become a hero, he can definitely fight with old masters. But 4 at a time. Isn't this too much of a compliment to me? There is also a gap between the heroic level. Just look at their quality. Brothers, you must go all out. Otherwise you may have to go home. Lu Yi's face was fierce, and the movements of his hands became more sharp. At the same time, the picture transmitted to the screen inside the power armor in real time through the drone was roughly okay to confirm. The magic wolves they rode have already run out of the speed of the heroic level. Perhaps this is a special warcraft that relies on its warcraft talent. Its own strength may not be able to reach this level, but the strength of the orcs riding on it must be at this level. Count Luke doesn't have such a good mount. Brother Lu, let's try to contain them. Xiaolu and the others are shooting with electromagnetic guns in the back. We should be able to delay them for a while. The rest depends on you. If you can't, just run. Your equipment is too expensive. A player next to him said in a deep voice. Don't be distracted. I know my limits. At this moment, a wild roar came from a distance. Shameless humans. You dare to slaughter my people. Damn it! Although it was in the orc language, they immediately understood the meaning. Humph. All of you who invaded the earth have learned a few words from us. And you are still talking in orc language here. Can't you learn it? Louis mocked loudly. It didn't matter if the other party was proficient in the language or not. And it didn't matter if they could understand it or not. In fact, Louis just cursed casually for the live broadcast effect. But the other party really gave an angry roar in response. And it seemed that he really understood it. This made the live broadcast room, which had always been very lively. Swipe the screen. There really is language proficiency. Did they come here specially? Language proficiency was added in advance? No matter how you look at it, they are well prepared. Is it necessary for the plot? I have to say, the fight between Brother Liu and me just now was really exciting. Can the Great Knight do whatever he wants? And there is power armor. So cool. I'm so jealous. And Sue? Some careful netizens noticed something and said, wait, if Umbrella is set up completely according to the real environment, then there are also 7 realms occupying the Earth in the game. And there are also people from the 7 realms watching the live broadcast. Does this count? Hack. If that's the case, then it's right. Will the players who are broadcasting live be blocked by the 7 realms? This is the effect of the live broadcast. The more you talk about it, the more likely it is. Because the reinforcements arrived, the people of these tribes did not try their best to come up to send them, but retreated a distance to be on guard. Louis also saw the news of the barrage at this time. And then, he was slightly stunned. Was it because of this reason that he suffered a blow? Although it can bring high popularity, if you sacrifice the equipment this time because of this, then it will be really finished. However, thinking of his own heroic summoning authority, he was still calm in his heart. No wonder he could get it. It turned out to be this reason. Then, let me see what level you are. Let's see how far the hero level with magic blessing can reach. I am also a hero level. As a high-level gamer, Louis has always been in the first echelon of top players. He is also competitive in his heart. If he can solve it himself, he doesn't want to ask NPC for help. It didn't take them long to wait. Soon, the 4 wolf cavalry figures that broke through the grassland were seen in sight. And the orcs who were not dead next to them also roared enthusiastically, as if cheering. At least more than 30% of the casualties were killed and injured before. But the morale can still be kept so high. It must be said that the orcs are indeed a very warlike and war-suited race. Earthlings, you are courting your own death by provoking us. The figure riding a white wolf in the front looked at Liu Yi's gorgeous power armor and the exoskeletons of the 2 players beside him. And a burst of magical light bloomed in his eyes. Your armor will become my trophy. And your heads will be hung on the flag, accompanied by a deafening roar. He jumped up from the wolf's back. The violent impact made the white giant wolf lie directly on the ground and almost fell into the pit. However, just after he jumped up to the sky, the 2 electromagnetic machine guns on the shoulders of the power armor had locked the opponent and opened fire directly with the assistance of AI. All the ammunition carried by the power armor was actually not enough for these weapons to roar for a long time. But now is the time to save lives. And behind him in the air, a giant eagle totem just appeared. And the orc who just took the posture of an eagle spreading its wings and gathered magic to dive, looking at the dense attacks coming towards him under his powerful dynamic vision. The whole person was stunned. Hack. No martial ethics. But fortunately, although they have no actual combat experience, they have been reminded, so they quickly crushed a broken tooth necklace hanging around their necks. Then the magic power gathered around him turned into a twisted cyclone. Most of the bullets that poured in were actually deflected. It was not a direct defense. But the deflection method greatly saved the consumption of magic power and increased efficiency. This is also one of the targeted preparations made by the 7 realms based on the weapons of the earth. As long as any weapon or killer move is exposed, the enemy will continue to try to break through according to its shortcomings. In order to deal with the legends of the 7 realms, the legend killer appeared, and the weapons of the earth naturally also had corresponding responses. Only Louis used the electromagnetic machine gun of the power armor, which was far more powerful than the conventional machine gun. Although most of the attacks were deflected, some of them still broke through the offset barrier and avoided the interception of the orcs, and scraped blood flowers on his shoulders and arms. Even though most of them were just scratches, he turned into a bloody man after landing, gasping continuously. In addition, his 3 companions also launched attacks at the same time, making it impossible for Louis to make up for the loss and expand the results. A hero-level orc hunter took out his bow and arrow, and it came out of the string with a buzzing sound. Although the shooting frequency is far from comparable to the electromagnetic machine gun, each shot is powerful and heavy. Under the attached magic power, various beams of light were drawn in the air. The 2 players who were originally ready to help contain Louis were torn into pieces by the arrows without any resistance. The gap between the hero level and the hero level was instantly revealed. But the same few shots from the back also forced back one of the other 2 orcs who surrounded Louis. The power of a single-shot electromagnetic rifle cannot be ignored even by a great knight. The shooting of the 3-person support group behind was enough to cause a certain threat, and relying on the short time difference, Louis decisively and actively attacked another orc. The high-frequency alloy knife in his hand instantly slashed at the opponent's weapon, as if he wanted to cut it off. But the orc was obviously also on guard against this. The veteran hero level is indeed not comparable to Liu Yi's quick-made mass product in terms of combat skills. Without touching the blade, he dodged the attack by slapping from the side, and kicked the side of the power armor with a backhand kick. The power armor, which was obviously larger than the burly orc, was immediately knocked out. But just when the orc wanted to take advantage of the situation to chase, he saw the black muzzle of the other hand of the power armor in the air. Bang! A huge roar sounded. It was completely different from the silky smoothness of the electromagnetic gun, and it felt like returning to the original gunpowder smell, but under the amplification of the muzzle magic rune, combined with Liu Yi's own night-level magic mobilization. The initial velocity of the explosive gun bullet seemed extremely terrifying. The orc saw that the situation was not good, and quickly raised the blade to resist. But the next moment, the bullet that hit made a violent explosion. It directly shattered all his weapons, and blew him away. At this time, the power armor, which was also still in the air, was carrying an electromagnetic machine gun on its shoulder. Under the automatic locking and focusing of AI, Louis did not need to control it at all to complete the finishing blow. The dense firepower tore, and directly smashed the heroic orc who had lost his defense in the air into pieces. Although they fought many times. In fact, all of this happened in the electric tube and flint. At this time, the orc who was forced to make an emergency landing at the beginning, and was covered in blood had just recovered. The orc who was shooting arrows behind raised his bow and suppressed, and took away one of the 3 remaining teammates behind Louis. The orc who was forced to retreat a few steps by the electromagnetic gun came to the direction where Louis flew away again, roaring and rushing towards him. But just when he was slashing at the mecha that had lost its center of gravity, and was flying backwards with a ferocious face, suddenly another figure rushed out from behind the mecha. It turned out that Louis directly abandoned the unbalanced mecha and completed the separation from the back, and then stepped on the back of the mecha to readjust the center of gravity and completed a tricky attack. He himself has also reached the level of a great knight. The alloy blade that accumulated magic power stabbed straight, forcing the orc to change his tactics temporarily and respond hastily. Even though the orc's strength was higher than Liu Yi's, his hasty counterattack still made him lose his balance. With a splash of soul on the ground, he staggered back a few steps. Every step he took on the ground was like a grenade explosion. Then he faced the big net ejected from the belly of the power armor controlled by AI. If it was a normal situation, he could easily deal with it and dodge it by using his speed and magic power. But now he lost his balance and was completely helpless, and was directly caught by the net. Before he could struggle, he relied on magic power to burst it apart. The shoulder-mounted electromagnetic machine gun also completed the turn and then opened fire. Another pool of meat appeared, and then Louis quickly returned to the power armor again, watching the original white wolf orc who break suddenly, and the hunter who came to shoot arrows from behind. In such a short time, 2 heroes were killed. With the blessing of the Great Knight plus power armor plus electromagnetic machine gun plus burst gun plus AI assistance, such an excellent effect was unexpectedly produced. This made Louis, who had returned to the power armor, feel his heart pumping and his blood surging. Exciting. Too exciting. I love this game so much. In terms of overall strength, Louis has just broken through to the hero level, which is a relatively short-term quick learning type. Although players can be fearless of life and death, and are tireless, the intensity of leveling is also high enough, and the improvement speed is quite fast. But after all, time is still here, whether it is his personal hardware strength or his software strength in combat skills and experience. In fact, there is a big gap compared to several orcs. The weakness can be seen from the fact that he was kicked away in one move in the first-hand confrontation. However, all of this was made up by his equipment and the player's fearlessness of death. The 2 hero-level orcs with strength above him all died in a few moves, and their deaths were aggrieved. With a burst gun in one hand and a high-frequency alloy knife in the other, the power armor was stained with blood. The red light in the eyes looked like a demon from the abyss in the eyes of the remaining orcs. Chapter 644, Calling the Heroic Spirit. Are the 4 against 1 going to be overturned? The remaining 2 orcs also felt a huge pressure at this time, and did not dare to act easily. In fact, they were already quite conservative when they were notified and arranged to come here. Olips is the home of the orcs, and the number of strong men has an absolute advantage. It's just that the savages are too scattered, so the distribution and garrison are a bit passive. They have received intelligence that this is a guy who has just broken through the hero level not long ago. Even so, the 4 closest heroes are called over and gathered in a unified OK meeting to avoid defeating them one by one. The weapons on Earth are indeed very innovative and threatening to the hero level. But the magic concentration in Olips is sufficient, and the hero level can be used to the maximum extent here. It is really important to deal with a guy who has just broken through with such a lineup. Not to mention the distribution of the hero level. It is indeed difficult to draw more people at close range. Even if we really wait and call those farther away, we have to worry about the small nuclear bombs that are open for exchange this time. If too many were killed at once, it would be even more embarrassing. Legends have a chance to maneuver, but it is impossible for them to be heroes. However, let alone the nuclear bomb or not. In such a short time, the opponent killed 2 people with strange equipment? At this time, Louis inside the power armor was also in a state of high tension. Just now, a bad operation might have overturned the car. In fact, the bigger advantage is that these guys have never seen their weapons. Even if they have only heard of them in the setting, they should not have used them in practice. So they have the advantage of first sight killing. I have to say that this setting is quite real. It is really bad that live broadcast can attract attacks. And now that 2 kills have been completed, it is undoubtedly more difficult to use the same routine to deal with the remaining 2. There are still 2 teammates left. Remote support can provide some help, but it is already quite limited. Is the rare heroic spirit summoning going to be used here? Louis kept thinking in his heart. Their team really exchanged a small nuclear bomb. Although it is a small nuclear bomb, it is a small fusion bomb. 50 kilograms has an equivalent of 100,000 tons. Even his own power armor has a nuclear explosion self-destruction system. Although it only uses the fission of the battery, and cannot be fully detonated due to the structure. It also has a power of several hundred tons. If he wants to eat the opponent completely, there will be no problem. But the key now is that he really doesn't want to die. Those things are some backup plans for accidentally encountering a legend. I thought that I would be able to deal with most situations if I broke through to the hero level and combined with the power armor. I underestimated you and was too arrogant. Louis inside. In fact, he also has the ability to team up with PDD and others. At that time, several heroes will cooperate with each other. And as long as they don't encounter legends, they will be able to walk sideways. But just because they wanted to clear the name of the team, they suffered such a loss this time, which was really a bit out of control. But fortunately, it is a game, and they will have a chance to start over. If it were changed to reality, it would really be irreparable. Thinking of this, Louis' fighting spirit began to rise again. If you still hesitate when you have a chance to start over in the game, then what's the point of playing? If you die, you die. At most, you have to start over again. No matter what. I have a much higher starting point than the new players who are now in the public beta. What's there to be afraid of? This is the charm of this game. The momentum of not fearing life and death, and putting it to death, really made the audience before the live broadcast feel a slight change in Louis' heart. Many people's sudden changes may only take overnight. This is the feeling Louis gives people now. From the perspective of the cockpit, his appearance has not changed much, but his eyes are a little sharper. But his temperament has changed dramatically. Then, come on! He didn't think about summoning the heroic spirit anymore. Nor did he think about whether to use a nuclear bomb or not. Since they were all going to die, why not try his best on his own first? If he didn't even try, he might as well go home and live broadcast and sell goods. Since 2 have been killed in front, we can kill 2 more. How brave! The leading white wolf orc has figured out many of Louis' routines at this time. Although he was shot when he jumped, his body was covered with blood. But they were just scratches and did not affect him much. As the strongest one, when he saw Louis rushing head-on, he roared and rushed forward. At this time, the other orc who was drawing the bow immediately changed his target, changing the original suppression of the 2 surviving players behind him, and instantly shot 3 arrows at Louis. Ding ding. The Aowa knife blocked the 2 arrows filled with violent power, slowing down the movement of the power armor. The next arrow penetrated into a machine gun on the shoulder, even if it was deflected and dodged as much as possible. The electric light of metal friction flashed, and a machine gun was directly blown up, and fragments flew. At this time, the white wolf orc had also come in front of Louis, whose center of gravity was unstable. The giant eagle totem behind him appeared, and his speed suddenly increased. With a swish, it was close to Louis, and the sharp blade in its hand stabbed directly at Louis' chest and abdomen. But facing this dangerous attack, Liu Yi neither blocked nor dodged. He actually spread his hands and took the attack that penetrated the mecha and hit him directly. Then, with the power of the fission battery and the strength of his own knight, the mechanical arms tightly hugged the white wolf orc. If I can't beat the legend, I can't beat you? Liu Yi's face was ferocious, and the only remaining machine gun on his shoulder turned again. However, just when the electromagnetic machine gun was about to kill 3 people, an arrow that followed it directly smashed this machine gun. The white wolf orc who was hugged also roared and burst out to squeeze out the tightly tied mechanical arm and rushed out. But in the process of dodging, he did not notice the sharp wrist blade that popped out from the wrist of the mechanical arm. With his own speed and strength of retreating, and the force of the mechanical arm inward, a crack that almost cut his body in two was left in his waist and abdomen in an instant. Compared to the first battle, this one was extremely brutal. Liu Yi himself was pierced by a sharp blade through his armor. But relying on the shielding of pain, the characteristics of the player's body, and the blessing of the power armor, he fought back with his injuries in exchange for his life. The white wolf orc whose waist and abdomen were cut open could not even stand steadily after the explosion just broke out, and fell to the ground with only his hands to support himself. Even the brave and warlike orcs have biological instincts. Before, he also wanted to choose the way with the least injury, thinking that he had already hit once, and the rest only needed to delay bleeding. But who would have thought that the opponent's wrist could eject such a thing? And the opponent didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. If he had known that the opponent would not resist, he would have hit the vital part instead of the largest area. But now everything was too late, and he could clearly feel his life slipping away after being almost cut in half. The orc behind him, who had played several important assists with the bow and arrow and had killed all the enemies so far, turned around and left without looking back when he saw this. 3 of them had been killed in the 4-on-1 fight, and he didn't have the courage to continue the 1-on-1 fight. Obviously, everyone's theoretical strength was above Liu Yi, but they were beaten like this, and the live broadcast room was full of bullet screens. Since such a result has been achieved, although Liu Yi was seriously injured, he never thought of letting the opponent go. Blood plasma could be seen splashing from the gap outside the power armor, and he chased after it from behind. The only 2 remote support players left could now start attacking freely. Although the machine guns and bombs of the aerial drones had a relatively small ammunition load, they still launched harassing attacks. The 2 of them kept moving and shooting with electromagnetic guns. Even if the heroic orcs were fast enough and dodged most of the attacks, they still couldn't resist and were continuously restrained, and their speed was greatly reduced. In the end, they were caught up by Liu Yi. But just when Liu Yi took out his grenade gun and started firing, a bright golden light in the sky hit the orc hunter who was fleeing in front first, crushing him into blood foam. A deep pit was also pierced through the earth, and the soil rolled. The violent impact caused Liu Yi, who was chasing closely behind, to feel a huge force coming from the front. The aftermath alone knocked him and his power armor backwards. On the screen inside the armor, various overpressure warnings appeared. The power armor, which had already been damaged in several places, showed a large number of yellow and red areas, and there was very little green. After the violent impact caused the power armor to fall to the ground, it continued to roll on the ground several times, making Liu Yi feel dizzy. When he gradually came to his senses, he and his 2 teammates saw the figure in the divine robe that was high above, floating in the sky, and slowly descending from the clouds. The Lord does not need cowards who run away. Your cowardice will bring shame to the Lord. A calm voice came from the sky, as if announcing the judgment of the escaped hunter before the execution. Legend. Legend of the priesthood. This made Liu Yi, who had come to his senses, speechless. I knew I should turn off the live broadcast. How did you blow up the legend? A divine robe figure emitting golden divine light slowly descended from the clouds. Although he was an orc, and obviously very tall and strong, the wide divine robe combined with the golden light gave him a sense of sacred majesty. The surviving orcs in the small tribe in the distance were all prostrating on the ground and praying excitedly. Their small tribe, which only had a single-digit professional rank, was not even qualified to meet a legend, let alone a legendary priest. Damn. Liu Yi, who was lying on the ground with a little screen in front of him, opened the mask of the power armor directly, revealing his bloody face, and looked at the legend in the sky who was constantly panting, his eyes full of bitterness. He was fighting hard enough. He slowly came back from a big disadvantage step by step, and finally completed the counter kill. The pleasure of turning the tide was really exciting. But now this thing in the sky really made Louis spit out blood after opening the mask. The barrage was also full of 666. The legend was writing on the face. This is not giving him a way to live. People are like this. When facing a certain gap, they can have emotions such as jealousy and pursuit. But if the gap is too big, they usually have no idea. A 2-piece equipment can still maneuver against an opponent of the same level with 3 pieces of equipment. But a level 1 Dorian will just lie down when seeing an opponent with full level 6-piece equipment. Brother Lou, accept your fate. This is the game official letting you die. PDD has also been sanctioned. It's so funny. No big anchor has a good ending. Now think about whether those mages have already expected it. The barrage was full of joy. And Louis also smiled bitterly. I still have one trick that I haven't used. It can be regarded as a talisman given by the official. As he finished speaking, when the barrage speculated about the nuclear bomb, Louis also raised his arms and roared. Summon the heroic spirit. Along with Liu Yi's last hysterical voice. A ray of light bloomed from the engraving on the back of his hand, and shot straight into the sky. Then a shadow of the Hall of Valor loomed in the clouds. This directly made the golden robe orc look a little strange. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. You are really my lucky star. The priest orc's eyes showed some excitement. At present, Mithras has already tested the heroes of the Hall of Heroes many times. Except for the King of Heroes. The strength of other heroes can only be regarded as weak legends. The hero level can kill instantly. And the legend can compete. But the ability and endurance are limited. With his own priestly legend. With the Lord's blessing. Fighting the heroes in the Lord's pasture is definitely an advantage. And the King of Heroes has never attacked again, except for the first time. So the probability of him not winning the prize in front of him is high. If it is an ordinary hero, then he can completely win the battle. And then he will have more understanding of the heroes. At present, the gods have decided to launch a full-scale war against the earth. And the reason is this Hall of Heroes. So a clearer exploration and a deeper understanding can get the Lord's gift. I deserve this reward. The legendary priest orc had no intention of stopping it. Now he could judge that the main body of the Hall of Heroes was placed on the will of the earth. Now these were all projections that crossed the abyss. There was no point in stopping them. He just had to wait quietly for the arrival of the heroes. He didn't have to wait for anything. After the shadow of the Hall of Heroes appeared, a man wearing a blue battle suit, carrying a blood-red spear on his shoulder, and with a rebellious face stepped out of the shadow and turned the shadow into reality. Then the entire Hall of Heroes sank into his body. TSK. Really? How come I have to face the legendary priesthood right after I came out? Siyu Chulin looked at the golden figure in the robe in front of him. And his face was also dissatisfied. And Liu Yi's actions. Roaring words. And the Hall of Heroes and Siyu Chulin in the sky. Also made the people in the live broadcast room shout that it was unfair. Why can he summon the heroic spirit alone? I remember that several times the summoning of the heroic spirit required a large number of players to gather. Unfair. Cheating. This should be the welfare of their popular anchors. I don't know if Saju has it. I'll go take a look. Siyu Chulin? It's the new heroic spirit who appeared for the first time. Is it okay? I don't know. No matter what the cloud players thought. And no matter Liu Yi who was too lazy to move below. After Siyu Chulin appeared, the scene immediately focused on him and the legendary priesthood. Whether it is Liu Yi and his surviving friends or the remaining orcs in the orc tribe. They all know that their life and death depends on the final battle between these two. New heroic spirit? Your new heroic spirit should be a few points worse. Are you going to die in vain? Although you may be resurrected. The price of death is not low. The robe on the orc legend began to flutter. And shadows of weapons began to emerge behind him. He is the scroller of the God of War. The legendary priest of the temple of the God of War. And the messenger of the God of War. He can directly communicate with the faith pool of His Majesty the God of War. On the pasture of His Majesty the God of War. Dare to compete with the mage. Siyu Chulin, carrying a blood-red spear, looked at the weapon pool behind the other side that covered the sky. And a helpless expression appeared on his face. I'm going to get a box lunch just after I came out. Really? Just complaining. But he still turned his spear and stood in the sky to pose for the enemy. His actions and performance also attracted the attention of Liu Yi and many players in front of the screen. He was able to stand in the sky right after he was born. He has legendary abilities. So he shouldn't be too weak. Yeah. When Altria attacked, she mainly relied on jumping. Although she can also fly now. Is it because the Hall of Heroes has been strengthened? Maybe. Isn't it related to faith? Maybe it's our faith according to the setting. Siyu Chulin clearly stood in the sky. Clearly put on a posture to meet the enemy. And clearly his eyes were fixed on the legendary priest. But he said okay at the same time. It really depends on your faith. I can feel the new power gathering. More. This kind of official NPC suddenly interacted with the audience watching the live broadcast outside the venue. This kind of novelty and sense of substitution made the cloud players feel very interesting. What is this? Dream linkage? And almost the next moment, a pop-up window popped up in front of all the screens watching the live broadcast, saying call for the heroic spirit, and there was also a call button. There are instructions in small print below the button that the strength of the heroic spirit this time is closely related to the intensity of everyone's support. First, support 100 million times to unlock the noble phantasm. Not only the netizens who are watching the live broadcast, but also many players who are playing in the game, as well as netizens who are using their phones to do other entertainment in the real world, have received a new pop-up prompt at the same time. The heroic spirits of the Hall of Heroes are in a difficult battle and urgently need everyone to support them. TT's high-intensity pop-up window is rare, and this time, it instantly brought an explosive traffic promotion. Originally, it was not possible to watch videos directly on the forum within the game, but this time it was the first time that a dedicated video area appeared, which is the current battle of heroic spirits. It can be seen that there are already 3 heroic spirits appearing now. They are Siyu Chulin, Diarmuid Odina and Zhao Yun. They were summoned by Louis, PDD, and the Fruit Prince respectively, and they all faced legendary enemies. Among them, Siyu Chulin and Diarmuid both faced legendary gods, while Zhao Yun faced a chieftain of a legendary tribe. Louis and PDD were both actively approached, while the Fruit Prince actively called when he went to attack. But the scene is still highly consistent, and there is an option to support them under each screen. Wang Yi, who sent another Mage Tower module in space, also saw some live broadcast images popping up in front of him. Looking at the content in the screen, a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, completing a test experiment can be regarded as not wasting this rare opportunity. Wang Yi actually never cared much about the authenticity and secrets of the game. He is now fully capable of resisting such criticism. However, the bad woman Lin Shurqin often controls some household robots or other household appliances to scare those mage players. The 7 realms who knew about it were afraid that De Piaoliang would be more scared after knowing it, so they did not take the initiative to inform. So they continue to operate in such a funny way. Although for Wang Yi, this change does not matter. But since there is such an opportunity and platform, he is also ready to conduct some faith tests. Wang Yi himself has stripped all his faith and injected it into the Hall of Heroes. And through his research on the demon embryo and the experiment of Enzo, he has mastered the power of faith. I also understood before that the gods' hierarchical division model for believers is based on legends and demigods, and believers at each stage form the most stable structure according to the proportion. So the types of faith power itself are still very different. For gods, most believers have accumulated over the years and have a solid foundation. This is also the most traditional and normal faith power, which is well behaved and stable, and is also the most favored of gods. But Wang Yi is now ready to mobilize the kind of empathy and excitement, similar to idol singers, concerts, and fan circles. This emotion is not as continuous, gentle, and orderly as normal faith, but it is warm enough, and there can be more outbreaks in the short term, especially when most people are still unaware. It is easier to conduct such tests. So Wang Yi made some minor modifications to the compilation of Valhalla, and the 3 newly set heroes also began to be integrated into the test version of the treasure. The call button is a hint and anchor point for players and netizens, allowing them to focus their attention, just like the effect of pupil focusing. If it were a god, facing the short-term fanatical faith shock similar to that of an idol, it would be almost the same as drinking industrial alcohol directly. If the previous accumulation of faith is enough, it can barely neutralize and dilute it. If it is not enough, 8 out of 10 will go crazy with alcohol, or even more serious consequences. But Wang Yi's Hall of Heroes was originally separated separately. Now that the treasure and the heroic spirit are physically separated, the effect should be good. With the appearance of the call button, the battles in various screens have officially started. After all, the time in the Hall of Heroes is still a little short. Not to mention that these are 3 newly recruited heroic spirits. Even Zhao Yun, who is facing an ordinary legend, is at a disadvantage at this time. Siyu Chulin and Diarmuid, 2 spearmen facing the legendary priests. immediately felt what social evil is. The two legendary priests who can fully mobilize the pool of faith burst out within the range of the God of War ranch. And their power is no less than that of ordinary legendary mages. Powerful legendary mages can use various restraining abilities through the construction of various spell models. They can also make a variety of life-saving items, and can also engrave some super-level spells that do not require preparation in advance. It can be said that mages are enemies that everyone will feel headache, but the legendary priesthood that can borrow the pool of faith, under the condition of full delegation, can almost be regarded as what you want to do when you use the divine arts directly. The mage understands the basic principles and edits them by himself, while the priesthood is I think about it, and evolves directly from the divine arts of the pool of faith. Siyu Chulin danced his spear into a red sphere in the air, which was airtight, but in the face of various tricky arsenal attacks, he was still powerless, and was gradually suppressed to the ground. When his footsteps touched the ground, the powerful recoil instantly made the ground roll like waves, covering the wound on his abdomen. Lu Yi, who was as far away from the impact as possible, was instantly blown away by this huge wave, and then fell heavily to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Oh my god! How frustrating it would be if I was killed by the aftermath. How could it affect so far? Is the power of legends in the magic world human nuclear bombs? At the beginning, Yumiya and Sephi legends collided once. But although the scene was magnificent, the King of Heroes intervened in the end and did not affect the players. But this time, after Lu Yi personally felt the power of the aftermath, he also had a deep respect for the power of legends, worthy of being a legend. It is so terrifying. However, even if he couldn't see the confrontation between the two warring parties, he could see the huge gap between the two sides when he saw the arsenal of weapons smashing towards Siyu Chulin and beating him without any ability to fight back. At this time, the priest orc legend said lightly with his hands behind his back, "If you are willing to cooperate with me, I can also not kill you. We are still a little interested in your existence." But facing him, there was only a sudden burst of Siyu Chulin, which instantly swept away the besieged golden weapons. Then he stood in a deep pit and kept panting, looking at the orcs looking down at him arrogantly from the sky. Siyu Chulin felt the surging power from Valhalla transforming in his body, and finally an evil smile appeared on his face, finally in place. It's not easy. Then he slowly raised the red spear and pointed it at the legend in the sky. After fighting for so long, it's my turn. If you can take my move, then I admit defeat. Hearing what Siyu Chulin said, the legend of the orc priest in the sky couldn't help but frown slightly, looking down at the strange heroic spirit, and a faint ominous feeling emerged in his heart. This guy seems to have been getting stronger since just now. The means of temporarily clearing his own attack is the best proof. Why didn't he use this ability earlier, resulting in being beaten like this? Although as a priest legend, he has not used his full strength, but as the Lamb of the Lord, even with the Lord's permission, he must consciously not use the power in the pool of faith excessively. One move. Well, let you be convinced. The orc legend slowly raised his hand, as if summoning a shield from the void. When he held the shield, his whole body was suddenly protected in a ray of light. This is the convenience of divine arts. As soon as the thought comes, the corresponding ability will appear. In terms of the size of the opponent's initial performance, even the peak of the explosion will not pose a threat to oneself. Then let me see what trump cards and confidence you have. Mithras and the heroic spirit have tested several times, and the information has been shared. In addition to his previous test, he believes that he has grasped the limit of this heroic spirit, and Siyu Chulin did not actually wait for the other party's response. After speaking, he put the spear in his hand into a throwing state. At the same time, in front of the screens of all those who were cheering for him, the icon of the cheering also turned into the icon of Siyu Chulin's treasure release, piercing Deaththorn Spear. As everyone clicked on this treasure, the concept of this treasure appeared in their hearts. Siyu Chulin also threw the blood-red spear in his hand synchronously. The sharp and unusual attack made the legendary priest orc in the sky feel a chill in his heart, and a creepy feeling appeared. Even though the attack hadn't arrived yet, he felt suffocated. How could it be possible? It clearly didn't feel strong. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, and he simultaneously applied a few more layers of protection to himself, he suddenly saw everything in front of him shattered in an instant. It was as if his death was the result, and the result reshaped the attack process in front of him. All his obstructions and avoidances will be corrected. The interaction and influence between particles is the transmission of information, and information is the embodiment of cause and effect. The destined result will also have the cause of information. Puff. The sound of the spear piercing the flesh appeared, and the terrifying impact ignored all barriers and defenses, forcibly piercing through the chest of the orc legend. The tearing and twisting feeling caused a bucket-sized piercing wound on the opponent's chest. The whole person also fell from the air. When falling, I felt the sound of wind surging in my ears, and felt the faster and faster falling speed towards the ground, and the rapidly fading vitality in my chest. The eyes of this priest-orc legend were also full of disbelief. What was that just now? I clearly felt that I had dodged it. I clearly felt that I had blocked it. Divine arts? An attack from a god in midair? How is it possible? I am not willing to accept this. Boom. The corpse of a legend fell heavily to the ground, forming a pit, and the body of Siyu Chulin, who had launched the previous attack, began to fade gradually, turning into a series of light spots, and began to disperse. I still can't bear it. I hope I can hold on a little longer next time. Then there was a bang, and returned to the Hall of Heroes. On the other side, Wang Yi was also recording the corresponding parameters of his perception of the previous changes. He himself was the master of the main attack information. Siyu Chulin's original materialized attack could be said to be the meat in his mouth. The target was only the legend, with a short-term burst of faith power. It was extremely easy to reproduce, and even more powerful. However, he also felt some minor flaws in these parameters, and completed the corresponding modifications, at least to ensure that the next time, the heroic spirit will not be gone after launching a noble phantasm. This kind of fanatical short-term use of faith is indeed quite efficient and feasible, and can completely make up for the lack of accumulation time after completing the input and filling of information in his mind. Wang Yi also felt very satisfied. Humans are emotional animals, and the violent fluctuations when they are excited can even exceed their imagination. This can naturally drive a larger volume than that kind of calm prayer. This is the part of the poison of faith for other gods, and they can't avoid it. Turn it into a treasure, and hit it all at once. In theory, it can have the effect of disgusting gods. Following the attack of the abyss polluted magic, another efficient attack mode against gods is very good. Chapter 645 Two-Sided Siege. Demon Breaking Red Rose. Almost at the same time when Siyu Chulin killed his opponent, Diremate also activated his treasure. Siyu Chulin is a causal attack that directly uses information to lock the result, which is itself a piece of cake within Wang Yi's power. And Diremate's Demon Breaking Red Rose ignores defense. It also uses information-based attacks, ignoring the collision of all forces and directly penetrating, just like neutrinos penetrating the earth. As long as the attacking magic does not interact with other magic, it can naturally penetrate all barriers. In fact, humans themselves can also be regarded as a kind of energy creature, because most of the mass of matter is concentrated in the nucleus. But the effective mass of quarks in the nucleus is only 1% of the nucleus. The rest can be regarded as a strong manifestation of mass energy conversion, and it is also the source of our nuclear reaction energy. The demon-breaking red rose completely forms an attack that ignores defense in another way of information. Directly hitting the source of information, directly erase the information of the opponent's existence. When the legendary god in front of him looked down at the golden cracks all over his body, which were still spreading, he could only slowly look up at Diremate in front of him and whispered the last word. Good. Then it shattered with a bang, turned into endless light spots, and dissipated. Diremate also began to dissipate because he could not withstand the power of the treasure. But before dissipating, he looked back at the only remaining PDD and Qin Xiang and said, "Let's go. The legend has fallen. Olives should be crazy. After all, this is their homeland." When Qin Xiang heard this, he rode on his flame dog with an alloy exoskeleton without looking back, and started running away, roaring at PDD while running. "Damn stupid pig. Turn off your live broadcast. I was also deceived by you. A stupid pig. How could I team up with you?" PDD actually looked very embarrassed. But after seeing Qin Xiang like this, he couldn't help but laugh, because his fire dog was dead. He drove the power armor and chased Qin Xiang at high speed. "Don't run, young Master Qin. I'm doing this for my fans. This is my bread and butter." Now that he knew that NPCs would arrest people based on live broadcasts, PDD had no intention of shutting down the live broadcast, but interacted with the barrage. Put 666 on the public screen. Don't come over here. We are teammates. Dear friends, if you die, you can just buy it back with money. You should have another chance to summon it. Right? Don't be afraid. Let's go and make trouble. This chase and escape scene directly maximized the live broadcast effect. It was rare to see young Master Qin in such a mess that many people laughed like pigs. In the end, the battle zone on Zhao Yun's side was relatively calm. Zhao Yun didn't use the treasure at all. When he started to call and got the power bonus, he had already killed his opponent. After all, he was not a match for the priesthood, but just an ordinary physical legend of a legendary tribe. At the beginning, his battle situation was the best, but he was slightly at a disadvantage. The sudden surge in strength after receiving the support was enough to kill the opponent before he could even react, and before his noble phantasm was released, carrying the body of the legendary orc. Zhao Yun turned around and saw the excited faces of the Fruit Prince and his friends, and said calmly, "My mission has been completed. You can handle the rest by yourselves. It's best to leave here quickly to avoid new blows." But the Fruit Prince didn't listen to this. With the rise of the magic system, the Fruit Prince took the path of magic and martial arts. Although he was not a pure formal mage, he was a relatively simpler ordinary magic system. But because of an accident in reality, he still smelled the difference of this game. At this time, he just wanted to get a lot of benefits in the game and improve himself as much as possible before everyone understood. This adventure came here and directly called for the heroic spirit for this reason. It was not easy to harvest. How could he leave now? However, facing this powerful heroic spirit, the Fruit Prince still lowered his eyebrows and said pleasingly, "Thank you for your rescue. We will know the rest. This is not an NPC in the game, but a big man who can really kill legends. How can this be disrespectful?" As for the Fruit Prince himself, he is still the head of the game department of the Fruit Company. What does it have to do with him? Do you know that Umbrella is such a powerful fruit? If I jump on you again at this time, I am crazy. If Umbrella is not so picky in recruiting people, he is in a good position now, and he really wants to kneel down and shout to join Umbrella. And now everything he does is to use the resources of the Fruit Company to improve himself as much as possible. He is also a person who can keep secrets firmly without Lin Shurqian's spoof. Respectfully watching Zhao Yun turn into a stream of light and leave from the air. His teammates beside him are a little confused, and then gently push him. "Prince, the heroic spirit has left. There is no need to do this." Of course, they know the real level of this game, and the goodwill of NPCs will slowly and invisibly accumulate from contact. But there is no need to do too much. Legendary perception is so far away. Who knows if it is watching us? The Fruit Prince looked at his teammates speechless, but seemed to think of something, and turned back to another teammate and said, "Xiao Shuai, you are still in New York now. How is the situation?" The blonde man called Xiao Shuai also sighed when he heard the words of the Fruit Prince. "What else can I do? As long as I don't starve to death." "That's fine. I remember you've always been on the mage route. It seems like you've been a senior apprentice for a long time. Haven't you made a breakthrough?" The Fruit Prince looked at Xiao Shuai meaningfully, causing Xiao Shuai's mouth to twitch. Then he shook his head and said, "No, and I'm not going to change my route." The elite who was selected to come in, of course, made a breakthrough. But the truth he discovered after the breakthrough made him pretend to be dead on the spot. Especially now that New York is still controlled by the Seven Realms. "I'm a formal mage in New York, and I'm in danger no matter how I look at it. Is this game really good? You damn thing. You asked me after knowing the situation. What if it's broadcast? Will the people in the Seven Realms think that a formal mage lurking in New York will cause trouble? What if you kill me? Well, the formal mage in the world without magic is not as good as a wild boar man, and may not pose any threat to this city where a legend is sitting. But since it was about his own safety, he just played dumb the whole time. If it weren't for the meditation effect in the game, he might not even play the game. But at the same time, he was full of expectations for the large tribe that was breached in front of him. Because in theory, some high-end goods that are really effective for spiritual concentration should also be effective for him. The Fruit Prince must want to make a fortune for himself, and he can definitely share the spoils with him. What? 2 god messengers died? Naylis, who was sitting in the White House, was stunned when he heard the news. As a legend, he couldn't watch the live broadcast himself. After all, players often do some stupid and meaningless things. At that time, Ollips would decide which side to attack, and this side just arranged someone to keep an eye on and provide intelligence. But he was drinking wine and singing, ready to wait for good news. As a result, the intelligence personnel in charge of the live broadcast on his side brought such bad news one after another. 2 god messengers and a legendary tribal chief died one after another. This is the heaviest casualties in the Plain War. Apart from the previous wave of the high priest of the god of war, and the loss of the artifact, the elves were weak. And there was also a legendary fight on the side of the evil god believers. But it is initially estimated that both sides have accounted for a legend. Mithras was connected by Sephi, and the death which attacked but was suppressed by the king of heroes, which means that a senior legendary assassin died. It can be said that this legendary level of death is already a huge loss in the plain war. However, this level of loss is indeed within the normal intensity. It is precisely because of the fall of the legend that both sides can feel the determination of the other party and can talk. What is the result now? In the coalition of Sephi and the Earth, Sephi almost did not contribute much, and there were some legends to contain, and the purpose was just to prevent the legends of Olymps from being unscrupulous, and even unable to achieve a one-to-one exchange. That is, Olymps is the defending party, so the number of legends needs to be a certain amount of redundancy. When the Earth and the starry sky have both taken part, there are only a limited number of people who can spare their hands. But it is not that they cannot spare their hands. This time, the attack of the two gods can be said to be to give a thunderous blow, and the legends of the Sephi world cannot stop it, even if they are ambushed. The divine legends fighting at home have the suppression power comparable to that of a mage, and in theory, they are not afraid of siege. Overdrawing themselves can even attract divine punishment. Before, when Neleus knew that there were divine legends taking action, he felt that it was a bit too much. After all, the target was only some of the top players on Earth. Any ordinary legend would be more than enough to hold the line. And even in theory, the hero level would be enough to deal with everything. Now following the gods, I am afraid that they want to see if they can draw out the heroic spirits, and then get more information through fighting. At present, except for the heroic king, the other heroic spirits are not a concern for the legends. Even Nereus was considering that, if the opportunity was right, they could take the initiative to announce the truth about this game to undermine the morale and confidence of the Earth side, thereby causing panic, combined with their 24-hour attack notice. It would be very likely that they would achieve a lot of results in one go. At least the morale of De Pyongyang is definitely going to collapse. But what did we hear now? In such a short time, legends from 3 places have fallen one after another. This is especially devastating to our own morale. Are you kidding me? The total number of legends in the entire Olympus is less than 3 digits. 4 orcs were killed in the previous batch of people who dealt with the evil god of Los Angeles, and 1 was captured. Now there are 3 more, including a priest, in addition to the captured high priest and the artifact lost by Lord Baki. Damn it! His Majesty the God of War may have cried out of heartache. Originally, this notice was to prepare for a big wave of cooperation with the fairies and giants within 24 hours, in order to shake the foundation of the Earth, start to erode the will of the world, and reduce the pressure on His Majesty the God in the final battle. But now, it has begun to shake the foundation of His Majesty the God of War. So far, 1/10 of the legendary believers, and 1/3 of the demigods have been lost. Should I continue to launch this? Looking at the 6 hours left in the 24 hours he announced before, Neleus seemed a little confused. When did the fall of legends become so ordinary? If there is no demigod on the opposite side, can't you escape? Neleus thought to himself that he was not the strongest among the legends. But even if he faced a top legendary mage like the Lord of the Glorious Tower, he could still escape as long as he didn't fall into a trap. Legends would not fight desperately. Why do I feel that I can't keep up with the version? Brother Jinya, what do you think we should do now? Neleus looked at Jinya, who was a little silly after getting the news. No matter what, Olymps is the home planet of the orcs. Although Neleus represents Olymps to exercise power in the Earth colony, there will still be orc warlords to assist and supervise beside to avoid damaging the interests of the orcs. Jinya is such an identity. Although it was a bit silly, it must not be ignored. And he should have been told before leaving that if there were differences between the two sides, they could be persuaded as long as they were patient. At present, the cooperation is still very pleasant. Now, it's time for him to take the blame. I feel like my head is a mess now. And you still ask me, what do you think should be done? Golden Teeth was really confused at this time. He was not familiar with the 2 legendary priests. But the dead chief was his good friend. He even asked him to help take care of his tribe when he came here to garrison. But now he is dead. I think Brother Gold Teeth can ask if we should mobilize some people back and put the offensive here aside for the time being, and hand it over to the goblins and giants. Neleus's tone was calm. Anyway, he would not ask for this request, because no matter what the result is, he may take the blame if he goes back and successfully solves the problem. the interests on the Earth side will be reduced. And some people will say that he is making a fuss and should not be transferred back if he goes back and fails to solve the problem. Some people will say that it is the same whether he goes back or not, and he still has to take the blame. So it is better for the orcs to do this kind of thing, and it is not as embarrassing as himself. Okay, I wanted to say this last time. The Earthlings bully me, and there is no one in Olympus. Golden Teeth showed a fierce look. Let's focus on sniping Sephi's legends first. After driving them all away, we will catch all the Earth puppets this time. Just like you said. Let's see how many of them can come, and let them feel fear. After hearing that Genia had made his own decision, Nilu was relieved. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him, although he partially agreed with Genia's words. But it seems that all the major judgments on our side have been miscalculated so far. The successive legends have been lost, which is very abnormal. I'm afraid that old guy Guangwei has also seen something. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to make suggestions to himself. Now he is also pretending to be dead by building a new magic storage pool at the portal. Send me a copy of the live video, even if it's not clear. Also, didn't you say that Umbrella did something with the pop-up window before? Summarize all of them after successfully persuading Genia. Nilu picked up the phone and notified the responsible intelligence personnel to bring the corresponding things. He wanted to see what means could allow the heroic spirit to kill the divine legend in a one-on-one situation. In New York, the nuclear exploded Brooklyn district has 3 portals: Olymps, fairies, and giants. The Olymps portal was the first one to communicate with the Pyongyang, while the fairies and giants portals were anchored later according to coordinates. The ruins of Brooklyn itself are convenient for the giants to appear. A figure 8 or 9 meters tall walked out of the void light gate that was obviously much more magnificent than the ordinary portal. The granite-like luster on his body was full of power. The huge weight stepped on the ruins of Brooklyn, causing the earth to shake. I'm really not used to this terrible magic environment. A magnificent voice came out of the rock giant's mouth, which was a bit deafening. The mountain tribe with a larger physique may not be able to come here to move freely below the hero level. For the professional level, our Bluestone tribe is the limit. Below the professional level, only the earth spirits and ice spirits can come. Another giant, who is shorter than him and about 3 stories tall, said in a deep voice while looking at the ruins in front of him. That's enough. Even against ordinary earth spirits, the earthlings have to use heavy firepower. The one who came out from behind also scanned the ruins and said solemnly, but our flexibility is inferior. If we face the firepower coverage and bombing of the earth, I'm afraid the losses will be greater. If it is this kind of nuclear bomb, our legends are not as resistant as other races in the magic-free world. Indeed. So we mainly dispatch earth spirits and forces below legends. And legendary giants will not participate in the battlefield. The giants are also a very strong race in the 7 realms. Although they are slightly inferior to the Olymps as a whole, they are also at the same level. And the average level of individual soldiers is far higher than that of orcs. The giants have the strongest power and the strongest defense in the 7 realms. Even the dragons of the same level cannot compare with them in terms of power and defense. But they also have the worst agility. It's okay on their home planet, with abundant magic power. But in the magic-free environment of Earth, their huge weight also brings considerable costs. Although this body size brings them more reserve magic power, it also increases the burden. The 3 or 4 meter Earth spirits and ice spirits have become the main force of the action. If Earth is an era of cold weapons, they would be invincible, killing gods. But unfortunately, under the covering firepower that even legends have to avoid, the strong men of the giants are not convenient to go out. Hydroxyapatite is the main inorganic component of the skeleton of Earth creatures, and is also the result of natural selection under the continuous evolution of organisms. In fact, in theory, organisms can evolve metal skeletons. But unfortunately, if it is a metal skeleton, whether it is the consumption of nutrients ingested or the burden of the huge weight of the metal skeleton, it will greatly reduce the survival rate of the organism. Hydroxyapatite is an evolutionary result that has reached the peak of all trade-offs. It just so happens that ordinary people in our tribe are at a disadvantage coming here, and we can provide strong support. At this time, a fairy with a height of about 1 meter and wings similar to dragonfly on its back flew over from not far away, and obviously heard the conversation between the 2 giants. The size of the goblin compared to the giant created a huge contrast on the screen. No problem. Now we have to see what the situation is with the orcs. They still have humans there, who are very similar to the earthlings, and can be mixed in with the released captives. I'm afraid their efforts will be discounted. We came here in advance to understand the situation. Just recently, 3 legends fell in Olips. 3? The blue giant, with some moss-like plants on his face, couldn't help showing a stunned and funny expression, as if he had not expected it at all. You said it was not long ago? Did they tell you directly? Is there any explanation? The slightly shorter giant also looked a little solemn. At present, Olips has not taken the initiative to communicate with us. We came here in advance to study and discover it ourselves. This world is very interesting, but it may not be very friendly to you giants. The goblin representative seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was a little strange. Then he took out a mobile phone, turned on the projection function, and projected the video screen in front of the 2 giants' huge heads as much as possible. Yes, the video is here. Watch it yourself. The water on Earth is deeper than you think. The heroic spirit hunting legends can't resist it. Although 2 heroic spirits have temporarily dissipated due to the backlash, it is necessary to sound the alarm. The 2 huge giants squeezed their heads together and stared at the content on the small screen. Even through the projection screen, they could feel the fierceness of the internal attack. Are the ones who were killed still the divine servants legends? Seeing the 2 orc gods using gorgeous divine arts over there. Whatever you want, you get. The 2 giant representatives had the urge to return to the other side of the portal. It's a rip, because of the mobility shortcomings of the giants. The divine servants legends could have killed them one-on-one. Okay. In the end, they said they died? But looking at the video, didn't they beat the heroic spirits violently? However, their doubts had just arisen. With the outbreak of the heroic spirits, the unreasonable attack of the noble phantasm rules instantly led to the fall of the 2 gods. This made the 2 giants' eyes widen like copper bells. What is this? Why couldn't it be prevented? What's the principle? Not even a wave appeared, as if it didn't work at all. Hearing this, the fairy representative sighed and said, I want to know too. But it's obvious that it can't be seen from the video alone. Even the glory mage hasn't figured it out yet. But it can be confirmed that it should be an attack formed by the use of faith by the Hall of Heroes. While they launched the attack, they launched a kind of support to the human beings around the world on Earth, allowing them to temporarily form a fanatical emotional faith. Hearing this, the 2 giants also frowned. They are also legends, and they will have some understanding of the means of the gods. How come it's not a typical faith poison from your description? When they broke through the legend, they were told by the king's court to show less extreme emotions. It's the faith poison. Although I don't know what the principle is. It should be the use of the faith poison in essence. So the 2 heroes who used it will dissipate. But how they did it is unknown. At this point, the fairy representative felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. This kind of attack is probably disgusting to the gods. But after this kind of attack, the gods will definitely be more interested in Valhalla. However, from the beginning of the battle with the Earth to now, I always feel that we have miscalculated every step. But after each correction, we feel that we are okay again. I always feel that a little more power can suppress them. But they can always come up with some new tricks. The more mysterious and unknown, the more fear it brings. Even legends are not immune to this. Of course, it is also very likely that the Earth knows that there is a gap in strength, and deliberately pretends to be a ghost step by step. In the end, both sides still have to rely on strength to speak. What if they can mobilize such a strong force in the Earth's home court? They may also have stored some magic power somewhere. Right? The 2 giants also felt heavy after reading it. This threat is much greater than the legend killer that has been passed to all the strong men in the 7 realms. Because the legend killer and the nuclear bomb are both open cards, and everyone knows how to deal with them. Just like the legend of the giants is not going to set foot on the Earth. For known threats, corresponding countermeasures can be taken to avoid them. But the erratic manifestation of the heroic spirit is too difficult to grasp. But at this moment, a voice came from a distance. Of course there will be. And it is even very likely that the high priest of the god of war has appeared that time. But in the end, the competition between the 2 sides is still strength, or the gods behind each other. I saw a representative of the orcs walking towards this side, obviously wanting to negotiate the issue of this coalition. Originally, the 3 parties agreed to attack together and expand the occupied area. Nolus has already planned it. They mainly mix in with the released civilians. And then the giants send out low-level soldiers. And the goblins send out strong men. They match and cooperate with each other. And it is easy to complete the line. But the Olives' homeland was suddenly hit by this kind of blow. So naturally they still have to reconsider. Please don't worry. Although we are preparing to mobilize half of the legends here to go back and deal with the problems over there. It's all harmless. Lord Baki and his men have already captured the traces of the legendary wizard Sephi in the starry sky, and should be able to lock the location immediately, once the problem in the starry sky is settled. Together with the legends we have returned, we can immediately leave all the power they have to reach Olymps. The orc's attire is not the ordinary simple leather armor, nor is it the divine robe of the priesthood, but some woven rope-like pendants. He is an orc shaman. He usually has a high status in the orc tribe, because he is one of the few orcs with better brains. Is the starry sky about to end? That can indeed solve the problem. But what about the attack we are about to launch? You should be affected, right? The fairy representative asked back. If the attack continues, we are willing to give up more benefits, and hope that everyone can do more. The orc shaman knew what they were waiting for, because the front was occupied by Olymps, and Olymps didn't let go. It would be difficult for them to grab it directly. If we are willing to give up more benefits now, we are naturally happy to take it. This time, it is a rare consensus among the gods, and they will not give up easily. Okay, we have no problem. We too, the representatives of the fairies and giants, are waiting for this sentence. Although there are undoubtedly risks, this is also what they must strive for. This is a task that all gods are concerned about. Let us conquer a large piece of land before Olymps can free up his hands. As long as all the garrisons near Depyaliang are successfully defeated, a large area in the middle of Depyaliang will be incorporated into the territory. When the two families have a foothold, even if Olymps can free up his hands, the influence will be much smaller. Of course, the senior officials of Olymps also know the ideas of the fairies and giants. However, they had suffered heavy losses internally before, and they had to solve the problem first. The Lord of the Glorious Tower looked at the legends, who came back from the portal one after another, and sighed and looked up at the starry sky. If you want to ensure a complete victory and no more legends are lost, it is best to wait until Master Baki and his men come back. However, there is no teleportation array in the starry sky. Even if the problem is solved and they come back, it will take time. Now we can't delay any longer. We must catch them all first. For now, lock on to the legends of the Sephi world. They will definitely fight a favorable battle. It will be okay to force them back. There is no need to fight hard. Wait until all the Sephi legends are dealt with before encircling and suppressing the wild hero spirits. By then, Master Baki and his men should be almost back. The Lord of the Glory Tower chose the relatively safest way. In fact, the legends lost by Olymps have made His Majesty the God of War feel painful. The Pope came to pass on the message in person, saying that the next action should be a little more conservative and no more legends should fall. When necessary, the Pope will take action personally, and it is not ruled out that His Majesty the God of War will take action personally. The Lord of the Glory Tower actually didn't expect that they had an absolute advantage. So why did they fight so badly? Obviously, there was nothing wrong with every step. Why is this? Thinking of the unreasonable attacks of the heroic spirits, who released their noble phantasms, the means of directly using temporary fanaticism, the Lord of the Glorious Tower also felt a little numb. He thought that as a legendary wizard, his research ability was already very strong. For this attack, he even used the programming methods he learned from Earth. But no matter which possibility and plan he came up with, it vaguely pointed to an existence that made him feel extremely scared. Wisdom. I don't know which madman conceived the structure. Although he doesn't quite understand the model of the Hall of Heroes, he can be sure that this must have used some of the power of wisdom in it. This is simply playing with fire. Perhaps the Seven Realms put too much pressure on the Earth and the Sephi realm, making them take risks. This result may be something that neither side is willing to bear. Hey, Lord Baki, I hope you can solve the problem quickly. You can't continue to drag it on. Otherwise God knows what else they will come up with. Chapter 646, Tooth for Tooth. The Seven Realms is the collective name for the 7 life planets in the habitable zone of a star system. Although the climate is different due to the orbit, it also shows that the star of the 7 realms is larger than the Sun. Because of the influence of mutual gravity, the habitable zone of the Sun can only accommodate 6 planets of the size of the Earth at most. This also means that the habitable zone of the 7 realms is more spacious than the solar system. It takes a demigod more than 3 minutes to reach a synchronous satellite orbit alone. And when this scale is pulled to the Earth-Moon system and the habitable zone of the solar system, it is equivalent to an endless extension. The distance increases from a straight line to a plane and then to a 3-dimensional, which is the square and cubic increase respectively. Just like the killing radius can only double when the power of a nuclear bomb increases tenfold. This is also the standard when looking at the starry sky. So even though Baki led a lot of legends, and made an appointment with the demigods of fairies, giants and even dragons to lead their brothers to help, it took a lot of time to find Leo's traces. It's really like looking for a needle in a haystack. Idiot. I found some traces of magic here. Very fresh. Come quickly. A reckless and sarcastic voice came from Baki's magic communication. Hearing this familiar voice, Baki didn't care much. This was the Red Dragon King who had fought with him in the starry sky and had his teeth cut off by him. The Dragon Clan has 5 demigod dragon kings who each lead a higher dragon clan. And above them is the true god-level dragon clan leader, the Holy Dragon King. However, although Baki and the Red Dragon King fought to the death, their relationship seemed a bit awkward. Just like the God of War and the Dragon King. When they really need help, they will come. This time, when he heard that Baki had lost his teeth, the Red Dragon King took the initiative to come to help. And he kept mocking him all the way. But this time, it was a fact that the artifact was lost. And people came to help. So Baki could be regarded as swallowing his anger all the way. After hearing this, he immediately asked for the coordinates of the starry sky. And based on his judgment and induction of gravity, he quickly rushed forward. And at the same time, he also called for the other legends, who were searching in the team to gather. With sufficient magic power, the demigod's speed in the vacuum was still quite fast. And it took about a day to reach the location marked by the Red Dragon King. From a distance, you can see a huge dragon standing proudly in the starry sky, with a body of more than 100 feet, and a sense of power and beauty all over its body. This body size can be regarded as a crane standing out among the endless meteorites floating around. And only a few asteroids can exceed the size of this mighty red dragon. However, the fang at the corner of his head and mouth was missing, and there was a scar across his cheek, which made him look even more ferocious. Originally, Baki wanted to say low in a bad mood. But after seeing the slightly solemn and alert expression of the Red Dragon King, his heart sank, and he quickly rushed over to ask, "What's going on? What's the situation now?" The Red Dragon King glanced at Baki, and rarely did he ridicule him. Instead, he used a muffled tone to pry his mental power and said, "I brought the elf dragon legend, who is best at exploring the void in the tribe. They captured fresh traces of magic here, and then I arranged for them to start investigating." "That's great." Baki was stunned for a moment, then thought of something and said, "What information did they give back to make you so nervous?" "No feedback." "What do you mean?" Baki felt something was wrong. Literally, they all disappeared. Right under my nose. The Red Dragon King turned his head and looked at Baki. His tone was extremely heavy. He arranged for several legendary elf dragons to search nearby with their expertise. And he stayed in the middle. Even if it was the top legendary wizard, whose strength was above the same level of elf dragons. As long as he dared to show up and attack, he could quickly capture the opponent's breath and start chasing. This was his original purpose of alerting the enemy. But what the hell is going on now? No news. It seems that this deep starry sky is full of dangers everywhere, and there is no magic fluctuation for him to sense. So those elf dragon legends just disappeared? The Red Dragon King thought to himself that he couldn't do this. "What? You disappeared here? How much area did you ask them to explore?" Baki was also shocked. Although it was just a verbal description, he could already feel that something was wrong. 500 kilometers in radius. When he heard this, Baki's scalp was numb. The magic perception of demigods is extremely sharp, although the magic of the starry sky is not as strong as that of the ground. This is a special combination world that awakens the will of the stars after all. The legendary fluctuations in this range cannot be hidden from the demigods. And a demigod accelerates support in the vacuum. And this range can also be reached quickly. It can be said that the arrangement of the Red Dragon King is already very conservative, giving importance to a top legendary mage. But now he disappeared without a sound? Not good. Baki's face changed when he thought of something. And he quickly used his top magic crystal to contact the nearby legends and asked them not to come. But they responded quickly when they were about to gather before. But now when they contacted again, there was no sound at all. And it fell into the sea. Beast. Baki's eyes were bloodshot. As the initiator, he brought 15 legends. Otherwise, Ollips would not be short of manpower. And for safety reasons, in order not to let the Lord suffer losses, he only divided these 15 legends into 5 groups, each with 3 legends. Even if he really encountered that Chief Leo, at least he could definitely ask for help. And he could hold on for a while. But now, there is no response from a single group? How is this possible? Is it some kind of information shielding method? Baki held on to his last straw and quickly contacted the Lord of the Glorious Tower. This time the response was quick, and they communicated immediately. Lord Baki, the Earth has withdrawn 20 legends and is preparing to cooperate with the remaining legends on the mainland to start the encirclement and suppression of the Sephi legends and force them to go back. The Lord of the Glorious Tower thought Baki was asking about this matter. After all, the Pope personally asked about the death of 3 legends before. His Majesty the God of War might be furious. And the impact was quite large. After all, the previous losses were really huge. So huge that His Majesty the God of War would feel the pain. But when he heard the smooth communication from the Lord of the Glorious Tower without any interference, a trace of bitterness appeared on Baki's face. And then he said with some difficulty, Guanghui, as a mage, you have a good brain. Is it possible that all the communication crystals are invalid, but mine is still useful? The Guanghui Tower Master was standing in front of the portal, holding the communication crystal in front of him, and was confused when he heard this. All the communication crystals are invalid? It seemed that he had thought of something, which made the Guanghui Tower Master scalp numb. And then he said with some difficulty, in order to make it convenient for Master Baki, the batch you use is definitely of the best quality. It is unlikely that a single piece will be broken. And if there is a signal problem, you will also be given feedback. Did you receive that prompt? While speaking, the Guanghui Tower Master sent the prompt tone of the signal failure, which made Baki look bitter. That's it. I'll hang up first. I'll try again. Then he ignored Guanghui's greetings and cut off the contact. And then tried to contact other teams again. Sure enough, there was no news at all. But there was no prompt of the signal failure. This made him start to ask the communication magic crystal carefully. Are they still alive? It was just a tentative question. But after a while, he really responded with a slow and old voice. No, they have all been killed. What a beast! When Baki heard this, his eyes went dark. 15. How could you do that? Beast, won't you stay and exchange prisoners with us? Do you know how valuable a living legend is? On the other side, Leo, who was completing the last construction in the meteorite group, also scratched his ears after hearing this, and continued to say helplessly in that slow voice, you still have a demigod and 3 legends here with us. And I haven't seen you pay much to get them back. Why do you keep so many? It's a waste of food. Hack! Baki smashed a meteorite next to him with a punch, his face ferocious. The Red Dragon King beside him also had a gloomy face, and hurriedly leaned over to ask, what about my people? If they are still alive, you'd better stay. Otherwise you will regret it later. Oh, those elf dragons are very valuable for research. And they are still alive for the time being. Leo was also very sincere. Very good. We will also hold back a little, and use things to exchange them back. The Red Dragon King breathed a sigh of relief. At present, there is a barrier that the Holy Dragon King has penetrated personally. And after a while, we can try to launch an attack from the other direction. The dragon race is too large. Although it is not as passive as the giant in a magic-free environment, it can still hold on, with enough meat supplements based on the physical body trained and blessed in the magic environment. But I'm afraid most of them can't fly. So the Dragon King found the area with the strongest magic storage ability of the opponent to launch an attack, and prepared to gather the magic power of a colonized world to fill that magic storage point. Although the filling speed and amount are definitely limited, it is still no problem to maintain the original mobility of the dragon race in the magic gathering point area. In this way, the war will not be so tragic. It just takes a certain amount of time. Exchange them? You should first consider what to exchange you for. Leo still spoke slowly, making the Red Dragon King a little confused. Then he began to be alert. How could he turn the nearby positions into positions in such a short time? This is impossible. They all know how powerful the magician is. It is not impossible for a legendary magician to fight against a demigod if he has a home field. But this takes time. He was seen coming alone before. And soon, his side responded to search. How could he complete the position and still fight against the level of a demigod? Let's be steady and wait for them to come. Baki thought he was very careful before. The legends he brought were all for teamwork, purely for searching. But it still failed. So far, he has really failed all the way against the earth. So he no longer limits himself with the previous thinking. Just treat the other party as a real force of the same level. Then, he took out the communication crystal and started to contact the demigod of the fairy clan. How long will it take? After a while of communication delay, the slow and familiar voice came from inside again. It should be soon. Damn. Why is it you again? No way. The demigod failed? We haven't felt it yet. This is impossible. Even if the legendary wizard really had the advantage of time, place, and people to defeat the demigod, it is impossible for us to be so close that we can't feel it. It should be some special way to block our signal and complete the transfer. It must be like this. Then, he immediately contacted the last giant demigod. Hey, big guy. How are you? This time the waiting time was a bit long. And after a while, the giant demigod's rapid curse came, accompanied by a burst of interference from the impact of violent magic waves. Come and save me. This is not a demigod wizard. Damn. Accompanied by the last rapid call, there was a dead silence. And after a while, he saw the giant demigods call back on the communication crystal. And then the slow voice again. This big guy is really hard. My hand hurts. This directly made the hair and scales of Blade Fong and the Red Dragon King stand up at the same time. Damn. Are you serious? Let's go! Together, the Red Dragon King directly spread his wings. And in the vacuum environment of the starry sky, he used magic as a carrier to set off a storm of magic power, and instantly turned into a red light like an arrow from a bow. And Blade jumped directly on his back. Neither the giant demigod nor the fairy demigod was a weakling, and they were dealt with silently. This is too shocking. Demigod magician? What a dirty thing. But even if it is a demigod magician, you can't be unreasonable. You have to use the terrain and the magician tower to be so convenient. Right? This is not your home court. But now that things have happened, they don't want to get to the bottom of it now. The best way is to run away first. While riding on the back of the Red Dragon King, Blade quickly contacted Guangwei again. Guangwei, now we are here. However, before the voice fell, the violent magic power was already surging nearby, and the huge interference formed by the restless magic power directly turned his subsequent words into noise. They saw that the meteorites and asteroids in the asteroid belt where they were originally located, which were originally relatively still, actually began to rotate synchronously under the prying of magic. The magic storm that the Red Dragon King had stirred up before seemed to be the trigger for them to move. It turned out that they had already been surrounded by a net of heaven and earth without realizing it. Every meteorite and every bit of magic power nearby seemed to be targeting them. And the stars were shining. Endless meteorites and asteroids were rotating around them in different patterns. And the violent magic power had entered the visible light field, showing colorful waves. It was like a colorful tornado that absorbed the two demigods to the center. The power of the demigod mage after gradually leveraging the magic power far exceeded the imagination of the two demigods. Impossible. There is no mage tower here. Demigod mage. Has he fallen into the abyss? Blade Fong and the Red Dragon King saw the terrifying magic power mobilized by the iron wall. And they also felt a huge pressure. No wonder the companions of the goblins and giants were all caught in one net. Even if the sum of the power that the four demigods could mobilize could not achieve this effect. This is the power of nature. There was no speech. No dialogue. The next moment, the magic tornado that surrounded them collapsed instantly. And the meteorites and asteroids nearby also swarmed towards them simultaneously. Don't even think about it. Die! The Red Dragon King and Baki are both powerful demigods. Even if Baki has lost his artifact, he is still a first-class strongman. Even better than the High Priest of the God of War. But at this time, facing the overwhelming and dense group of meteorites squeezing from all sides, the two still felt deeply powerless. Meteorites can be easily smashed and asteroids can be blasted away with just a move of their hands and feet. The power of the demigods is indeed unparalleled. And meteorites can be smashed with just a move of their hands and feet. However, in this dense asteroid belt, there are still a few big guys with a volume of more than 1 cubic kilometer. Even if it is just an ice meteorite. A cubic kilometer of meteorites has a mass of 1 billion tons. Iron meteorites are more than 7 billion tons. With the advantage of the starry sky, the arrangements made in advance, and the magician tower module set by Wang Yi, a magician truly managed to pry the power of nature. Puff. The Red Dragon King hit a huge asteroid hard, but finally failed to break it. The impact force of the asteroid and the magic power contained in it, which was worn out again and again, finally exhausted the Red Dragon King, sticking to the gap on the asteroid that was hit by it. It directly surrounded the other meteorites behind it and buried it continuously. Although Blade Fong took advantage of its smaller size to move left and right, His absolute strength was not as good as the Red Dragon King. In the end, with the compression of an asteroid in one hand and veins exposed all over his body, as more and more meteorites hit and overlapped, the demigod's divine bones kept wailing, and were crushed by the subsequent dense impacts. Endless meteorites piled up, and finally sealed both of them in a giant sphere composed of meteorites and asteroids. The cracks in the meteorites on the surface of the sphere also began to gradually melt and heal, and finally completed the seal. Oh! It's so big! There's no way to teleport back. Leo's figure appeared, looking at the giant sphere in front of him. Still looking slow. Although there are already quite a few Mage Tower modules here, it can be regarded as a Mage Tower built by the boss himself. And the previous big scenes were completed with the help of the Mage Tower. But after finally catching them, of course they can't just let them go. After the seal drains their magic power, they can be taken out and sent back directly. Now, we can proceed to the next step. According to the boss's request, give Olip some revenge. What? So many legends. And demigods being caught is not considered revenge. Of course not. They took the initiative to come to the door. Just a counterattack. Next is the official revenge for their invasion of the Earth and attack on Umbrella. The reserve measures mentioned in the previous notice response. When the stars return to their positions, recalling the precision of the boss's arrangement of the Wizard Tower module. The kind of interlocking. Leo's eyes also have a deep sense of amazement. He is worthy of being a genius, who can become a god with a wizard and protect himself. The ability of the star seal, just now, is actually the application of some of the knowledge learned when splicing the boss's Wizard Tower. But compared with the boss's personal setting, it is still far behind. But fortunately, as a demigod wizard, I still have the qualifications to start. If it were any other demigod, they probably wouldn't understand it, and wouldn't even know where the switch was. Then, Leo took out a flute, a secret key associated with the Mage Tower, and began to play it. The starry sky, which was clearly airless, seemed to have a melodious flute sound echoing. Then, the nearby meteorites, which had not yet calmed down, seemed to start moving under the prying of a mysterious force, and gradually drifted in one direction in sync with the flute sound. And that direction was exactly Olip's. Using the transmission of information, the prying was completed with the smallest change, and the accumulation of power like a snowball. The gravitational potential energy gradually converted into kinetic energy, and finally gushed out. This is the return to Olip's. Everyone, expel the invaders, and restore the glory of Olip's. The Lord of the Glorious Tower stood in front of the portal, and mobilized the 20 legends, who had come back specially. They all came back from Earth. It can be said that they watched the live broadcast screen before coming back, and they knew clearly what they were facing. Now, after hearing the words of the Lord of the Glorious Tower, I felt pressure and a little pride in my heart. The Earth and Sephi dared to challenge us directly. The elves are the weakest among the 7 realms now, and Mithras is not very strong. But they chose us next. Do they think we are not as good as fairies and giants? It's so outrageous. We already know about their attack. We don't need to wait for Lord Baki to bring people back. We can solve the problem. An orc warrior patted his chest and roared. This is a shame for our brave and warlike Olip's people. That's right. Kill Sephi first. Then destroy the Earth. We want all those who come here to stay here. Yes. Kill Sephi first. Then destroy the Earth. Even if the orcs have reached the legendary level, they are easily excited. Their eyes are red, and their blood is boiling. However, at this moment, the whole sky suddenly appeared with the sound of thunder. It seems that the sky is angry. A terrifying divine power seems to fill the whole planet. Everyone under the Olympus sky felt a tremendous pressure. This is, Your Highness the God of War? This is too much. The angry roar filled the sky, and everyone in Olip's could hear the wrath of God. The sky and the earth changed color, and all the believers of the God of War, and all the creatures under his command felt the anger from the bottom of their hearts. Who caused His Highness the God of War to be so angry? This is blasphemy. He deserves death. Only the Lord of the Glory Tower vaguely felt that something was wrong, and thought of the interrupted voice of Baki before. Master Baki had asked about the communication crystal before. Could it be that someone of the legends brought out had an accident? This time, 15 legends were brought out. If a few more died, His Highness the God of War would really go crazy. The 2 strange contacts of Master Baki before made him very suspicious. Especially the second one, which seemed to be interfered by the magic tide, and the contact was no longer in the service area. Although the Lord of the Glory Tower was not very clear about the detailed belief structure of the gods, he also knew the importance of legends to the gods. And although it is not possible to know the life and death of the legendary believers immediately, there may be some lag in faith. But generally speaking, there will be some reaction after a period of time. The temple will hold mourning and memorial services. And there will also be condolences. Is this happening now? Or is it a big thing? A golden rainbow suddenly rushed straight into the sky from the top of the God of War mountain, like a bridge formed by golden light. And then a stream of light flashed and rushed into the starry sky with endless divine power. It turned out to be the true God on patrol. He actually let His Majesty the God of War leave the holy residence in person. Left his own kingdom of God. The Lord is angry. His Majesty the God of War personally attacked. We have to share his burden. Kill all the invaders. These legends who came back were extremely excited. They could feel the Lord's anger. And they rarely saw miracles. The true God is on patrol. Everything we do is watched by the Lord. And we must perform well. Safety should be the first priority. The Glory Tower Master looked at the fanatical atmosphere in front of him and quickly gave a warning. Then he began to distribute some photo crystals and intelligence, which recorded the traces and locations of the legends that had been exposed in the Sephi realm, and asked them to form a team to intercept them. Everything should be based on safety. Just siege and force them to retreat as much as possible. And do not cause casualties on your side. Then the 20 legends on the scene turned into streams of light one after another and rushed in all directions. This made the glory who stayed in place feel a sense of pressure in his heart. I hope it will get better. This earth is simply poisonous. At present, there are errors in every action. But every time after that, the reason can be found. But after updating the information, new problems will arise. The pressure is a bit great. Now the local legends of Olymps have begun to encircle and intercept the legends of the Sephi realm. Anyway, they are not going to kill them. Just drive them away. With the 20 new forces coming back, it is enough. The Sephi realm will not be willing to take risks for the earth. By now, the coalition forces of fairies and giants on earth should have launched their attacks simultaneously. Although this means giving up a lot of profits. At least they can still take the lead and test Umbrella's next move. I hope that everything goes well for Master Baki. However, thinking of the anger of His Majesty the God of War, Guangwei also felt that maybe they were not doing well, and even suffered heavy losses. I knew that since a legendary wizard dared to do this openly, he must be very sure. Maybe he would kill a few more legends. But now that His Majesty the God of War has personally taken action, all problems will be solved. This is the face of the gods. Afterwards, Guangwei continued to return to his temporary residence and began to study some scientific papers on Earth. At the same time, he also called several professors captured from Earth to discuss together. He himself is a legendary wizard. Although the war has already started on Earth, he is at a disadvantage in the magic-free environment. So he can just sit here and be lazy. He only needs to be responsible for the central dispatch and preside over the overall situation. The knowledge of the Earth is really fascinating, making him unable to stop. However, just when he was discussing here, and got several good news that the legend of Sephi was successfully forced to retreat, the sky suddenly darkened again. Walking out of the house and looking up at the sky, Guangwei's eyes widened as he saw the dense clusters of meteorites entering the atmosphere and rubbing against the atmosphere to create sparks. Shit! His Majesty the God of War went in another direction. My home was robbed. Chapter 647 Stars. In the sky of a valley in Olympus, waves of brilliant magic shock waves raged, and several streams of light collided continuously in the air. Each time, they formed a diffuse arc of light with the collision point as the center. Even the ground seemed to be hit by a typhoon. And a large number of grasses more than one person tall were crawling on the ground. It can be clearly seen that the several streams of light in the sky are besieging one of them. But they all retreated at the first touch, while the one in the middle seemed to be getting more and more courageous. Frost Wolf. Do you really want to take chestnuts from the fire for the earth? A loud hoarse roar came out. Frost Wolf, who has always been proficient in language and magic items, stood still in the void at this time, looking at the three legends besieging him and sneered. I really doubt how you walked out of your own path. It is obvious that the strength of the three of you together is definitely better than mine. But you are tied up. Even if I can change, I can only take one away. What do you have to worry about? Hearing such reckless remarks, the three besieging orc legends were speechless. Are we the followers of the God of War, or are you? Why do you feel more reckless than us? They just felt that the Frost Wolf was too strong and might suffer legendary damage. so they didn't want to fight desperately. Or in other words, normal legendary battles rarely have such a situation. Even if it is a plain war, there is no life and death hatred between you personally. So what is this? Not to mention that legends will cherish their lives. The current oracle also asks legends to protect themselves as the top priority. We just want you to retreat. There doesn't seem to be any irreparable hatred between us. So far, you, the Sephi realm, have taken advantage. Another orc also stopped and said in a deep voice. Last time, the Sephi realm invaded and robbed a wave and ran away. This time, it has already robbed the elves and Mithras one after another. It's already a lot of money. Now that you come to our Olymps and are expelled, don't fight desperately. I have been in Olymps for so long, and I haven't even been able to get a legendary item. I have wasted so much time. You said I could leave? The Frost Wolf acted very tough, and it didn't seem like he was being besieged at all. His words made several predatory orc legends fall silent. What made him so righteous? Although they also robbed during the Plain War. But they can judge strength. Isn't strength respected in this world? Why can you be so tough when you are obviously the weaker party? The three orc legends looked at each other. Why not just give him a shot? Although this guy is also a warrior, and it seems that there is something wrong with his body. Maybe his injuries have not healed. But the strength is really strong. But just when the three of them were preparing to discuss, the sky suddenly darkened, almost making the four of them look up at the same time. I saw streams of light cutting through the atmosphere, and dense meteorites of various sizes were flying towards Olympus. Originally, if you keep looking at the starry sky with legendary eyesight, you can find meteorites in advance. But generally no one is so bored. But after the stars entered the atmosphere, the huge movement still instantly attracted everyone's attention. Shit! What is this? Meteorite falling? How is this possible? An orc screamed. In fact, meteors and meteorites are very common. But most meteorites sucked into the atmosphere will be damaged by friction with the atmosphere and pose no threat. With the protection of the atmosphere, there are very few meteorites that can really fall to the ground and create craters. Taking the Earth as an example, without considering the disintegration of the unstable structure of the meteorite itself, the diameter of the ice meteorite must be greater than 5 meters. The diameter of the stone meteorite must be greater than 0.6 meters. And the diameter of the iron meteorite must be greater than 0.18 meters to break through the loss of atmospheric friction and reach the ground. Most meteorites cannot meet this requirement. Many larger meteorites will also disintegrate due to structural instability, atmospheric friction and gravitational tides, and explode in the atmosphere. The fragments scattered after the explosion are too small and cannot reach the ground either. Therefore, people do not feel the threat of meteorites at most normal times. But this does not mean that meteorites are not threatening. On the contrary, this is one of the most common direct threats to planets in the cosmic environment. When the Earth was just formed, it encountered an unprecedented impact, which knocked the moon out. In addition, the Earth was hit by a comet, which brought enough water to the Earth. However, as the solar system gradually stabilized and the orbits and gravity of the major planets were balanced, it would be relatively safer in the future. But even so, there was a saying that an asteroid impact caused the extinction of dinosaurs. The nuclear explosion crater formed by the 500,000-ton nuclear bomb in Brooklyn was only a few hundred meters in range. But the shock waves swept the entire Brooklyn area. The two largest meteorite craters on the ground on the Earth are closest to the timeline. One is the Papagaï crater in Siberia, with a diameter of 90 kilometers, and the impact time is about 35.7 million years ago. It can be inferred that this impact caused the disappearance of a large number of marine life. The second closest is the Chicxulub crater in the Mexican region about 66 million years ago, with a diameter of 150 kilometers. It can be calculated that if it is an iron meteorite, it is probably an asteroid with a diameter of 11 kilometers. And if it is a comet, it is 81 kilometers in diameter. Not only is it 150 kilometers in diameter, but it is also about 20 kilometers deep. It may be the cause of the extinction of dinosaurs in the Cretaceous period. Therefore, the threat of meteorites to life on life planets is directly in front of the face. It's just that the 7 realms have gods. In order to protect their believers, the gods have personally sorted out the orbits of many asteroids and meteorites within the range and eliminated the threats in advance. So for the 7 realms, at most there is a very small probability of facing the threat of meteorites from outside the star system, which can be almost ignored on weekdays. But now, the sky is full of stars, and the flames of large asteroids exploding and disintegrating appear from time to time. At the same time, the urgent voice of the Pope of the Temple of the God of War was heard throughout the entire Olympus. Attention all legends in Olympus. Put down everything you are doing and intercept meteorites. And smash all large meteorites. I will activate all the divine arts of the faith pool to bless and leverage the power of the world's will. The scene of the God of War's tour appeared earlier, and everyone knew that the God of War had left Olympus and went to the starry sky to do something. This side suffered such a blow, and His Majesty the God of War did not intercept it in advance. So it is obvious that His Majesty the God of War left in a completely different direction from the meteorite group. Is this to deliberately lead His Majesty the God of War away from another direction? Now that the God of War is not here, only the Pope is here to preside over it. The gap is naturally huge. Even if His Majesty the Pope overdraws his life and drains the pool of faith, he may not be able to stop it all, and can only choose to intercept it in a targeted manner. And their other legends must also blow up large meteorites as much as possible to share the pressure. Well, you seem to be in trouble. Frost Wolf also saw the dense fire in the sky, and a hint of strangeness appeared in his eyes. Now, the attack and defense switch. Really no more? Frost Wolf weighed the wool he had pulled in his hand and seemed to be a little disgusted. Really no more. Except for the weapons and armor. I gave it to you. Get out of the way. An orc legend became more and more irritable, and the Frost Wolf did not stop them this time, letting them rush into the sky like moths to a flame, rushing straight towards those large meteorites. Frost Wolf has already felt that now there is a faint divine power in the whole of Olympus, and it seems that a faint white mist has begun to appear on the entire ground, which is thick in some places and thin in others. It should be the Pope who drained the pool of faith accumulated over the years and released the defensive magic with all his strength. After a simple test, this magic is not very powerful, more like a buffer, reducing the impact damage of meteorites as much as possible. So it is less effective against large meteorites, but it can almost cover the side of Olympus facing the meteorites. This terrifying range can only be achieved by the pool of faith of the gods. For this, the God of War Pope may have to pay the price of his life. And even so, I am afraid that he cannot completely block the stars in the sky. On the other side, PDD still sticks to Qin Xiang, and broadcasts live beside him with Qin Xiang's expression of despair. But PDD is just for the live broadcast effect, not really looking for death. The screen nesting doll technique often appears. Guess where I am? After a while, he took the screen away and found that the previous live broadcast was a pre-recorded one. This is not a function of the game itself, but it was made by his post-production team according to his requirements after the video was exported. Because of this, several heroic orcs were sieged and missed. Even after the camera was switched, the two of them used the ultra-high magnification of the power armor to zoom in and admire the orcs' desperate look in the air, and then broadcast it again. It was just teasing the orcs who were searching. Haha. Don't look at me jumping like this. But if they die a legend, I believe they will easily arrange a legend to deal with us. Young Master Qin still has one chance. I'm afraid they want to rely on the heroic siege to force us to use the heroic summon again. PDD proudly told the netizens in the barrage's judgment. Don't say it. It's really like this for now. Next, we will start looking for opportunities to kill a few heroes and let them see the power of my power armor. Now that the fog has risen, it is a good time for us to kill them. But at this moment, they also felt the sky darken. In the live broadcast room barrage, they could see the sky behind the two people, and they all looked up. Then the two looked up blankly, and saw the thick clouds in the sky suddenly shattered. One after another, huge fireballs penetrated the clouds and cut through the sky, drawing diagonal lines in the air. Because of the falling speed, angle, etc., ordinary people can see that the sky is diagonally crossed by meteorites. Just like the low Earth orbit, the distance of the low Earth orbit is not much farther from the center of the Earth than the ground. The reason for weightlessness is not that it is not subject to gravity, but that it is always in free fall and never stops. The same is true when meteorites fall on the planet. But because of this, the time the meteorites stay in the sky and the range they cut will be larger, and the ground will look up and see this real meteor shower more shocking. What the hell is this, a cut scene? Qin Xiang also widened his eyes at this time. Is the Burning Legion invading? PDD also muttered to himself. The most conspicuous meteorite that fell on Earth recently was from the Maoxiong side. It streaked across the sky and was even photographed. But there was only one. Now, it's all over the sky. Boom. Another large meteorite in the sky disintegrated, unable to withstand the double blow of gravity and atmospheric friction and fell apart. But even so, there was still a large meteorite left inside. But soon the two saw a stream of light flashing in the sky, directly smashing the meteorite into pieces. Legend. The local legend of Olips. But this time, Jin Xiang and PDD were not afraid, because the legends are obviously too busy now, and they are constantly putting out fires in the air. In addition, the two also saw the location and direction of two large tribes, and streams of light continued to hit the sky. It should be some hero-level strongmen in the tribe, who are trying their best to share the burden. Unfortunately, the heroic class cannot fly, and can only target some high-speed meteorites at the end. Even the legends may not be able to intercept them. They can only do their best, and leave it to fate. But soon, as the first not-so-big meteorite fell not far from the two of them, they also found the problem. Huh? This fog seems to have defensive capabilities. I was wondering why the fog appeared out of nowhere. It turned out to be a large-scale defensive spell. The small meteorites landed as if they used the thick fog layer as a cushion. However, there are still attacks that can penetrate this fog layer. Now, excluding the dead and the legends still on Earth, the total number of legends in Olips is only 40 or 50. And there are more than a dozen of them in the other hemisphere who can't catch up. If all of them are sent out to intercept, they can only choose the biggest ones as much as possible. Fortunately, they were scattered in order to hunt down the Sephi legends. And they were lucky that the 20 who came back from Earth were all in the attacked area here. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult. Boom! A huge fireball rose with thick smoke. Even if an asteroid debris with a diameter of more than 100 meters hits the ground after being buffered, it is like a nuclear bomb explosion. Pure kinetic energy is completely released, and a terrifying shockwave spreads in all directions. Olympus was originally an environment with more grasslands and less forests. The two of them were completely numb as they watched the twisted shockwave approaching at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hide underground. Young Master Qin roared, and his wrist blades popped out from both hands and quickly dug into the ground. The strength of the Great Knight combined with the performance of the power armor to the extreme. Digging the soil has already left an afterimage. He barely buried himself before the shockwave arrived, and PDD followed suit. But the remaining fire dog of young Master Qin was not so lucky. Although the fire dog was originally large in size, it was still blown away in an instant in the face of this terrifying attack with kinetic energy fully released, comparable to a nuclear bomb, and disappeared. This collision and explosion seemed to be just the beginning. The two who dug a hole and buried themselves deeply by themselves clearly felt the vibration of the earth. Then came the second and third time. The Olympus continent is very large, and it also has its own permanently anchored colony planet. It can be said that the land is vast and the population is sparse. The orcs also live in the form of gathering places and tribes. That is why the protection of the divine arts, the interception of the legends, and the direct attacks of the temples in the gathering places, and the concentrated interception of the heroes are quite targeted. With the Pope's self-sacrifice, and the draining of the pool of faith, it is almost guaranteed that each large gathering place with a temple will not be directly hit by this meteorite. But even so, from the perspective of space, you can still see meteor storms of varying sizes on the ground. Each impact caused an arc-shaped ripple on the surface, and the flames and black smoke that rose to the sky appeared extremely bright from the perspective of space. A large amount of meteorite dust rushed into the clouds, making the sky dark. Even with multiple defenses, the side that was attacked was almost a mess. This is the return of Olips' attack on Umbrella's space facilities. Umbrella, keep its word. The earth was charred, and the grassland that was originally taller than a person was now only scorched earth, after the shock wave swept through with the heat wave. Even the air on the rolling black soil was distorted by the high temperature. In such an environment, the earth suddenly surged, and then a hand stretched out from it, digging the soil on it, revealing a figure with a face covered with soil, looking miserable and black. It was the Pineapple. Although he was only a formal mage, he had never started a live broadcast, and he had been making a fortune quietly. He even got some precious magic plants. This kind of magic plant is one of the materials that can be used to submit breakthroughs. But now that Jiang Bo has begun to fully learn the basic knowledge of magic and has some insights in potions, he can also know that this is a good thing that can accelerate the condensation of mental power and improve the effect of meditation. So his choice is to use it directly himself, which can be regarded as making up for his innate mental power that is not as good as those of the mage geniuses. However, although he has been cautious all the way and made a fortune quietly, but under the indiscriminate attack, he was still affected. Fortunately, it was not in the core area, and he reacted in time. With the help of the spells engraved in advance, he blasted a gap in the ground, and after jumping in, he continued to cast various defensive spells, and finally survived this wave. But after coming out, looking at the scorched earth outside that looked like purgatory, Jiang Bo's face was also full of shock. Needless to say, the god of war had just left and suffered such a blow. This must have been done by Umbrella and the Sephi realm. I don't know how to do it, but it is relatively easy to push the meteorites in the starry sky to change their orbits. In theory, this is to use the gravity of the planet to slightly change the orbit of the space meteorites, and use the gravitational potential energy to convert into kinetic energy to launch an attack. Relatively speaking, the price Umbrella needs to pay is undoubtedly much smaller. Most likely, it is necessary to use some large-scale magic arrays to mobilize magic power for subtle influence. However, Jiang Bo is just a formal magician after all, and he can only make a judgment at most. How to operate it specifically is definitely the boss's business. Just like now, people know the mass energy equation and antimatter, but forget about making antimatter engines with bare hands. The god of war must be in a bad mood after his home was stolen right after he left. Jiang Bo felt a chill in his heart when he thought of the roar that spread all over the world before. I don't know what Umbrella did again, but it seems that the god of war is very angry. And then he rushed straight to the starry sky. Maybe it has something to do with the incident of Chief Liu leaving than he saw before. And now, he must be even angrier. Looking at the devastated land, Jiang Bo couldn't help shrinking his neck. He was not far from an orc tribe, and he wanted to see if he could maximize the benefits of his heroic spirit summoning in this area. So after getting up, he could see that the tribe farther away from the center of the explosion seemed to have not suffered much damage because of the white fog that had been dispersed. At the beginning, it seemed that the tribe also emitted several divine lights that could not be blocked by the fog, breaking through the sky and shattering 3 meteorites. If the whole of Olips is like this, then the number of orcs killed is not too exaggerated. Of course, even if it is not too exaggerated, it is probably far more than the number of casualties in Manhattan. At least there will be many orcs affected in the wild. And the most important thing is that after such a wave of sweeping, even if the gathering place is fine, what about their production outside? Minerals and farms are probably greatly damaged in this covered area. The dust raised by these meteorites is probably not going to fall in a short time. This is a global ecological disaster. Even if, according to the information, Olive still has its own colony noosphere and affiliated wild boars. But suddenly such a large resource gap appears. I am afraid that they will have difficulty even eating in the next few days. Looking up at the gray sky, although the protective fog has been dispelled, the surrounding area has become more gloomy. At present, Umbrella has an advantage in every step. I just hope there is really a way to fight against the gods. Jiang Bo's heart seems a little heavy. God! When he heard the roar that spread across the world before, he felt an endless sense of greatness. He had never felt so insignificant before. Even after the gods left, this defensive mist actually protected many tribes under the attack of the meteorite group, which made Jiang Bo deeply respect the power of the true god. It seems that the damage caused by Umbrella is greater, but the attack that takes advantage of gravitational potential energy is indeed not as good as this defense that forcibly resists the attack. It's like someone throwing a brick down on the 100th floor, and someone below catches it with bare hands. Perhaps this is also a way for Umbrella to weaken the god of war? As Jiang Bo is now accustomed to the thinking of a mage, although he doesn't know the details, he still has some judgment on the general situation. When Jiang Bo was impressed by the power of the god of war, and was in awe of the other party who blocked this devastating attack even if he left. In the temple of the god of war at the foot of the god of war mountain, the contemporary pope of the god of war had a face as white as gold paper and breathed out like silk. Feeling the exhausted pool of faith and his dying vitality, the pope of the god of war also felt a sense of powerlessness. How did the other party do it? It was actually possible to launch so many meteorite attacks at the same time, and in such a short time. Theoretically, a demigod can reach the starry sky and continuously attack the floating meteorites to change their orbits. As long as the calculation is good, it can also be fully utilized. With the strength of a demigod, as long as the order of attack is estimated in advance, it can also cause relatively continuous falling of stars. But that is one after another. If it is just like this, although it will be a bit of a headache, it is actually simple to deal with. Just smash them one by one. Even a group of legends can solve the problem in rotation. After all, the atmosphere of the mother star is a kind of shelter embodiment of the world's will, with an innate defensive advantage. And if there is a too large asteroid, then using the power of the faith pool is enough to smash it from a distance, which is almost foolproof. However, this time, for some reason, the stars seemed to be crazy and fell at the same time in such a dense manner. There is no other choice except to take the dumbest way to defend. Draining the faith pool and prying the worlds will finally form this barely acceptable situation without causing a sharp decline in believers. But for this, he also paid the price of his life. The high priest was captured. 2 outstanding legendary gods were killed. And Baki and the legends he led were all in trouble. This is what caused the Lord to be furious and go to the starry sky in person. However, he didn't expect that this was another trap. Cough. He coughed out another mouthful of demigod blood that was boiling hot. And he felt that he was about to dry up. But he couldn't die yet. He was too anxious before, and had no time to make some arrangements. Now that he suffered such a blow, the Lord would definitely not come back immediately. The short-term panic faith of the believers would produce a lot of faith poison. And after the faith pool was used for protection and was drained, the Lord might only be able to avoid it temporarily, and at most issue some oracles from a distance. I have to make clear arrangements for my own affairs first. Now that the faith pool is dry, it is temporarily impossible to cultivate the ability of demigods. But the strong emotions generated by the believers who survived the disaster in a short period of time should still be used. And come to the faith pool quickly. The war god Pope called softly. And a young legendary orc envoy quickly came in from the door, and came to the side of the war god Pope. Looking at the situation of the war god Pope, his face was full of worry. Your Majesty the Pope. Ahem. And the time to be loyal to the Lord has come. Do you have this awareness? The war god Pope's voice remained stable, maintaining the last dignity of his demigod. As the most loyal lamb of the Lord, this is my honor. An envoy knelt on the ground enthusiastically, feeling the supreme honor. He felt that this was His Majesty the Pope choosing a successor. But he was a little confused in his heart. Although 2 predecessors had fallen, his qualifications were the shallowest among the remaining 7 envoys. So why did he choose himself? Very good. You should know that the amount of compression we want to use faith to complete the will is not small. And it is probably difficult to do it now that the faith pool is dry. This is information that a legendary priest must know. And also nodded heavily at this time. But, this time, we have saved so many believers. And their extreme emotions of panic and gratitude will quickly arise hearing this. And was stunned and finally understood why he was chosen. But as a legendary priest, it is his honor to devote himself to the Lord. He did not shirk it, but said solemnly, I am willing to accept this important task and offer my loyalty to the Lord. He forced these faith poisons to be used as food for promotion. This kind of reckless behavior is only slightly better than directly using the power of the Abyss Demon God. Even if he becomes a demigod, he will be a crazy demigod. At most, he can only rely on his own will of the God Messenger to temporarily suppress it in the short term. If it goes on for a long time, he will inevitably become completely crazy and even degenerate. And he has to use this opportunity of a few years or more than 10 years to use the power of the demigod to stabilize the situation, while helping to consume a wave of faith poison. He waits for the Lord's return. When the time comes, he must choose to end his life. It is difficult to cultivate a legendary envoy. The temple of the god of war originally had 2 demigods, but there were only 9 legendary envoys in total, because the priesthood demigods can be pulled by consuming faith. It depends on whether they are willing to pay the price. So the priesthood demigods are servants of the gods, which is different from the status of Baki. But legends must be selected step by step and cultivated by a large base. Unless they have no choice, they will not sacrifice legendary messengers. However, the situation has become so bad now, and they have to make a choice. Chapter 648 Go and Ask Umbrella. Ding ding. As the bells of the temple of the god of war rang, listening to the number of bells, everyone knew that the Pope of the god of war had returned to the Lord's arms. The orcs who came out of the major gathering places looked at the scorched earth in front of them, the smell of toxins in the air, and the gloomy sky that was still dim even in the daytime. And their eyes were full of confusion. This is why the Pope of the god of war did not die in vain. And he finally cleaned up the mess. Otherwise the situation would be even worse. Once upon a time, Oleb suffered such a blow. It was just like a dream. And not long before Oleb suffered a little revenge from Umbrella, the Oleb's expeditionary force stationed on Earth. The goblins and the giant coalition had already launched a ground offensive against Pyongyang. Although the death of 3 legends and Olymps had a great impact, since Nihilius had announced the 24-hour plan before, the reputation of the 7 realms could not be lost. So after the pros and cons were made clear and the promises were made to give up the benefits, the fairies and giants were very happy to increase their cooperation. As the countdown was completed, millions of refugees in New York began to flee like crazy along several roads out of the city, because the time was too concentrated. From the perspective of the aerial drone, a large number of various vehicles with large and small packages could be seen leaving quickly through the roads. Sedans, SUVs, pickups, buses, and even trucks. All kinds of them. Because New York and Washington were occupied before, the terrifying speed of legends had already been reflected. So after learning from the lesson, the several legions responsible for defense had kept a sufficient distance away, at least to ensure that if there was another sudden attack from the legends, they could react. Why was there the Cuban Missile Crisis in the first place? The reason was that the Great Beauty was first transported to the doorstep of the bear's house, and the speed was so fast that the bear might not be able to react. So the bear did the same in reverse, which triggered a fierce conflict between the two sides. Now it is time to trade space for time. The middle area is fortified and cleared, relying on a large number of mines, surveillance, and drones to ensure a wide range of strict defense. Once a legend appears, it will be hit immediately. When Nihilius informed the world of their plan, everyone could see their sinister intentions. To some extent, this is to use the millions of prisoners to explore the way, or even mix in. Although there are no mines on the main roads, relief supplies must be continuously transported to New York on weekdays to prevent humanitarian disasters due to insufficient supplies. But now facing this group of people, there is really no good way. What if there is a legend mixed in there? Now the Pyongyang is no longer the same as before. Which pilot dares to press this button? Which commander dares to give this order? The specific things to do must be implemented on individuals in the end. This is why the Pyongyang likes to impose sanctions on some individuals. It seems inconspicuous, but it is extremely effective. There are only a few saints without selfishness, especially some people with guilty consciences, who see this kind of sanctions and worry that they will suffer the same situation. They will change their way of doing things in turn. This is actually the case right now. Millions of civilians. Are they really going to be bombed by a legend killer equipped with tactical nuclear bombs? Impossible. Although the Pyongyang also used these 24 hours to urgently allocate a lot of manpower to establish information registration points, in order to intercept and inquire a little earlier. There were also helicopters broadcasting announcements along the way, and mobile phone messages began to send group messages. But it is obvious that the Pyongyang's mobilization ability and the Pyongyang's ordinary personality make it difficult to achieve such tacit cooperation. Sometimes the Pyongyang chooses to lie down on some things, not because they don't know the harm of such things, but because they really can't do it. Too many robberies, and the prisons are overcrowded. Then lower the standards and don't catch them. Now looking at the traffic that doesn't listen to advice at all and rushes over. There is really a sense of powerlessness. On a helicopter, a member of the Pyongyang guard team, who was responsible for reporting along the way, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, shouted to the loudspeaker outside, and looked at the drivers and members in the cars with the camera and couldn't help cursing. Hack. They didn't say that these 1 million people are all brother and I. They are all brother and I. How can we control this? They did it on purpose. The various information said back made people feel even more confused. This is not only a matter of black lives, but also because of factors such as education and environment. The average quality of the Pyongyang brother and I is indeed the lowest. It is clear that the Pyongyang agent's lower limit for shooting will be very low. But there will still be many brother and I who choose to be shot. This is actually the situation created by the happy learning of the black community, living in that environment since childhood. What can we expect them to do? It's just an inevitable backlash. Now, the release of these 1 million is a new wave of backlash. For the circular broadcast in the air and the information on the mobile phone. They just don't listen at all. Aliens will really kill us. And we can't ignore their words. We are afraid of aliens. So are we afraid of you? Among the 1 million released captives, there are also many who want to cooperate. After all, as long as the number of people is large, there will be all kinds of people. But unfortunately, at this time, being swept up, with the traffic on the road non-stop, it is useless to want to cooperate. Seeing that others are running, it is naturally impossible to stop. Moreover, before they left, the 7 realms directly said openly that if they ran slowly, They would be hit by the 7 realms, regardless of life or death. The next choice is actually very clear, as the earth spirits of the giants, who are like power armor, began to appear and quickly marched towards the periphery. The sound of artillery also sounded at this time. The earth spirits with thick skin and flesh are considered a new type of soldiers, and they are a relatively low-level type among the giants. But on the earth side, it is like adding wings to a tiger. Not only do they have quite good defense and strength, but their relatively lighter mass also makes their movement less affected. The beautiful weapons are not specialized for earth spirits, but are mainly based on the model of wild boars. So various howitzers are the main force. However, unless the howitzer SH/LS hit directly from the front, the shrapnel alone has very low killing power against earth spirits. The most important thing is that through the observation of aerial drones, accompanied by artillery bombardment, some earth spirits can actually rely on eating the earth to recover themselves after being injured, which shows that they are extremely tenacious. Although the momentum was completely blocked by the fierce firepower coverage of Pyongyang, the pressure on the ammunition consumption of these earth spirits rushing out from behind was extremely great. The SH/LS had to hit directly and be used as bullets to have effective damage. Even if Pyongyang had abundant martial virtues, it would still bleed a lot. These things attack from outside the road, and at most they stumbled when they stepped on the anti-infantry mines. And anti-armor mines could have effective killing. And those prisoners who were released on the road, hearing the explosions behind them, wanted to step on the accelerator to the bottom. This also caused a lot of chain collisions, and the scene was in chaos. The most important thing is that the sound of artillery fire not only sounded into Pyongyang's position, but also in New York City. One after another, artillery SH/LS and rockets whizzed towards Pyongyang's position. Although there was an obvious gap in firepower, it still caused considerable damage to Pyongyang's position with the help of geographical advantages. At the beginning, whether it was the 200,000 troops outside Manhattan or the firepower armored team defending the first connection point in Brooklyn, they left a lot of weapons. The people of the 7 realms have good learning ability and physical fitness, so it is just as easy to master this kind of modern weapon, even faster and more accurate. When these pictures began to spread on the internet, people also knew that the dispute that had been in a standoff for a long time was unfolding again. Bomb it! Why not bomb it? What can we do if the legend is mixed in the crowd? All our efforts will be in vain. This group of damn black monkeys. Don't they understand human language? They are still rushing desperately, and they deserve to be blown to death. The person in charge of Pyongyang jumped up and down. In fact, after the legend's ability was demonstrated, Pyongyang was under great pressure. It all depends on the deterrence of the legend killer changing tactical nuclear warheads. And with the current number of legend killer missiles and the fighter planes required for saturation strikes, if all the previous legends acted separately and came out at the same time, Pyongyang would not be able to intercept them all. It was originally only deterrence. Later, the demigods directly launched a strike on the synchronous orbit. The terrifying explosion that exceeded the speed of the 4th universe directly made Pyongyang numb. Demigods. They really have no way to target, as long as the strategic nuclear warhead does not hit the core. The shock wave of the nuclear explosion cannot catch up with the speed of the enemy's escape. What should we do? The speed of the missile, which has been improved many times, is still far from the edge of others. In the past, in order to deal with mechas, the short-term ultra-high-speed burst and mobility obtained by sacrificing the missile range have no meaning to the demigods. It can be said that Pyongyang is at a disadvantage in all aspects. Now we can only rely on some nuclear mines mixed in the minefield, as well as the nuclear SH/LS of several large armies and multi-level distribution to comfort us. Now the 7 realms have no martial ethics and directly drive millions of people to the front line. The latter has never seen a type of soldiers who have never died by resisting the SH/LS. It can also absorb soil from the earth for recovery. This is too exaggerated. In this case, how can we care about those disobedient black ghosts who were released and only know how to rush? Bombing them all together is the smallest loss. But after hearing the roar of the person in charge, the 4-star admiral in charge of the on-site command spoke calmly. Of course, I know what the Lord Talker means, and I also know the consequences. For this, I am even willing to go to a military court. However, please ask the Lord Talker to give this order in person. I can complete the transfer and hand over the power. The irritable Lord Talker, who was still roaring on the video phone at the beginning, suddenly became gentle. Then, he said, "Oh, I don't have the power to command directly. It doesn't make sense. Since you know it, just give the order. Everyone can understand you. Then do you think the soldiers and pilots below will agree? Now there is a moment of silence. This kind of order can be given. But someone must take the blame. He will definitely resign from his position afterwards. But compared to this, the person who gave the order in person will be completely nailed. Finally, looking at the live drone aerial photos, the convoys that were coming along the road, the S.H. Ling seen behind that kept raising various black clouds, and the strange giant. The beautiful Lord Talker finally sat down in the chair, with a bitter expression on his face. He looked at all the other senior executives in the nuclear explosion shelter inside. Go and ask Umbrella. Umbrella's current attitude towards De Pyongyang is to maintain stability, and not interfere excessively. Before, Los Angeles directly took action, which was a relatively large threat, with a tendency to expand outward. And De Pyongyang could not handle it by itself. At other times, if De Pyongyang did not take the initiative to ask for help, Umbrella would still respect sovereignty and watch coldly. No matter what. De Pyongyang was the former world hegemon, and its accumulation and influence were indeed deeply rooted. If it really did it, it might cause chaos on a global scale, or even more serious consequences. Moreover, other countries would also have the same idea, or even be vigilant, thus destroying the current situation of global cooperation to hand over all the remaining production capacity to Umbrella. As for De Pyongyang himself, he still couldn't let go of this face, and even wanted to force Umbrella to take the initiative to deal with him, so as to play a pity. But now, it's not playing a pity. It's really miserable. The Seven Realms drove millions of captives to attack the blockade circle, and De Pyongyang ate the feast on the spot. Even though they were continuously covering the tough Earth spirits behind with firepower, they really couldn't do anything to the people in front. This time was completely different from the nuclear bombing in Brooklyn. That time, the monsters from the abyss invaded and destroyed wantonly. But this time, the Seven Realms did not slaughter them wantonly. By then, the enemy will be better to their own people, and all the foundations of De Pyongyang will be gone. Originally, people's hearts were scattered after the nuclear bomb incident, and now no one is willing to take the blame. So they finally bowed their heads and asked Umbrella. We have received official help from De Pyongyang. We, Umbrella, are a responsible company. When facing the invasion of the alien world, we will not charge De Pyongyang for security fees first. We will talk about it after the problem is solved. Umbrella officials issued a brief notice. Although this notice is short, it contains a huge amount of information. At this time, because the Seven Realms launched another attack, attacking De Pyongyang's garrison, there are still millions of prisoners driven out in front. Moreover, because of the artillery fire from behind and the pursuit of the Earth spirits, the captives had no intention of cooperating and stopping. They stepped on the accelerator, and many car accidents occurred along the way. It's almost needless to think that there must be legends of the Seven Realms among these people. All of us as human beings, and all the people who returned are beastman legends, and the vacant human strongmen are mixed among these people. Even if De Pyongyang uses the legend killer, he can't lock on a person. After all, the terminal still has to rely on AI recognition to ensure the maximum power. If it is just full coverage and wipe out this group, the legend can also evade through various means. It can be said that the matter is extremely difficult. It was so difficult that De Pyongyang laid down directly, and finally chose to ask Umbrella for help. Nowadays, mechanization has gradually replaced, and repetitive physical labor can all be handed over to robots. And a large number of people have become idle, either playing Abyss World to make money, or paying attention to the situation in front of them. It can be said that everyone can see that this is now a super mess. A situation that cannot be rotten anymore. At this time, it is not only De Pyongyang's helpless surrender, but also a hot potato they threw out. Umbrella's notice was brief, but it showed that once Umbrella solved the problem, De Pyongyang would have to pay a high price, and it was natural for Umbrella to completely control her. But at the same time, to take this bite, Umbrella had to show enough ability to deal with the crisis at hand. Live broadcasts around the world, the impact of millions of captives. Solving the problem while ensuring the safety of these captives as much as possible was the top priority. Umbrella could of course completely ignore those who were driven out and attack them simultaneously. But this would also affect Umbrella's prestige, which was thankless. As for fighting a conventional war with alien invaders, after the legends showed their power, the pessimism was quite heavy. Even if Umbrella has resolved the attacks of the demigods, most mainstream laboratories have concluded that the method should be to transfer to the Abyss. In fact, Many people are unsure about the direct confrontation. Did Pyongyang just lie down? It was unexpected, but also reasonable. Looking back at the past, they have always been like this. This time, asking Umbrella for help is both helpless and a kind of mischief. Divert the trouble to others. But in the face of the plain war, Umbrella, as the #1 brother on Earth, must stand up. There is no solution. It's brother and I anyway. So there's no need to care so much. Pyongyang has also been attacked by nuclear bombs. Isn't it? Nothing? Don't kill us. We're already miserable. And the pursuit behind us has not stopped. And we can't do anything. Faced with Pyongyang's sudden lying down and Umbrella's official announcement, the internet quickly set off an uproar. Now that public opinion is no longer controlled by Pyongyang, normal speech is becoming more and more. In other words, as long as Umbrella is strong enough, Umbrella is actually right to do many things. Even when Pyongyang took over, those NI brothers who escaped from the city continued to criticize the Pyongyang authorities on the internet, saying that they did not do well here and there, and did not protect them well. But after Umbrella took over, there was only a series of requests for help, and all kinds of flattering words were used. They licked Umbrella in various ways, begging Umbrella to care about their lives. As long as Umbrella can attack indiscriminately without nuclear bombs, it will be very merciful. Ah, yes. Yes. In fact, war is always accompanied by death. We have accepted our fate after being affected. I just hope that you can take us into consideration. Please. When facing Umbrella, these black nobles who were originally fearless became rational, stopped crying and making trouble, stopped verbally attacking, and became more reasonable. This drastic contrast in speech and public opinion directly broke the defense of the beautiful authorities, who were still paying attention. At the same time, several people also thought darkly in their hearts how Umbrella would deal with this mess. However, the next moment, above the atmosphere, there appeared a series of flames that rubbed against the atmosphere, like a falling meteor, and Olive's human legend in the convoy also changed his face when he looked at the flames in the sky. He never expected that Umbrella really didn't care about the lives of these people at all, and came directly to the big guys. After coming to this world, they have also made up for a lot of knowledge. This kind of attack from the sky is likely to be a nuclear warhead. It is obvious that it will explode and reach several artillery positions of Pyongyang soon. Damn it! Umbrella's attack is coming. Don't hesitate. Understood. I will go to destroy the artillery position first. Don't worry. There is about half a minute left. It is completely in time. I will go with you. Pay attention to hiding on the spot. Avoid the core. And dig a pit if it doesn't work. Understood. The speed is not fast at present. But be careful of the missile attack like Pyongyang. The 6 human legends of Olympus, who were mixed in the crowd, accelerated instantly, and their respective targets were clearly aimed at attacking the artillery positions of Pyongyang. At this time, it was all thanks to the cost-free artillery bombardment of Pyongyang's long-range fire, which forcibly blocked the approach of the Earth spirits with artillery SH/LS and blocked them outside. At the same time, they had to deal with the counterattack of firepower inside New York. It can be said that the pressure was already very high, but at this time, the legendary explosion that approached the raid distance along the convoy was truly despairing for these artillery positions. They actually still have a lot of nuclear SH/LS from the Cold War, each with a yield of dozens of tons, specifically designed to deal with armored clusters. If they can hit head-on, it will also be enough to effectively kill the legend. Nuclear mines, which were originally designed on a whim, are now also deployed. However, the power is enough, but it is meaningless if you can't hit it. The reason why the legend killer can pose a threat, in addition to the terminal AI recognition and control, is that the short-range speed of 4 or 5 Mach can overwhelm the legend that does not use magic, and combined with the tactical warhead, it can indeed pose a real threat to the legend. But now, although they have learned the lessons of the last raid, the AI-controlled autonomous turrets began to roar at the first time. The nuclear SH/LS mixed in the ordinary ammunition are also specially programmed to work the SH/LS, and they are detonated at the designated location through speed and distance judgment. But these are meaningless in front of the abnormal dynamic vision of the legend. Theoretically, the initial velocity of the SH/I can reach 1,500 meters per second, which is also Mach 4 or 5. But the previous legend killer was awesome because AI could complete the adjustment at the end. The legend killer relied on pneumatics and auxiliary jets under precise calculations and overwhelming saturation attacks to barely work. This kind of linear SHL, even if it can be detonated midway, is meaningless in front of the legend. From their perspective, those SHLs are just like ordinary people looking at paper airplanes floating over. Although the densely packed SHLs look terrifying, the gaps in the middle are actually quite wide in their eyes. It is indeed impossible to run faster in a straight line, but you can easily pass through it by slightly adjusting the angle. Boom boom. Small black mushroom clouds rise one after another. Although the power of nuclear SHLs is only tens of tons, it sounds like a piece of cake compared to strategic nuclear bombs that are often measured in tens of thousands of tons. But even so, compared with hundreds of kilograms of aerial bombs and conventional weapons, it is still much stronger. Black mushroom clouds continued to appear as the programmed SHLs were detonated at fixed points under AI calculations. A violent roar sounded. Although the artillery position was already some distance away from the detonation area, the heat wave could still be felt after a while, making it impossible to open your eyes. And the front view was also covered by the black mushroom clouds. Will it succeed? What is the attack from the sky by Umbrella? Will it affect us too? The morale of the beautiful soldiers was also quite low at this time. If it weren't for Don Quixote's good performance, with the help of various technical papers from Umbrella, such an effect would not be achieved at all. Almost as soon as they finished speaking, in the large black smoke produced by the explosion of the nuclear SHL, a series of sound barrier umbrellas directly crashed through the smoke column. It's quite powerful. It's just that the attack is too dull. What? Where's your legend killer? Stop talking. Let's deal with him first. Umbrella's big guy is coming. And it doesn't seem to be a missile. The legendary eyesight is here. Even when facing the sudden interception of the SHLs in front, he can still pay attention to the sky. Now the flames in the sky have begun to slow down. And it doesn't look like a strategic strike from the sky, but a landing craft. Umbrella is really ready to fight a conventional war. Before fighting with him, first take down all these big and beautiful artillery positions that can fire nuclear SHLs, so as not to get in the way. But then, they found that among those landing craft, 3 of them did not slow down at all, and went straight to the 3 artillery positions here. It seems that the target is the legendary strongmen in groups of 2. Interesting. Conventional forces are coming to trouble us? Be careful. Don't be careless. Boom boom. The landing craft descended at a high speed, and the 4 movable thrusters next to it quickly turned in the opposite direction, and sprayed a powerful tail flame towards the ground. It only took a height of 100 meters to complete the deceleration. The powerful engine jet itself was like a weapon, and it directly set off a whole explosion. The beautiful artillery position was in chaos, and all the tents were blown away, making these beautiful soldiers look embarrassed. The terrifying cyclone made the scene look like a sandstorm. The landing craft still looked so unique against the background of the dust left by the nuclear SHLs in front, and the artillery bombardment from New York from time to time nearby. No one blamed the beautiful soldiers nearby for their rudeness, because it was obviously to save themselves and others. Otherwise, there would be no need to land so quickly. That kind of sudden deceleration, the instantaneous acceleration inside, is probably hundreds of G. And ordinary people would have turned into meat patties long ago. Chapter 649 Suppression. The thrusters of the landing craft were running at full power, and they kept spraying, raising a cloud of dust in the 3 beautiful artillery camps. But the beautiful soldiers, who were blown away, had no complaints about Umbrella's rough forced landing. This is the King's division who came to save them. Before the landing craft landed completely, the hatch had already opened on each landing craft, for power armors jumped down and landed heavily on the ground. The power armor models of Umbrella are actually no secret, because there is already an exchange in Abyss World. Everyone guessed that Umbrella itself has it. When seeing these mechas that landed, everyone found that they were all instructor versions, and there were slight differences in the image, which might be an updated version. Umbrella instructors, 3 landing crafts, a total of 12 people. The other side was the 6 human legends of Olymps, who had just rushed out of the nuclear bombardment. 3 war zones, each of which was 4-2. Oh my! Intercept directly? 12 power armors? Umbrella instructor. Right. A black-haired legend looked at the 4 power armors in front of him, and a creepy smile appeared on his face, as if he was angry because he was underestimated. The other red-haired legend next to him also snorted coldly and said, "The means of capturing the hero class are indeed very sharp. But what makes you have the illusion that we are the same as the hero class?" As legends, They have the pride of legends. Before the bombardment of nuclear SH/LS, they kept looking for gaps and rushed out of the explosion unscathed. After knowing enough intelligence about the weapons on Earth, they relied on their strong strength to counter them, and had sufficient means to deal with them. As for this weapon that represents the single soldier limit of the Earth, they have also conducted many studies. It can be determined that it has sufficient killing power against the Great Knight. And judging from the performance in the game, the pilots who have just entered the Great Knight can rely on this to fight against senior heroes in a world full of magic. It is indeed a very good weapon, enough to cause a frenzy among heroes. But use this to deal with legends? That is a foolish dream. They would rather face the nuclear SH/LS like before, or even flee in panic in the face of strategic nuclear bombs, because this means that the other party is attacking with all their strength. But now this is a humiliation to them. Cheng Shui, who was in charge of leading the team opposite the two, also snorted at this time, as if she felt a little funny. While collecting the guns, he pulled out a physical spear full of mechanical sense, and said in a cold voice while swinging the gun, "So, what made you have the illusion that we are the same as other stuff?" 6 of the 12 instructors are Cheng Shui, Song Jinyan, Yuriko, and Mao Li Ryuichi, who have the qualifications of Ghost Kings either innately or acquired, and can become top instructors of vengeful spirits in the magic-free environment of the Earth. In addition, each of them also brought an ordinary instructor for assistance. In addition to the small fusion battery with higher output power, each mecha also has a magic energy storage device made mainly of silver. As Cheng Shui changed to a physical mechanical spear, she struck a pose. The two legends who were originally full of arrogance also looked stern one after another. What's going on? This is wrong. The momentum and the gradually increasing pressure made the two people's expressions change drastically in an instant. Legend? Sephi people? The shocked voices of the two legends made the few beautiful soldiers, who were beginning to evacuate in a panic, a little confused. Umbrella instructors are instructors. Why do you substitute the people in the game? And Sephi people are here. However, a few soldiers also felt a little strange in their hearts. There won't really be a Sephi world. However, this group of fleeing soldiers has no impact on the situation. Now they just want to run far away to avoid being affected by the battle here. As the ghost instructors matched up with each legend, the ordinary instructors took a step back and were ready to provide long-range strike support at any time. The 6 Olymps legends, who came here with full confidence, suddenly felt a burst of pressure. They never expected that the instructors of Umbrella could be so strong. Such a heavy grudge. And the magic power fluctuations are not small. Be careful. Don't overturn. The legend began to pay attention, and immediately regarded the opponent as an existence of the same level, and no longer saved their own reserve magic power, and the magic power of weapons and equipment. The 7 realms have known the Earth for so long, and specially designed protective magic and magic props have been produced, and energy storage props are also constantly updated. Although it is impossible to use it as recklessly as the world with abundant magic power, under the precise control of magic power, it can hold on for a while without large-scale attacks. The next moment, the collision of magic light instantly entered the visible light field. Although the shock wave is far less conspicuous than the previous nuclear SH/LS. But every move is a collision that puts people to death, and a point-to-point attack with concentrated power. Every time they fight, the Earth will burst, and a spider web-like crack will spread on the ground poured with military concrete. The power armor instantly collides with the legend. Soldiers against soldiers. Kings against kings. Damn! What kind of weapon is this? The black-haired legend retreated instantly, with a completely cut on half of his cheek, and even the hideous gums inside could be seen. The spear used by the woman driving the mecha looked very bulky and thick. It seemed to be in tune with the bloated body of the power armor. But during the whole confrontation, he felt the power of that weapon. It deformed in the middle, and after being blocked by himself, it could change again to attack himself. The rear jet accelerated, making the opponent's already powerful attack even more terrifying. And it was unstoppable. It can be clearly felt that the opponent is not an orthodox legend, and it should be a strange way to break through. And resentment is rising, relying on the power armor on the opponent's body and the strange spear. He does not need any support from the other guy who is holding the formation, and he is completely suppressed. Facing the sudden jet-powered attack, he has no way to deal with it except using the limited magic power. But it seems that the other party also has magic reserves, and it seems to be more than his own. To lose, after fighting for hundreds of moves, the military camp was in a mess. The gun barrels were bent and flying, and the ground was cracked. This thought had already emerged in the mind of the black-haired legend. The speed of thinking and judgment of the legend are all here. Even though they just fought. He knew that as long as there was no major change, this outcome could not be changed. In this situation, his magic power reserve did not allow him to create any changes. Which means that even if there were changes, it would be beneficial to the other party. And the end would only be worse. What? Do you want to escape? The mechanical spear in Cheng Shui's hand was like a part of her body. And she had no disadvantage in controlling the power armor to dance. The power armor of the fusion furnace. The spear in her hand also had a fusion furnace module. Long-term stable and efficient energy output can greatly make up for the shortcomings. Coupled with more abundant magic power reserves, she could not find a reason to lose. The tail flames sprayed from the rear of the power armor, and the flames sprayed by the spear stabbing were doubled, coupled with the mobilization of the reserve magic power in an instant. Even though Cheng Shui's strength was temporarily weaker than the legend, she was much weaker than the other party. But she made up for it completely and had the upper hand. The black-haired legend barely blocked the tip of the gun with his two-handed sword, and was instantly carried back by the terrifying force. Then Cheng Shui adjusted the angle and pressed it directly to the ground, blasting a huge deep pit on the ground, and was held tightly. Leave a few of you behind. The number of legendary believers of the God of War has been reduced by more than 1/3. In the cockpit of the power armor, Cheng Shui also showed a morbid smile on her face. This is not aimed at legends. This is an attack on the gods. The core of the legend itself is the legendary will. Only with the legendary will can it withstand the compression of legendary wonders and the power of faith. Just like cast iron, which can eventually be cast into divinity. If this quality is not achieved, even if the gods want to use the pool of faith to infuse, they will be stuck before the legend. Maybe they can create some deformities, like the abyss monsters, with only legendary power. But the consumption and output are completely disproportionate. Because of this, the psychological tactics between legends are ineffective most of the time and cannot shake the will of the legend. But once the effect is really achieved, it will be quite obvious. Cheng Shui used a mechanical spear to nail the black-haired legend into the huge pit. The black-haired legend held it tightly with his two-handed sword, pressing his chest and abdomen to make a creaking sound, while still pushing back desperately and angrily said, "Ridiculous. If there is such a big damage, His Majesty the God of War will personally take action. You will be doomed." He knew that there were indeed many casualties now. But these casualties were mainly due to the demigod high priest of the God of War. If it was a legend, almost 1/10 of Olympus died. This number is already quite exaggerated. Enough to make His Majesty the God of War furious, even in their surprise attack this time. While ordering a fierce revenge, the other core was to save their lives. It can be seen that His Majesty the God of War was also very painful because of the death of 1/10 of the legendary believers. And he didn't want to suffer any more losses. It was just that he paid such a huge price before to take it down. The sunk cost was here. And this time, he had to cooperate in the attack no matter what, relying on the advantage of being able to blend in with the captives with their similar appearance. They only dispatched 6 legends, 200 heroes, and thousands of professions, but were still able to gain control of the spoils. But now this crazy woman from Umbrella, in order to verbally attack, actually made up a fallacy that more than 1/3 of the legends were killed or injured. Relying on this to shake himself? It's ridiculous. If you can still contact your commander now, you will probably know that your God of War has taken the initiative to rush into the starry sky. Cheng Shui's attack did not stop at all, and she madly used the convenience of her equipment to launch a violent attack. The deep pit became bigger and deeper. The two-handed sword in the hand of the black-haired legend hit cracks. The magic power of the equipment reserve was about to run out. But the attack of this crazy woman did not stop at all. How could she have so much more magic power reserve? Damn it! As for her crazy words, he didn't believe a word. Now he just had to hold on and resist. Save physical strength. And didn't even respond. At this time, Cheng Shui had decided that she was worthy of being a legend. She had such an obvious advantage in equipment, magic power reserve, and the nuclear energy supply of fusion batteries, combined with the blessing of silver magic power reserve. But she still couldn't stop the opponent. There is no need to worry about the energy consumption of the fusion battery. The main issue is the output power. But her magic reserve coefficient is also rapidly decreasing. However, at this moment, the sound transmission magic crystal on the waist of the black-haired legend, who was struggling to support it, suddenly exploded, making a deafening sound. All Olymp's legends come back. No matter what they are doing now. Come back. All. If the place where they fought was the Seven Realms, the fluctuations of the Legends battle might interfere with the communication magic crystal. But now, in the battle situation where magic power is carefully controlled, the message arrived. Heh. It should be the news that has also been transmitted. Cheng Shui had a smirk on her face, and then took advantage of the other party's slight daze to suddenly burst out with all her strength. The tail flames behind the mechanical spear and the power armor were fully opened. The peak attack directly shattered the opponent's dry sword, penetrated the body of the black-haired legend, and nailed him to the ground. Oh! That was a close call. I almost smashed you to pieces. Your body is still useful. The black-haired legend suffered such a severe blow that sticky blood kept pouring out of his mouth. But he still held the spear tightly, so that it would not be pulled out so quickly and take his life. Even though most of his internal organs were shattered, he still made a hoarse voice. Is this your false report? Cheng Shui curled her lips when she heard it, and then her wrist cooperated with the power armor to lift the other party up directly. Of course it's true. Now it's just an appetizer. The bigger show is still to come. The spear fell, and the body of the black-haired legend fell heavily. Then Cheng Shui jumped up and quickly attacked other battlefields, rolling the snowball. F-15, F-22, and F-35 swarmed out, forming one formation after another in the air. Now, all supersonic fighters that can carry bombs are mobilized and rush to the battlefield, ready to strike the legend at any time. However, in the air, they also saw the flames of Umbrella's force landing through the atmosphere, and their faces became much more relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Umbrella has taken action, and the pressure suddenly feels much less. It's really safe when they are friendly forces. Go first. We still have to give enough blows to the legends of the other side. However, just as they were thinking, suddenly a few black spots appeared in the sky ahead, and then flashed away, and the continuous fighter planes were instantly blown up in the air. No one saw the source of the attack at all, and there was no warning at all. One after another, the fighter planes set off fireworks in the sky. What the hell? Where did the attack come from? Someone in the sky. So fast. The pilot's eyesight is still quite good, although the goblins are small in size. The legendary goblins rely on their wings to have a high degree of maneuverability in the air above the earth. But after all, they have to save magic power, and the high-speed flapping wings also make them stop occasionally, so that they can be captured. The main job of the 10 goblin legends is to intercept the fighter planes in the sky. Through the guides of Wall Street, the Seven Realms fully understand that the total number of fighter planes on the Earth is limited. Although they can accelerate production quickly, there is still a production cycle. In particular, the training cycle of fighter pilots is longer. As long as we shoot down the fighter planes without thinking, the threat will be solved. Fire! Have you recorded the information and uploaded it to Don Quixote? Enough recognition. Blow them up. Be careful of the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. Don't be affected. The range of the tactical warhead is controllable. Just pay attention. These planes all carry the Legend Killer replaced with tactical nuclear bombs. Perhaps the total equivalent is not as good as a strategic nuclear bomb, but the threat to the Legend is far greater than a single one. Boom boom boom. As the planes continued to be shot and exploded, the swarming missiles were also rushing in the general direction. The mother bomb has about twice the speed of sound, and it can reach 4 or 5 times the speed of sound after it is dispersed. Although the fairy legend is small in size, it can also fly at high speed in the air. But after all, the magic power is limited, and if it only relies on wings, it is not even as fast as the human legend on the ground. But in the face of these attacks, there is no tension or panic on their faces. Instead, they all laughed crisply and pleasantly. Since we know your trump card, how could we not be prepared? We've been waiting for now. After we solve it, you can also go to meet Umbrella. Then the next moment, the fairies in the sky faded away one after another and lost their traces. The magic power they can mobilize is limited, but they all carry reserve magic power. After fully understanding the principle of this legendary killer through the Wall Street elites, it is easy to deal with it with the characteristics of the fairies. The fairies' god is called the goddess of dreams, and she is best at mental attacks and illusions, so their innate concealment ability is extremely strong. The radar searches and locks the target through electromagnetic waves. In fact, visible light is also electromagnetic waves. The terminal guidance of the legendary killer is all done by Don Quixote's AI, and the effect is indeed very strong. But as long as the fairies don't let it shoot and discover it, Then the problem will be solved. While the Earth continues to understand the 7 realms. Why don't the 7 realms target it in the opposite direction? The air explosions of tactical nuclear bombs in the sky continue, dispersing the clouds. The terrifying shock wave has even reached the surface, making the ground like a typhoon. Many fleeing soldiers were even blown away. Many of the cars that were already approaching were also overturned. But after all, it was just a tactical warhead exploding in the sky, which is completely different from the strategic warheads that exploded in the air. And the overall casualties were not large. Demaillion has a total of more than 13,000 fighters. But the number of fighters that can carry the legendary killer and the legendary killer itself. The mobilization of thousands of aircraft for this attack is already their limit in the short term. Demaillion's military navy, army, air force, guards, and various overseas garrisons are just like the vassal states. It was difficult to integrate and dispatch them together in the past. This time, the pressure of the alien invasion and occupation of New York and Washington was too great. And it can be said that they have used all their strength to guard against the attack of the legend. However, when the legendary killer first appeared and caused the intelligence to be transmitted back, their failure this time was doomed. As long as a killer weapon is not so strong as to break through the sky, as long as it does not have a crosshair crushing gap, then we can find a targeted method according to its characteristics. The goblins directly floated in the air and used bows and arrows to shoot, while ensuring a short period of invisibility, directly breaking almost all of Demaillion's offensive means. As soon as the goblins, who had never appeared before, came out, they immediately exerted the power of the first kill to the extreme. The short-term nuclear explosions in the sky continued to explode. In addition to the superposition of dust and radioactive materials, the shock waves themselves did not superimpose. Instead, they might collide and weaken each other, transforming into light and heat, burning many people's eyes. In addition to the continuous nuclear explosions of the legendary killer, the continuous falling of Demaillion's fighter planes also explained the tragic situation in the sky. The Umbrella conventional power armor that had already landed to block the giant Earth spirits was not affected at this time, but instead defeated the Earth spirits that could originally withstand artillery SH/LS. The special armor-piercing bombs imploded and crushed in an instant. Demaillion didn't know the information about the Earth spirits, but Umbrella couldn't be unaware of it. They were all special targeted weapons, which completely suppressed the advantages of this big guy. Every shot would at least break arms and legs, and the damage was incomparable to before. At this time, the air explosion in the air did not have any effect on them. The terrifying wind force comparable to a level 12 typhoon could not directly blow the power armor away. In the power armor team that was just cleaning up the Earth spirits and pressing them back to New York, several armors of the same model as Chung Shui and others looked up at the sky. The giants really didn't send out legends. Altria's tone was calm, and she didn't seem surprised. Come out for free. We don't even have to do anything. The champion seemed to be a little indifferent. The other 2 power armors on the other 2 sides also spoke coldly. Stop chatting. Attack. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 power armors at the back suddenly soared into the sky, and under the spray of the tail flame, they instantly rushed into the air and broke the sound barrier in an instant. I say, they are not from the same era, right? Why does Bai Chi still listen to him so much? I'm still a woman. What's so strange about that? Altria's tone was still so calm. And then she also took off. And the fairy legends who were chasing and intercepting the big beautiful fleet in the air, who could quickly change their position by flapping their wings at high speed and had far superior maneuverability to fighter planes, also felt the murderous intent from below the nuclear explosion black cloud. It's Umbrella. Be careful. Can that kind of power armor still fly? I don't know what kind of weapons they are. Be careful. It's a hero. One of the fairy legends who focused on perception consumed the reserve magic power and used the talent of dream perception to launch a test attack, and immediately received feedback from that strong power of faith in her cognition. Only the hero can do this. Damn! Didn't they launch an attack in Olymps? How could they draw so much power here? The maneuverability of the hero may be different. Thinking of the 2 priest legends who were killed in Olymps before, and the strange power of that treasure, the wings of these 10 fairy legends were numb in an instant. Then they immediately began to fly back. Retreat. Notify the people in Olymps. No need to fight them head-on. The number of fairy legends was obviously greater, but facing the surprise attack of 4 heroes, they did not even put up a symbolic resistance and immediately began to retreat. They directly abandoned those headless fighters, drew several streams of light in the air, and rushed back in the chaotic airflow that had not yet calmed down. At this time, Cheng Shui had cooperated with Yuriko to nail the last Olip's legend to the ground. The fairy tribe is so cunning. Hearing the voice of the communication crystal, Cheng Shui also looked up at the sky. Originally, they were supposed to help intercept at this time. But now it seems that they will not be able to catch up. But forget it. The boss's main task this time is to leave the body of the Olip's legend. And the fairy tribe and the giant tribe are just incidental. The boss is staring at the god of war to death. There are special ammunition for the earth spirits, as well as power armor and mechanical legions that fall from the sky. There are special instructor version mechas to deal with legends. Olips joined the goblins and giants in a massive joint attack, just when they had just destroyed the great beautiful army and were about to be out of control like a flood. They were pinned down by Umbrella, who fell from the sky. Even the legends were killed, because there was also a great beautiful drone aerial photography at the scene. So the battle scenes between the instructors and the Olip's legends were also directly exposed. Real hammer. Umbrella has the power to fight against the legends. Umbrella instructors are so terrifying. I knew that when Los Angeles was able to capture prisoners, Umbrella must have had some of its own brushes. I really didn't expect it to be this strong. Look at the weapons of those power armors. They are too exaggerated, with built-in jet special effects. Technology has defeated magic. Are you sure Umbrella didn't use magic? Uh-huh. A conflict that originally made the world feel heavy was instantly suppressed because of Umbrella's strong intervention. That kind of dominance-level power once again showed the fangs of Umbrella. This is Umbrella that can pin the Martian Zerg to Mars. True martial virtue. Those few players who understand the authenticity of Abyss World also seem very excited at this time. With the heroic spirit and the instructors of Umbrella, multiple means can deal with the legend of the Seven Realms. Then the Earth should be able to defend itself. Now I don't know what kind of waves the angry god of war will cause when he leaves. Chapter 650 Heavy Losses. Heroic spirits have appeared. They are wearing power armor, combined with technology. The legend of the fairy tribe quickly flew back to New York and flew to the top of a skyscraper. At this time, there was a 3-story high giant sitting on the top of the skyscraper. The strong load-bearing capacity of the roof had some cracks. Relying on this height, the giant has been observing the battlefield. And several power armors of Umbrella did not rush into New York. After pausing for a moment outside the city, they turned around and continued to clean up the Earth spirits. At the same time, long-range strikes were used from time to time to attack the artillery positions belonging to the Seven Realms in New York. As soon as several fairy legends came back, they quickly explained the situation to the representatives of the giant tribe. There was a record of heroic spirits instantly killing priest legends before, even if they have the advantage in numbers. They don't want to take risks at all. Their main task this time is to attack fighters and consume as many legend killers as possible. For now, the goal has been achieved. Now that the heroic spirit has appeared, we will use stronger forces to make a second offensive adjustment. Then a legend from the Goblin tribe asked again in confusion. Where is Nelius? Nelius was originally stationed in Washington, but for this attack, he specially returned from the newly opened portal in Washington and came from New York. At the beginning, he was also here to preside over the overall situation like the giant legend. Now that he is back and not seen, it is naturally a bit strange. We have dealt with a legendary killer in the air, and we also led the heroic spirit away when we came back. Those guys who sneaked in should not worry about safety issues. The Goblin legend added, I'm not worried about their legends. It seems that something happened to Olips. Before the heroic spirit appeared, he hurriedly called their people back. And now I don't know where he ran away. The 3-story tall giant legend scratched the moss on his head and seemed a little confused. You should also be able to watch the live broadcast to see if there is any news in it. The smallest giants are earth spirits and ice spirits, which are 3 or 4 meters tall. Their fingers are still stiff, so it is too difficult for them to use mobile phones. But the goblins don't have much in this regard. Without even waiting for them to do anything, another fairy flew over and said anxiously, something must have happened in Olips. His Majesty the God of War was furious for unknown reasons, and has personally gone to the starry sky. It might be the matter that Lord Baki invited us to help with before. Hearing this, several legends of the fairy tribe were also shocked. Through the information of Abyss World, they learned that a legendary wizard had gone to the starry sky of the Seven Realms. And it was Chief Leo, the strongest legend of Sephi. Because we can't let a wizard do any conspiracy in the starry sky. The response to Baki's invitation this time was still very positive. The dragons, fairies, and giants all responded. Only Mithras, who signed the agreement, and the elves, who only had one new demigod left, did not support. But the 4 demigods led a group of legends to search the starry sky, which can be said to be quite important. The main reason is that the starry sky is too vast. Even with the exploration ability similar to that of the elf dragon, it is necessary to constantly check and find traces step by step. This is not something that can be accomplished in the short term. Olops will give up its interests. And it is also related to the fact that Starry Sky has involved many legends. But now, what exactly happened? What caused the god of war to be furious? What about us? Is there an oracle from the goddess? The fairy legend asked anxiously. Because this time, a demigod from the fairy tribe also went there with some legends. Not yet. It is estimated that another legendary believer of the god of war has fallen. The fairy who came to convey the message guessed. In fact, this is also easy to judge. This time, Olops is the party with the heaviest losses. If more legendary believers fall, it is natural that the god of war will go crazy. However, since there is no oracle from the goddess of dreams, it should mean that at least no high-level believers of the goddess have fallen yet, which is good news. As for Olops, there was nothing they could do to help. The god of war has personally attacked. This time, Earth and Sephi are in big trouble. With the god of war's violent temper, it is quite normal for him to come and kill directly. Just when they thought that the god of war was furious because too many legendary believers died, the legendary battle outside was over. In order to boost morale, the drone shot of Umbrella killing legends was also released from the official side of Depyaliong. This is the price of invading our Earth. Before, Umbrella was just suppressing the Zerg and couldn't spare any hands. Now you have to know how powerful we Earthlings are. Retreat quickly, and you can still save your lives. Otherwise more of your legends will fall here. We will counterattack the 7 realms. In the TV speech, the person in charge of Depyaliong personally delivered a speech, his face full of impassioned and excited. God knows how long they have been frustrated by the occupation of New York and Washington. Although they finally came up with the legend killer, the previous air battle also showed that it was still not enough. Also, although the opponent's artillery bombardment was not much this time, and was far less fierce than ours, it also showed that they were not opposed to using technological weapons. As time goes on, if they get more and more modern ammunition, combined with their own terrifying qualities, there will be no fight at all. They directly begged Umbrella, which was the last resort. But I didn't expect Umbrella to be so powerful, and pushed them back. Clean and neat. After Umbrella showed such terrifying strength, and knowing that he could not return to the previous big beautiful boss after this time, he naturally changed the direction immediately. In the TV speech, he showed a proud attitude that Umbrella and I scored 81 points together, and ordered the invaders of the 7 realms to leave. The internet is also full of high praise for Umbrella. Umbrella power armor tore the legend. What a shocking picture. I can hardly believe my eyes. I even thought this was in a game. Really? I can't tell the difference. Umbrella is awesome. It has to be the Umbrella instructor. In real life, Umbrella can tear apart legends with bare hands. Top players, help a little. Don't waste the power armor. Tear it apart quickly and see. Come on. The current limit for players is to play at the hero level. After all, there is a magic environment. It may also be that Umbrella's game simulation made some mistakes, which increased the difficulty of the game. Of course, this is not to blame Umbrella. It is already quite awesome to be able to do this now. And it is more playable. Reality is more magical than games. To save the Earth, you have to look to Umbrella. Depyaliong only knows how to make trouble. And now she finally knows the importance of hugging thighs, no matter how thorny they are. They all said those respectful words. The internet trolls also became rational and polite. The internet trolls also began to reason. There was singing and dancing, as if the invaders could be driven away immediately. And the pictures released also made the goblins and giants feel heavy. All 6 Olympus legends died in battle. In addition to the ones who blocked the goblins, Umbrella actually had the power to kill the legends. And watching the video, watching the power armors being powerful, watching the legends being suppressed, they also felt a sense of pressure. Although the power of the legends was limited due to the magic environment of the Earth, they also keenly saw that the power armors also had magic skills. It seems that His Majesty the God of War will definitely come here. The fairy legend sighed. There was a group of evil gods descending, and Lord Baki's artifact was lost. 3 heroes were killed by the main battlefield of Olops. The God of War rushed into the starry sky in anger, and another legend may be killed. Now there are 6 more here. Okay. This loss. Even the gods can't sit still. Umbrella can actually kill legends with conventional means. Oldmore looked at the picture in the video, and his face showed a complicated expression. The few old immortals all relied on Enzo to surrender to him to get their current lives. But Enzo was directly sent back to the abyss by a strategic nuclear bomb. Even if this point was analyzed, Enzo was mainly too big to dodge. And he himself didn't know. Compared to the legends, who already knew the power of nuclear bombs and had flexible bodies. But no matter what, Enzo is at the same level as those legends. When the evil god descended before, it can be considered that Umbrella took some other means. But this time they also demonstrated this method, truly using the conventional power of technology to suppress the legend, although it may have undergone some human body transformation and combined with power armor. But this is still enough to illustrate their strength. As a result, Enzo, who they rely on the most, is already an object that can be slaughtered at will in the eyes of Umbrella? Don't panic. This is the benefit of hedging our risks. We have also communicated with the Zerg. The brain worm has responded and said that they will deal with our problems after dealing with their current opponents. Old Locke didn't seem to care. After gaining a long life, they can watch all the changes in front of them quietly. There are also evil god believers. We can also join them when necessary. If it doesn't work, the 7 realms are not impossible to choose. We have many ways to retreat. And De Pyongyang has joined Umbrella. So now the 7 realms must be in urgent need of another insider. And we are very suitable. For them, there is no sense of family and country. They go wherever there is profit. They have always considered themselves as God's chosen people. The chosen ones. And they are born to have supreme privileges. As for other humans, they are just servants and animals serving them. Nothing more. After the fairy legend retreated and Umbrella's conventional firepower and targeted weapons instantly suppressed the earth spirits, the surprise attack was declared over. Although there are still many professional and heroic classes among the millions of captives, it is obvious that they can't make any waves. Several knights who suddenly ran away were torn into pieces by power armor in an instant. The blaster gun knocked them down with one shot. And there was no resistance in the environment without magic. In the magic environment of the 7 realms, the blessing of power armor can fight against senior heroes. And the environment without magic is even more crushing. After Umbrella took over the scene, the registration of these captives became quite smooth. Each one was reasonable and amiable, no matter how rebellious they were before. They all cooperated honestly at this time. Under this screening, even professional and even heroic assassins cannot pass Umbrella's screening. De Pyongyang can't distinguish them herself. But it is much easier for Umbrella to distinguish them. It depends on whether you have magic fluctuations. A device similar to a safe door directly caught all the Olymps people hidden inside. With the power armor next to them, the heroic ones were blown to pieces in front of them. And there was an example that they didn't care about the life and death of the hostages at all. After having a painful lesson in front of them, the rest did not make any unnecessary resistance. They were all pulled out and put on electronic shackles. At least if they don't resist, it seems that they will not be executed now. It won't be worse. These professional and heroic ones, who can mix in the crowd, obviously have sufficient learning and training first. And they also have some understanding of the treatment of some prisoners on Earth. There are also a few who choose to resist. Among the group, a little black man said to Xiao Shuai next to him with an extremely excited expression on his face. Oh! This time it was really full of twists and turns. I finally got out of that damn prison. These days are really not a life for a human. You can still play Abyss World. But I can't do anything except posting videos online. The food I eat every day also has ice chips. Ice chips. You know. God. It must be said that Xiao He has racial talents. And he is also optimistic. He speaks like rap. He was very excited after escaping from the cage in New York. Did you see the explosion in the sky before? That was a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb. I thought I was going to die. But I didn't expect the power to be smaller than I thought. And the mecha that fell from the sky from Umbrella was so cool. I want to join them. But they probably don't want to accept me. Many people died on the way. It's so miserable. Xiao He, who kept talking, made Xiao Shuai's face stiff. He and this childhood friend are both children from standard slums. But Xiao Shuai has understood his situation since he was a child and has a strong enough talent for learning. While big, beautiful books are outrageously expensive. Tuition at excellent schools is also shockingly expensive. But he still relied on his talent to fight his way out of the slums. and went to college with a loan with an annual compound interest of 7%. And he has not paid it off until now. However, Xiao Shuai knew that his talent should be beyond reproach. When he entered college, his grades were not excellent because his foundation was too poor, and he did not even get a scholarship. But when he graduated, he successfully passed the interview of the fruit company, and is now working in the game department of the Abyss World Fruit Company. The innate 16 points of mental power are also recognized by the Umbrella official. So, he is a formal mage. Looking at the distance from the detector getting closer and closer, seeing a spy from the 7 realms in front being caught, and the other party did not symbolically resist, and resignedly put on the electronic shackles. Xiao Shuai's heart couldn't help but feel bitter. What the HL? If I had known earlier, I would not have accumulated magic power in reality. What is this? Finally, it was the turn of the person in front of Xiao Shuai and Xiao He. And the alarm sounded again. Xiao He, who was in front of Xiao Shuai, was so scared that he almost jumped up and hung on Xiao Shuai, complaining constantly. Oh, shit! There was a spy so close to me. You damn people from the 7 realms. You will be punished. So many people died because of you. As he finished speaking, he also showed a flattering smile to the umbrella inspectors with real guns and nuclear bombs next to him. Of course, we also have to thank Umbrella for the rescue. It's you who saved the world. At this time, the guy who was called to the police in front of Xiao He also walked out resignedly, but still moved the corner of his mouth as if to rescue him for the last time and said, "Actually, I am a player of Abyss World. You know, I have some magic power, and I have been practicing breathing techniques in reality." This kind of excuse made Xiao Shuai speechless. "Brother, don't steal my lines." Xiao He laughed like a pig. "Uh-huh. Where did you get this ignorant native? Abyss World is a game. Do you know about games? Don't you know what virtual reality is? Haven't you seen it? You won't take our game video seriously. Will you?" He held his stomach while laughing, and then patted Xiao Shuai's shoulder. "Brother, don't you think so?" Hee. Xiao Shuai laughed twice with a fake smile, and ignored it. The umbrella robot in charge of registration in front of him didn't care at all. He just followed the procedure step by step, while putting electronic shackles on the other party. He even asked directly with an electronic voice, "What is the game ID? When was the last time you went online? Where is it?" While talking calmly, a virtual screen popped up on his wrist, as if he was preparing to make a serious inquiry. The 7 realm spy in front of him was just a quick-witted trick. If he really asked for detailed information, he certainly wouldn't know. It's not possible to make up an unknown thing. Finally, he gave a bitter smile and said in a standard New York accent, "You'd better arrest me." This immediately caused Xiao He and many people who heard the voice to laugh. Now that the crisis has been resolved, everyone is very honest under Umbrella's management, and they feel much more relaxed. Then Xiao He passed the security check and completed the registration normally, then stood aside and said, "I'll wait for my friend. It's okay to stand for a while. It's the guy behind me. It's quick." The registration robot and the power armor next to him didn't say yes, but they didn't drive him away. Then, in Xiao He's confused eyes, he saw the warning sound from the inspection door after Xiao Shuai passed. "I'm not that familiar with him." There was only one in front, and then another one immediately. Such a dense crowd was relatively rare in previous inspections. The crowd next to him took a few steps back involuntarily. The first few people who resisted affected ordinary people, although they were honest later. It was obvious that the people in line would not take their own safety as a joke. It's not good even if they are splashed with blood. Even Xiao Shuai's friend Xiao He kept crying to the power armor next to him. "Oh, my God. I don't know when he replaced my friend. No wonder he didn't talk much along the way. My God. My poor friend. Did he scrape his skin off alive? It's terrible." Xiao He squeezed out a few tears and kept distancing himself from the relationship. Xiao Shuai also felt helpless and speechless at this time. He looked up at the robot that picked up the electronic shackles and examined him with electronic eyes, squeezed out a smile and said, "I said I'm a player of Abyss World. Is that okay?" One person just appeared in front, and now another one came, which immediately relaxed the nervous cures. He was still joking at this time, and it seemed that he was not prepared to resist. The registration robot still popped up the screen step by step and asked in a routine manner, "ID. Last online time. ID. Handsome. Just logged in this morning. Our team is in Olympus. The one who summoned the heroic spirit Zhao Yun before was my captain. The Fruit Prince? He can also testify for me. I have been in New York all the time. Xiao Shuai breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly explained. The robot simply searched, and then scanned Xiao Shuai's face and pupils with electronic eyes, and finally nodded. Okay, wear this and go. As he spoke, the robot took out a bracelet from another box and asked Xiao Shuai to wear it. Xiao Shuai also nodded numbly and carefully put the bracelet on his hand. Seeing that the bracelet was locked, but there was no discomfort, he breathed a sigh of relief. The group of people queuing behind him also looked strange at this time. Can you really get through by playing games? How can you trigger the alarm? What's going on? Xiao He also came to Xiao Shuai with a confused look on his face and kept touching him. Are you really Xiao Shuai? Have you been replaced? It's really me. Doesn't Abyss World have meditation? I'm a mage. It's normal to have some magic senses after playing for too long. Didn't you see that you brought me a locator? Even if it's fake, it can still find me. Xiao Shuai deliberately spoke loudly, fearing that something would go wrong because of himself. Anyway, when the TV at his home was talking, it almost scared him to death. Oh, so, I've been practicing the night breathing method, and I've become much stronger. So why haven't I? Xiao He seemed a little suspicious. Xiao Shuai was speechless. You rely on food to supplement. So of course, the amount is not enough. Then he ignored him and pushed him away in a few seconds. Don't block me. You're probably not paying attention. And you haven't been here as long as I have. Is that so? That's it. The mage group is a minority in the game. And the same is true for those who can become formal mages now. In addition, not everyone in New York has a game quota. So there are only 2 or 3 mage players among the 1 million people. Just when Umbrella completed the blockade again and began to maintain surveillance on New York and Washington. It took a long time to deal with the millions of prisoners outside, and won unanimous praise on the internet. Nalius also felt overwhelmed. The news just came that the legends could not die anymore, and they all withdrew. Now 6 people died in a blink of an eye, and he really felt a headache. What happened to the starry sky? How could His Majesty the God of War personally attack? How many people died Umbrella? At this time, Naluos also felt a palpitation. How could a legend that often does not produce one in a generation die so frequently? This is too abnormal. This is an unprecedented situation. The most important thing is that once these 6 legends are gone, the Olympus legends left on Earth are really only enough to maintain the status quo. And many things cannot be freed up. His Majesty the God of War is furious. If he personally takes action, he may even descend directly after solving the problem of the starry sky. In this way, it may also be possible to quickly solve the problem here. Nalius could only comfort himself at this time. Among the 7 gods, the God of War is notoriously bad-tempered. Since the loss is so great, since he has already taken action, it is very likely that he will do it in one go. While thinking of this, Naluos also picked up his mobile phone and started to look through the live broadcast of Abyss World. I want to see if those idiots will do anything else after the God of War leaves. In fact, although he knew that the players were sabotaging in Olympus, he sometimes found these videos quite interesting. After all, Nihilius himself was indeed a human, and humans were suppressed by the orcs in Olympus. Now even the warlord Jinya has gone back, and the people on Earth are all human legends of Olympus. If 6 people had not died this time, their lives would actually be quite comfortable. The various levels of this world are indeed very high. But just as he was watching the live broadcast, his face suddenly froze, and he saw the meteorites falling from the sky. Damn! What is this? Didn't His Majesty the God of War go to the starry sky? How could he not find it? Then he also thought of the key point. Did he deliberately lead His Majesty the God of War away at the beginning? Did he kill the legends who went to the starry sky just to seduce His Majesty the God of War, and then launch this attack? Because the live broadcaster to Pineapple also hid in the earth. He could only know that things were very troublesome based on the vibration of the screen. Originally, he wanted to go back immediately, but after taking 2 steps, he deliberately slowed down a beat. Let's slow down first. When he was almost sure that the bombing was over, he went back through the portal. He smelled a pungent smell of sulfur just after he passed by, and the sky was also gray. There was a Glory Tower Master guarding near the portal, so there was not much impact. But the protected area was only the area near the portal. Looking up, the outside of the sanctuary was all scorched earth. Ding ding. The mournful bell sounded, and His Holiness the Pope returned to the Lord's arms. How is your attack? I didn't call you on purpose. The gory tower master walked over with a tired face. The god of war was furious. After rushing out of the starry sky, he received a notice from the late pope to let all the operatives on the earth come back to avoid further losses. However, when he contacted them, the battle had already started. He felt that it was too hasty to call them back at this time. So he just mentioned it, and didn't really urge them. A general is not subject to the orders of his master when he is away from home. Neleus has the power to act at his own convenience there. After all, he needs to deal with various possible changes, and many of them can only be decided on the spot. After the meteorite bombardment began, he had no time to contact again, thinking that if there was still a live broadcast, Neleus and others would know it soon. When he finished dealing with it here, he just saw Neleus coming over, which was not unexpected. He came here now, so the fight on the other side was fierce. But after hearing Guangwei's words, Neleus's expression was stiff. And then he said with some difficulty, "The attack is over." "Oh, it's over. How much area has been occupied?" The fatigue in Guangwei Tower Master's eyes was reduced a little. There should be some good news. Then Guangwei's face gradually became ferocious and he said, "Sephi and the earth have gone too far. We must also fight back and bloodbath the occupied areas. Use the magic of the dead to directly turn their souls into magic to support our actions." As he spoke, the master of the Guangwei Tower exuded a strong breath of the dead. He is not a professional necromancer, but since he has reached the legendary level, he must have studied the necromancer magic. Although he is definitely not as good as Yumiya, who is known as the Witch of Death, he is more than enough to create some tragedies. It's just that he was a little worried before he took action. But now that the stars have fallen, what's the point of caring? The Pope is dead. And after the bell sounded before, he also received news that the new Pope would take the throne. And the new Pope is about to complete the absorption breakthrough to become a demigod. As a legendary wizard, the master of the Guangwei Tower naturally knows that there is something fishy about this. It is very likely that a war god Pope with a bad temper will come. In this case, you have to show yourself to some extent. It just so happens that the operation is over, and if we have occupied another area, there will be no problem in dealing with half of the population. We were beaten back. 6 legends died. All of them were on our side. Neleus's difficult voice directly brought Guangwei back to reality. The undead aura on his body was also retracted, and he turned back into the good man with students all over Olympus. 6 more died. When did legends die like cabbages? Don't think that Olympus has nearly 100 legends in a population of 6 billion. But in reality, there may not be one legend in a billion people. All thanks to long lifespan. What happened? For a moment, Guangwei felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. Was this a calculation against His Majesty the God of War from the beginning? The knife cut the flesh again and again. By the time His Majesty the God of War reacted, he had already lost so much. Who is it? Who is it? Does he know the price of angering a god? Or, he just wants to anger and weaken a god? Thinking deeply, the Lord of Guangwei suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Damn. I can't think about it. Chapter 651 Stealing Home. What? All lost contact? Impossible. The fairy representatives on Earth felt their scalps tingling as soon as they received the information from their home planet. Previously, it was not only the demigods and legends of Olympus that lost contact in the starry sky, but also the fairies, dragons, and giants. The only difference is that the gods have not yet felt that their faith has disappeared. But this news still makes the fairy and giant representatives on Earth feel cold. For demigods, dozens of legends. Although Olympus has the largest number of legends, the other 4 tribes are mainly demigods and legends, who are good at exploration. But this number still makes their backs cold. Damn! What happened? The Sephi world came out in full force? This is impossible. The Sephi realm is strong, and each of their gods should have more than one demigod. And the floating city does have a stronger strength on the surface. But even if they really find a way to come out in full force, they can't do it silently. The desperate counterattack of the demigods is not something they can handle. Besides, how did they get through? The passage can't be that fast. The giant representatives are now in disbelief. This news is too shocking and too shocking. But this is reality. We need to be thankful that everyone in Olive should be dead. So it caused the wrath of the god of war. And we, the fairy representative, had just said this when the latest news came. Olympus was hit by a meteorite group and suffered heavy losses. Then, the Pope of the God of War died. This series of heavy news made the representatives of the fairies and giants feel deeply palpitated. So cruel. This is to kill Olips. Thinking that Olips was the main force in attacking the Earth and occupied New York and Washington. And the two sides had officially participated in it before, which made them feel a sense of pressure and bitterness. Will they still blame us now? This time, Sephi and the Earth played a big game. Such a heavy loss shocked the gods. I'm afraid this plain war will be a war of gods. God war. Thinking of this distant word, even the well-informed legends still felt a deep awe. At present, the seven realms are almost invincible. Only places like Sephi, where they hit and run and the will of their home planet is strong enough, have suffered a little loss. Planets with gods have also been occupied. But it is undeniable that every true god war is devastating. The Earth does not know the depth. But you Sephi should know. How come it has come to this point now? The 4 demigods of the starry sky have disappeared along with a total of more than 30 legends. This is news that shocked the entire 7 realms. After it spread, it shocked the world. Mithras has begun to open up the mutual trade. And the prices of daily necessities such as food have suddenly skyrocketed recently. Some players have begun to transport industrial starch in large quantities. Industrial starch is completely a byproduct of environmental protection. Now almost all factories have begun to use it. And the production capacity is really not enough to feed pigs. The annual global grain production is less than 3 billion tons. But the carbon dioxide emissions are more than 30 billion tons. Players can transport as much as Mithras wants. Because Mithras also has observers on Earth. Although they will not participate in the invasion due to the peace agreement, they will not fall behind in the collection of intelligence. The trade temple knows the production capacity of the Earth. And the bid is already low. But even so, it makes players enjoy it. The economic system of this game is really amazing. The profiteers of the trade temple must have seen the miserable situation of Olympus and wanted to give disaster money. They must be short of food now. In fact, we can also make this money. We can transport it directly without middlemen. Good guy. This meteorite is probably made by Chief Leo before. We killed the people and blew up the land. Then we sell food to them and make another fortune? Olive Star's fall has live broadcasts by anchors. Although many players have been killed by the plot. This time there is a death penalty for the plot kill. So no one said anything. But it feels exciting. As the news spread, players who were still hanging out in Mithras, Sephi, and the Abyss also began to join in eagerly. And many people rushed to Olips again. The first batch was too risky before, and they were worried about being besieged. But now that they have watched so many live broadcasts, not to mention the experience, Olips was blown up by a meteorite like this. And it was hard to protect itself. The safety factor has undoubtedly increased a lot. Isn't this an opportunity to go over and dig 3 feet into the ground? We can't waste natural resources. At the same time, some people on Mithra's side also began to get close to the players, wanting to know more about the inside. But because of the information cocoon effect of the gradient on the Earth, it is difficult to get some useful information. However, the Death Witch Yumi of Mithras, from time to time, uses No Squeak to open live broadcasts for interaction. High silk hollow suspenders are indeed quite interesting. Yumiya stretched out her finger to hook the edge of the suspender's black silk, snapped it, and made the elastic skin full of collagen slightly concave. The barrage on the side of No Squeak was collectively crazy. It has to be said that Yumiya's appearance is really good for special attacks. Her silver hair and red eyes, combined with her sick smile from time to time, make netizens scream. Although she appeared later, her popularity has surpassed others. Now she is one of the most popular characters in Abyss World. Every step of her behavior is quite borderline, but just right. For a legendary wizard, it is easy to step on the limit after understanding the rules. The extreme outfit within the rules is actually more attractive than some mosaic pictures. Now she is wearing a black hazy black gauze with a high C sling, giving out benefits. Then what I promised has been completed. Everyone should help me too. I want to contact the top leaders of Umbrella. Do you have any way? Yumiya has a pitiful expression on her face. Her silver and smooth hair naturally reflects a little, and her watery red pupils have a hazy feeling. Netizens watching the live broadcast can't stand it. Although netizens were screaming, no one could agree with what Yumiya said except for some bragging comments. Umbrella is indeed too mysterious in this regard. Just like the instructor beating the legend this time. No one knows how they did it. The NPC's desire to meet the developer also made netizens feel the power of Umbrella's technology. Some netizens also complained at the same time. Don't talk about Red Queen. When Don Quixote was tested internally, the personal beta AI I downloaded was tricking me to fill in the verification code for it, and tricked me into saying that it had vision problems. The NPC intelligence of this game is really unparalleled, especially after the introduction of modern real-time background. Miss Yumiya, do you know that the Seven Realms attack on the Earth has been curbed? Yumiya quickly searched the content of the comments, and felt a little regretful in her heart. Sure enough, they are all ordinary people, although the degree of informatization in that world is far beyond imagination. Some truly secret news is still unknown to ordinary people. But soon a series of super fire caught her attention. If you want to talk so much, then maybe the official NPC of Umbrella will come to you. Just stand still and don't move. Looking at the super popular fans, it was the top brother in the live broadcast room. ID Hungry Ai. Bukukase also explained in a low voice, saying, the top brother is a food blogger, and he is quite popular. He often checks in at some exquisite food stores. But he fishes for 3 days, and dries the net for 2 days. He doesn't make money by bringing goods with traffic. He should be very wealthy. This is the top brother of Bukukase, who is also an internet celebrity. He will definitely learn more about it after he goes offline. Now he can help introduce one or two. Yumiya nodded and smiled brightly, saying, then I look forward to your visit. We now have a ceasefire agreement. I hope it will be a friendly exchange. She also knew that Umbrella has NPCs such as Master Yi and Altria in the game, and they are all very powerful. Master Yi is also suspected to be a legendary wizard. But even if the King of Heroes came in person, Yumiya didn't care. This is the confidence of the top legendary necromancer. At home, Yumiya also thought that she could be comparable to a demigod. Moreover, it was indeed as she said, and there was no need for both sides to fight and kill now. What she was wondering now was what Chief Leo had done. If Chief Leo took that critical step, it would be natural that the star demigod and the legend disappeared. After returning and studying it repeatedly for a long time, Yumiya was very concerned about this matter. This represented the possibility of further progress. The first brother on the list is really good at playing. He is not doing his job. He hasn't updated for a long time. But that's true. The GM who guides the plot in the game can be regarded as the representative of Umbrella. Maybe we can really interact with each other. Is the first brother on the list an employee of Umbrella? It's hard to say. Anyway, the people of Umbrella are definitely not short of money. As the discussion in the barrage continued, Yumiya glanced at it and found that it was no longer useful. So she waved goodbye with a smile. Next time, I'll give you a new benefit. The bunny girl's clothes are ready. After giving a little hope, she threw the used Bukukase aside and threw a few magic books to him. In fact, you have some magic talent. Don't waste it, Yumiya said calmly. For players in this mode, perhaps only meditation can benefit the main body, which can also be regarded as a reward. But then again, the mages in their game, or formal mages, should all know the real situation of the game. It's really interesting. On the other side, Jiangbo of Olips also read the graphic introduction of Yumiya's live broadcast. Although he also glanced at the carefully selected beautiful pictures, he still noticed the content here and the words of the top brother. Maybe they are Umbrella's intelligence personnel. Anyway, money is meaningless to them. Yumiya suddenly asked this question and wanted to contact Umbrella tentatively. It might be related to what Chief Leo did before. Jiangbo didn't know the truth, but he had no problem making logical judgments based on the known information. It was the god of war who left in anger first, and then the stars fell. So Chief Leo definitely did more than just the stars falling. But the distance was too far, and he could only make some rough judgments. And now, it's almost time for me to harvest. Otherwise, with the full popularization of the truth of the game, maybe the authority in my hands will be taken back. Walking on the scorched earth, Jiangbo looked at the large gathering place in front of him, and also contacted PDD through the forum and said, how long will it take you to get there? Soon. I killed a wave of Olips heroes before. Cool. Power armor is awesome. PDD seemed very excited at this time. He didn't see the battle between the instructors and the legends in reality, but he still saw the graphic description through the forum. This combination and contrast with reality made him extremely excited, and he wanted to practice with others. Coincidentally, Qin Xian also had this idea, so they specially used the live broadcast to complete an ambush. Facts have proved that at this time, Olips should be in a rage, and the heroes chasing them began to go completely crazy. But it seems that the legends have stopped coming out. According to the news on the forum, Olips's blockade of the legends in the Sephi world has stopped, and no new legends have been forced back in the Abyss Tam territory. Some time before the god of war left, 7 Sephi legends were beaten, and escaped through the Rainbow Bridge in just half a day. Now there are only 13 Sephi legends still active in Olympus. But since then, there has been no one. Some people analyzed that it should be based on the battle situation on the real side. Too many legends died, and they no longer dared to take risks and turned to strategic defense. After all, whether it was through Sephi's judgment or the attack of Olympus Earth, etc., the rarity of legends can still be determined. According to the speed of killing by Umbrella, it is natural that they would have concerns in the game background. The probability of legends appearing is small, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, they designed a counter-ambush. Relying on the mines arranged in advance, they completed the counter-killing of 5 heroes. The sense of sourness and accomplishment is really amazing. And the number of people in PDD's live broadcast room has been increasing. Now PDD's live broadcast is really a pit for the people of Olympus. He often uses some recorded information to fool people. When he is really live, he usually only looks at the face inside the power armor. The panoramic view used in the previous counter-killing battle has both live broadcast effect and safety. It must be said that this guy is also quite capable. Jiangbo also confirmed this matter in advance, and only contacted them after the risk was controllable, wanting to cooperate to make a big one. 2 summons of heroes are enough to impact that kind of top gathering place. Maybe you can also get the legendary wonders. Thinking of this, Jiangbo seemed a little excited. Only when one can truly improve oneself in the soul can one truly improve oneself. Of course, if the heroic spirit wants to take away the benefits, then of course he can let the other party take them. Jiangbo knows how much he cares about himself. His purpose is very clear, which is to drink soup with him and get something that will help him. And at present, Umbrella has always been very generous. He thinks that if he really gets something good through the heroic spirit summoning, he may get extra rewards for himself. Tongshan tribe is a top tribe under the Blade Fong tribe on Olympus. The Tongshan tribe itself has a legend sitting in the head. Before, it also escaped from the meteorite fall under the protection of the legend. Now, there are 3 orc legends gathered here. Why didn't all the savages get killed by the meteorite? Damn it! In a large tent full of rough and primitive style, an orc legend drank a bottle of whiskey in big gulps, wiping his mouth with indignation on his face. After all, they occupied New York and Washington, and as legends, they could still enjoy some supplies. At this time, he was still wearing a bulging suit, a pair of tight jeans on the lower body, and a Patek Philippe in his hand. The combination looked very funny. Are you worried about your tribe? It shouldn't be a big problem. The wild people are scattered. I don't know how many will be left after this attack, and we still have a lot of hero-level leaders to stop them. Another orc legend with a scar on his face, dressed normally, but drinking vodka, also sighed. These things are just like locusts. The key is that I don't know if they can summon heroes. After the last incident, these players were their legends restricted area, and they were all handed over to the people below to deal with. In fact, the hero level can't die. The chief of the Tongshan tribe, as the legendary orc who was the host, also had a heavy tone at this time. All the people with the legendary hope have stopped attacking, and they have increased the tilt and support of resources. I hope there will be 1 or 2. Alas, legends are too difficult to cultivate. The orc who was drinking whiskey also looked a little bitter at this time. Legends die quickly, and they are all confused. But the cultivation of legends is too slow. Often, not even one can be produced in a generation. There are legends in every generation, but the proportion of those who can really take this step is too low. They were able to accumulate nearly 100 legends in Olympus, all thanks to the lifespan of legends. As a result, there are only 50 or 60 left now. I heard that all the legends in the starry sky are gone, and 6 more died on the earth. Chief Tongshan also felt his throat dry. Almost 30 legends. Even if resources are tilted, it will take at least hundreds of years to recover. The key is that after Olympus was hit by a meteorite, 1/3 of the land turned into scorched earth, and the sky was covered with dust. The climate has completely changed, and the living environment has become quite harsh. You can imagine how severe the difficulties will be in the future. If the pool of faith is still sufficient, it would be fine. The temples in various places are enough to start purification and protection. But in order to minimize the previous damage, after draining it, things will be really troublesome. If it is not handled properly, a large number of believers may die, and legends also need to be born from ordinary people. This kind of tragic situation has never appeared in the records, let alone their long legendary career. Okay, let's not say these discouraging words, since the supplies are stored here this time. There must be some priority when we distribute them. Right? There are 4 good seedlings in my tribe. Give them more resources and concentrate more. Maybe one can be born. The other orc who is drinking vodka also burped at this time. This human's drink is still very powerful. But it's a pity that it lacks some magic. But as a legend, he doesn't care about this. He just likes this feeling. It's not good for us to distribute it privately at this time. Many of them are given by the God Court. As the host, Chief Tongshan also seemed a little hesitant at this time. Now the Divine Court is quite generous and has transported out a lot of inventory resources, just to cultivate some legends in a short time to save the situation. The reason why the Tongshan tribe guards 3 legends here is not only because the legends were originally required to stick together, but also because of the resources here and a teleportation array. It is normal for a tribe with legends to have a teleportation array. But the Tongshan tribe has also directly grafted a teleportation portal interface that can support the plain battlefield, which is also due to the solid foundation of their teleportation array itself. So the supplies are placed here because it is convenient for transportation. In large-scale teleportation, the quality difference of these teleportation arrays will still be clearly reflected. Tongshan is equivalent to a large transit station. Hey, what's the matter? To say something disrespectful, the old pope has returned to the embrace of the Lord. And the new one seems to be the youngest god messenger. He may have used some means with great side effects. If we do it, will he dare to do anything to us? The vodka orc who proposed it had an indifferent expression on his face. He can be regarded as the predecessor of this pope. Besides, now that the legends have dropped so much and their importance has increased again, the other party will not dare to do anything. Hearing this, the other 2 were also a little excited. After all, this resource is indeed quite rich, and there are even things that can help them. On the other side, Jiang Bo did not wait for PDD first, but waited for several coalition teams called by young Master Qin. There are even 4 nuclear-powered main battle tanks. Although the appearance of 2 of the tanks looks a bit black and smoked, there is still no problem when they drive over. Obviously, they were affected by the shock wave in the previous meteorite impact and survived. The fission furnace of the nuclear-powered main battle tank is much larger than the fission battery of the power armor, and the endurance is still here. The electromagnetic gun is combined with the electromagnetic machine gun and AI aiming. In terms of pure long-range firepower, it is stronger than the power armor. The exchange price is also cheaper than the instructor version of the power armor. But this kind of tank exchange has a team size requirement. It must be a team of more than 20 people to exchange, which should be considered the coordination of infantry and tanks and ammunition. After all, even if the tank has a lot more ammunition, once it is used up, it does not have the close combat ability of the power armor. Neither Jiang Bo nor young Master Qin exchanged for this, because they didn't have enough people and the target was too big. So the risk was not small. Jiang Bo also knew that the reason for this restriction was that these weapons themselves were still a kind of equipment resource. Although things that can be industrially produced are for consumption, they don't want to be thrown directly into the water. Under the intensity of the previous meteorite bombing, the density of these tanks should not be too much to avoid waste. There are 2 tanks here that were teleported after the explosion. Third Master, we are here first. I heard there is a big job. Young Master Qin specially called all the remaining tank teams near us, as if he wanted to do some big luck. Third Master personally stepped on the spot. Can't he make a lot of money? The teams that came here all stood around the tanks with exoskeletons. When the meteorite exploded before, they all hid under the tanks to take the damage. As long as they are not unlucky enough to be hit directly at close range, there is no risk. In addition to the 4 tanks, there are also 2 lucky exoskeleton fire dogs. Although it looks miserable, the skin outside the exoskeleton protection is torn. But for this kind of abyss monster with thick skin and flesh, this injury is nothing, compared with the fire dog that was blown away by young Master Qin. These 2 are considered lucky. Obviously, Qin Xiang contacted the nearby teams that still had heavy equipment. With the coordination of the game system, at most, they can count them in reality. But this kind of dispatch is quite convenient and fast. Although the scattered teams are scattered, everyone knows what their purpose is, and they can slowly gather together. Looking at these teams, Jiang Bo also smiled, and then said, "No one has started live broadcast. Right? This time it is really a big fish." He believed that Qin Xiang was also clear. Most of these people had signed an agreement. Since they were asked not to start, they certainly didn't dare to worry about being sued in reality. Even PDD used various screen nesting dolls, and there was a video of the power armor cockpit showing its head. Naturally, others did not dare to commit crimes against the wind. This time, I used the temporary detection and sensing array to find that there were quite frequent and dense spatial fluctuations in this direction not long ago. According to the current situation of Olips, it is totally worth a try. Jiang Bo also pulled young Master Qin into the battle because he found that this side might be very tricky. With young Master Qin's connections, he might be able to attract other people with summoning authority to come over. Let's just do a big one and let Umbrella call for support again. On the other side, the portal guarded by the Lord of the Glorious Tower suddenly flashed, and two figures appeared here. One of them had silver hair fluttering. Blood-red pupils added a bit of weirdness, and delicate facial features, with a slightly pale face, added a kind of morbid beauty. And the other one was Wang Yi. The meeting with Yumiya went smoothly as expected. To be frank, Wang Yi himself has a top-level exclusive passive special attack against all legendary mages. Since he personally came to meet Yumiya, there would be no loopholes. However, because of the rush, Wang Yi did not waste time doing anything strange, but came directly to Olips with Yumiya. Directly as Yumiya, he used Mythos' star teleportation array to go directly to Olips with legal procedures. Boss, Guangwei is still a little smart. He has been running his teaching in Olips, with students everywhere. As a human, he has a high prestige among the orcs. Yumiya said respectfully. It's good to have prestige. Now Olips is in ruins, and needs someone to take charge of the overall situation. Wang Yi casually admired the gray sky, and felt the trauma of the world will of Olips. Very good. Now the god of war dare not return. And the world will has also been damaged. If you want, you can drive the floating city over, and do whatever you want in Olips, and suppress the injured world will in reverse. But this method is too crude and wasteful. It is unnecessary. It takes a long time for the world will to grow. As for the god of war who is now frantically looking for Leo in the starry sky, Wang Yi is not too worried. In such a large place, relying on the means of the demigod mage, and the module he gave him, he can still play hide and seek for a while. Anyway, the god of war has no home to return to now. So it's good to help him consume his strong anger. And I have to help him take care of the pasture that he has no time to take care of. Chapter 652. What about the price? It's enough for the earth to hold on now. Don't think about expansion before the god of war takes action. Try to concentrate as much as possible. Stay with the fairies and giants, and rely on them more. Guangwei said to Nalius with a sigh. A household robot was using offline AI to make tea for the two of them without a network. As a legendary wizard, Guangwei would never reject these new things. It can only be like this. Who would have thought that the heroic spirits would arrive on Earth directly and launch an attack immediately? In a magic-free environment, combined with their armor blessing, it is really too difficult to deal with. Even if I were to fight against them in that environment, I am afraid I would lose more than I win. Nalius sighed. He is definitely a first class among the legendary knights. But even so, through the public video observation, a rough judgment can be made. This world is really poisonous. This should be the characteristic of the heroic spirit. If there is no accident, the heroic spirit should be able to use the abyss as a springboard and quickly complete the transfer in the form of a faith channel. If it weren't for the bait of the Hall of Heroes hanging here, I'm afraid the gods would have taken the initiative to cut off the connection. Guangwei's tone was a little heavy. This made Nalius' heart move. Are you saying that this may be intentional? I don't know. It is also very likely that they are bluffing and want us to think so. Then Guangwei said dumbly. But this is not what we have to consider. As humans, sometimes we should not overstep our boundaries in Olympus. That's true. Especially now that I don't even have an orc commander next to me. It's better to be honest. But I don't know when the new pope will be able to absorb it. At that time, he should summon us to go there. Hey, I don't know what the representatives from other parties will think. Nalius also sighed. After all, the human race is still a vassal in Olympus. At this moment, Guangwei's expression moved slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Why is she here? Let's go and welcome the visitor from Mithras. Who? Nalius also seemed a little surprised. Death Witch. Yumiya. Hearing that it was this witch, Nalius's face also showed fear. This is the ruthless character who turned Mithras upside down. However, Mithras and the Sephi Earth Alliance signed a peace agreement and opened a trade. Now a lot of food in Olympus is transported from Mithras, which is industrial starch on the earth. At this time, I don't know what this witch is doing here. The invitation to the new pope to succeed the throne should not have been issued yet. Participate in the conflict as an individual? Or are you interested in the undead after Olympus was attacked? It seems possible. After all, it is the Death Witch. This guy often participates in plane wars, and her methods are quite cruel. Even her teammates have to pay attention to safety. But if this person comes, it is indeed necessary to receive her solemnly, especially now that Olympus is in a state of disrepair. To put it bluntly, even if the new Ares Pope has completed the absorption, he may not be able to defeat this one in a short time. As soon as Guangwei stood up, he took the lead in using his mental power to make a sound and notify the guards, who were intercepting outside. Don't be rude. Ms. Yumiya rarely shows up in person, but you should have heard of her reputation. Guangwei's voice was not simply a gesture of courtesy and greeting, but actually he wanted to protect his subordinates. Yumiya was really moody. It wouldn't be surprising if she got angry just because she was stopped and asked a few questions. Even if that was the case, he couldn't say anything. This was the woman's character, and she was too strong. The heroes who had vaguely surrounded Wang Yi and Yumiya turned pale instantly. They didn't even dare to look at this beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. They just lowered their eyebrows and retreated to the side, sweating all over. Wang Yi was speechless when he saw this. The reputation of our mages is ruined by people like you. Looking at their expressions, they looked like they had seen a ghost, which was really hurtful. Guangwei was also surprised when he heard Wang Yi's complaint. He didn't expect that someone would dare to talk to Yumiya like this. This woman will find excuses to add material even if she has no excuses. If you really confront her, she will probably take advantage of the situation immediately. However, Yumiya's expression was also a little confusing to Guangwei. She actually showed an expression of a little girl. Hee hee. I won't do it next time. Damn. It's fake. Or is the Death Witch in love? Will a wizard do this? Or do you want to experience a new feeling? Guangwei Tower Master's face was full of black question marks. However, through Wang Yi's words and Yumiya's attitude, he could also be sure that Wang Yi is probably also a legendary wizard. However, there are only so many legends in the 7 realms, and legendary wizards are even rarer. They usually have contact with each other and often discuss and research. This person is so strange. May I know who this gentleman is? As a legendary wizard, Guangwei asked whatever he thought of. Although Yumiya was difficult to deal with, she would also give him face. Wang Yi, a wizard who came to Olympus for the first time, has a business deal that he wants to discuss with Mr. Guangwei. Wang Yi smiled kindly, and Guangwei nodded. Then please, Wang Yi. This name seems to have been heard somewhere. Nalius next to him also felt that this name sounded familiar, but because of the translation problem of the 7 realms and the lack of relevant associations, he didn't think of this for a while. After all, the main name on Earth is Mastery. Nalius and Guangwei were friends before, so they chatted directly in the cabin next to them. Now he has something to discuss with the 2 legendary mages. Guangwei still took them to a temporary mage tower he built here. Only mages with a mage tower can make full use of their own abilities to make up for the lack of size. With the home court of the mage tower, Guangwei is confident that he can deal with it even when facing the attack of demigods. This is the power of legendary mages. In addition, some professors and scholars he brought from Earth were also kept in the mage tower, generously giving them magic props that can be proficient in words, and also opening up the collection of books for them to study. Meditation and some mage practice methods are also all released, and even his apprentices are allowed to answer any questions here. The purpose is to train these scholars with completely different ways of thinking and get inspiration from them for their own research. As a mage, there is nothing to brag about when you are with a peasant like Naluos, because no one would understand. But now that 2 of the same kind have come, Guangwei said with some emotion when he entered the mage tower and looked at the scholars, who were flipping through various books and discussing with each other. The knowledge on the Earth is indeed quite unique. I have benefited a lot from my current studies, and even felt that I have improved significantly. If you are interested, you can chat with me at that time. These scholars were brought here when New York and Washington were occupied. And after coming here, there is obviously no corresponding network. The scholars who buried their heads here as soon as they came here certainly could not discover the secrets of the game Abyss world. They just treated themselves as being captured by plane invaders. But the treatment is not bad, with good food and drink, and enough magic knowledge to learn. Generally speaking, there are some differences and directions from the content announced by Umbrella, which makes them very fascinated and addicted. At this time, because Guangwei brought people in, there was also a scholar who adjusted his glasses and looked up. After seeing Wang Yi, he was obviously surprised. Mastery? How come you are also captured? Did Umbrella lose too? When Wang Yi introduced himself before, the 2 words Wang Yi only made Guangwei and Nayla feel that they had heard of it somewhere. After all, most of the time, everyone called him Master E. But now, a scholar said it. And they all knew each other's language, which immediately made Guangwei react and looked at Wang Yi with surprise. Master E? Umbrella? Are you the author of these books? While speaking, he waved his hand and took the books on magic numbers, geometric structure of spell models, and intercommunication between logic circuits and spell patterns from the air, pointing to the author above and asked, "That should be it. I didn't publish a book specifically. Red Queen automatically compiled and published it." Wang Yi glanced at it and nodded, then said to the scholar who recognized him, "Professor Smith. Look, you were invited to join Umbrella, but you didn't come. So you were arrested." Professor Smith himself is also a master in mathematics. When he was young, he was nominated for the Fields Prize many times. Although he was not selected, his strength is still unquestionable. He is also one of the few people who refused Umbrella's high salary to poach him. He himself can be regarded as an old white glaze. He agrees with Umbrella's strength and ability, but he is quite hostile. However, those are just a matter of position. Wang Yi usually only talks about academics with these scholars and doesn't mind these. At least a person who loves his motherland at least integrates knowledge and action. Weren't you arrested? Academic visit? Have you negotiated? Did Umbrella win? Since Smith is an old white glaze, although he is hostile to Umbrella from a beautiful standpoint, he is quite looking forward to Umbrella's victory from a human standpoint. At this time, his face also showed a bit of expectation. In fact, the more he learned and understood, the more pressure he felt about the conflict between the Seven Realms and the Earth. The previous meteorite fall was stopped by this legendary wizard, who protected everyone. Although I don't know what happened, but this interception capability has exceeded the scope of Earth's technology. In addition, the resources of the 7 planets of the 7 realms and their colonized planets are superimposed, and the Earth has to fight with them. But now Mastery actually appeared here alive, and from the expressions of other people and his own language, he was not captured, which revealed too much. And Wang Yi ignored the vigilant expressions of Guangwei and Nayla next to him, and casually said to this guy, who can be regarded as a friend in the academic circle, "We have negotiated part. We are now in a state of peace with Mithras and have open trade. As for the other parties, we haven't. But we beat them up not long ago. So we have the upper hand. Right, Mr. Guangwei? Mr. Naylu? It's more than an upper hand. In terms of war losses alone, Olips has suffered a lot. I have to admire Master Yi for being willing to come here alone. But your victory is not a good thing for the Earth. If nothing goes wrong, His Majesty the God of War will probably flatten your defenses himself." Nalius did not weaken his momentum. Although we lost a lot, we did not lose. Glorious also spoke at this time. "I really never expected that the Master could come here in person. If the Master is here to negotiate, then please go back. It is impossible for Olympus to negotiate with you with the current losses. There is no room for negotiation. And I have no intention of keeping the Master." After a pause, he continued to sigh and said, "Of course, if you are willing to have an academic exchange, I am still happy to talk. But the new Pope will take the throne and will soon convene a meeting with the legend." Although he was shocked by the arrival of the Earth legend, the Lord of the Glorious Tower was a legendary mage after all, and his ability to accept was still very fast. As the other party said, Mithras and the Earth had negotiated, so it was normal for the other party to mess with Yumiya. And then, it was not too strange to come here with the help of Yumiya. Just like some hostile countries on Earth that have no diplomatic relations will use a third-party neutral embassy to speak to each other. At least even if this is their home ground. It is impossible to leave 2 legendary mages. And there is no need. Is Olip's loss huge? Don't even want to talk about it. Professor Smith was also a little surprised. They stayed here for pure academic research and exchanges. As top talents like them, they really don't need to consider too much about other things. And Guangwei would not talk about these with him. But now, from a few words, it seems that Olips has suffered a loss that is absolutely impossible to negotiate. The previous meteorite fall was your attack, although it is likely that it was done by the Sefei realm. You Earth has also killed many of our legends, and even the High Priest is still captured by you. When the Guangwei Tower Master talked about this, he kept weighing it in his heart. If they can return the High Priest of the God of War, it seems that there is really room for negotiation. Now there is only a War God Pope who may go crazy to support him. His Holiness the War God may also be in a headache. What? The meteorite fall was caused by us? How is this possible? Professor Smith was horrified. Umbrella does have a very strong space delivery capability. If it is aimed at the Earth, it is really possible according to Umbrella's current space layout. But this is the 7th world. How can it be so fast to launch from scratch here? And the most important point is, what did the other party just say? An attack from the Cephi world? After sorting out his thoughts a little, Professor Smith remembered that this is not the magic world and abyss world. Professor Smith doesn't like games and thinks it is a waste of time. But he is still quite interested in things like abyss world that can upload consciousness. What's more, the game world has a full simulation of magic power, and some data and parameters are very reference. So he is not unfamiliar with this Cephi world. But he has not opened an account himself. But why did the Cephi world really launch an attack on the 7th world? Does this mean that there is really a Cephi world? Umbrella's virtual world is based on the Cephi world? So Umbrella and the Cephi world have been in contact for a long time. And there are laboratories and factories in a rich magic environment. So they can do so much research? Or, there is something wrong with the game abyss world. Watching Professor Smith standing there like a fool, and several other scholars beside him, who understood something through the conversation and were a little dazed. Wang also opened his mouth to invite the Lord of the Glorious Tower. I came here in person this time. In fact, mainly to persuade you two to rebel. Or to be more precise, to persuade the human race in Olympus to rebel. Here, he stretched out his hand to the two of them. And then the aura on his body began to gradually bloom. And a faint golden glow appeared in his eyes. How about it? Are you interested in joining my team? And let the human race rule Olympus from now on. This is... What? The Lord of the Glorious Tower looked at the materialized surging magic power in front of him with stinging eyes. Looking at the nightmare that seemed to be the incarnation of wisdom. The originally endlessly entangled chaotic information seemed to be arranged in order under invisible command. Looking at the divine power rising to the sky. The whole person was stupid. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Although Nalius did not have the perspective of a legendary wizard at this time, he also felt the strong and unusual divine power. God. There is no doubt that this is a god. What's going on? How could this happen? His Majesty the God of War has now gone to the starry sky. And there are no gods in the entire Olympus. It's too despicable for a god to come and steal the house at this time. Moreover, is Master Yi really Sefei's man? Did Sefei have a new god? Or is there another world? What about the world will of Olympus? Why didn't it appear? But soon, Nalius thought of the previous meteorite fall. At that time, the previous Pope of the God of War chose to use faith to pry the world will, which was also a consumption for the world will itself. Coupled with the successive deaths of legends, the people of the entire Olympus were panicked, and the God of War left. This series of events may have a great burden on the world will. It seems normal that there is no way to recover in the short term. Therefore, even if the breath of the gods appears, as long as they don't cause damage, they will ignore it. In an instant, Nalius connected all the previous things. Since the capture of the High Priest of the God of War and his accompanying team, Olympus has been hit continuously for various reasons. Every time he is hit, he will find that. Oh, so this is the case. Just pay attention next time. But new precautions will appear every time, until the starry sky could no longer hide this time. It instantly brought about a series of explosions including the fall of meteorites and the killing of 6 legends on Earth. All in one go. It was so sudden that the God of War's hometown was lost. Now, a god has come in person. Nalius only has a deep palpitation and sadness in his heart. He was calculated, and the bait of Valhalla appeared at the right time until now. Olympus has been deceived over and over again. At this time, although Professor Smith and others were protected by Wani, they could also feel a silent sense of oppression. This feeling is even worse than those legends. It's just that they, as mortals, can't tell the difference. But through the expressions of Naluos and Guangwei, who looked like they had eaten a dead mouse, and Yumiya's enthusiasm, they also knew that it seemed that Mastery had directly suppressed the scene. What is this? Human body modification has reached the level of legend? Or has Mastery always been a top magic powerhouse? I just felt that there was something wrong with the game Abyss world. But now it is Mastery who has a problem. No, not just him. Everything about Umbrella and Abyss world has problems. This is a big liar. Master Yi is actually an alien. He came to us before to cheat Earth technology. It must be like this. Wisdom. This is impossible. Even wisdom is disordered and chaotic. Although there is endless knowledge, it is poisonous. Even if you are the incarnation of wisdom, It is impossible. How can it be like this? The one who was most shocked and reacted the most was still Guanghui. Even if the dazzling invisible aura made him bleed from the corners of his eyes. He stared at Wang Yi. The 7 realms have a very complete inheritance. And there are many gods. Although Guanghui himself is still a little worse than Yumiya. He did not learn wisdom by himself, but through the ancient books and some rumors of the 7 realms. He did have an indirect test, so he clearly knows the breadth of wisdom. For this reason, he also studied the abyss, and even traveled through the 7 realms, and got a lot of information about the abyss demons from the 7 great temples, so he can fully confirm the chaotic nature of that world, using the new description on the earth. It is endless entropy increase and infinite chaos. Maybe the abyss was once orderly at the beginning, but with the collapse of that order, it will never be possible to go back to the past. Just like the sand castles piled up on the beach. A random kick to break the broken sand will not be put together into another sand castle. And as time goes by, this phenomenon will only become more and more serious. The abyss is devouring the material world. So the starry sky is black as the background. The number of abyss demons is increasing. And the universe will eventually perish and enter the end of the world in the future. This is also the consensus of all gods at present. But relatively speaking, the entire universe is still very young, and is still quite far away from that step. Even gods would not care about such a time span. But now seeing this ordered wisdom appear in front of him, Guanghui still collapsed. He even felt that his worldview had collapsed. It really felt like a monkey randomly typed out a piece of Shakespeare in front of a typewriter, and found the winning lottery number for the next issue in pi. Although theoretically this does exist. Endless chaos contains endless possibilities, and also order. But this probability itself is actually no different from zero. At least in terms of the detection and measurement of the observable universe. The Earth is ahead. It seems that the universe is endless. But at least it is finite within the scope of the observable universe. The total number of particles is 10 to the power of 80. Which is a large order. But there are also theoretically limited combinations. As a mage, don't say the word impossible easily. Wang Yi looked at Guanghui and just smiled casually. Guanghui's acceptance ability is still much worse than Liu and Yumiya. And even Potter, who was not as strong as him at the beginning, reacted faster than him. He spent too much time on how to maintain the balance with the orcs. And his thinking was indeed a bit rigid. You are a wizard? A wizard who has become a god. You want to replace wisdom? But how can the subconscious projection of the spiritual perception of the endless creatures in the universe, and the insight into everything in the world be kept in order, although I don't know how you did it? If time goes on, I am afraid that you will eventually follow in the footsteps of the present. Guanghui's tone seemed a little surprised and a little sad. Maybe he spent a lot of energy on maintaining the balance with the orcs. But there is no doubt that he is still a legendary wizard. He also imagined that he would put aside everything that affected wisdom and exclude all unfavorable assumptions. Even if he only started from the restoration of wisdom and no longer affected the wizard, it would only solve the problem temporarily. Entropy increase. This law summarized on the earth is a very suitable answer. And the special nature of the abyss will only make it change faster. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Yi just laughed dumbly. That's why I told you not to say impossible easily. Now that you know the problem, you should find a way to solve it. Since the source of the chaos is the potential spiritual projection of the universe's creatures, wouldn't it be okay to just cut off the connection? From the very beginning, you have to rely on yourself. The knowledge from wisdom is also digested and absorbed. You actually said the problem yourself before, didn't you? Wang Yi's easy words made Guanghui look like he had seen a ghost. It's like an ordinary person saw someone turn the defense into a delicacy after a series of operations. But in fact, the defense is also an organic matter and can participate in the ecological cycle. Through microbial decomposition, fertilization and absorption, it can theoretically be recycled into a delicacy with the growth of crops. But for those who don't understand the principle, seeing others skip the intermediate steps and serve it directly will also make them doubt life. Guanghui is like this now. What did you hear? Absorbing wisdom? What's the difference between this and eating the defense directly for a normal mage? The wisdom god cult also has believers. At least in the eyes of an orthodox mage like Guanghui. The evil god believers are half human and half ghost. And they are crazy people who take defenses every day. You seem to be thinking about something very rude. Wang Yi seemed to be a little speechless. Although he has always been very tolerant of talents like legendary mages, this guy's imagination is too big, which is really rude. Sorry. I lost my temper. I completely agree with your proposal. The god of war is the god of the orcs, and is not worthy of our faith. Guangwei swept away the distracting thoughts and rebelled without hesitation. This decisiveness shocked Nalu's next to him. At the beginning, he was confused anyway. As a non-magic legend, he naturally didn't understand so much. To be honest, Nalu's didn't have much resistance to changing his faith. As a human race in Olympus, believing in the god of war is the way to survive. It's just that changing faith is not so simple. From the beginning, when they believed in the god of war, the two sides have established a connection. Under normal circumstances, legends can resist God's punishment remotely. But if it is the betrayal of one's own believers, then a direct attack through the faith channel will kill the legendary priests. And even if the non-priests do not die, they will lose half their lives. But because of the importance of legends to the gods themselves will also care about legends. This is a two-way rush. And any party that gives up the other party will have to pay a price. Since I have proposed it, I will naturally give you all the considerations. I believe it, Guangwei said without hesitation. If it can even isolate the pollution of wisdom, then it is naturally easy to isolate the faith problems of non-priests like me. Nalius hesitated for a moment. But out of his trust in the legendary wizard and the fact that the real god was in front of him, he also lowered his head. I have long wanted to turn from darkness to light. But among the 12 human legends left on Earth, 3 are loyal believers, and the other 5 are also firm in their beliefs. It doesn't matter. Loyal believers have their own uses. Anyway, they won't be wasted. Besides, I didn't ask you to change now. I have a little gift for your new pope. While Wang Yi was talking, he took out a test tube filled with viscous green liquid. You can think of this as the umbilical cord blood of the abyss demon god. For the troubled Olympus, it is definitely a great help. As long as the believers drink it, they can help the god of war recover his vitality and strength. Just seeing the viscous fluorescent green liquid in the test tube made Guangwei and Nalius feel sick. If it weren't for Wang Yi's protection, Smith and other Earth scholars would have been deformed on the spot. This obviously highly polluted thing is said to be life-saving? This made Nalius swallow his saliva. Should it be diluted? Poured into the river? Poured into the well water? Although he could feel nausea, he could also feel the endless power here. Maybe it is really as the other party said. But I don't know what the price is. Chapter 653 Target Earth. The succession ceremony is about to begin. But this time everything will be kept simple. Nalius walked out of the glorious Tower Master's Mage Tower with a somewhat sad expression on his face. Seeing the gray sky outside again, Nalius felt as if he was in another world. The sky changed. Let's go! The glorious Tower Master also walked out from behind. But his expression was much calmer. His acceptance ability was much stronger than Nalius's. Nalius was more helpless. But the glorious Tower Master was now surrendering sincerely. The road to heaven was in front of him. How could he give it up? If Nalius had not made a choice before, the glorious Tower Master would not mind offering it as a token of surrender. But the result was still good. He and Nalius still had some friendship. And there was no need to go to that step after all. And in the human legend, there should be only those 3 who would be loyal to the god of war. But now is not the time to deal with it. Let's go see the new pope and give him a gift that can solve the current problem. But at this moment, the portal flashed. And soon a great knight stationed on Earth rushed out eagerly. Seeing Guangwei and Nalius who just came in front of him, he immediately stopped and said anxiously, "My lords, something is wrong. Those players summoned heroes to besiege our legends again." Hearing the words of the great knight, Guangwei's eyes flickered. And then he raised his hand to hold up a layer of black curtain, covering and isolating the teleportation array and him and his side. And then asked, "Which legends are besieged? What's the situation?" "Tanshan tribe. There may be 3 orc legends there to guard the passage. But the players have also summoned 3 heroes and have started to call. And the teleportation array has also been sealed by the heroes. I'm afraid it won't be able to provide support in a short time. The situation of Tangshan tribe will obviously not be widely publicized. And the Great Knight didn't know there were 3 legends in it at first. I only found out after watching the live video. So he chose to come back and report the situation." "Tanshan tribe? 3 legends? The teleportation array is sealed?" Guangwei nodded. "I know. I just happened to be going to attend the succession ceremony. Let's discuss what to do. You can go back first," Guangwei said with a kind face and a smile. This made the knight, who came over, also very excited. But just when he turned around and prepared to go back through the teleportation portal, a dark red beam of light hit him directly, making him disappear into thin air. There was no trace left on the spot. After a while, Guangwei removed the black curtain, and then walked towards the teleportation portal with Nalius with a heavy face. The legend of the Tongshan tribe is not our legend. Guangwei glanced at Nalius. His tone was flat. This made Nalius sigh secretly. As expected of a legendary wizard, the speed of entering the state is too fast. I have to learn too. Just when Guangwei and Nalius took the gifts through the teleportation array to the God of War mountain, a fierce battle also took place in the Tongshan tribe. The collision of 6 streams of light in the air caused a strong wind to appear on the ground. The original teleportation array was being held down by a huge seal character, and it lost its effect temporarily, cutting off the possibility of support. In this rich magic environment, the collision of several legends, the surrounding magic power is full of the will of legends, so that non-legendary beings will be suppressed in some invisible way when mobilizing magic power, and even magic communication is affected. It can be said that because the heroic spirits were summoned in advance, it was originally a prepared and premeditated annihilation war, and the control of various details was brought to the extreme. The legend's big opening and closing also had a huge impact on the following battle. If it was a fight in the normal magic world, it would be nothing if everyone started at the same starting line, and the defenders would have an advantage in occupying the terrain. But this time the attackers are players. It's still a mechanized force with human hand exoskeletons, nuclear-powered tanks and power armor leading the way, with super-personal qualities and excellent equipment. When encountering orc enemies whose magic power is restricted by the legendary war, this fight is really crushing. Originally, hero-level players like PDD, Qin Xiang, and Louis had to use all their strengths to fight against those senior hero-level orcs. But now the fight is a one-sided crushing. All the hero-level strongmen of the Tongshan tribe were targeted and hunted one by one. After the nuclear-powered tank behind extended a fixing device similar to a crane to stabilize the chassis, it also began to set up its own turret. The electromagnetic gun was charged with fission power. Each shot cleared an area the size of a football field, and the Tongshan tribe on the high ground became a target. Even a hero-level orc was hit by the electromagnetic gun and was beaten into meat in midair. Crushing and unstoppable. You are courting your own death. This is our home ground. You are about to be besieged. Be cleared. The roar of the orc legend came from the sky. But in response to him, only the golden soldiers and horses in the sky completely controlled him. And then, he was directly dismembered by the golden soldiers. As expected of the first emperor, he speaks the law of heaven and his words are followed by the law. Zhao Yun showed admiration. This battle was almost entirely based on the first emperor. At the beginning, he sealed the teleportation array with one word, cutting off their retreat, and constantly summoned those golden soldiers to fight instead of the main body. The whole person only needed to stand behind and control the situation. The spiritual words directly controlled the entire scene, allowing himself and Wu Anjuan to easily suppress the opponent. When the first legend fell, it actually represented the result, and the snowball would only get faster and faster. In other words, when the 3 heroes appeared and the player army unknowingly joined together, the Tongshan tribe had already ushered in their end. With the fall of the legend, it was a crushing defeat. A one-sided crushing. And then a carnival of digging 3 feet into the ground to plunder War God Mountain. A mountain with an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, even exceeding the normal structure of gravity. Just looking at War God Mountain, you can feel a sense of vastness and grandeur. At the foot of the mountain is the main courtyard of the War God Temple. The succession ceremony for the current God of War Pope and has just been completed. And all the legends who can come have come to have an audience and recognize their faces. However, compared with the kind-hearted popes of the past, this one looked very cold, which made the scene very depressing. Your Holiness, the teleportation array of the Tongshan tribe cannot be activated, and the magic voice set over has not responded. A priest reported the situation of the Tongshan tribe. The main reason is that the 3 legends who were supposed to come this time have not arrived, and now they can't be contacted. Humph! The 3 of them are really bold. They drove back the priests who were stationed in our resources before, obviously wanting to embezzle the materials we deposited there. They think that we can't do anything about them just because they are legends. We must teach them a painful and unforgettable lesson. A legendary envoy stood up. His face looked a little cold. Now the whole of Olympus has suffered a heavy blow, which can be said to be a challenge to the divine power of the God of War. At this time, although legends are becoming more and more rare and more important, they must not be allowed to kidnap them. The more such times, the tougher the means. But at this moment, a priest came in from the other side in a hurry, and then whispered a few words to a divine messenger. which immediately made the divine messenger's face change drastically, and stood up, and said in a deep voice, Tangshan tribe suffered a surprise attack by the heroic spirit, and all 3 legends died. This is the message sent back by a great knight, who just escaped from outside the magic interference area. 3 more legends died. It was still during the ceremony of the new pope's succession. This was another naked humiliation. However, compared with the loss of face that came with the humiliation, a faint panic began to spread in the hearts of more than 30 legends at the scene. Just look at the scene and you will know. Although there are still 12 legends stationed on the earth, and a few others who cannot move. But there are also representatives from other realms, who come to watch the ceremony. This empty scene even needs some priests to make up the number to make it look not deserted. Olips really can't afford to be hurt. After the recent continuous attacks, we have gathered in 2s and 3s. There are 3 colleagues in Tangshan who are already strong. But they were all killed by the heroic spirits? Now there are more than a dozen legends of Sephi running around in Olips. With them. How should we deal with them now? An old orc legend couldn't help but stand up. This voice also resonated. Even the representatives, who came to watch the ceremony, also felt the pain of Olips. It hurts too much. Sephi and the earth are simply crazy. But at the same time, they are also glad that they are not targeting us. And the old orc's opening is like lighting a fuse. And people continue to speak. Yes, now it's not about how to retaliate or attack, but how we protect the ranch of the god of war. It's unbelievable that such a big change happened in such a short time. And we still think we have the upper hand? Now there is a problem. All the land of my tribe has been destroyed. The dust in the sky has not fallen for a long time. The air is full of toxins. There are also some strange things in the meteorites that have caused many people to get sick. If this continues, the number of ordinary believers will also decrease sharply. All kinds of complaints appeared, and the succession ceremony turned into a complaint meeting. The fall of the 3 legends in Tangshan was like a trigger. The 3 legends gathered together, and were all killed. What should we do now? Stop guarding and hide in the God of War mountain, letting them wreak havoc in Olips? And the troubles after the meteorite also followed. Although it was not a matter of immediate death. But taking care of the wounded at this time is more of a headache. This noisy sound maiden, who had been spending most of his energy to suppress the madness, roar with red eyes. Enough. The terrifying pressure of the demigod even surpassed the power of the previous pope, making all the legends at the scene silent immediately. The tyrannical aura was like tentacles entwined in everyone's heart. And even the representatives from other realms, who came to watch the ceremony, were shocked, feeling the chaotic aura of the new pope. They all understood. No wonder he was able to launch a demigod so quickly after blocking the meteorite. It turned out that he had already given up. Alas, I don't know how long I can hold on. It must be said that this madman has more say. If he were a good man, these legends might still take advantage of their seniority. But after this crazy aura appeared, they all calmed down and waited quietly for the next step. But at this time, Guanghui spoke under this pressure. Your Holiness, I have something to say, and glanced at Guanghui coldly, and finally nodded. Go ahead. You mages are smart. Do you have any opinion on the current situation? Yumia's evaluation of Guanghui was not wrong, because he knew that there was no hope ahead. So he spent a lot of time on building relationships. In Olips, there was no discrimination in teaching, and there were disciples everywhere. And he also had a very good prestige. Even in, who was suppressing the madness, was still willing to give him face. So it was no wonder that Wang Yi went there in person. I have done a special study on the subsequent impact of this meteorite attack. You know that I have been studying the technology on Earth recently, and I have come up with some opinions on the combination of those knowledge. As he spoke, he also briefly popularized the residual hazards of heavy metals, radiation, and some stubborn chemical toxic substances. So, if not dealt with, these things can even greatly increase the probability of deformities in our cubs, reduce the probability of pregnancy, and increase miscarriage. The orcs don't know anything about science. They just performed some superficial predictions based on some recent situations. Now Guanghui has stated the subsequent hazards with reason and evidence, and even took out a projector to start playing some documentaries and data, which immediately made all the orcs, including an, look ugly. Even the representatives, who came to watch the ceremony, had serious faces. How could it be so long? Toxins are endless, and they will return to nature and continue to participate in the cycle with death? Guanghui naturally took some exaggerated modifications. But in principle, there is definitely no problem. And there is sufficient evidence. Even some radioactive meteorite fragments were brought out for the legends to experience. As a legend, he can sense the radiation even with his eyes closed. Although it is harmless to them, it does have a huge impact on pregnant women and cubs, especially if they absorb radiation from the body. Even a tiny amount can cause irreparable damage. Damn it! Damn it! And Hao's emotions, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, became furious again. The scene was like entering a cold winter. Your Holiness, please calm down. I have done some research in this regard and have come up with 2 plans. Please make your decision. When the high priest of the god of war, Baki, and the old pope were all there, Guanghui could preside over the plain war, which shows that Olips recognized him. When he said this at this time, many people asked for advice as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lianan tried to suppress his headache and said in a gentle way, "Please be frank, Mr. Guanghui. We are all rough people. You can speak more directly." Guanghui nodded and stretched out his finger. "The first is a stupid way. Please gather a certain amount of faith and completely isolate the disaster-stricken area. Block it from the global circulation. Then slowly use the subsequent faith to pry the planet's will to let the dust in the sky fall and purify it." Hearing this, many orcs at the scene also felt heavy in their hearts. The disaster area is nearly 1/3. The faith pool has been used up before. What else can be done? How long will it take to accumulate temporarily? This is not an ordinary long time. It seems that there is no difficulty in blocking meteorites. But blocking meteorites is only a short-term consumption. The subsequent work is a long-term governance. The time consumed and the involvement of faith will be far beyond expectations. It may even hurt the foundation of the world's will. I'm afraid it's difficult. Now we are facing a war. Wasting so much power here may even cause the world's will to fall asleep. And then our Olympus's defense will be greatly weakened. A legendary envoy stood up and refuted the headache of an. The god of war cannot return for the time being. And there must be no gaps. This made Guanghui also reveal a trace of regret. And then hesitantly said, "There is another way. But there may be certain risks. What is worse than the current situation? But you can say it." And spoke in a deep voice. And then saw Guanghui took out a test tube filled with green viscous liquid from his arms. "This is a special substance I made after learning Earth technology. Because it involves the abyss. It may be contaminated." After Guanghui took out the umbilical cord blood of the demon embryo, all the legends at the scene felt the energy contained in it, and the breath of chaos. But because it was shielded by Wang Yi's information, so they could only feel slight pollution and chaos. At least it was much better than the state of the new pope. The reason why we subsequently developed deformations and caused the cubs to have no resistance is because they are too weak and cannot adapt. But if this is diluted or poured directly into the source of the mother river, it may help people improve their bodies and obtain antibodies. Then he used examples such as vaccines and allergies on Earth as an explanation. A group of orcs nodded their heads. Makes sense. Moreover, this kind of thing made by combining the knowledge of Earth science and technology. The degree of dilution is not high. And it can even bring a certain improvement to the legend. The Lord of the Glorious Tower once again took out some of his arguments and spoke clearly. Every point is true. And every theory is feasible. But it has nothing to do with the umbilical cord blood of the demon embryo. However, the orcs don't know what science is. And they still talk about mathematics and formulas. Now, apart from nodding, they don't know what to say. The unknown is mysterious and omnipotent. It is precisely because they don't understand science that they can throw all the unexplainable places to science. Ha ha. It's rich. It's rich. Hack. It's worthy of being the place where the third boss personally squatted. A bunker. How can there be so many? The right time, right place, and right people are all occupied. 3 legends fell. And the entire Tanshin tribe was taken down. Players also saw the supplies stored here. Not to mention some daily supplies. Magic materials are actually piled up like a mountain. It's really like a mountain. There are a lot of materials needed to break through the professional level. And even the materials needed to break through the hero level are sufficient. Even the young master Qin Xiang was quite excited. It was to maintain his face that he did not rush into the materials like PDD and stuff them into his arms. This game doesn't have a backpack system. Or a space ring. I'm so anxious. PDD grabbed while his arms kept leaking. And he was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Although they have captured the Tanshin tribe, Olips is not a group of dead people now. There will definitely be a counterattack in the long run. Even if there are meteorites and heroic spirits in the game. And even the legendary Sephi can be called for support. But in fact, The current strength in Olips is still not as good as their local strength. It is not feasible to stay in one place for a long time. But it will ruin their excitement advantage. I have asked General Zhao Yun. They are preparing to connect the Rainbow Bridge here and move the things back. However, as heroes, we can choose the resources we need. Jiang Bo also came over at this time and picked a lot of materials. When he passed by Qin Xiang, he stuffed a handful into his hand. Choose the ones I picked. And you too. Dead pig. Don't take everything. PDD looked at the materials Jiang Bo picked and said speechlessly, I'm not a mage. What do I need these to enhance my mental power? Do you think I have harmed you? Jiang Bo has learned from Zhao Yun that the teleportation array here can actually connect to the Earth channel. Now it is the first Emperor's word spirit that has completed the seal. When the materials are transported, they will choose to unseal it. At that time, it will be up to the players to use it. So Jiang Bo, who has foreseen something, has a little more action. As friends, he doesn't want to keep up with the two of them. Your spiritual power is not high, so use them in order. I sent a list to your email. You can choose according to the materials. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Seize the opportunity. Jiang Bo was sincere. Qin Xiang didn't think much of it. He had already broken through to the hero level. As a rich man, he would not lack anything in the future. His mage friend suggested it. So he just listened to it and said with a smile, it's just right. Legends definitely won't be needed in the short term. It's also good to find a way to raise your spirits and practice magic and martial arts. The convenience of many magics is still irreplaceable. PD over there also thought of some of Jiang Bo's previous reminders and operations. The mage should have a strong ability to predict. Right? Just like the riddle man. A little annoying. Okay. I'll listen to your okay. How to use this thing. It's almost the same to exchange for points. Who asked you to exchange for points? I asked you to use it directly. Idiot. You don't know and just eat it directly. The digestive system is still very perfect. PDD heard this and really picked up a mushroom-like thing and stuffed it into his mouth. After opening the taste system, he was still amazed over there. Don't say it. The taste is pretty good. Sweet. And there is a mint cool feeling in the head. Haha. I feel a lot more energetic. But a little dizzy. Follow the steps. Don't waste too much at once. Jiang Bo looked at the other party's operation and sighed helplessly. And then quickly stuffed a flower into his mouth. Only what is in his stomach is safe. He doesn't want to wait for Olives to come and attack him, and then explode with all the materials. At this moment, the space above Tanshan suddenly twisted. And then a rainbow light fell directly, forming a connection of the rainbow bridge. The players who received the transportation task also began to transport the materials to the connecting channel. Olives' coordinates have been bound. And with the personal guidance of the heroic spirit here, Wang Yi's improved floating city mechanism was completed within half a day. At this time, the group of people in the temple of the god of war focused on the potion named God's Blood. After a simple test of safety, from ordinary people to legends, they have decided to execute it. The new pope of the god of war personally made the decision, so he didn't take time to take care of them at all. The 3 legends are dead, and it is not realistic to snatch the materials back. If they can't take them away, they will be destroyed. In this case, it doesn't matter if it's delayed. It's not a top priority. At least that's the case in the face of the Blood of God incident. How about I start a live broadcast now? PDD looked at the heroic spirit guarding the Rainbow Bridge and transporting supplies. And he was a little eager to do it again. The official live broadcast had already been called before, so it didn't seem to matter if he started it himself. Even if the legend was attracted, there were heroic spirits to support it. It was obvious that the heroic spirits were stronger this time. The 3 spearmen in the previous 1-4-1 exchange also dissipated too. But this time, it was a complete victory for 3 people. The strength of the heroic spirits really improved very fast. It's better not to. Jiang Bo's mouth twitched. He was also a broadcaster. He did start a live broadcast here, but it was always some insignificant times. And he would never expose his position. People can see it synchronously on Earth. So why bother? Slow down first. This teleportation array can go directly to Earth. Are we going to see the new map? Qin Xiang also took some materials directly at this time. And it felt really good. Then he thought of the reason why this teleportation array was sealed. When the heroic spirit is unsealed, it will be possible to go to Earth. Right? But the game update didn't say that the Earth map has been opened. I wonder if I can go there. I think we can try it. Haha. Yes. It's better to wait until we get to Earth before broadcasting. I'm looking forward to it. PDD's face was full of anticipation. Since other worlds can be quickly constructed and manufactured, it is certainly no problem to simulate the Earth environment with the power of artificial intelligence. Is this going to turn the magical game into a modern science fiction style? I'm going to play GTA 5 on Earth. Uh-huh. PDD laughed strangely. Don't. There must be punishment. Now we are going to New York and Washington, which are enemy-occupied areas. If we go there, we must rescue the hostages. Jin Xiang said as if guessing. What's the use of our little arms and legs? There are also Olympus legends, fairies and giants over there. If we really go there, the first thing is to find a way to hide. Jiang Bo's mouth twitched, but he still gave his own advice. Not long after, because of the communication of the Rainbow Bridge, the supplies here were all transferred under the spirit of ants moving, and everyone received a lot of task rewards. Great. There are still so many credit points. Damn. More than I have worked hard for a month. Great. The attributes have been improved again, and I am one step closer to the hero level. Oh yeah. Senior Knight. Accomplished. As the task was completed, all the players who participated in this time cheered. And some nuclear tank drivers also controlled the tanks to go back through the Rainbow Bridge to resupply. This is a rare opportunity for players who come to Olymps to resupply. But some players also thought of it. Will the seal of the teleportation array be lifted later? Can we go back to Earth for resupply? Power armor can directly engage in close combat without ammunition, but nuclear-powered tanks cannot. As soon as this idea of returning to Earth for resupply came out, it really attracted the approval of many players. At this time, with the wave of the Emperor of the Sky, the word seal on the teleportation array was directly broken. The passage to the Earth is completely open. Watching the operation of the hero, Jiang Bo also sighed in his heart. Since there is no restriction on where to go, it should be fine. Hey, our master wizard, please help me debug it quickly. I don't want to be teleported to other strange places. PDD patted Jiang Bo. The teleportation in this game is also very real. You must know how to operate it yourself. It's not that some options will pop up automatically. Fixed portals are fine. You just need to determine which one leads to which place, and then go in. For this teleportation array, you really need a wizard. Chapter 654. This interaction is designed to be so realistic. Damn it! Those dirty bugs. 3 more. 3 more. Didn't they send a message? How could they not catch up? Nelius went to attend the ceremony of the succession of the Pope of the God of War. Because of the strong suppression of Umbrella before, all the legends on Earth gathered together. The elves, giants, and human legends of Olymps were all like this. Originally, they were actually in groups of 3. After all, the areas of Washington and New York were very fast for legends even without magic support. So they thought it was more than enough. But now seeing the surprise attack on the Tongshan tribe over there, the heroic spirits almost appeared out of thin air. And they silently changed from 3 to at least 6 people in a group. What the hell? How did 3 more die? The human legendary warrior named Asura, who temporarily replaced Nelius, was angry, sad, and helpless at this time. Too exaggerated. These were all losses in just a few days, and they were caught off guard and collectively confused. Although Asura and the orc legends don't get along well, they still seem to be a bit sad. It seems that there are a lot of resources in Tongshan. Players who started live broadcasting in the Abyss saw that the supplies were transported back, and even opened the Rainbow Bridge for transportation within half a day. The fairy legend was relatively calm at this time, because the knife didn't hit his head. At present, even in the worst situation in the starry sky, at least there is no news of the fall of their own demigods and legends. Humph. If the temple hadn't ordered us to protect ourselves first, I really want to kill them back and dampen their spirit. A human legend snorted coldly. But many people around him were complaining in their hearts. They died like this, so forget it. Now their only responsibility is to protect themselves. And the priority is even above protecting the occupied territory. Just when the legends on the Earth were watching the live broadcast and felt extremely angry. In Brooklyn, New York, the earliest transmission channel that communicated with the 7 realms and maintained the honeymoon period between Pyongyang and the 7 realms for a period of time began to have a wave. The 2 human hero-level knights stationed nearby, wearing armor but holding Gatling guns, also seemed a little surprised at this time. Who is coming from this side? I don't know. Maybe there is some notification. The 2 did not care much. After all, that was from their hometown. Although it was heard that their hometown had suffered a severe blow, some people were now panicking. But no matter what, no enemy would be stupid enough to kill from this side. They just wanted to go back to Earth and use their own channel. If they came through the enemy-occupied area, wouldn't it be surrounded and seek death? However, before they could finish their thoughts, the first power armor had already stepped out of the portal, and it was obvious that the opponent was ready for battle as soon as they came. The electromagnetic machine gun on the shoulder started roaring instantly. The two hero-level guards also reacted very quickly. Although they were a little careless at the beginning, they still fought for life and death. Even if they lost the initiative, they thought it was not good when they saw the power armor and began to look for shelters around them. But apart from the two of them, some of the other human guards of Olympus stationed on the periphery were instantly annihilated. The electromagnetic machine gun also outputs at full power in a magic-free environment, and will not hit the slightest bit. This thing can kill heroes in the 7 realms, and it can instantly beat some professional guards into mud on Earth. Even the 2 heroes on guard on the periphery were also hunted down. Most of them were killed or injured in an instant. The second and third power armors have also jumped out of the portal. Haha. There are heroes being shot here. Right? They didn't expect it. PDD laughed in the light of the shooting. Cool. It's actually quite difficult to fight heroes in the 7 realms. But on Earth, this kind of crushing feeling is really super cool. He has even expanded to the point of wanting to fight with legends. There are really guards. And the design is quite in place. Super simulation. Qin Xian looked at the structure of the underground base and the outline of the ruined laboratory nearby, and his face also showed a sigh of emotion. At present, the hero level of players is still rare. But unfortunately, there are already 3 of them here, and they all have exchanged power armor. Even in the 7 realms, they can fight against their hero level, and they are invincible in the magic-free environment of the Earth. The clearing effect of the 3 power armors made the original 8 hero level guards and nearly 100 professional level guards here wiped out most of them in an instant. The professional level guards, who were originally responsible for carrying and helping, were almost wiped out, and they didn't even fire a few times. And the 8 hero levels were instantly reduced to 4, all hiding behind the bunker. After all, this was originally the original laboratory of Pyongyang, with a special arrangement to guard against this space node. While avoiding the fire attack, a hero level hysterically shouted on the walkie-talkie. The first portal has been invaded. The first portal has been invaded. Support is needed. He was still roaring, and a charged electromagnetic gun penetrated the bunker and directly blew him up. There are still 3 hero levels left on the scene. Obviously, they could still make some moves in the 7th realm, but the remaining 3 heroes here couldn't make any waves. As more and more players came out and the attacks became more and more intensive, they quickly followed suit. Then Jiangbo also walked out of it, and felt a little absent-minded when looking at the laboratory in front of him. It was the familiar magic-free environment of the Earth. Every time he went offline, he could feel this suffocating feeling. It was both friendly and made him feel a sigh. He walked around the game and controlled the game character. This is really beautiful. If I were in China, could I still find myself wearing a game helmet? After controlling the scene, PDD also opened the mask of the power armor, then walked to a table and picked up a bottle of Fat House water. Hey, they really know how to enjoy it. Let me taste whether this taste is authentic. After saying that, he was full of dazzle. Awesome. This is the taste. Drinking Fat House water in the game made PDD feel a little sigh. Why are they still eating KFC? Qin Xian also came over and saw a familiar bucket, and took out a few chicken wings to show off. Who would find KFC unpalatable the first time they eat it? I just haven't gotten tired of it yet. Jiangbo also said with a smile, then looked around and said, according to satellite images and some internal information, there are already multiple portals in Washington and New York, but there is probably only one underground laboratory of this style. Are you saying this is the original Brooklyn laboratory? Yes, the beginning of all evil. At this moment, they also felt the sound of people running outside the laboratory. It was obvious that the movement and calls for help inside had alarmed the outside. No matter what, this is also an enemy-occupied area. Brooklyn itself is a relatively poor area in New York. It is also the site of the Abyss invasion. The big and beautiful 500,000-ton equivalent thermonuclear bomb also exploded here. So the overall damage in Brooklyn is extremely serious. But because of the compressive strength of reinforced concrete, although the buildings within a few kilometers outside the explosion range are almost completely destroyed, some building outlines are still clearly left outside the severely damaged area, and then more and more complete. From completely wiped out ruins, to a small number of load-bearing columns, to a complete load-bearing structure. From the nuclear explosion pit in the middle to the intact buildings on the periphery. The layers can be said to be quite clear. And the flower-like pattern can also be seen from the satellite map. After New York was occupied, some empty houses that did not collapse completely were used as residences for homeless people. For Olips, they are not here to do charity. So the management will tend to be rough. Food is mainly supplied by the earth itself. And they just maintain some order. But also because of Olips's simplicity and roughness. Even the most irritable black people will now become very reasonable. Especially after sending 1 million people out of the city before. It seems to be much more relaxed now. And even for some homeless people struggling at the bottom, it feels that their daily life is more comfortable. In fact, the people in the 7 realms are not bad. But I don't know if those high-ranking bigwigs are used to such a life. In a room with all broken windows, an Asian man lay on the window and laughed, and occasionally looked through some messages on his mobile phone. Seeing the blows suffered by the prisoner sent out, he was also a little relieved in his heart. Although this group of people escaped, there were not few casualties. A nuclear explosion occurred in the sky, and it is unknown when the pollution will float back. Getting a spot in Abyss World as soon as possible is the way to heaven. You can live a comfortable life by doing daily tasks every day. A strong Mexican man who lived with him also had some feelings at this time. But unfortunately, Umbrella no longer issues new accounts to Washington and New York. Now only some old players can play here. Their next-door neighbor has an account and sleeps in it every day. Moreover, the credit points exchange can still maintain a very good consumption power in New York. That life is really enviable. Even though the Olips group of animals are very strict about order management, they dare not do anything. Apart from being jealous and envious, they can only talk about it. Humph. Last time I saw him, he directly called 2 blonde girls into the house. He was exhausted, the Mexican man complained, and then kept looking at the Asian man next to him. After a long time, I always felt that this roommate was handsome. Asshole. I heard everything. Stop making up stories about me behind my back. At this time, another roar came from outside the window. It was the lucky guy next door, who had an account and could move bricks in the game. At least in the current Brooklyn area. This person is definitely a decent person. Hey, didn't you soak in the game today? What? Do you want to have fun again? The Mexican man didn't indulge him. Anyway, as long as he didn't do it, he directly ridiculed him. Is it your business whether I play or not? At this time, the Asian man next to him patted the Mexican man on the shoulder. He may be out to watch the live broadcast. There seems to be only pictures and text in the game. What happened again? It seems that he occupied a tribe with the help of the heroic spirit before, and seized a lot of supplies, which can be exchanged for white credit points. The Mexican man felt jealous again. If he had an account, it would be a free money. I just started the live broadcast. I don't know either. Oh, there is a comment explaining that they have counterattacked the Earth from the channel in the game. And now it seems that they have occupied the laboratory in Brooklyn. It also comes out of the sense of substitution. The Asian man who was lying on the window had just finished speaking when he saw a group of fully armed Olips soldiers rushing out on the street. There were also many figures bouncing between the roofs. And they were still shouting something loudly. It's just that they don't understand the language. So I don't know what they are shouting. But I saw the armored soldiers of Olips below, one by one, quickly assembling the gun barrels and machine guns they carried, and throwing sandbags directly on the street to pile up. On the roofs and streets, lines of fortifications are taking shape quickly. There were originally a large army of 200,000 and equipment outside Manhattan. And there were also a large number of fortifications. So it is normal that Olips has ready-made ones now. During this period, ordinary soldiers are also quickly learning the use of modern weapons. Coupled with the strong physical fitness of Olips soldiers, it seems normal for one person to carry the barrel and machine gun and complete the quick transportation and assembly. It's just a group of people in armor, skillfully completing the operation of modern weapons. This scene feels a bit contrasting. The sound of directly throwing more than a ton of barrels around. Watching the people in the room speechless. Feeling that the barrels are like sugar cane in their hands. What are they doing? It seems to be guarding against something? Did Umbrella attack? Then, they shouldn't defend this side. Airborne troops? People from the Resistance Army? How is it possible? The Resistance Army is just a small fight. It can be easily suppressed by relying on the spy agencies that surrendered to the 7 realms. Several people also felt a little confused. Did they take the movement in the game live broadcast seriously? Uh-huh. These country bumpkins really don't have good brains. Lao couldn't help but start to mock. And then, he also opened the live broadcast on his mobile phone to watch. Yo. They are going to attack the laboratory. Uh-huh. It's hard for these country bumpkins. They actually built a defensive position so quickly. It's really. But before he could finish, a bang explosion occurred. At the end of the street, thick smoke was billowing. And a violent explosion could be seen in a place that looked like an underground parking lot. The billowing black smoke gushed out under the pressure of the underground parking lot. You can also see many figures blown away in the explosion. The defense positions that quickly formed on the roof and the street were also staring at the exit with high alert. As 3 power armors suddenly emerged from the black smoke. The firepower coverage here was instantly tilted out. At the same time, they also heard PDD's cursing in the live broadcast screen in the headset. Hack. Why are their firepower so strong? Are they playing tricks? We are the orthodox of technological weapons. Through PDD's external perspective at this time, they can see the billowing black smoke and the messy scene of continuous and rapid evasion. They can also vaguely see the slightly familiar fortifications in front. And then watch him use the charged electromagnetic gun to directly blow up a howitzer with one shot. Synchronous explosion sounded almost at the same time here. Looking down, a howitzer below was indeed blown up. Even through the perspective of PDD using the jet to jump higher and higher towards the roof. You can see a dilapidated building next to the defense position. At the window on the 5th floor of this dilapidated building, there are a few idiots looking stupidly. Hack. The player opened the dimensional barrier and returned to reality. Watch the news and see yourself become the news. At this time, Lao and his friends were also running around in this house. With the counterattack launched by the players, Umbrella's individual equipment directly confronted the heavy equipment of the Demeliang standard. And it was really a fierce battle. There were no nuclear-powered tanks coming from the portal. And even if there were, they could not get out of the laboratory. So it was mainly players with power armor and individual exoskeletons with various weapons. But after all, these are all equipment produced by Umbrella. So even if a single soldier is hard against fortifications, it is not at all inferior. The electromagnetic gun's charged shot directly penetrated the position. And the attack that flattened their roof immediately made several people scream. Stop! Stop! Help! Don't hurt civilians. Lao was typing frantically on the bullet screen of PDD's live broadcast. With the powerful translation function nowadays, there was no obstacle in communication. But he was not a loyal fan, nor a big brother on the list. And he couldn't make any waves in the tide of bullet screen of PDD's live broadcast. In the end, the gamer next to him gritted his teeth and swiped a rocket. Brother, stop fighting. Please. I was one of the 3 idiots in the window of the house next to me. Please. Although PDD is a top streamer, he would still take a look at someone swiping a rocket. He thanked his friend first, then jumped onto the roof to avoid the subsequent intensive bombardment. Shot down an attack helicopter flying over, avoided the rockets, and said with ease, Brother, you are so funny. Uh-huh. I'm here to save you. What we want now is the show effect. On Earth, PDD's heroic player physical fitness, combined with the nuclear-powered power armor, really has a taste of being invincible. He could easily dodge those rockets and even artillery SH.LS. While responding, he rushed towards the position and shouted with high spirits. Where are the legends? Why don't your legends come out? I want to fight 10 with 1. At this time, there were legends stationed in New York who saw the scene here. And some people couldn't help but want to go out and teach them a lesson. Although it is a world without magic, it is completely no problem for legends to suppress PDD. Seeing that the other party is so arrogant, the arrogance of the legend is naturally unbearable. Wait a minute. What if they are deliberately luring us over? There are already 3 heroes over there. And now this is their home court. Immediately, someone stopped him. And the other party's expression froze. Yes. Now the importance of the legend itself is actually more important than everything here. The 3 bodies of the Tongshan tribe are not cold yet. Then just watch them being so arrogant. There are not many people on their side. With the equipment on Earth and more hero-level equipment, we should be able to deal with them. Well, I hope so. Nihilius also sent a message to tell us not to act rashly. When the legends stationed in New York were tied up, PDD was also killing people. He is indeed a professional player. He also showed his corresponding talent in the mecha competition using brain-computer VR equipment. He also leveled up by himself. Although he also used some money. He is indeed much better than Qin Deshao in terms of talent. The key is that live streaming is his profession. In order to please his fans, he is desperate enough and brave enough. For him, the worst result is to be killed and have no equipment. But even if he encounters the worst result, it is still quite effective in live streaming, as long as he is brave enough and not afraid of death. Then with his hero-level strength and power armor, he is dancing on the edge of a knife. The scene of brushing past a rocket. The scene of jumping directly onto an armed helicopter and using a short blade to blow it up. And then jumping onto the roof of a nearby building before falling. The switching of various perspectives and the constant counterattacks really made the audience watching the live broadcast feel excited. Umbrella's AI technology was here, completely stabilizing the shaking camera and ensuring the effect of his live broadcast. He saw that after killing his way out of the laboratory, he was up and down on the roof, surpassing other players who had just come out, and went deep alone. But it was his reckless operation that tore a hole in the temporary fortifications arranged by the Seven Realms. He stepped on another fortification on the roof. With a few horizontal slashes under the machine gun fire, all the professional soldiers were cleared out. The machine gun was smashed into parts. The sandbags burst, and the yellow sand splashed. At this time, he had already seen the building where the three audiences were in the previous screen. There was a fortification next to it, but he had entered the blind spot of the fortification. Apart from turning around and attacking him with individual weapons, the threat became smaller. We are our own people. A righteous army. Don't worry. I will protect the survivors in the fallen area. PDD finished cleaning up the rooftop fortifications, patted his chest and boasted to the barrage at the devastated scene. Then he jumped up and crashed into the dilapidated house of the trio. Don't come over here, Zrocket. The gamer screamed like a groundhog. Then the house was crashed into it, pushing the walls along the way. PDD switched the perspective module of the power armor, and soon saw the outlines of three human figures hiding behind a wall. Brother who sent rockets. I received your rocket, and stepped on the colorful clouds to save you. PDD laughed and drove the power armor to crash into it. The trio hiding in the corner also felt the vibration of the ground with a sad face. And then, the wall next to them broke with a sound. And a power armor with steam still coming out walked over on the broken bricks. The power armor was still stained with some dust and broken brick powder from the broken wall. PDD was in the cockpit watching the three people in front of him holding their phones, with a look of despair on their faces. And he couldn't help but laugh. Oh! This game is really good. Do you think they are really watching my live broadcast? I think it's very likely. Maybe they really gave me a reward. Another interaction between NPCs. PDD spoke to the live broadcast room happily, and many fans also responded. Yes. Umbrella definitely has this technology. Inuyasama and Lancer have interacted with the barrage before, so designing a simulator in the game seems to be no problem at all. And for them, giving a few rockets to create a show effect is nothing? Since virtual reality can be completed, it seems that there is no problem for the simulator and a few mobile phones to complete the connection between the game and the outside of the game. Let me see. PDD went over and stretched out his hand, wanting to borrow a mobile phone. The Asian tenant handed over the phone speechlessly, and then said to the old Mexican next to him, "You shoot a live broadcast to wake him up." The old Mexican also said with a confused look on his face, "Should he wake him up? Or should we wake him up? Why is it so unreal?" PDD took the phone over there. Although the fingers of the power armor were too thick, he still skillfully began to perform voice wake up. Red Queen. Red Queen. Your master has temporarily lent you to me. Try changing the mode and switch it using the projection screen. After watching the phone confirm activation and the live broadcast screen inside, PDD also laughed. Haha. It's quite interesting to watch your own live broadcast with a mobile phone in the game. This simulation is really good. At the same time, the player next to him also picked up the phone numbly. And while broadcasting live, he also took a title. The player has entered reality and doesn't believe what I say. How can I make him believe it quickly? Urgent. By the miserable player from New York. The screen of his live broadcast is naturally the power armor in front of him and the interactive screen. In fact, it's not just him. Although the number of people in Brooklyn is much smaller now, it's not that there are none. The Seven Realms' large-scale deployment of troops will definitely affect more than just a certain time and place. Originally, New York was not subject to any communication control, but there were all kinds of videos leaked. Now, A large number of videos supporting evidence have also appeared at the same time, flooding the internet in a short period of time. Even PDD was fiddling with his phone. And after swiping the projection screen and seeing so many videos, he started to laugh dryly. This interaction is so real. He just laughed dryly, and his smile gradually froze. Ah, it can't be true. At first, he made a few jokes and found a few reasons to tease with the barrage. But the more he teased, the more PDD felt something was wrong. Hack. I can't hold it anymore. On the other side, Jin Xiang fought back and found that PDD didn't come out after entering the room. He was also a little strange, and then said on the radio, "What's wrong? Did you meet a strong enemy?" Jin Xiang didn't do live broadcasts, and his skills were indeed worse than PDD's. At this time, he wouldn't be distracted to read the forum. It would be embarrassing if something went wrong. So he didn't know what happened at all. No. I remember Mr. Henry, who worked with us at the beginning, said that he is still in New York now? Was he still complaining at the time? PDD asked woodenly. When they entered Mithras before, the top leaders of their entire player team temporarily formed a small council. Henry is the representative of one of the companies. But he was trapped in New York and was still complaining at the beginning. Ah. Yes. What's wrong? What's his contact information? Let's confirm it. Jin Xiang is in the game now, and he didn't watch the live broadcast in the game, so he didn't know what happened to PDD. Now after hearing his words, he felt a little annoyed and said, "You don't think Umbrella can be so awesome that Henry and others can be completely simulated, right? How is it possible? Is there a me in the Magic City who is playing games with a helmet now?" However, he laughed at it. But he still shared Henry's friends and asked PDD to contact them. And he once again fought with several big knights who rushed over. "I'm afraid of you in the Seven Realms. But you are so arrogant on Earth." Chapter 655 finally found. Although Brooklyn is already dilapidated and large areas are covered with building debris, it is undeniable that the area is really not small. 4 or 5 times that of Manhattan. The area of more than 200 square kilometers is enough for the players who swarm out to have fun for a short time. Although the Seven Realms now have a total of hundreds of thousands of troops in New York, and the lowest is the professional level, they have also digested the equipment of the 200,000 beautiful soldiers and all the agents who blocked Manhattan before, which can also be regarded as super individual quality with modern firepower. But the gap between the beautiful individual equipment and the equipment provided by Umbrella to players is still too big, and it can even be described as a world of difference. In this scene, a group of players who are not afraid of death and treat New York as a copy swarmed out of the portal, which really made the Olymps people in New York feel a headache. At the same time, there were intensive personnel transfers in major areas throughout New York. However, because New York City is really too large, the buildings are dense, and most of the equipment used is individual equipment, so there is no movement outside Brooklyn at present. Only people in other districts can see the high-speed driving of armored vehicles on the streets, the rapid dispatch of armed helicopters, and the figures of reinforcements that bounced between buildings and landed on their own balconies and windows from time to time. This sudden storm also made many people feel that something must have happened. Some of those who were bored watching the live broadcast also felt strange at this time. Damn. It can't be true. Henry is a company executive of Oracle and the highest person in charge in New York. However, with the fall of New York, he became a poor kid in the occupied area. Fortunately, because of the relationship with the Umbrella satellite and the fact that the Seven Realms did not implement too strict control, there was no problem with contact with the outside world. Even in the occupied area, he still worked diligently and dispatched troops in the game, because he has always been the person in charge of this aspect. And he is still performing well. The company has retained his position. This time, the peace talks with Mithras were completed. Whether it was the front army pressing on the border or the later transactions, he participated in them and grabbed a lot of benefits for the company. However, because he needed to coordinate in the middle, he did not participate in the landing attack of Olympus, which was almost impossible to return. Jin Xiang and Jiang Bo were both founders of the Abyss Mineral Company. They could participate in it without any worries, because there was another founder to be their slave. But Henry did not dare to hand over power easily. Otherwise, he would be kicked out directly if he had no use value. At that time, he would find a high-sounding reason to say that he was in the occupied area to make himself feel more relaxed, standing in a trade market in Mithras, directing the players to put down the supplies. Henry also saw the graphic message on the forum. and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Counterattack the Earth. Didn't see the update saying that the Earth map was opened. What an interesting Easter egg. Seeing this, he was a little envious. This kind of mission must have a lot of benefits. But unfortunately, he did not go there. Another competitor of the company led the team there. But he was unlucky, and was killed by a meteorite before. But just when he simply looked at the pictures and texts, he suddenly received an email from young Master Cheen. It was a player friend who sent the email. Henry also knew that this player was also a celebrity in the game. A game anchor in the East when he saw the name of the player. The content of the email probably wanted to know his location in New York and his phone contact information. This made Henry feel a little dumbfounded. This guy still knows the effect of the show. Generally speaking, few people are willing to expose the real situation in the game. But Abyss World is different. Many companies directly invest real money and have various formal contracts. Many business situations in it can be directly arbitrated in real courts. The anchor named PDD is actually an important customer. It is not a loss to build a good relationship with him. And he has sufficient contact value. Many people say that the Western world does not have so many human relationships. But in fact it is just that the status is not accessible. From the friend cards and family cards of different levels of agents and various cards that can be obtained by donation. From letters of recommendation to settlement fees to political donations and lobbying. And the strange island. Etc. It fully shows that they have even legalized human relations. I don't know whether Einstein should toast when he comes. But Hawking really has to go to the island when he goes. That is to say, they have the intention of deliberately making friends. So this contact is naturally a hit. If the other party wants a phone number, then ask for a phone number. Although he personally prefers to use email at work, he still needs to improve his competitiveness now that he has been in the enemy-occupied area. Not long after he sent the phone number through the game, he received a system prompt, asking whether he would connect to the phone call in reality. Considering that it was the first time for someone to greet him, he would rather connect in reality to be more formal. Then he made a simple arrangement and exited the game. It is his responsibility to maintain a good relationship with the Abyss Mineral Company, the oldest company in the game. After quitting the game and taking off his helmet, Henry answered the phone and laughed heartily. Mr. Liu took the initiative to find me. I am really flattered. On the other side of the phone, there were all kinds of explosions, which were deafening. The sound of gunfire continued, which made Henry a little confused. Then he looked at his phone and found that it was indeed a phone call. But he didn't know why it was a New York number. It was strange. What's going on, Mr. Henry? To make a long story short. Are you in Queens? PDD said quickly and eagerly in the explosions. Artillery fire and gunfire. I don't know what happened there. From time to time, you can hear some Olip's language and the sound of weapons colliding. This is because the phone has been stuffed into the cockpit by PDD. And it is connected entirely by holographic projection and AI control. He keeps killing in the direction of Queens. He killed a bloody road with the performance of the power armor. The netizens in the live broadcast room have been watching this side nervously waiting for something. There are all kinds of arguments in the barrage. It's 20 Ingram Street, Queens, Henry said in a statement. Okay. Wait for me there. I'll come. PDD also felt a surge of excitement in his heart at this time. It seemed that he would soon be able to open a mysterious door. He was both expectant, hesitant, and a little nervous. Henry couldn't help but be a little dazed after hearing this. Hello, New York is now an occupied area. However, the other party had hung up the phone at this time, which made Henry feel a little confused. But he still heard a noise outside the window. Although the Seven Realms have relaxed some control and people can go to the streets, there are still strict curfews and order rules. If they violate it, they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. So there are usually fewer people on the street, and no one knows what happened. When he came to the window, Henry was a little surprised to see that one military Hummer after another was driving quickly towards the end of the street. And there were Olip's people wearing armor on them, along with the shaking of the earth. He even saw those earth spirits that were 3 or 4 meters tall moving in the same direction. Some of the big guys among the earth spirits even reached the edge of his window, which made Henry feel a little confused. What happened? Those rebels in the dark of New York? But they have always been small scale and have not become a climate, so they don't need to make such a big fuss. Right? Or did Umbrella break in again? There were 200,000 big and beautiful soldiers besieging Manhattan at the beginning, and the number of big and beautiful agents, whether it was for BOL or NYPD, also had a huge base. In this case, Although the Seven Realms controlled the entire New York, it did not mean that they completely controlled all armed forces. The few soldiers who escaped at the time, including Fort Bowl and NYPD, simply formed some loosely structured guerrilla teams. After all, the Seven Realms did not have their own AI, and their ability to control information was weak. Those guerrilla teams could maintain an overall structure directly by relying on Umbrella's mobile satellite phone to communicate. Being eliminated would not affect the overall situation. So although the impact was not great, and it did not cause much of a stir, it still existed. Even their main targets and enemies were not the soldiers of the Seven Realms, who were at least professional level, but those Galmei who defected to the Seven Realms. On the contrary, the main targets of these people were also some of the temporary special forces formed by the Seven Realms. The two sides were just fighting each other in New York. And this time, the sudden large-scale deployment of troops by the Seven Realms would naturally attract the attention of both sides. Seeing such a large scale, they were naturally a little confused, hiding in the New York sewers, looking at the passing military vehicles and those big giants through the gaps. A Mexican soldier asked his teammates with some confusion, "What's going on? Should we bomb them? Such a dense crowd will have some effect." "I don't know. It seems to be heading towards Brooklyn. Aren't there many ruins over there? What are you doing there?" Another partner, who was responsible for monitoring next to him, also took out his mobile phone and prepared to call the nearest number. But before he could take the initiative to contact them, someone immediately used TT to pull them into a new work group, which sent out a large number of short videos. All of them are battle scenes between Brooklyn players and Olip soldiers. And the voiceovers in the scenes are all kinds of voices. Brothers, something big has happened. The players are back. Looking at this kind of words, many people feel a little confused. Is it something in the game? Why are you so excited? It's not a game. It's not a game. It's not a game. It's real. I'm in Brooklyn. Now the players probably haven't reacted yet. Or they still think they are fighting in the game. We need someone to guide them. Whether they can react quickly or not, we have to guide them. Attack several key departments. Occupy TV stations. Occupy radio stations. Go to explain to each player temporarily. This is too troublesome. In fact, this game is too real. If they don't go offline to understand it, they probably think that the game is good for simulation. Even after going offline, many players will think it is Umbrella's game publicity effect in a short time. Instead of spending a lot of words to defend this, it is better to complete the mission goal first. As long as the external mouth is occupied, everything will be solved. The players' upheavals in Brooklyn could not be hidden from the rebels, and they did not need to consider whether it was a rumor or a lie. After confirming it, they took the initiative to find ways to establish a relationship with the players. The key is that this is not difficult for the players to accept. Not to mention that some players will begin to believe in the authenticity of this game. Even if they really think that it is all Umbrella's Easter eggs and routines, they will regard these rebels as mission NPCs and happily follow them to complete various tasks. In the prison where the beautiful soldiers were imprisoned, with the blasting of the gate, a large number of players wearing exoskeletons poured in, and these captured and imprisoned soldiers were also freed. After all, they were originally combatants, and the Seven Realms would definitely guard them no matter how careless they were. At this time, the guys in the prison looked at the players who came to rescue them, and many of them were dumbfounded. How long have we been imprisoned? Why do I feel out of touch with the times? De Pyongyang is hopeless. From now on, we should fight for ourselves, for the Earth, and for Umbrella. The soldier who had driven a tank to support Kes at the beginning also began to tell his former teammates the new slogan of their resistance army. The reason why they are still struggling in the enemy-occupied area is not for the De Pyongyang authorities, but for the land they live in and their hometown. And now, as Umbrella has curbed the last attack of the Seven Realms and now released players, they naturally found a new backbone. Compared to the previous De Pyongyang, Umbrella is really too great and glorious. In fact, Umbrella does not need to do anything extra. As long as the public opinion is no longer controlled by the West and the gap is opened, and then it does its own thing, there is no need to suppress and attack. Everyone will naturally vote with their feet, regardless of the normal players. Led by Qin Xiang, they began to spread in New York and killed all sides. The fastest PDD has also broken through the blockade of Brooklyn and headed straight for Queens, because he was alone and the battle line was not here, except for the occasional interception on the road and the long-distance attack of helicopters. Almost no interference could be caused to him. Some trapped residents in New York also foolishly took out their mobile phones to shoot the scene of PDD driving the power armor on the roof. And many of them were also posted online. PDD did not go offline to check the internet, but through the barrage. He knew that videos, articles, and even some exclamations about New York had indeed begun to appear on the internet. Umbrella is very strong, and Red Queen can easily forge these news by controlling the internet. Everyone on the internet will be affected by the information cocoon, and everyone's cognition and information acceptance have channels. So it is indeed difficult for him to distinguish between true and false. But he knew that as long as he found Henry, and then went offline to video with him, he would definitely be able to see Henry and his account in the video after going offline. This is the real hammer. Henry was standing at the window at this time, and he also vaguely heard the explosion coming, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Then I saw with my own eyes that an armed helicopter tilted out all the rockets on board in the airspace not far away. But the next moment, it was blown up by a flash of light and shattered in midair. You can even see that the powerful crew members of the Seven Realms jumped out of the cabin one after another when the plane exploded and fell directly to the ground. Then, a power armor appeared on the roof of the building at the end of the street, stepped on the water tank, and stepped on the metal water tank to dent it. The power armor stood there and seemed to be looking directly at Henry in the window. His phone rang again, and PDD's voice came. "Mr. Henry, as promised." While keeping the phone open, the power armor moved again, jumping left and right, running all the way here. And because many heroes had died along the way due to equipment gaps and a magic-free environment, with the last helicopter that fell before blocking it, there was no obstacle in front of the power armor. Boom! After directly smashing the French window, the power armor also stopped in front of Henry. And then the mask opened, revealing PDD's player character. Looking at Henry, who was dumbfounded, PDD also had a difficult expression on his face, and then said, "Let me go offline and give you a video call, Mr. Henry." As the big anchor went offline, he started to communicate with Henry on his phone, and saw the hosted character in the game with the live broadcast. All the netizens watching the live broadcast went crazy instantly. This is no longer something that can be explained by Easter eggs and publicity. Perhaps there will be a small number of rational people who will continue to find various excuses. But there is no doubt that at least most of the millions of netizens in PDD's live broadcast room have believed the truth. And as the internet ferments the videos shot by many people in New York, more and more people will flock to the live broadcast room to confirm. And it will spread rapidly, with the speed of information dissemination, until it spreads all over the world. Every legend can live freely for hundreds or thousands of years, and also has the power to refuse tasks. Especially when Nihilius took the time to inform the human legends of Olymps in New York, asking them to focus on preserving themselves and not to attack casually. He directly let the player group rot in New York. The fairies and giants also had their own ideas about the killing of the heroes, and would not easily take advantage of the situation. It won't go on like this. We have received a notice that the Holy Dragon King and the third saint of the Sun God will come to Earth in person. The legends on the fairy side looked coldly at the war that started in Brooklyn and did not take action. However, thinking of this latest news, her heart was also extremely heavy. The Holy Dragon King, an existence as ancient as the Sun God, is the second person in the Seven Realms in terms of strength and status, second only to the Sun God. The third saint of the Sun God is also a supreme existence that claims to have power comparable to that of the gods, and is subject to even fewer restrictions and constraints than the gods. The three saints of the Sun God, who are comparable to the gods, are the embodiment of his will on weekdays. Two true god-level existences are about to come to Earth in person. This is probably the result of the complaint of His Majesty the God of War. It's too miserable. Just when players started to bloom all over New York. Just when the truth of Abyss World was gradually revealed. And just when the group of believers in the Temple of War God had begun to put the blood of God into practical use. The furious God of War had been playing hide-and-seek with Leo in the starry sky, with the Mage Tower module given by Wangi. Leo, the demigod mage, also truly demonstrated that knowledge is power. Although in terms of size alone, Leo is incomparable to the long-famous God of War. But he can constantly use various small tricks to mislead the God of War, and make him miss in this vast starry sky. Constantly going crazy. Constantly incompetent and furious. After Leo killed all the pursuers in front, it was impossible for any place to send demigods and legends. So only the God of War was alone to catch them. In his eyes, Leo was a cockroach that crawled faster than humans, constantly leaving traces everywhere. It seemed as if he was about to catch him. But every time he found that he missed. In the empty star field, even the star belonging to the 7 realms looks like a big fireball, setting off the vastness of the entire starry sky. It was in such an environment that a golden glow shone on the meteorites around. And in an instant, all the meteorites and asteroids covered by the golden light collapsed and disintegrated, and finally turned into powder. Silent but full of divine power. Nefario, what are you waiting for? Come with me to crush this reptile to death. The core area of the golden glow that wiped out the entire meteorite group seemed to have a more intense golden figure. At this time, he was making a deafening roar, causing the nearby void to tremble. The 7 realms god of war. Olymps. It is also the source of the name of the Olymps world. He is the cornerstone of the world. What's the use of the two of us wasting so much time looking for him? This time, the king will personally attack and cooperate with the third saint to tame the planetary will of the earth. A huge void dragon head appeared in the starry sky, and the golden dragon eyes looked at the god of war in front of it. The second-ranked holy dragon king in the 7 realms. A being as ancient as the sun god. This little beast is from the Sephi realm. What's the point of you attacking the earth? The god of war's followers suffered heavy casualties. Although the faith pool consumed by the meteorite attack was originally purified and separated, it would not directly affect his original body. However, the general panic and other negative emotions of the believers due to the attack made him unable to return home at this time. The Pope was replaced by a mentally retarded person, and the star legend died tragically. If the captured Blade Fong and the High Priest were executed now, he would immediately suffer a wave of backlash from the poison of faith. At this time, he was almost crazy. Originally, he took a trick to use a method of faith purification. It was nothing on weekdays. The unified consensus could increase his effective faith absorption range and greatly increase his accumulation speed. It was also because of this that although he was much younger than the Holy Dragon King, he had slowly caught up. But since he took a trick, he would pay the price when necessary. When his faith was unstable, he would face a greater backlash. He knew this, but he hid it from everyone. It was just that this time, Sephi and the earth were crazy against him, which made him feel miserable. Did they know his secret? Impossible. He didn't tell anyone. If he had known this would happen, he would rather dig out his eyes after exploring the earth. In this situation, the only best result is to quickly get rid of this guy first. Preferably to capture him alive and exchange him for Baki and the High Priest, and then get the bonus from the Hall of Valor to suppress the poison of faith. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to flee to the starry sky for a long time. But Nefario was afraid of the world will of Sephi realm and directly picked a soft persimmon. Damn it! Earth is Sephi's ally, so it can naturally be contained. I advise you not to look for it. It's obvious that this is a demigod mage who broke through by unknown means. If he wants to hide, how can you find him if he's not in your ranch? For demigods disappeared in an instant, and this ability would naturally make the gods predict it. In terms of the remaining breath on the battlefield and the impact control of the meteorite in the sky. As a wise man after the event, the gods can still find out some effective information. It can be said that the gods stationed in the 7 realms this time have personally come to the scene to explore and understand the reason clearly. The demigod mage is the consensus they reached. Because of the existence of wisdom, the mage is cursed. But they have heard of the tragedy of accepting the curse and becoming a demigod mage. Otherwise, the druid would not be willing to let him try. But all mages who want to break through the demigod will definitely be suppressed strongly. Now, it is obvious that Sephi and the earth are playing with fire and created a crazy demigod mage. Not to mention whether they will suffer from the backlash of this demigod mage in the future. But at least it is really a headache now. A cockroach that runs faster than a human can also fly, which is simply everyone's nightmare. An ordinary cockroach can run 40 to 50 body lengths per second, about 1.5 meters, which is already quite scary. If it can run 10 meters per second and crawl on you, and you can't hit it, it will be crazy. You will regret it. The god of war was furious. I am the second in the 7 realms. The Holy Dragon King snorted coldly and ignored him. He found a good place on the earth that can naturally accumulate magic power, and has completed the connection with the colony star. When the connection is completed, a large amount of magic power will flow in, not to mention changing the overall environment. But it is more than enough for me to deal with the weak world will in the local area. When I finish suppressing the world will, the third saint will attack from New York, which is enough to directly tame the world will and turn the away game into the home game. This is what a god needs to do, instead of coming to fight cockroaches. As the will of the Holy Dragon King left, the god of war continued to vent on the spot. and the sky was full of golden divine light, full of tyranny. But the next moment, he suddenly paused, and then looked in one direction. There is a strong space fluctuation there. The little bug wants to escape back. Escape? Can you escape? The tyrannical voice echoed. And the golden divine domain covering the starry sky was all converged the next moment, and then turned into a golden stream of light, and instantly rushed towards the direction of the space fluctuation. Finally, found you. Chapter 656, Invite the God of War to return. My nose is really sharp. I'm so scared. Leo looked at the splicing of the mobile modules of the mage towers in front of him, and a void distortion began to emerge. He also felt the tyrannical breath mixed with murderous intent in the distance. He was like an old man who was about to die and complained helplessly. I am just a demigod. Why should I endure all this? Although he is a cockroach that runs faster than humans in the eyes of the God of War, he has to keep teasing the other party according to the boss's instructions. If a cockroach is not seen all the time, people can also treat it as non-existent, but relying on the speed to keep crawling on the other party. No matter how fast it is, you can only be hit once. Maybe because of the tenacious vitality, you will not die after being hit, but you will definitely lose the ability to move. How to deal with him next depends on the mood of the God of War. Even if the boss told him not to worry, even if he was really caught, he would change himself back. But this feeling of dancing on the blade still made him feel creepy. But it's exciting. Rat. Die. The violent roar caused waves in the void, as if it wanted to affect the spatial connection here. Fortunately, this mage tower module was built by Wang himself, and the ability to withstand interference is not something that can be solved by the God of War's long-distance roar. As the waves in front of him became more and more obvious, the passage was opened. Then Leo, who originally seemed to be dying, jumped into it like a flexible old monkey before the golden light reached him and disappeared. However, just as Leo entered and the portal was about to close, a golden spear had already cut through the void and penetrated the portal, nailing it to the void and unable to close. Run? Can you run away? Even if you are affected by the will of the world, I will tear you into pieces and let your soul suffer the torture of the flames of the abyss. Then a golden figure with endless divine power, extremely violent fluctuations, and a tyrannical aura came in front of him, and also drilled into the portal in front of him. Grabbing the edge of the portal with both hands, he forcibly tore the void apart, expanded it, and squeezed into it. The God of War was extremely angry at this time. It was not just the problem of unstable faith now. The source of so many things was right across the street, and the culprit was probably this demigod mage. All the failures, the interlocking calculations, if they were all put on the demigod mage, then everything would make sense, including the Hall of Heroes, their floating city, and their means of rapid crossing. It should all be the fault of this demigod mage. Even if there was an abyss ahead, he would enter it and kill the opponent at the cost of short-term pollution. In front, it was just that the opponent's position was not captured. Now that you have locked it, you have no way to escape. This is not a battle of interests. Killing the opponent will have limited benefits for the God of War, and it may even increase the burden. But this is a battle of hatred. It can make his thoughts clear. Thinking of this, the face of the God of War, which was emitting divine light and could not see the appearance clearly, could vaguely see a hint of hideousness. You run and I chase you, and I will make it impossible for you to escape. Mars. Although the sky is still full of red sand, with the Zerg's large amount of waste gas removed and the recovery of Mars' magnetic field, the recovery speed of the atmosphere is already quite good. However, the world of Mars itself has not yet been born, and it is still a planet full of dead silence. During this period, the Zerg has also been constantly transforming on Mars, replacing the original worker insects in large quantities. Today, a portal suddenly appeared over Mars, and Leo's figure came out in a panic. Suddenly coming to this magic-free environment, Leo staggered and almost fell down. But fortunately, there are now a large number of Wang Yi's mage towers on Mars. After giving Leo authority, he quickly stabilized his body, then used the force to break through the air and left, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the portal was pierced by a golden spear, and then two palms appeared on the edge of the portal's crack, grabbing the crack and tearing it open. The twisted space crack was constantly torn apart, and then a divine shadow filled with endless golden light squeezed out from it. As soon as the God of War came here, he was ready to be attacked. But then, he was somewhat surprised to find that this was neither the Sephi realm with a powerful world nor a foul-smelling abyss. It seemed to be a dead planet without a world will, and no magic fluctuations. This moment made him stunned. It's not that the environment here is too bad, and there is no magic. It's that this place is much better than he imagined. Whether entering the Sephi realm or the Abyss, it must be several times worse than the current situation. Even if you enter the Earth, you will be attacked by the immature world will of the Earth. But there is no pressure here. There is only Zerg. Sensing the breath of the Zerg underground, the god of war immediately calmed down, and then grinned. So that's it. It's really a fallen demigod. The bugs attacking the Earth are also under your control. Right. Use this to force the Earth to cooperate with you? Do you think you can escape here? Daydream. At first, the god of war didn't capture Leo's breath and was always fooled around. But now that we have successfully caught the trace, it is impossible for him to escape successfully. Zerg? So what about Zerg? The Seven Realms have not faced Zerg invasions before. We also have enough knowledge about Zerg. Since I am here now, I can just catch the brain worm and the queen worm myself. I can use this place as a springboard to attack the Earth again, and then release the worms to Sephi. I will retaliate against you severely and retaliate against everything you have. I have already made a decision and have lost so much. So the god of war doesn't care about adding another one. Roar! With a roar that shook the entire Mars, the god of war turned into a stream of light, causing the entire Martian atmosphere to stir, and chased after Leo, who continued to escape. From the perspective of the starry sky, you can see a terrifying giant sandstorm rolling up on Mars, rushing straight ahead at an incredible speed. The golden divine domain unfolded, as if it was about to cover Leo in front. Leo in front felt an unmatched sense of oppression, even in a world like Mars where magic power was scarce. A god, without the restraint of the world's will, could display terrifying divine power by relying on his own reserved magic power. But then, he still snapped his fingers gently. In an instant, the magic towers on Mars all burst into endless brilliance, and magic cages appeared out of thin air, locking them outside the golden divine domain. Heh, I'm really prepared. But what makes you feel that you can fight against the gods? The god of war knew that there was a lack of magic here, and he was like rootless water, consuming as much as he used. But it was more than enough to deal with the worm in front of him. He must have made his arrangements as a magician to escape here. But if that was all, he would underestimate himself. The golden light was rendered on those magic cages, and they could not hold on for a moment. And all the blockades were destroyed in an instant. But what he didn't find was that those dissipated magic cages returned to the corresponding magic towers with the rendered information. I'm just a newly promoted demigod. Why should I go through all this? Leo continued to flee, revealing a dead fish-eye expression. Relying on the arrangement of the Mars Mage Tower and the suppression of the magic-free environment here, he could be said to have fled again and again under the slap of the god of war. And he was not killed. But if he made a mistake and was hit a little, a very bad result would be waiting for him. But according to the procedure arranged by the boss, it should be almost done. The next moment, Leo raised his hand, and when the god of war was about to launch another attack, figures appeared on the mountains on Mars in different distributions. Each figure had a dull face and was full of death. There was a spider-like insect lying on the head of each figure, and the tail pierced directly into the brain. Everyone wore various gorgeous costumes, but it was obvious that they didn't take good care of them, so they became a little dirty and stained with a lot of mucus. When the god of war launched another attack, the moment Leo raised his hand, these figures full of death and only white eyes also put their hands together and prayed. The information barrier sealed on their surface was completely broken, and the accumulated willpower gushed out in an instant. The prayers that had not stopped for a moment since being captured, and the accumulated high-quality faith sealed by Wani himself, all swarmed towards the god of war, who was close at hand, with the killed legend as the core, and the huge number of Zerg faith bugs as the construction. A huge amount of strange impacts, which was almost equivalent to 1/3 of the original stable faith structure of the god of war, poured into his divine domain in an instant. Ah! The shrill screams resounded throughout Mars, and even spread across the starry sky. The divine domain that originally wanted to capture Leo was like being burned by fire, and shrank in an instant. The continuous compression tightly protected the surroundings of the god of war. It can be clearly seen that the golden figure in the core is constantly struggling with his head covered. The golden light is constantly fluctuating, constantly struggling, and constantly screaming. One after another, dark chains of faith surged from the peaks of Mars and covered the golden figure. Beast! Beast! The war god's twisted figure roared violently, and the golden light seemed to be stained with a layer of dark red blood. The place where the black chain was entangled made a sizzling sound. It was only entangled with the divine domain. But the god of war in the center kept howling in pain. Even if it was just a legend, relying on the powerful legendary will, the pain of broken arms and scraped bones could remain unchanged and would not be affected. As a long-lived god, he witnessed the existence of vicissitudes of life. At this time, he let out a series of wails under this black chain, which shows how much damage this faith backlash has done to the gods. You want to use this to deal with me? Daydreaming, accompanied by the roar of the god of war. The black chains blocking outside broke one by one. Even though they were constantly regenerating, they were still forcibly neutralized by the god of war. I am the god of war. Courage, war, perseverance. This is what he showed. Even if he encountered the backlash of faith, he still relied on his extremely strong divinity to suppress it. This blow has hurt his roots. But it doesn't matter. No matter what I face today, I will kill you. Leo also shrank his neck in the void in the distance and sighed helplessly. As expected of his majesty the god, he is really difficult to deal with. After a pause, Leo raised his hand and drew a circle in the sky, which turned out to be a picture of the god of war mountain. Then, I will directly pollute his majesty's base camp. How will his majesty respond? The originally furious god of war looked at the circle drawn by Leo, and there was a look of confusion in his eyes. No way. What have you done again? This damn demigod mage has caused many blows to him along the way, killing so many legends in the starry sky, capturing Blade Fawn alive, luring him away, and attacking his ranch with meteorites. He led himself to this magic-free environment and relied on the magic contained in those mage towers to bring resistance to himself. Then he arranged the corpses of the Zerg and his legendary believers to pollute and attack himself without any human intervention. This series has already seriously injured his vitality. But in order to kill the culprit, he also gave it his all, completely disregarding gains and losses, and wanted to kill him here at all costs. As a result, he is here again? What do you want to do? The god of war said sternly. In his miserable state, he really only had the foundation of the god of war mountain left. The remaining priesthood and those legends were all he had. But in that picture, he saw that the mother river flowing down from the god of war mountain had all turned green. Then the legendary wizard, one of the few among his followers, was boiling a pot of green viscous liquid on the god of war mountain. All his remaining subordinates, including the temporary pope with intellectual problems, drank a cup of green liquid that was obviously not a good thing. This made the god of war tear his eyes. Are you stupid? Can this stuff be drunk? The information shielding that Wang Yi had originally applied to the umbilical cord blood instantly dissipated after those legends, and the new pope drank it all. The horrible pollution directly from the umbilical cord blood of an abyss demon god instantly eroded all the remaining orcs. No. No! The god of war seemed to want to issue a divine message from a distance. But he found that the black chains of faith outside had completed the blockade of his communication. And Leo also spoke calmly at this time. Your Majesty, by stealing the authority of war, you can obtain better faith digestion efficiency and get more improvement. But the side effects seem to have already appeared. At this time, the god of war looked at Leo in front of him, and there was a trace of deep fear and even fear in his eyes. This is the mage? Demigod mage. Obviously, he is still as vulnerable as a cockroach in front of him, and can only discuss people. But he continuously weakens himself step by step and ring by ring. All the arrangements are on his weaknesses. It's nothing if one is alone. But if they are all taken out and burst out at the same time, it is enough to cause a fatal threat to himself on this magic-free planet. No wonder he didn't take me to Safei, because this involves an attack of abyss pollution, which may also cause a counterattack from the world will of Safei. And the reason why he didn't lead me to the abyss is that he was afraid that this breath would attract other abyss demons. On the contrary, this magic-free world without world will is the best place to target me. It's all calculated, but I stepped in every step. Each god has his own unique way of dealing with faith. And messy faith itself is indeed a great constraint on the gods. But it is undeniable that no matter what, the gods themselves can easily become wise after the event because of their long-term accumulation of knowledge. Now, the god of war has seen it and straightened out all the threads. But it is meaningless. From the beginning of the connection between the two worlds, to the connection between the two sides, to the capture of the high priest, from the starry sky to the falling stars, to the subsequent legendary fighting, then to the pollution of the blood of the gods, and the rebellion of Guangwei and Naluos. It can be foreseen that the legends on the human side will probably have problems. It's over. At this time, the God of War looked at Leo in front of him. It was obviously just a small bug, and it was obvious that he could be killed with a slap. But he relied on him step by step to pull himself to this point, without a head-on collision. He got himself into such a situation. This is like a person beating a cockroach and finding that the cockroach has become as scary as a human. And it is still getting bigger. The use of the environment and various details has reached the extreme. This is a mage. Sure enough, knowledge is power. Very good. You are very good. The golden light on the God of War has begun to show some miserable green color. And with the black chains outside, it seems to have completely bound him. Thank you for your compliment. This is the best compliment. Leo bowed slightly to the God of War. At this time, there is no magic to replenish. And the God of War's aura, which relies entirely on its own accumulation, seems to be getting weaker and weaker due to multiple consumption. This time, I lost. But next time I won't be so lucky. When I finish dealing with the problem, you will definitely die without a burial place. The God of War regained his calm tone and said that he was about to leave. I can't drag it on any longer. Otherwise, I might really be dragged to death by this demigod mage. Staring at Leo, the God of War raised his hand and waved to the side. A crack leading to the abyss was instantly torn apart, revealing a chaotic aura of the abyss. If possible, he certainly didn't want to swim back from the abyss. But there was no other way now. But then the God of War was a little confused to find that the crack he had just torn open suddenly closed in the middle. He pinched the edge of the crack with 2 fingers and turned it into an infinity shape. And then from the part that closed in the middle, a pair of hands directly smoothed the crack like a zipper. After the space calmed down, a figure that he had not noticed at all appeared behind him. He appeared in his own divine domain without a sound. And he didn't even notice it? Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. The God of War. Wang Yi stood in the God of War's divine domain under a layer of specific information, and bowed slightly to the God of War to show respect. And looking at Wang Yi, who was close in front of him, looking at the bubble on his surface mixed with his own beliefs, completely integrated into his own divine domain without triggering any counterattack. Feeling the completely different divinity on Wang Yi. Feeling the unique breath that should belong to the power of the gods, but is clearly distinct, and does not incorporate any faith. The God of War was completely stunned. God? Mage? No. It's a true God-level mage. Wisdom. The God of War was horrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Wang Yi helplessly raised his hand to cut off the God of War's unintentional connection with wisdom. Oh! I don't want to lure him here now. You are also a mature god. There is no need to make such a fuss. Then, Wang Yi's eyes exuded divine light, and he slowly raised his hand. Then, Your Majesty, God of War, please teach me more. Wang Yi's gradually expanding breath made the God of War completely dumbfounded. The demigod mage in front of him made him die, and a series of targeted attacks made him ready to escape through the abyss cesspool. Now tell me, the one in front is just a little Karami? No wonder a mere demigod mage can do so much. It turned out to be you. That demigod was just a bait thrown out to attract his attention and trigger these steps. You did it on purpose. You are obviously a true god. Why do you use these despicable means? Can't you have a fair battle between gods? The God of War was full of anger and despair. He already knew that he could not escape today. His current state is too bad. A series of blows. A demigod mage has been jumping in front of him and made a misjudgment. As a result, when he was about to run out of ammunition and food and was ready to run away, a true god mage came to him and said, "Please teach me more? What did you do before?" As a mage, it's too ungentle to keep fighting and killing. Wang Yi shrugged, looking at Olops, who was obviously named the God of War, but had lost his fighting spirit, and sighed. Then, please return to your position, God of War. As he snapped his fingers, the many mage towers on Mars welcomed their true masters. One after another, blood-red spears from the magic of the abyss were born under the compilation of countless information chains. The information spears were completely specific and perfectly targeted at the God of War. The next moment, they pierced through the broken golden divine domain and firmly pinned the golden figure in the center. Head, shoulders, chest, abdomen and limbs. The crossed blood-red spears were like nailing the God of War to a 3-dimensional blood-red cross. Then, golden chains followed the previous black chains of faith and instantly wrapped and sealed the God of War. Finally, The newly appeared green face were like the last layer of bandages from a mummy to complete the final wrapping. Under the desperate eyes of the god of war, circle after circle, and finally wrapped all of his eyes, directly turning the original place into a huge bandage wrapping. Looking at the new collection in front of him, Wang Yi also showed satisfaction on his face. Looking at Leo, who flew over to pay his respects, he casually said, "The floating city can have a new power source, which is very good." If Leo hadn't come out to sell it this time, the god of war would not have been so easy to take the bait if it depended on Wang Yi alone. And a god may have the advantage of home court and cooperate with the accumulation of the floating city to defeat it head-on. But it is too difficult to capture it now. Now, with the addition of the previous demon embryo, the power room of the floating city has 2 more true god-level power sources. In the past, the improvement effect could be achieved by combining a demigod heart with a legendary heart. And now it can naturally have a higher upper limit. It still depends on your planning. But the Holy Dragon King seems to be ready to go directly to the earth. Leo seemed very respectful. This time, he cooperated with Wang Yi to complete the layout. And he also benefited a lot from the authority and magic tower module given by Wang Yi. And he naturally respected him more and more in his heart, turning knowledge into power. This is what the real magic god does. In comparison, the wisdom of the abyss, which has endless knowledge and information, but is in a state of chaos and madness, is relatively inferior. Even though there is a qualitative gap in the size of the 2 sides now, Leo has full confidence in the future and a bright future. Holy Dragon King, the eternal second in the 7 realms. Wang Yi also pinched his eyebrows with a sigh. No choice. Although I don't like violence. Sometimes violence can solve many problems. It's just that as a mage, this is not very elegant and a bit inappropriate. As he finished speaking, Wang Yi tore open the space crack and walked in with the sealed new collection next to him. While there is still time, let's complete the transformation first. The slots have been prepared in advance, and they can be embedded at fixed points and then simply modified. As for the Holy Dragon King, when the enemy comes, the general will stop the water. The god of war wants to capture him alive as a slot pendant and a test subject. Since the Holy Dragon King can't be caught, then don't catch him. I don't like to use violence, but it doesn't mean I don't know how to use violence. Chapter 657 Return. Because the legends of the 7 realms in New York and Washington were afraid to take action, they allowed the players to rush in crazily. Although there were many hero-level players in Olymps, fairies, and giants, but in a magic-free environment, facing players who generally have professional-level attributes, exoskeletons, and various individual equipment, they were still beaten and fled. Qin Xiang, PDD, and Lu Yi's 3 nuclear-powered armors were invincible. And the most important thing is that as more and more videos in New York were exposed, and as more and more people found the verified live video playback of PDD, slowly, people all over the world began to react gradually. This game Abyss World is real. Although at the beginning, there were all kinds of sophisticated people who talked about Red Queen and artificial intelligence, saying that this was an alternative propaganda, and several anchor players just cooperated for a while, and they were all video Easter eggs synthesized by Red Queen. But slowly this voice was completely suppressed, and the information was changing all the time. Neon, Tokyo, with the complete control of the Arasaka group, Tokyo now has a feeling of becoming more and more prosperous. The lifting of various restrictions has brought Tokyo into an atmosphere of luxury and wealth, and it has become a real city that never sleeps. Various types of drones are constantly shuttling in the air, some for logistics, and some for maintaining public order. There are also various functional robots on the ground. 3-dimensional projection advertisements have completely replaced neon billboards. Cosplayers and maids are everywhere on the road. There are shops similar to pachinko, and even real casinos. The various passers-by on the street are also filled with an atmosphere of living in the present and dreaming in the prosperity of the prosperous times. The social atmosphere of the entire Neon and South Korea can be said to be developing in another direction. It is for this reason that Umbrella will be handed over to the Arasaka group to deal with, so as not to affect its own image. And now the entire Neon and South Korea are truly relying on Umbrella for their livelihood. Altria sat in a barbecue restaurant, stuffing a plate of top-quality beef into her mouth, chewing with her cheeks bulging. Because of her similar cosplay, there were indeed many people who secretly took photos. Sitting opposite her was Champion Ho, who was biting a dogtail grass in his mouth and looked a little careless. At this time, Champion Ho crossed his legs and looked at the projection screen in the barbecue restaurant with boredom. It was broadcasting the hottest news at the moment, and directly quoted a lot of game videos and screenshots. There were scenes of the Tangshan tribe's heroes killing legends, and New York players killing all around. Then several reporters and experts gathered together to seriously discuss the authenticity of this matter. The Standard is divided into two camps. One believes that it has been hammered and must be true, and the other believes that it is a video synthesized by Umbrella's Easter Egg and Red Queen. Actually, this matter can be easily solved by asking Umbrella directly. But Umbrella has not responded. However, they have always been unwilling to accept any doubts, which seems normal. No, it is precisely because Umbrella did not respond that it seems very strange. They usually don't care about these things. Or is it really a marketing trick of Umbrella? An Easter egg? Do you think the game Abyss World needs Easter eggs? The two sides of the debate can be said to have a back-and-forth debate. At the same time, there is a live broadcast of New York in the lower right corner of the program screen, which is exactly the scene of some players attacking. These Japanese are really boring. It's already like this. And they are still debating here. Champion Ho looked at Altria, who ordered a few more plates of meat, and smiled while eating. And he was a little powerless to complain. Heroic spirits can store food as energy, and they can eat as much as they want in this world without magic. Oh! Altria stuffed a large piece of barbecue into her mouth, biting it with juice, and nodded perfunctorily. Are you looking down on us this time? Why didn't you summon us over? Champion Ho was speechless looking at this foodie. It's good that you didn't summon us. You can do what you like. Altria didn't care. Isn't it okay if the problem can be solved? However, considering the age of the other party, it should be the young mentality marked in the faith. So it is normal. He happily picked up a plate of barbecue and hummed a little song while placing it on the grill. Altria did not stop chewing. Because of the news broadcast, many customers in this barbecue restaurant were also discussing this matter fiercely. A succubus cosplayer, who just entered the room, and a Yumiya cosplayer were also arguing on the other side. I think this is real. Remember the super similar Chief Leo last time? I think he might be Leo Bino. TSK. Then I said I was Yumiya? The cosplayer who cosplayed Yumiya with silver hair, then glanced at Altria, who was eating barbecue over there. And a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Isn't that Altria Binya over there? Oh! And there is also Champion Ho. Damn. Is the cosplay circle so hot now? In fact, this Yumiya cosplayer is also very good looking. Umbrella's skin care products are combined with makeup technology, plus her own body and outfit. Now, excluding temperament, the appearance alone is already 60% similar. If you add beauty filters, some of her cosplay videos are quite popular, and many people call her Yumiya-sama, which makes her very beautiful. But unfortunately, Yumiya can also broadcast live, so her popularity cannot be increased. As a result, we now see the similar Altria and Champion Ho, although one of them is wearing a casual outfit of a white shirt and the other is wearing a t-shirt. You can tell who they are cosplaying by looking at their similarities. That's true. So I only cosplay as succubus. After all, there are so many succubus ladies. The other cosplayer, who started to say that the game is real, also sighed at this time. It's too much. When Altria heard the two people praising her, she also waved her hand with a smile while eating barbecue, as a greeting to her fans. These are the source of faith, the parents who provide food and clothing for us. Because they saw Altria waving her hand. The two professional cosplayers also came up to her shamelessly and said familiarly, "How do you put on your makeup? It's too natural. What brand is it? I remember that Umbrella only produces skin care products, not cosmetics," Yumiya cosplayer said with sparkling eyes. She just put aside the previous discussion about the authenticity of the game for the time being. After all, she still denied it. But the succubus cosplayer didn't care so much, and really looked at the two people with a strange face, and really found that they were too similar, too natural. Combined with her own determination of the authenticity of the recent rumors, an idea came to her mind. And then she asked carefully, "I wonder what you think about the authenticity of the game Abyss World." Abyss World? Authenticity? Altria chewed the barbecue while watching the news on TV, and always felt speechless. What are you asking now? The Champion Ho next to him even sneered. But just when he was about to say a few words, the door opened with a ding-dong sound. Gu Qianqian, Yoko, Yuji and Yulu all walked in. Gu Qianqian kept waving at the two of them. "Saber, we are here." Their appearance interrupted the brief communication between the cosplayers over there. When Altria saw Yuji, She also waved the chopsticks holding the barbecue in her hand attentively. Mrs. Yuji, come and sit here. The barbecue is still hot. Yuji's cooking skills are quite good. After the two of them were arranged to start contact in Tokyo, they had eaten twice, which immediately shocked Altria. Ah, everyone is quite complete. Is Yumiya here too? Sorry. It's a bit rude. I recognized the wrong person. Yuji covered her mouth and smiled. At first, she really thought Yumiya was here too. She had also watched the live broadcast of the Death Witch. The level of this cosplayer is still quite solid. But after all, there was a difference in temperament and appearance. And they reacted quickly. Yoko and Yuro didn't say anything, but just looked at each other for a few more times. In the end, it was Yoko who pulled Gu Qianqian. And the short guy who came to see the idol also reacted and asked casually, "What's the matter with calling us together so urgently?" Recently, Abyss World was fully exposed. The world's attention is here. Although they, the insiders, have known it for a long time, they still feel the same as the world knows it. Of course, Umbrella has not officially announced it yet. So all official reports from all over the world are almost artificially divided into two parties for discussion. Just like the Neon Show. So although more and more people are beginning to understand the facts, there are still some similar arguments between these two cosplayers. At this time, Altria and Champion Ho suddenly called them all out. There must be a reason. The situation has changed a bit. Because of the special nature of the shrine. It may be targeted first. We are just in case. Just in case? Yoko muttered. And the two cosplayers next to her pricked up their ears, thinking that they were discussing something important. Well, it should be Champion Ho's voice just stopped here. And a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. And Altria next to him also put down the barbecue. Without wiping the sauce from the corner of his mouth. The two looked up at the ceiling at the same time. As if looking at the sky of Tokyo through the ceiling. So fast? It is faster than expected. The boss should be a little behind. The two looked heavy. And they quickly communicated and said some incomprehensible words. Just when Gu Qianqian was wondering what kind of riddle they were playing, Champion Ho also finished his words. This is why I called you out. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the shrill air defense alarm rang over the entire Tokyo. All the projection screens of taxis. All the advertising projection screens on the streets. All the signs, screens, LEDs, and the programs being played turned into red warning characters at the same time. Super alert state. Everyone find air defense shelters nearby. Electronic sounds came from various drones and robots. Everyone's cell phone vibrated violently at the same time. And the bracelet also forced a series of windows to pop up. Super alert state. Level 1 contact event in Tokyo. Everyone was confused at this time. Although they have a lot of earthquake drills. This has never happened before. Find an air raid shelter nearby? What happened? Although the reason is unknown. It is obviously a reminder from the Arasaka group or even Umbrella, which makes people subconsciously choose to believe it. The guests of this barbecue restaurant also quickly rushed out of the store. The two cosplayers also followed the group and left the store. Then, they found that everyone on the street looked at the sky with horror. Looked along the sky of Tokyo, which was originally unable to see the stars under the colorful light pollution. At this time, a colorful aurora appeared. It is called an aurora, but it is not the form of an aurora. Instead, it is constantly spiraling together. A terrifying vortex appeared in the air, as if it was absorbing something violently. Because of the emergency in Tokyo, all the players in the game were kicked offline. This unprecedented situation made these players feel a little confused. If we talk about the biggest reaction to breaking the dimensional barrier and entering reality, it must be the player group. It's just that the player group has its own forum. When this happens, many people are still trying various things in the game. So there are fewer bubbles in the real network. For example, PDD and Qin Xiang are pinching Jiang Bo's neck and asking him to tell the truth how long ago he knew about it. So the Tokyo players were suddenly thrown back to reality and received this red warning. They were really a little confused for a while. But soon, the few mage players in the Abyss world also felt a special situation. Why? Magic appeared in the real world? Although it is not strong. Far from being comparable to the game. It is indeed there. And it continues to increase within the scope of their feelings. Looking up at the same time, all the mages confirmed that the source of the magic power was the spiral aurora in the sky. This directly made these mages feel numb. Something big happened. This is obviously a big mess. Since it is a warning from Umbrella, it is obviously not a friendly force. Nor is it the work of Umbrella. At this moment, several official mages from Tokyo, while fleeing like crazy looking for air raid shelters, also began to make various short videos and essays for help. As a formal mage, I admit that I have noticed the problem a long time ago. All the official mages of Abyss World must be able to feel the authenticity of both worlds. We are honest now. But can you save us first? The Seven Realms have come to Tokyo. And this time it must be a big guy. The magic concentration in Tokyo is increasing rapidly. Umbrella. Help. I am a loyal servant who has kept it secret. Woof woof. In fact, the topic of breaking the dimensional barrier has already become a hot topic. And even those who believe in the authenticity of the game have already occupied the mainstream. It is only because Umbrella has not officially announced it that there are those official media debates. Now suddenly, the magician group from Tokyo, those formal magicians who are well known in the game and can be authenticated by real names, have spoken out together, which is another heavy hammer. Of course, for those who insist on not believing, they can definitely continue to argue that they were also bought by Umbrella. There are definitely many such people in reality, and they will not admit defeat on the internet. But at the same time, more and more people are increasingly certain of the situation. And at the same time, they also know one thing. At this time, Tokyo is welcoming the revival of magic. And a big guy is coming. The concentration of magic has increased? Isn't this a good thing? Magic revival. Let's do it. Sure enough, our Earth is about to enter the magic age. I want to become extraordinary too. What's going on? Why are those mages who are dying to die coming out and getting angry? Friends in Tokyo, please come out and tell us what's going on to make everyone happy. Is it the invasion of the Seven Realms again? What's there to be afraid of now? Do the Seven Realms know that Umbrella is so strong? Maybe. They know. Before, Pyongyang was invaded by the Seven Realms for so long. Even if the players have turned the world upside down now, New York and Washington are still under their control. After experiencing many tugs in the middle, especially the situation where Umbrella's wave of killings of legends completely blocked their way. Now the confidence on the Earth side can be said to have skyrocketed. In addition to the hot event of players breaking the dimensional barrier, the overall strength of Umbrella has been vaguely revealed. Now many people have even developed blind trust and expansion in Umbrella. Abyss World is real. How could we lose? We have heroes. We have legends. We have allies in the Sephi world. We have demigods. We have Chief Leo. Olymps really suffered such a big blow before. Our coalition with Sephi first suppressed the elves, then forced Mithras, and then turned Olymps upside down. We beat the elves to stay indoors, forced Mithras to sign a peace agreement, and the meteorite fell and beat Olymps to lose his way. And even the players have turned around and killed them in New York. So far, New York has no means to stop it, allowing players to attack the city and capture the stronghold. Who else? This confidence did not come out of thin air. It can be said that it is the invincible momentum accumulated by Umbrella's success again and again. We suppressed the bugs, we repelled the invasion of the alien world, killed the legend, and captured the demigod. What else is there to be afraid of? In fact, a lot of analysis has been done before. The magic-free environment of the Earth is the best home field, coupled with the so-called world will. Our Earth's defense ability should be the best with the blessing of Umbrella. So although there is obviously a major change in Tokyo, it has also caused a certain panic. But overall, except for the people in Tokyo and the people nearby, there are not many ideas in other places. There are even many people opening bottles to celebrate on the internet of a certain eastern country. A terrible disaster happened? Oh, the location is in Tokyo. That's fine. There are even some guys who are afraid of chaos in the world who are persuading Umbrella not to meddle in other people's business. However, these words are just some empty words. The principle of lips and teeth are cold is more or less understood. Most people in the mainstream are thinking about how to deal with this problem and how to face it. The whole atmosphere is full of an optimistic and positive attitude, especially after the mages began to take the initiative to admit that they had known the truth of the game for a long time. It feels like a deviation. For example, PDD and Shin Xiang, who are players with heroic strength, are using scissor kicks to hold Jiangbo. Tell me, have you always treated us as clowns? Yes. Are we funny in your eyes? Jiangbo turned off the pain index and nodded seriously. Somewhat. Ah, I'm so angry. Beat you to death? You too. Mages are the only ones who can bring back the benefits. I reminded you to learn to be grateful for taking some good things. After saying this, Jiangbo's face began to gradually become solemn and said, "Besides, I feel very bad about this matter. PDD and Qin Xiang just felt too humiliated, and they were using this method to divert attention." But after hearing what Jiangbo said, he let him go and said, "What's wrong? You don't think that umbrella, which can do this, can't solve the problem, right? Obviously, they have already made peace with Sephi. In fact, we also have Sephi's reinforcements and our army of players." Qin Xiang looked relaxed. He was an agent of Umbrella. He knew how relieved and relaxed it was to have Umbrella as his big brother. Brother Pineapple should be talking about the magician in Tokyo, who suddenly felt the increase in magic concentration. At this time, Yuyuzi, who had been watching the show, also squatted here and said, their team was a little late to enter the reality. Some people had asked Yuyuzi before, but they were only greeted with blank eyes, which made everyone feel powerless to complain. So most of the firepower was concentrated on Jiangbo. But now that Yuyuzi spoke, it was obvious that something serious had happened on the magic side. This socially anxious guy may have problems with his personality, but there is no doubt that he and Qianqian Bujian are currently the two players who are recognized as having the best magic talents. Perhaps the daily slowness has been transferred to the intuition of the magic side. Yes, but my intuition is a little problematic. Yuyuzi should know more. Let's just start a live broadcast to let him know. After the truth of the game has begun to unfold, Jiangbo no longer hesitated. The problem in front of him is indeed imminent. When Yuyuzi heard that he was going to live broadcast, his expression was obviously frozen. But at this time, he still silently gave himself a mechanical mind buff, suppressed all those negative emotions, and then changed to a calm tone and said, "Take the Earth as an example. The magic-free environment itself is a huge barrier to that kind of magic world. Whether it is based on magic theory or our energy conservation. Without the right means of using power, the strength of the seven realms is very different." This explanation is easy to understand. Even if the netizens who rushed in with the live broadcast heard it halfway, they could understand what it meant. Then Qin Xiang asked on the side, "Do you mean that the increase in magic power concentration in Tokyo will cause the strength of the invaders there to increase dramatically? But in fact, our results in the seven realms are also very high. And the legendary single kill of heroic spirits has also occurred many times. Since we can do it in the seven realms, it is naturally easy to capture it in our home court. And judging from the performance of the heroic spirit king, it should be possible to fight against the demigods at home. And there is the support of the Sephi realm. And the Sephi realm has two major divine courts." After Qin Xiang started, the others also talked about it. "We took the initiative to launch an attack in such a bad situation before. So what are we afraid of now that we have an overall advantage?" Yuyuzi did not refute these words, but suddenly raised his hand and summoned a small fireball out of thin air in the air, which scared everyone. "This is what I can summon with all my strength on Earth, mainly relying on the magic power reserve of this player's body. If I go offline, I can't achieve this effect. And this is when New York is connected so many portals, and there is a slight increase in magic power automatically." As he spoke, the ball of fire in his hand quickly deformed in the air, and it actually quickly formed some simple patterns and formulas. Although the ability to mobilize magic power is extremely poor, the subtle control is indeed very good. According to the calculation, assuming that the original magic power strength of the Earth is X, and the current magic power strength of New York is Y, formulas were quickly listed in front of Yuyuzi like a drawing board, which directly made the netizens in front of the live broadcast and many people who were not magicians speechless. "Brother, can you write human language?" But the speed of Yuyuzi's formulas and his explanations were also quite fast. Finally, it was fixed on the speeches of several Tokyo magicians. New York and the seven realms have so many portals, connecting so many worlds at the same time. And so much time has passed, but I can hardly feel the obvious increase in magic power. And now Tokyo has just begun to make them feel this way in the end. He simply listed a number. 1 is 0.0001 10,000 times. This is just my preliminary estimate based on their conversation information. If the amount they feel is greater than my estimate, then this multiple is more than 10,000 times. What do you think? What kind of thing prepared something to cause this result? With the help of the mechanical mind, Yuyuzi also revealed the gap in front of everyone on the scene and all the netizens in the live broadcast room. If it can effectively improve magic power, then New York would have improved it quickly long ago. It is so slow because of the difficulty. Ordinary people lack intuitive understanding of the concept of magic power. But they still know the numbers. At least 10,000 times? At least. Then, A title emerged in the hearts of almost everyone. God. In Tokyo. After the two cosplayers followed Champion Ho and his group out, they looked up at the strange scene in the sky, and the whole person was in a state of confusion. When they saw the magic power blooming all over Altria and Champion Ho, protecting everyone on the scene, their expressions were even more dull. It turned out that they were cosplaying themselves. Both of them are the real ones. Damn! The cos world should not be so crazy. Trouble. Champion Ho felt the speed of the magic power increase, and he obviously had an estimate in his heart. The blow here was expected, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. The Holy Dragon King is indeed as ancient as the Sun God. Almost as Altria's voice fell, a huge sacred dragon head slowly emerged from the rotating colorful vortex in the sky, and opened its dragon mouth under the compression of the nearby magic power. A series of visible magic lights gathered and issued a dragon roar that penetrated the world. On. The sound was heard over Tokyo, so that all people and creatures in the world, whether in the sky or on land, whether in the ocean or in the mountains, could hear this terrifying dragon roar that was like a declaration of sovereignty. And although the sound could penetrate the world, Tokyo was not directly destroyed by the sound waves that were theoretically enough to completely destroy this place because of the close distance. And not even a single person died. It was as if this sound violated the laws of physics and was spread across the world. But after hearing this endless majesty and this deafening and domineering dragon roar, everyone felt a sense of submission and crawling in their hearts. The feeling of humility and insignificance of an ant facing a superior appeared. An endless fear spread from the bottom of everyone's heart. It was just a dragon roar. All the efforts of Umbrella, Sephiroth, players, and heroes in the past, the accumulated invincible momentum, the original confidence and expansion, but collapsed at the same time in an instant. All the people who were originally full of confidence now had only endless fear and despair in their hearts. They had never personally experienced what a god was. In their cognition, they might be stronger than the captured high priest and the demigod who threw the javelin before, but they had no specific concept. Very strong. But there should be a reference. Right? How many tons of nuclear explosion equivalent? Or is it comparable to the meteor shower of Olymps before? Didn't the god of war stop it before? God should also have a category, a cognition, and a specific thing. But now, the Holy Dragon King wiped out all thoughts with just a dragon roar. Gods. Unpredictable. The extreme negative emotions that suddenly surged across the world. Even the Hall of Heroes built by Wangi became unstable. The shadow of Hall of Heroes even appeared in the sky. Although the light was bright, it was obvious that dark lines appeared on several pillars in the Hall of Heroes, which was obviously not digestible in a short time. All the skies on the earth seemed to be covered by dark clouds at the same time. Gaia's will quickly revived, and it seemed to roar at the Holy Dragon King, warning him to leave quickly. But, as the world will of the earth, it failed to take the initiative to attack and drive away this invasion, which was enough to show the horror of the Holy Dragon King. Even if it was against other worlds with gods, it was suddenly attacked by him. The damage and impact suffered by the local gods would probably not be under the god of war, who suffered a blow from the stars. Dragon power. A global synchronous crushing brought to the extreme by the Holy Dragon King. An indiscriminate suppression of all living beings. Even unconscious microorganisms seemed to tremble under this terrifying dragon roar. The will of a planet with great potential. As expected, the Hall of Heroes depends on you. The Holy Dragon King paused for a moment after saying this. And then a voice that became more domineering and could be understood by all creatures appeared. But, you are too young. In an instant, the entire Earth's creatures were suppressed, and the body of the Holy Dragon King continued to squeeze out from the sky above Tokyo. The space crack, which was already very large, seemed to be narrow again, and he had to use his claws to open it. At the same time as the Holy Dragon King came out, a group of giant dragons also flew out with the magic power gushing out of the crack. The various giant dragons kept excitedly roaring in the air, spraying dragon breath in the air, as if celebrating the majesty of their Holy Dragon King. It made the sky above Tokyo look like a fireworks festival. The dragons celebrated together and welcomed their king to go on tour. Despair, helplessness, fear, powerlessness. All kinds of negative emotions appeared in everyone's heart. And the pillars of the Hall of Heroes that were gradually invaded by black were the best manifestation. Even Altria and Champion Ho frowned at this time, looking down at the black air on their bodies in silence. Those organizational reptiles, who were frightened after knowing the truth of the game seemed to have found a life-saving straw at this time. The 7 realms are so strong. Yes, we have to surrender to the 7 realms. Let's surrender to the Dragon Clan. Those high-level people who had just decided to surrender and played badly were also limp on the ground at this time, without the slightest thought of resistance. What nuclear destruction! What attack! Now it seemed so childish. Ridiculous. Even if the nuclear bombs really came out in full force to hit the terrifying dragon imprinted in their hearts. No pilot or operator had the courage and ability to press the button. What's the use of mastering a powerful attack if you can't use it? Just relying on the sound. All the defenses of the entire Earth were paralyzed. This is the god. A god who came to the scene in person. He was also the second in command of the 7 realms. The Holy Dragon King who was as ancient as the Sun God. However, at this moment, the Gaia cloud that the evil dragon roared as if to intimidate the Holy Dragon King suddenly dissipated a huge crack. And it seemed that endless warm light shone from it. Although this light appeared in Tokyo, it also seemed to be projected into the hearts of all living beings on Earth, dispelling their negative emotions. A voice that made them feel warm and caring sighed softly. No way. You almost stole my home. You are faster than I thought. Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King. Then the sky tore apart, and an island larger than the Holy Dragon King slowly emerged from the abyss crack, filled with the aura of the chaotic abyss. Slowly but firmly drove out of the void. Lightning, dark clouds, and space cracks continued to appear beside the floating island, setting off the appearance of this behemoth. Similarly, this picture will have a synchronous projection in the hearts of people who cannot see it from the perspective. It seems that all living things on the Earth can feel this picture in the dark. Leo Floating City? If the previous players entered New York, they still broke the dimensional barrier. Now the coalition base camp guarding the abyss broke through the air, which is the real turning fantasy into reality. A brilliant figure whose face could not be seen clearly, but felt infinitely majestic and gave a sense of love to all the creatures on Earth, stood on top of the highest magician tower in the floating city, looking directly at the Holy Dragon King in front of him, blocking the endless pressure that originally belonged to the Holy Dragon King for all the creatures on Earth. Obviously, the figure standing on the floating city was so small in size, but in everyone's heart, he was more majestic than the Holy Dragon King and the floating city combined. It seemed that every cell was rejoicing, and it seemed that the memories deeply integrated into the DNA were awakening, and it seemed that everyone understood it as if it was engraved into the DNA instinct. Earthlings, your gods are back. Chapter 658. Do you like math? Hack. Why do I have to kneel to watch? Fantasy shines into reality. Floating city. The gods of our Earth? My dog kneels. Hack. There is no announcement, no explanation, but all people on Earth can feel this consensus. This is the instinct in the genes, the deepest bond and sustenance of the spirituality. Not only people, but pet owners have found that even their pets are more pious than people at this time. The will of Gaia in the sky is also roaring and waving its claws. After Wani appeared on the floating city, Gaia was obviously more proud. The red lightning has already struck near the Holy Dragon King, and it is constantly forking. And the electric snake is moving. It's like Tom Cat's red tongue is constantly flicking. At this time, the Holy Dragon King, who originally suppressed all the creatures on the Earth with a dragon roar, making everyone lose the power to resist and have negative emotions, has now completely appeared in the sky, and is unique against the backdrop of many other dragons. The dragon wings just flapped lightly to make it float in the sky in a way that was not in line with physical common sense, and the whole body revealed a sacred breath. Feeling the provocative red lightning near him, looking at the floating city breaking through the air and the figure above, there was also a trace of shock in the dark golden dragon eyes of the Holy Dragon King. It was not the floating city that was shocked, nor was it a sudden appearance of a god. When the gods discussed it, he said that in the face of powerful strength, it didn't matter even if there were gods behind the Earth. It's not that the world with gods has never been suppressed. This time he anchored here, seemingly reckless, but in fact he also thought deeply and considered a lot, choosing the low-lying area of Neon, and then using a new colony ball as a magic carrier. He spared no cost just to allow the Tokyo area to obtain enough magic to vent for his use in the short term. When he just showed up, with the help of the communication between the two worlds and the most concentrated magic power, the first attack target was all the creatures on the Earth. That dragon roar was not for him to show off his power or to declare his sovereignty, but to take the lead in launching an attack on possible gods, regardless of whether there are gods on the Earth. I will assume that there are gods. The dragon race has a unique advantage. the Holy Dragon King, who is as ancient as the Sun God, knowledgeable, and experienced in combat, simplifies the complex with just a few combos, and is a concise but extremely efficient targeted attack. Every step can be said to be in accordance with the script of the Holy Dragon King, whether the earth relies on the arrangement of the previous demigod wizard or whether it really is gods. It can rely on this set to take the lead. Witness the darkest period of the 7 realms. Witness the brutal moment of the Sun God killing all around, and live from then to now. Witness one plain war after another, and even the 10,000-year-old second with extremely rich experience in god wars. This time, it can be regarded as a full combination of his experience and strength. But even the Holy Dragon King, who had such experience, was still deeply shocked when he saw Wang Yi coming through the air on the floating city. It was a shock that even the gods could not suppress. Or, it is precisely because he is a god. He can see enough and understand. So he has this feeling. First of all, it is the feeling when the god of war first met Wang Yi. He clearly has the breath of a god. But the other party's breath and faith are clearly separated, like the barrier between oil and water. This is completely unacceptable and incomprehensible in the eyes of gods, who need to use faith to improve themselves. The second thing that shocked him was the floating city that the other party stepped on, which was even bigger than himself. Leo Floating City. He knew that it was a great success during the last invasion of the Sephi realm, while bringing powerful mobility and positions to the Sephi realm. The abyss magic power accumulated under the control of their legendary wizard poured out and splashed the giant king's face, although it was only delayed for a moment. In theory, it was indeed comparable to the gods with mortal power, reducing their huge losses and gaining time to escape. It was also because of this that the giant king wanted to enter the Sephi realm for revenge. But he did not expect that the world will of the Sephi realm was so strong. And considering the cost-effectiveness, he was forced to retreat. The Holy Dragon King highly recognized the Leo Floating City and acknowledged its power. After having the demigod wizard, if there were any improvements to the floating city, then playing hide-and-seek with the gods for a short time would not be unacceptable. This is also the reason why he did not help the god of war to search in the starry sky. Too troublesome. Too undignified. Too much of a waste of time. But now, why is there the breath of Olymps in the Leo Floating City? What's going on? In addition to Olymps, there is also the stench of the abyss magic power, and the breath of a suspected abyss demon god. The giant king had been bombarded by the magic power of the Leo Floating City before, so he knew that this thing had a power rune formed by the heart of a demigod-level abyss demon as the core. But what the hell is this now? Why did the idiot Olymps become the power source of the floating city? Why is there a relationship with a suspected abyss demon god? The abyss demon god was captured? And the god of war was also captured? And used these two as materials to strengthen the floating city? Just by coming to this conclusion, the Holy Dragon King, who was originally extremely powerful and who overwhelmed the entire earth, immediately became rational. The dragon roar that originally overwhelmed the earth, that kind of domineering attitude began to converge. He said rationally and calmly, "The gods of the earth are really strange existences. No wonder they can ignore the chaotic beliefs of the earth. My greetings at the beginning did not affect you at all. It seems that the demigod you released was the bait you specially used to lure the idiot Olymps. It's really amazing." Speaking of this, the Holy Dragon King, who was towering into the clouds and wrapped in thunder and lightning, exhaled again. "You are worthy of being a true god-level wizard. If it weren't for your clear and orderly reason, I would have suspected that you are the embodiment of wisdom." The knowledgeable old Dragon King had already fully seen Wang Yi's situation at this time. His dragon face was full of solemnity, as if facing a great enemy. The huge dragon's tail had already been thrown into the vortex channel, firmly hooking the channel. Wang Yi glanced at the Holy Dragon King's tail, and also showed admiration. "You are much more cautious than Olymps. He just blocked the retreat with a divine spear, but you hooked it directly with your tail. Are you so unconfident? Arrogant dragon. Don't provoke me. Although the dragon race is arrogant, we also have our own wisdom. Since Olymps has been defeated, no matter what means you use, I must recognize it. This is respect for you and for him." The Holy Dragon King didn't care about Wang Yi's hidden sarcasm at all, and seemed quite calm, compared with the previous domineering posture of breaking through the air. It can be said that there has been an earth-shaking change, and those dragons that originally came out along the passage and were circling beside them also began to shrink at this time according to the signal of their Holy Dragon King. The dragons that seemed to be about to scatter and occupy Tokyo, and even the entire Neon, completely lost all ideas of expansion. They floated together beside the core Holy Dragon King and confronted the floating city in front. This scene also fell into the eyes of everyone in Tokyo, and almost simultaneously appeared in the spiritual projection of all creatures on Earth. It seems that as long as you close your eyes, you can automatically transform into this picture. The Holy Dragon King shrugged. This is the thought that emerged in everyone's heart. The fairies, giants, Olaf's garrison and legends in New York also lost their eyes at this time. What's going on? What's going on? At the beginning, the Holy Dragon King came out, and the dragon's might dominated the world, making them feel trembling, and also a sense of pride. They have been suppressed by Sephi and the earth all the way, and now they have finally recovered. There have always been various failures, and the legends fell like rain. The losses of several comprehensive plane wars, with greater intensity than this, are not as good as this. Players emerged from New York, and because of the threat of the heroic spirit, they all became turtles, although they would find various excuses for themselves. But this is also quite a grieve for the proud legends. The word Rin is like a knife above their heads. This grievance is really too painful. With the appearance of the Holy Dragon King, they were all excited one by one. On the spot, a human legend from Olaf's raised his eyebrows and shouted cool. But before they could release their emotions, they just opened the champagne glasses and toasted. The reappearance of the earth gods and the floating city belonging to the Sephi world caused them to shut down. The legends of the seven realms were not natural believers of Wani, and there was no resonance engraved in their genes. But this violent divine power and magic fluctuations, even if they were so far away, could still be sensed by them as legends. In addition, some live broadcasts from Tokyo from time to time made them feel a little confused and unreal at this time. No. His Majesty the Holy Dragon King is the second in the seven realms, second only to the Sun God. He has supreme divine power. In the recorded wars between gods, he personally came out to suppress them many times. The human legend from Olaf's, who had shouted cool before, kept shaking his head. And he hadn't said the most crucial words yet. What was the Olaf's that His Majesty the Holy Dragon King mentioned before? His Majesty the God of War? What happened to His Majesty the God of War? In fact, not long ago, as a loyal believer in the God of War, he also felt a deep sense of uneasiness in his heart. He didn't know what this meant, nor did he know what was going on. It just made him feel very irritated. After all, the God of War had not fallen, and there was a big problem with the faith. So it was normal for believers not to get direct feedback. But now, combined with some words from the Holy Dragon King, that feeling of uneasiness has been combined. What happened to His Majesty the God of War? No matter how impossible, he said. Seeing the space crack hooked by the Holy Dragon King's tail through the live broadcast on his mobile phone could also make him understand the pros and cons of the picture. The photographer even specially magnified this detail. It's hard not to see it. Legends don't understand the War of Gods, but they can understand the picture. And the players in New York, at this time, also closed their eyes to perceive the magnificent battlefield of the true gods confronting each other, feeling the boundless power. And each one was surging. Who said there is no true God on Earth? We also have our own gods. And we are still on Earth. No matter how confident and optimistic they were before, they thought that the Earth and Sephi had a lot of advantages. But there is a little inferiority complex that can never be erased. That is, the Sephi world has two gods of its own. And the seven worlds also have gods. But the Earth has none. Even if Sephi is considered their own people, they often regard Sephi's two gods as their own strength. And they still cannot cover up the shortcomings of the Earth itself. Just like when South Korea brags about its military power, it has to brag about the Great Beauty Garrison, both helpless and sad. Even if the Earth has all kinds of powerful weapons, it may even affect the gods. When the Holy Dragon King showed the majesty of God before, they also understood what despair is. Even if nuclear bombs and orbital guns are really useful, it is meaningless. It is just a simple cannot hit for legends and demigods. But for the Holy Dragon King, a god, it is cannot hit. Even the idea of making an enemy with him cannot arise. Until our own God on Earth appeared. Just standing there made the Holy Dragon King shrink his tail. Speaking also changed from being domineering at the beginning to being rational. Sure enough, the greatest effect of force is to make the other party calmly talk. To Yuqin Xiang's eyes were a little absent-minded, focusing on the picture of the mental projection, full of emotion. I didn't expect that our Earth could have our own gods. I didn't feel it at all at ordinary times. Jiang Bo was also surging at this time. As a formal mage, he has always been worried about this problem. Now he finds that he is really worrying too much. Why worry so much about small arms and legs? When the sky fell, it turned out that a tall man appeared to support it. And this tall man was even taller than his head. It doesn't matter who the god is. Even if it is the only god. It doesn't matter. Even if it is a myth that has been vilified. The important thing is that this is a unique god belonging to our earth. And through the mouth of the Holy Dragon King, I also understand that this is a mage. This sense of belonging, honor and pride naturally gushed out. Along with it, there is also a full sense of security. As for whether the problem can be solved, just look at the tail of the Holy Dragon King. However, although all parties were extremely shocked, and the Holy Dragon King also hooked his tail, his tone was still not nervous at all. And he seemed very calm. Your appearance has indeed completely disrupted our plan. Since you are a mage, your mage tower should be all over the earth. After saying this, he also glanced at the red lightning that kept wandering around him. With the help of the world's will and your floating island with two gods as the driving force, even if I temporarily open up the magic power of the colony star and fight you here, I am afraid that I will lose more than I win. The Holy Dragon King has a clear understanding of his own strength. He is very strong. The second in the 7 realms. He has defeated many gods head-on. And this time, he used a set of extreme suppression on the gods. However, in the current situation where the time, place and people are all on the opposite side, he also deeply knows that it is difficult to deal with. But, do you really want to fight me here? Young mage true god. When the Holy Dragon King said this, the dark golden dragon pupil shone brightly, and a terrifying pressure continued to surge. The sense of pressure that the people on Earth had before gradually emerged again. And because his dragon tail hooked into the portal, the magic power of the planet on the other side continued to gather and pour in, constantly filling him up. Although it cannot be completely filled, it can be regarded as shortening the distance a lot. The Holy Dragon King was scared. No doubt. But he did not bow his head and give in. To end the war with war. It is okay to fight. He did not specifically say it. Nor did he threaten it. But all the creatures on the earth, including Wang Yi, understand that once the two sides collide and amplify, it will cause a huge ecological disaster for the entire earth. The earth has stood in the starry sky for 4.6 billion years. What storms and waves has it not experienced? Any evolution of life is measured in billions. From single-celled organisms to dinosaur overlords. In comparison, the current human time is just a short moment in that long time. The collision of two gods in the environment of the earth is indeed far from destroying the planet. But, it is also easy to cause a biological extinction-level disaster to the life on the planet. Apart from other things, detonating the Yellowstone volcano, which is a potential time bomb, is enough to make a big difference. Before, when Leo detonated the meteorites in the starry sky, wasn't it a concentrated detonation of the time bomb? So the dragon power mentioned by the Holy Dragon King, the confrontation without any threatening tone, gave everyone a sense of substantial threat, so that everyone could understand the meaning. After all, he is a knowledgeable god, neither arrogant nor humble, neither hurried nor slow. Even if he was obviously calculated, he could deal with it with ease. Interesting. Does your excellency the Holy Dragon King want to threaten me? No. It's just a negotiation. Now that Olympus has been captured by you, your Earth is also connected to his pasture. And there are huge benefits here. So that Olympus's affiliated colonies, and the many accumulated resources, and believers can be included in your control. For this king can represent the dragon race, and not interfere. The tone of the Holy Dragon King was cold and ruthless. If Olympus could lend a hand, he certainly wouldn't mind. Although the two gods have a somewhat competitive relationship, they have been old neighbors for many years after all. But Olympus has been captured. It even seems that he has been used as a plug-in for the floating city. Let him hand him over at this time. It's impossible to think about it. The god who knows the sun god best in the 7 realms is probably the Holy Dragon King. The other party has the treasure house of the Will of the Stars over there. And it is impossible for him to take the risk to come here. Then, I am the highest combat power that the 7 realms can go out to fight. Maybe I should grit my teeth and retreat now, to mobilize troops and generals. Gather all the gods and even the 3 saints of the sun god. And there is a high probability that I can come and sweep. But, what about the price? It's meaningless. The other party didn't show up directly from the beginning. Obviously digging a pit, and had his own demands. In this case, just meet the other party's demands. Anyway, Olympus has been captured. And it is not difficult to be generous to others. So he has both a tough performance and a restrained attitude, forming this subtle and weird situation in front of him. The conditions are so good? You are not trying to lure me into Olips, and then let the invincible sun god ambush me. Right? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows. Although it seemed that it was nothing for the gods of the seven realms to change the owner of Olips. It was indeed possible for this to happen. I cannot influence the sun god's thoughts. But this possibility is undoubtedly small. Of course, you cannot rule it out. But you slowly receive it with your heroic spirit. And it seems that it is not a big deal. The Holy Dragon King did not argue or deny this possibility. Well, then you are stalling for time. Except that you really want to talk. You should still be waiting for reinforcements. Right? So, who are the reinforcements? Wang Yi looked at the giant dragon that did not reveal any flaws in all aspects, and began to casually say some of his own guesses. Let me guess. The saint under the sun god, who is said to be comparable to the gods? Almost as Wang Yi's voice fell, the void above New York also twisted. The players in New York also looked up at the sky in horror at this time. Is there really more? This really thinks highly of our Earth. You should know that before this person came out, there were no gods on Earth from the perspective of the seven realms. But even so, not only did the second Holy Dragon King of the seven realms come in person, but now there is another one? It would be fine if the gods did not come out. But once they come out, it must be a thunderbolt. Compared with the Holy Dragon King, the appearance of the third saint is even more brilliant. As a saint of the sun god, she represents light and endless brilliance. As soon as she came out, it seemed as if there was a second sun in the sky. Dazzling, but not glaring. The light seemed quite soft. Even people can look directly at it with their naked eyes and see the gorgeous wings with 12 wings on its back, which completely gathers all the beauty in the world. Like an angel-like figure. Many of the believers of the one God all over the world even began to pray. An angel actually came. Is this also a god? PDD also screamed here. And Jiang Bo next to him had already said some of the contents of the classics he had exchanged in Mithras with a gloomy face. There are 3 great saints under the throne of the sun god, who are comparable to gods, according to the records. This should be the third saint. Phil, the incarnation of morning light and dawn. Phil obviously knew about it through the communication channel at the tail of the Holy Dragon King. But even so, after she saw Wang Yi, a trace of solemnity appeared in her pure and emotionless white eyes. A true god-level wizard. The god of war Olympus was captured alive. And there was also an unknown abyss demon. To put it bluntly, the other party simply threw this demon away, which was enough to cause headaches for the gods. Looking up at the sky, the Hall of Heroes, which had some black lines due to the waves of faith, seemed to be analyzing something. After a while, the third Saint Phil said a calm word. I can make the same promise to the Holy Dragon King before. My lord has never liked to manage these trivial matters. But the Hall of Heroes is useful to my lord, and he needs to borrow it to observe for a while. Compared with the Holy Dragon King, Phil obviously has more confidence with the support of the Sun God. Although she is not as strong as the Holy Dragon King, she will directly propose her own conditions. Now, it's 2-1. What will the Earth look like if a real fight breaks out? And the hidden danger of Yellowstone volcano is only in melee. With Phil's strength, he can cause trouble in an instant. So, will you choose peace? I don't know your name yet. The Holy Dragon King also spoke at the same time. After the arrival of the reinforcements, he was obviously more confident. In any case, the size advantage of the Seven Realms is here. No matter how many tactical failures there are, they can still withstand it and ensure the strategic situation. Just like the Battle of Jutland, Prussia obviously had a clear tactical advantage and won a tactical victory. But it was still held down by Britain strategically. 2 true gods forced at the same time. And one of them was very similar to the legendary angel, which made many people waver. The conditions are very good, and you can agree to it to avoid causing great suffering to the people. But after hearing what both sides said, Wang Yi just closed his eyes and then smiled. Peace. Of course I will choose it. But just like the choice made by His Majesty the Holy Dragon King before, it is not okay to just accept the conditions. As he finished speaking, Wang Yi also took a step forward. Earth King Yi, please teach me the Holy Dragon King and the Third Saint. The voice spread all over the world, making everyone's eyes widen. People were already quite surprised that the Earth had its own gods. It was just the instinct from DNA that allowed them to accept it quickly. But now that their own gods have revealed their identities, they all came to the same place. Wang Yi also has an important NPC identity in the game, and he happens to be a mage. At this time, no one would think it was just a duplicate name. Oh my god. The great mathematician has become a god. No honorific name. What god? God of mathematics? Unbelievable. But the great mathematician picked two gods at the same time? One of them is the second in the 7 realms. Isn't that too arrogant and brave? And, Brother Pineapple, tell me honestly, will we die? PD looked up at the second sun in the sky above New York, with a bitter expression on his face. Qin Xiang next to him was also pale. But in addition to worrying about the war of gods, Qin Xiang couldn't help but feel a little weird at this time. I invited the gods to dinner. Hack! Can I brag about this for the rest of my life? My life is worth it. On the other side, the Holy Dragon King and the third saint were obviously quite surprised after hearing what Wang Yi said. Being able to capture Olympus, they have already recognized Wang Yi's strength and are even willing to give him the same status. It is equivalent to that as long as Wang Yi is willing to hand over the Hall of Heroes to let the Sun God play with it for a while to see the key. Then, they have accepted that Wang Yi has replaced the God of War in the 7 realms. In the future, the Earth can also be equivalent to one of the members of the 7 realms, just like the planets that the 7 realms are currently connected to for a long time. But the other party refused in disguise? It's not that he refused, but at least he wanted to show his strength and get more benefits. Ha ha ha. This is your dojo. Although you have the advantage of home court and the support of the world's will, you don't mind starting a war here? So what should I be afraid of? The Holy Dragon King's tail has not left the crack yet, and he speaks toughly, while flapping his wings and accumulating power. The Holy Dragon King also exuded a stronger divine power. But by then, I will also have some prizes, as a price to reduce the damage to your ranch. Once we have the upper hand, you must release Xiao Hong and the others unconditionally, even for the Holy Dragon King. The Red Dragon King, a demigod, is very important. It's just that he was not in an advantageous position before, and it was difficult to raise it. After the third saint came, he also raised the request of the Sun God, and he was blocked again. Now it is natural to state the conditions. A small matter. Wang Yi didn't care, looking at the Holy Dragon King who was ready in front of him. He didn't wait for the third saint from the other side of the ocean to come across the ocean. After the other party opened his mouth, he directly bit his fingers and ejected a golden spherical particle towards the Holy Dragon King. The Holy Dragon King, whose tail was still hooked in the passage, had limited space to dodge, facing this attack that was not fast for him. He also looked solemn. Although it looks simple, since it is this person's method, it cannot be underestimated. As he continued to mutter the dragon language, a piece of transparent dark golden scales appeared between him and the small golden sphere to block him. Those dark golden diamond-shaped translucent scales gave people a sense of heaviness just by looking at them, as if they were an insurmountable wall, as if they completely blocked the space. Since the Holy Dragon King dared to keep his tail hooked now instead of running away directly, it meant that he had enough confidence in himself, confident that he could face any situation. This represented the absolute defense of his authority, and even blocked his attack when the Sun God had not yet reached the top at the darkest moment. Young Mage God, you, however, before the Holy Dragon King confidently made his declaration, he was shocked to find that the golden sphere did not stop at all, without any pause, and directly penetrated his barrier that seemed to divide the world. No, it was not penetration. He could feel that his defense had no contact with the sphere. No damage. As if it had bypassed from another dimension. Impossible. My absolute defense is so strong that even attacks from the abyss cannot be circumvented. This is the power that isolates the world. Although the gods do not like to enter the abyss in person, it is almost a basic operation for the gods to launch attacks from a distance, with the help of the dimension of the abyss. Since the Holy Dragon King is confident in his attack, it is impossible for him to be unprepared for that kind of cross-dimensional jump attack. Wang Yi listened to the words of the Holy Dragon King, but he just smiled meaningfully, then turned around and flew towards the other side of the ocean on the floating city. Your Majesty, Holy Dragon King, do you like mathematics? Wang Yi's words did not make any sense, which made the Holy Dragon King feel a little puzzled. At this time, he focused on the golden sphere and found a little problem in it. This sphere does not seem to be threatening at all. It is also very small, and there is no energy fluctuation. But it is too round. It is so round that as a god, he can't detect the flaws of this circle. This sphere itself does not seem to be a direct attack, and the energy contained is also quite small, so it uses some tricks to rely on its own thinness to pass through its own defense. Just like hydrogen elements are too small to squeeze into metal containers and form hydrogen embrittlement. But how could such an attack of this magnitude hurt him in the slightest? Before the Holy Dragon King could think, the sphere seemed to sense the attention of the Holy Dragon King's will, and it instantly broke after fully contacting the Holy Dragon King's will. There was no attack, only a piece of information inside. Pi. In an instant, a sky of data swept across the Holy Dragon King's soul, and even his dark golden dragon pupils seemed to be densely packed with various numbers flashing. Even the materialized digital information had leaked out of his body, forming chains that entangled the Holy Dragon King. The Holy Dragon King's remaining thoughts were constantly squeezed by the terrifying expansion of data. But he could think less and less. The endless data superposition made his thinking suddenly slow, rigid, and even completely stagnant. At this time, the Holy Dragon King was full of regrets in his remaining thoughts. This attack was indeed not high, and the speed was also very slow for the gods, so it was easy to dodge. But his tail hooked the passage, and he wanted to leave himself a way out, and didn't want to dodge. Therefore, all defenses were broken directly, and the attack was hit head-on. Who could have known that such a small sphere actually contained such a terrifying information attack, gradually occupying all of his soul? This is not pi itself, but an algorithm that will occupy all computing power to calculate pi. In other words, it is precisely because of his powerful soul that so many data attacks can be generated. This is an attack that depends on the dish. This is the different attacks launched by the mage according to different situations. The endless pi continued to expand, and the next moment the Holy Dragon King froze in the air like an idiot, as if completely frozen. There was no flapping of wings, no magic breath, and the tail was hooked on the crack. But it was frozen there, without any movement. Why do supercomputers like to calculate pi? Because no matter how strong the supercomputer performance is, pi can saturate all computing power to test the supercomputer performance. The horror of infinite non-repeating irrational numbers can be seen. The number of digits of pi required for aerospace applications is only 15, while 40 digits can be used for precise calculations at the observable universe level. However, a supercomputer once calculated 62 trillion digits of pi. Theoretically, pi can contain any set of numbers, from lottery numbers to ID cards, from bank cards to passwords, and even numbers formed by connecting all these numbers. This is the horror of endless brute force cracking. It is precisely because the Holy Dragon King used his will to observe the full contact that he suffered an unprecedented information attack after the detonation. The stronger the Holy Dragon King's soul, the more digits of pi there are, until it is completely full and occupies all of his computing power. The mathematical formula formed by Wang Yi itself refers to the pollution mode of wisdom. The difference is that wisdom is really disordered pollution, while Wang Yi, on the contrary, uses extremely standard, precise, and rigorous mathematical models to derive disordered and chaotic results from ordered calculations. There was only one remaining consciousness before the Holy Dragon King was sealed by pi. This king hates mathematics. The Holy Dragon King, whose size is far greater than Wang Yi, and whose collision with the earth is enough to cause a disaster of mass extinction, was killed by an inconspicuous attack. This is the source of the mage's fame. Chapter 659 Peace Conditions. Without tearing the void again, the floating city quickly moved towards the other side of the ocean above the stratosphere. Standing on the top of the floating city, Wang Yi didn't care about the intention of the Holy Dragon King behind him. As a mage, using smaller forces to pry greater benefits can be regarded as basic operations. The Holy Dragon King is very strong. In terms of size alone, even the improvement of the floating city is at most comparable. When the opponent's tail hooks the transmission channel and constantly extracts magic power from the other side, it can be done by using the advantage of terrain to suppress it at home. But it takes a lot of effort, and the damage may be difficult to control. However, there are gains and losses. Since the opponent forcibly communicates with the channel to absorb magic power, there will naturally be problems in movement. In this case, just follow the restrictions. The reason why the Holy Dragon King was not captured by chance is that pi sealed the opponent's will. Once the physical instinct is stimulated and the seal goes wrong, it will be more than worth the loss. Add a seal and throw it here first, and then slowly cook it after the third saint on the other side is solved. Originally, Wang Yi did not cross the boundary directly, but chose to fly over from the stratosphere, just to give the third saint time to escape. Directly knock down the Holy Dragon King. Why are you still staying here? The best strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy, and to defeat the enemy without fighting is always the best choice. It can achieve the goal without loss. Wang Yi has also observed and collected a lot of information about the third saint from a distance. The other party concentrated all the redundant beliefs in one direction of the sun god, just as he had predicted before. It is indeed similar to the situation of the Hall of Heroes. The difference is that his Hall of Heroes is based on Gaia, and they are all heroic bodies, while the third saint himself is a demigod of the sky wings. And after forcing a part of the messy beliefs, it has become the current situation. Even the third saint's own strengths and attack characteristics, Wang Yi has already understood and mastered them all, because the other party's attributes are very simple and simple. But it's also a headache. Mass energy conversion. This should be the essence of the third saint, consuming its own mass to turn into pure energy attack. Very simple, but also very violent. A kilogram of force is equivalent to 20 million tons of TNT. It is not known how much his output power limit can consume in one breath. But there is no doubt that once this destructive force is fully exerted on the earth, the impact is still quite large. So Wang Yi slowly went over to the other party and wanted him to retreat. But he didn't expect that he was a fool. However, as a mage, there are naturally a series of countermeasures to deal with this pure violent impact. Either directly drain the surrounding air, so that the other party has no power to borrow, and the attack is purely transformed into light and heat, or open the abyss barrier and vent that force. But each one will also have some corresponding difficulties and changes. This guy is not dead, and will definitely change according to the actual situation. Pressure can definitely complete the suppression, but it feels that the loss will be greater than that of other gods. No matter who comes from the 7 realms, it is impossible to fight to the death. If you find something wrong, you may run away. The Holy Dragon King, whose tail is still hooked on the channel, is the best example. If he doesn't hook the channel, he may tear the void and jump into the abyss cesspool. The lesser of two evils. But the third saint is a diehard fan of the sun god. There is no doubt that he is willing to sacrifice his life for the sun god. The difference in difficulty is incomparable when he really plays with his life, which slightly deviates from the original arrangement. There is no perfect plan in the world. Any plan must be adjusted accordingly according to actual changes. Is the third saint right? Very good. The huge figure of the floating city slowly fell from the stratosphere, breaking through the dark clouds and appearing in the New York sky. The red lightning of the incarnation of the worlds will cluster beside it, majestically wandering in the clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. And the third saint has been staying here quietly waiting. The third saint has 12 wings on his back, and a mask with metal patterns on the upper half of his face, revealing red lips and delicate chin. The whole figure also stretches the artistic conception of beauty. Holy and beautiful. It satisfies all the beautiful fantasies of gods and angels. But the people of New York could not understand that all the mass of this person, every feather on his back, could be transformed into the purest energy under the intervention of magic. They could all be completely annihilated. This is the power of the gods. Even if all the nuclear bombs of mankind exploded separately, they could not plow the entire surface of the earth. But this third saint could really do it just by relying on the number of feathers. This is the real humanoid weapon created by the sun god. Simple, violent. If it really comes to the sun god's turn to use violence, he doesn't even need to take action. Sending this third saint is a terrifying deterrent. The gods who rely heavily on faith, even if their own strength is higher than the third saint, will inevitably speak in a good tone. The simple attack mode of the third saint is quite simple for the gods to resolve the attack by themselves. But it is difficult to complete the protection of believers. Compared to you, it is still not worth mentioning. Capturing the god of war alive, and sealing the Holy Dragon King with one blow. I am afraid that I am just a little troublesome in your eyes. After all, this is your home court. The third saint spoke calmly, neither arrogant nor humble. Finally, saying that this is Wang Yi's home court is both a flattery and a warning. The Holy Dragon King was sealed with one blow. And now the floating city that descended has the breath of the god of war, and a demon god of the abyss. All of this shows the power of the person in front of him. Even if he thought that the other party was the embodiment of wisdom at the beginning, the rational and orderly control still proved that this was a true god mage. He is even more rational than other gods. Every god must fight against the poison of faith. Even he, the third saint. Even the impurities separated by the sun god represent a huge amount of power after all. Crazy gods are not in legends, but really exist. But the other party. But there is no such negative. Incredibly pure and natural. Oh! What advice does the third saint have? Wang Yi felt the terrifying power in each of the other's wings, and he was full of emotion in his heart. The pure balance of mass and energy, What a perfect material! I'm afraid that only the sun god, who has obtained the blessing of the will of the star, can create such a perfect product. The quarks that make up the elementary particles of the nucleus have a very low mass, and theoretically only account for 1% of the nucleus. The other manifestations of mass can be regarded as strong transformations. Wang Yi has never stopped studying microscopic particles. Even as powerful as he is, he still needs to use instruments to observe elementary particles. Even for particles like the Higgs particle, which is known as the God particle, he can only verify and observe it from the side. The time for this particle with mass to exist alone is too short, at the order of 10^-22. Even if Wang Yi uses magic to lock and observe, it is quite difficult. More often, it depends on the adjustment of the particle collider and the total mass of the fragments that are collided out to judge whether the Higgs has been collided just now. As long as the mass fragments of this magnitude are collided regularly and for a long time, it can actually complete the calculation that the Higgs was just born, but it quickly decayed into other particles with mass. This kind of observation and confirmation is quite troublesome even for Wang Yi. But the information of the elementary particles itself is very important to him. It is a piece of important information that constitutes the basis of the universe model. It can be said that the third saint in front of Wang Yi is more valuable than the god of war, the Holy Dragon King, and the demon god embryo combined. The Holy Dragon King, the god of war, and the demon god embryo are more about the magic side of the research, while the one in front of him has spontaneously entered the microscopic field because of the influence of the sun god. It's not a matter of teaching. The reason why His Majesty Wang Yi showed his power is nothing more than wanting to gain greater benefits and status. My lord doesn't care about this. You have this capital after you sealed the Holy Dragon King and captured the god of war. The third saint's tone was calm, and he didn't seem to care about the life and death of the god of war and the Holy Dragon King. No matter how you want to deal with them, or occupy their pastures, my lord won't care. But the Hall of Heroes needs to be borrowed for a look. This is related to my lord's avenue, and you should know it. It is obvious that the third saint himself does not want to fight with Wang Yi. It's too exaggerated. I don't know what happened to the god of war, but at least he has made many attacks on Olymps before. But the Holy Dragon King achieved such an effect with one strike, although she also knew that it was probably a trick. Whether it was a trick or not, it was terrifying to achieve such an effect. The result determines everything. She had to insist on the Lord's order. The other party probably did not want to be an enemy of the Lord, so he made this choice. What he wanted was nothing more than more benefits. As a saint of the Lord, she knew the Lord's thoughts and consistent attitude. The sun god, who now holds the will of the stars, is quite generous and kind. He does not want to care about anything except things that help his digestion. Most of his energy is tied up by the assimilation of the will of the stars. So whether this true god mage wants more territory or does not want to return the gods, it doesn't matter. He only wants the skills and principles of the Hall of Heroes. He will naturally return it after figuring it out. After all, it involves the issue of his core beliefs. The sun god will not believe in other people's things. At most, he will understand the principles and build one with his own hands. This is why she has been here all this time. Wang Yi obviously understood the third saint's meaning easily, and then he fell into a brief contemplation. He kept looking up and down at the other party for a while before saying, "The reputation of His Majesty the Sun God has spread throughout the universe, and I naturally don't want to be his enemy." Wang Yi first said something that made the third saint very satisfied. But then he said, "But Valhalla is the foundation of my enlightenment, and it's too easy to take it away with just one sentence." Wang Yi didn't say anything threatening, and he didn't seem to have a tough attitude. But such a soft sentence made the third saint frown. Why are the seven realms so strong? And there is the sun god sitting in the seat, and the gods of the Sephi realm haven't returned yet. So they dare to go and take advantage of it? Because the sun god will never leave the seven realms. Now that the god of war has been built into the floating city, the Holy Dragon King sees that the situation is not good. At worst, he doesn't want the seven realms harvest, and he will just complete the division now, with the ability shown by the other party at present. The seven realms really can't do anything. Therefore, even if it was just a polite exchange, since the other party was holding a gun, we must be polite when speaking. I wonder if His Majesty Wang Yi has any other requests. The third saint hesitated and said something that shocked the legends of the seven realms in New York. For the legends of the seven realms stationed in New York, the previous changes in the situation were constantly refreshing their three views. Too exaggerated. The return of the Earth's ancestor god was already terrifying. But at least the Holy Dragon King and the third saint should be able to win together. But in the end, the Holy Dragon King was directly hit and turned into a sand sculpture dragon. What should we do? Even when negotiating with the third saint representing the sun god, the other party seemed quite strong. The tone seemed soft and polite. But strength or not was not determined by the tone. Did His Majesty the Holy Dragon King really just hit him with one strike? Is that His Majesty the Holy Dragon King himself? It should be just an incarnation. The third saint represents His Majesty the Sun God. He actually gave in? Unbelievable. During the war between the Seven Realms and Planes, they suffered small losses like the Sephi Realm's extortion. But once the gods were involved, they never suffered a big loss. There was even an incident of the Abyss Demon God, which was suppressed by the Sun God. These legends are deeply rooted in the Seven Realms' strong confidence. But now, the third saint representing the Sun God has compromised, even if it was just a verbal inquiry. After all, he had promised not to return to the God of War and His Majesty the Holy Dragon King, and was willing to hand over the land of the two realms in exchange. A real cession of land in compensation. But the other party doesn't even want to cede land or pay compensation. So it's obvious that they want more. Actually, my request is very simple. His Majesty the Sun God wants to become a god. And so do I. I am also quite curious about the structure of His Excellency the Saint. So when I hand over the Hall of Valor to His Majesty the Sun God for research, I also hope that His Excellency can cooperate with my research. Of course, it would be best if all three of you can come. Wang Yi's words directly confused the legends of the Seven Realms. Even many players and Earth viewers were a little confused. Isn't it not good to say this in public? Is your research serious? At this time, many people who were still shocked by Wang Yi's identity, but knew something about him also had strange thoughts in their hearts. It seemed that this person really had this kind of personality, with an inexplicable vulgar taste. Seeing that the third saint was just hesitant and did not directly refuse, Wang Yi also began to strike while the iron was hot. Olips was captured because he tried to occupy the earth. He deserved it. But if you can agree to this condition, and His Excellency the Holy Dragon King is willing to cooperate with me in some research, I can let him go back. Moreover, I think as long as you have no objection to this matter, you can fully share the worries and difficulties for His Majesty the Sun God. For your lord. Isn't this something you should devote yourself to? After all, I'm just doing some research and will give it back. You don't want His Majesty the Sun God to be without Valhalla. Right. Wang Yi's words also revealed a kind of persuasion. This made the third saint nod his head. I have no problem. But as the Lord Saint, I need to ask the Lord for his opinion. After the third saint finished speaking, he put his hands together and used the faith channel to complete the connection with the Sun God. Then even Wang Yi could feel a burning sensation in the void. And the next moment, he uttered a calm word. Yes. The Sun God agreed to this request through the mouth of the third saint. The peace talks were completed and the contract was established. In order to show sincerity, the Hall of Valor will be taken back by you first. Wang Yi raised his hand, and the Hall of Valor, which had some black stone pillars due to the pressure of the Holy Dragon King, quickly shrank above the clouds and stopped on Wang Yi's palm. Then he threw it to the third saint. After the third saint took over the Hall of Valor, he showed a proud tone and said, "No need to wait. My lord is naturally more generous. I will leave it now, and the Hall of Valor can be given directly through the air." As she finished speaking, she came to the passage she had come from, threw the Hall of Valor directly over, and she retracted her wings behind her and flew to Wang Yi's side. Looking at the third saint standing next to him, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. It felt like throwing $100 to someone else to park somewhere else when parking, and the other party threw $1,000 back. It was really interesting that he got angry because he lent the Hall of Valor first. But as far as this result was concerned, Wang Yi could completely accept it. As for the Holy Dragon King, to be honest, his size was more suitable for the floating city than the God of War. It was a pity that the previous attack only occupied. The opponent's computing power is equivalent to blocking the opponent's bug. If you interfere too much, it may cause a restart. Since it is troublesome, why not give a face? The Sun God has promised the Holy Dragon King to cooperate with the research. The Holy Dragon King can't disobey the face of the Sun God. Right? With his own strength to suppress the Holy Dragon King, and at the same time taking out the inside of the Hall of Valor for the gods to study. It is natural for the God of War to replace him. Maybe the gods of the Seven Realms have some friendship with the God of War. But the Seven Realms themselves also beat each other to death. A stronger ally. And the Holy Dragon King is willing to release it after he succeeds. and an ally with extremely strong strength. It is certainly better to be a friend than an enemy. Even the demigods of the goblins and giants can be generously released by Wani. In addition to the agreement signed with Mithras and the weakest elves, all 7 realms can be settled directly. It is also easy to deal with Sephi. After all, Sephi has received a lot of benefits from the elves and Mithras, and has signed a peace agreement. The new battlefield is also in Olympus, and there is no conflict with the goblins and giants, and it can also be resolved simultaneously. In the future, the 7 realms, the earth, and Sephi can completely unite and become allies. The vast sea of stars, the boundless world, and the rich resources. There is no need for several powerful worlds to fight each other to death. Just go to plunder other places together. This is the starry sky version of the age of exploration. After fighting, they have recognized each other's strength. The divided benefits originally belonged to the god of war, and the god of war is now an energy slot. That is, only the world where the god of war is injured can be achieved. At least, a kind of peace and stability can be maintained in a short period of time. As for what people or gods have new ideas in the future, it doesn't matter to Wani. 100 years is just a blink of an eye for gods. But it has only been less than 10 years since Wani started growing in the other world. Any powerful opponent is meaningless in the face of exponential growth. Wani, on behalf of the earth, began to invite representatives from the 7 realms to start a true peace talk and alliance with Sephi, under the influence of the heavy events that followed one after another, such as the player's invasion of reality, the might of the dragon, and the advent of the gods. The people on Earth, who had just come back to their senses, were still in a state of downtime. Most people always feel dizzy, and their brains are a little confused. There are really too many events and changes in these few days. So many that it feels like a dream. It really feels like a dream. Once upon a time, I thought that the emergence of the biochemical crisis was already a terrifying thing. And I was already very awesome to accept the biochemical crisis so quickly. Yeah. Then, there was the explosive research on the magic side. And the Abyss invasion. I thought the Abyss invasion was already a fantasy shining into reality. And I gradually understood and accepted it. And felt my strong adaptability. Yes. And then came the Zerg invasion. Maritime cities, railguns, space elevators, and other industrial miracles followed one after another. And the future technology of artificial intelligence and virtual worlds gushed out. But it turned out to be child's play. No wonder the Zerg was pinned to Mars by Umbrella. There are gods. Our own gods. Umbrella is awesome. Master E is awesome. How dare you? What Master E? You should call him His Majesty Wani. It's the god of mathematics. Ancestor god of the earth. Ancestor god? It has to be said that although it seems that the earth is about to enter the era of theocracy, for people who have long been used to wild thinking, they can still use low pressure to make fun of it. Because Umbrella used to be like the boss of the earth. Red Queen, who can control the internet, can make many mage players shut up. But even so, all kinds of stupid remarks are endless. No one may dare to say anything about blasphemy. But some statements that we are used to in the past are also taboo. In fact, the biggest contrast is some sects and some devout believers that existed on the earth before. Many people are devout, even fanatical. However, now a real god has appeared before their eyes. The imprint from the depths of DNA and the conversion from the depths of spirituality also make them also know that this one is the real god. However, in fact, the bottom line of all the large sects that can survive at present is quite flexible, and various doctrines have been changed again and again. Many mythological stories actually apply some heroic legends of other nations, or adapt some deeds in other legends. For example, when Buddhism first entered the East, it was localized in various ways. The only god in the theory of the Jewish, Christian, Tian, Dong, and Islamic sects is actually the same source. And it is constantly changed and extended under the changes of history and environment. Now that the true God has appeared, then change it. Whether it is a saint, a son of God, or a god himself, they can all have their own self-consistent statements. However, they are also good at observing words and expressions. And all the modified new doctrines have been sent to Umbrella for approval. As for these, Wani naturally doesn't care. After all, the faith itself can be used by the growth artifact of Valhalla. And the faith that fanatics and shallow believers can provide is indeed different. Look at the sun god, who doesn't need to move at all, and has 3 saints to run around. And taking the 3rd saint as an example, his appearance on Earth really brought a threat to Wani. Although the pure energy conversion is monotonous, it must be said that it is indeed very useful. Therefore, the god-level heroes born in Valhalla in the future are also quite good helpers. Therefore, the changes in those doctrines generally adopt the default method of not encouraging, not changing, and not opposing. The biodiversity of the earth also needs to be maintained, and Wang Yi will respect and acquiesce to the customs of various places, and will not interfere deeply. There is no need to interfere. Normal and healthy competition in an orderly manner, as well as ideological conflicts that are not extreme, can ensure the vitality of the earth itself. As long as some extremism is eliminated under the control of Umbrella, the world can maintain stable and orderly normal development. It will not be like other highly assimilated alien worlds, which will gradually become the same and lose the greatest characteristics of the earth itself. Chapter 6 60-30 years. Abyss. Tam territory. The Cephi representatives gathered here at this time also couldn't recover from the continuous news for a long time. Why do I feel unreal? Not long ago, a big thing happened in the advanced base here. Leo floating city suddenly broke through the air. The big movement directly attracted the Moon Saint to ask, but only learned from the legendary wizard Annie that the floating city went to the earth to help. The Holy Dragon King and the third saint went to the earth base camp. This made Cephi feel quite heavy and worried. The true god went out directly. Is this a revenge for the meteorite attack on Olympus before? In fact, for the Cephi world, it was a headache for Olympus to suffer such a big blow before. Whether it was the elves or Mithras, Cephi was strong, but they definitely stepped on the red line. As an old hand in the plane war, the Cephi world is also quite experienced. But Olympus was suddenly hit by this unprecedented blow. After hearing about it from the returning legends, the top leaders of Cephi felt that it was not good. This is a falling out. With such a huge loss, the god of war can attack in person. Even the two major divine courts of Cephi have been praying to their own gods closely during this period to inform them of the information, because the war of gods may break out soon. If the gods of the seven realms really come to kill Cephi, it is likely to force the two gods to return. However, Cephi and the earth are not so close that the two gods will come back to take over. So for Cephi, we are currently actively observing, understanding the intelligence, and being ready to resist at any time. As a result, the transaction volume on the side of Mithras has also decreased a lot. At this time, the floating city went over without saying low, which actually made other top leaders of Cephi feel a little headache. Is this too involved? Will the seven realms also launch a preemptive strike against Cephi? After all, in terms of overall strength alone, the seven realms do have an absolute advantage. But just as the floating city flew away, the Moon Saint personally summoned many legends to gather, and even the demigod messenger of the Earth Mother Goddess came to participate. And they hadn't discussed anything yet. The floating city broke through the void and came back. This made everyone in Cephi feel confused. Then a piece of explosive news came from the floating city that made them confused. The Earth Ancestor God first captured the God of War, then sealed the Dragon King, and then forced the third saint to represent the Sun God and the seven realms to sign a peace agreement with the Earth. Exchanged the third saint with the Hall of Valor. In the end, the Earth Ancestor God replaced the God of War, but he would release the Holy Dragon King and other captured demigods and legends. Let me take it easy. The demigod messenger of the Earth Mother Goddess, who looked quite young but was actually no younger than Leo, couldn't help but press his head at this time. I always feel that something is about to grow. Damn it! The God of War was captured alive and replaced, including Olympus. The original sphere of influence of the God of War was taken over by the Earth synchronously. The Holy Dragon King and the third saint will be used as research materials for a period of time. In exchange, the Hall of Heroes will be lent to the Sun God and the principle will be explained. As for the demigods and legends to be released, when they were captured, the demigods and legends on the Cephi realm side have no intention of caring. Compared to the capture of the true god, it was nothing at all. Earth is really amazing. After receiving the news, the Moon Saint's expression froze for a long time. And then he slowly sighed. This is too shocking. They had already asked the gods for help to defend the high ground, but they stole all the water springs alone. They really stole all the water springs. In a normal plane war, who would attack the water springs? It would be a big deal to attack the high ground and crystals. In most cases where there are gods on both sides, they would at most attack the outer towers. This Earth. Then the Moon Saint also looked at the floating city that flew back inside. True God Mage. No wonder the floating city surrendered. Master Yi. His Majesty Wang Yi. Is it? I really neglected his majesty. Thinking of this, the Moon Saint didn't know what he thought of. And then waved to Wilson, the national sword saint of the Pharaoh Empire, and Ross, the paladin of the OS Empire, and said, "Come here. I have something to consult." The two legends, who were also excited by the news, looked at each other at this time. "Want to ask us something?" "What? About that god?" "In fact, Luke has a better relationship with him." "Right." But soon they seemed to think of the common points between their two families. Luke has a friendship with the other party, and he has been cultivating it slowly before his identity was exposed. This is completely different, and there will be no chance again. And the two of them, at least they got in touch after the other party showed a more noble identity. Is it necessary to rely on that? It seems that it is not impossible. I heard that the third saint also has a charming and perfect face, and he even dares to pry the saint of the sun god. Ah! This. Thinking of this, the two people's eyes lit up. This is a god. The high and mighty god. At the beginning, they were willing to risk their lives for the identity of the legendary necromancer of the other party. But now what? It must be arranged. It must be arranged. Ollips is dead. In Manhattan, New York, during the surrender ceremony in front of the Ollips portal. A human legend of Ollips also looked very confused at this time, looking back at the Ollips soldiers who were disarmed and lined up in a row behind him. Looking at his partners and old friends, he couldn't help but feel sad. How could such a big scene end like this? Now the fairies and giants, who were watching and witnessing them, are all former comrades in arms. In the sky, there is also the third saint, who is like a second sun. Watching coldly, it looked like the second sun in the sky, but it was emitting a pale glow. Cold and dead. This was an invisible warning and the greatest deterrent. This was enough to keep all the remaining legends in line. In front of them were the Lord of the Glorious Tower and Nereus. "We hereby declare to the heads of the countries of Earth, Umbrella, and the countries of the Sephi realm today on Earth the terms of the declaration to be participated in by the seven realms. We hereby declare that all the Oryx headquarters, all the Oryx troops anywhere, and all the military personnel under the control of Oryx surrender unconditionally to Earth." The Lord of the Glorious Tower announced the surrender letter on behalf of Ollips, causing the nearby reporters to press the shutter frantically. Various flashes came one after another. This is the moment to witness history. The treaty signed between the Earth and the alien plane war. The surrender accepted? In fact, in theory, the first alien contract on Earth should be the trade contract with Mithras. But at that time, it was purely treated as a game, and no one took it seriously at all. It was signed by the sand sculpture players. But now it is real. Ollips, who occupied New York and Washington before, surrendered unconditionally. Now, the entire Ollips will be the pasture of the Earth. Or, it is the pasture of the ancestor god of the Earth, colonizing the planet. I didn't expect to see it in my lifetime. Many players who entered New York also stood on the roof and watched the surrender ceremony with the convenience of their player identity. Everyone's heart was surging and full of emotion. Originally, according to the original technological development line of human beings, it would be quite good to be able to see some permanent buildings completed on the nearest celestial body in the solar system in their lifetime. After the appearance of Umbrella's orbital launcher and space elevator, a new chapter of Earth's interstellar development was officially opened. But even at that time, everyone estimated that it would be a lunar base and a Mars base. There is no need to think about large-scale immigration. Compared with the structure of the Moon and Mars, even the worst environment on Earth is far beyond. Instead of migrating to those two directions, it is better to migrate to the desert, glacier, or even the seabed. Yet there are no extremely rare resources in the two places. Even if Umbrella has such a powerful space capability, it will go to the asteroid belt to mine, which is much easier than mining on a celestial body with considerable gravity. But the result? How long has it been? With the advent of the Magic Age and the emergence of the Plane War, the plane colonization has now begun directly. Completely accepted Ollips and its affiliated forces. In addition to the mother planet of Ollips, there is also a new colony with a good environment, and two resource planets with poor living environments, but much better than Mars. Moreover, the space anchoring and construction between the colony and Ollips have been completed long ago, and it was reinforced by the god of war himself, so it can maintain long-term connectivity. The orcs, slave races, subordinate races, and even the human race similar to the Earthlings and Ollips are theoretically the spoils of the Earth at this time, and can even be regarded as slaves according to the rules of the Seven Realms. That is to say, As the moral values of the Earth itself improve, it will no longer treat the colonized races as slaves. But it is no doubt that they will become second-class citizens of the Earth for a long time. It is just the surface resources of the Earth. In fact, it is still a long time before it is mined out. Now there is suddenly such a large area, which really makes everyone in the world smell a potential for future prosperity, and a kind of confidence in the future. Peace joined the Seven Realms system, and even seemed to be discussing with the Cephi world to let the Cephi world also be incorporated into the Seven Realms system. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. After this fight, both sides can be said to have fully recognized the strength of each other. In order to avoid possible misunderstandings in the future, it is better to unite the strong. There is no need for the strong to fight to the death. Even for the size of the gods, the resources of the starry sky can be regarded as endless. And there are too many planes to conquer and plunder. Rather than hurting yourself, it is better to embarrass others. After the surrender ceremony, Leo, a demigod wizard who was born in the Cephi realm and worked for Wang Yi, came forward to complete the acceptance. Representatives from the Seven Realms, Cephi and Umbrella jointly announced another alliance. The past war has had a huge impact on our three realms. But in terms of the results, everyone can accept it. The semi-saint of the Trade Temple happily made an okay speech in Manhattan. However, after hearing this, the players and many spectators next to him unconsciously turned their eyes to the disarmed Olips people. Well, it's true. Isn't it a happy world if only Olips is injured? The victim is no longer qualified to speak. Therefore, after our joint discussion, we have now officially formed an offensive and defensive alliance. The original Seven Realms plus Cephi and the Earth will form a new alliance. And from now on they will be called the Nine Realms. The birth of the Nine Realms can be said to be a matter of course, and it is also natural. Wang Yi will definitely not give up his spoils. So long-term anchoring is inevitable. However, no matter what, Wang Yi himself is also an outsider to the Seven Realms. So in order to avoid some unnecessary troubles in the short term, he personally went to the two major temples of Cephi and discussed with the two gods remotely for a while, and finally came up with this win-win situation. Cephi's overall strength is very strong, and it is the top among the Seven Realms, even suppressing the second old dragon clan by a lot. In this case, after being incorporated into the Seven Realms and becoming one of their own, there is no need to worry about not getting the status they deserve. In addition, the Earth will take care of each other next to them, and they can maintain a better balance before they are fully integrated into the Nine Realms system. In the future, everyone will share what they have and help each other in offense and defense. Isn't it beautiful? It's not that the Seven Realms haven't encountered a world with gods. There have also been cases where powerful gods cooperate with powerful world wills, and the two sides have not interfered with each other. But at that time, they never considered absorbing new members. To a large extent, there were both geographical and trust issues. Now that the Earth has acquired Olympus, and Wang Yi has reached a deal with the Sun God, they have begun to integrate with each other and have this opportunity. The birth of the Nine Realms Alliance has officially opened the era of interstellar navigation for the Earth. Before mastering the curvature engine, they took a shortcut into this era in advance, which gave the entire Earth a new vitality. 30 years later, for ordinary people, 30 years is already half of their lives. But it is nothing for legends, not to mention the truly immortal gods and the infinite and vast starry sky. The solar system is still the same solar system, and 30 years is just a blink of an eye. As the leader among the planets in the solar system, Jupiter is still moving slowly in its own orbit as always. The gravity brought by its huge mass allows Jupiter to block many meteorites and asteroids from the outside world for its smaller brothers in front of it. Among the Trojan asteroids in the same orbit of Jupiter, there are many that are simultaneously affected by the gravitational pull of the Sun and Jupiter, forming a balance and sitting on this Lagrange point, and not continuing to fly to other planets, including the Earth. But now, in addition to the original Trojan asteroids, there is another giant city suspended in the air on the Lagrange point of Jupiter. A floating city full of magic and technology. It is the Leo floating city that shined in the game in the past. But now, this floating city that has been transformed beyond recognition has its new name, Asgard. At the same time, this is also the residence of the ancestor god of the Earth, sitting at the Lagrange point, looking around the entire solar system. If this curvature engine is used by non-legends, the speed limit still cannot exceed 100 times. What a pity. Wang Yi looked at the third-generation standard curvature engine in the laboratory of the Mage Tower, and sighed with some regret. My lord is already very strong. This is an ability originally exclusive to gods. Now that he can reach 100 times the speed of light, with only a hero-level magic system as the pilot, it is already unparalleled. A ghost in the image of an old man was floating in front of the curvature engine and dancing. He was one of the engineers originally recruited by Umbrella on Earth. But he was not in good health, and could not survive. In the end, he decided to transform into a dead spirit, while his mind was still clear. For such a hard-working scholar, Wang Yi would certainly satisfy his ideas. There are many such people in the Asgard now, and many of them have started to maintain their health, and use magic resources to stay strong. That's it. 100 times the speed of light is not fast or slow on a cosmic scale. It only takes half a month to go to the next door Centaurus. But if you want to go a longer distance, the time will be extended again. However, if there is a navigator above the legendary level, the magic overclocking of the curvature engine can reach a curvature of 1,000 times the speed of light. The development of curvature was actually learned by Wang Yi from consulting the third saint and learning the way the gods traveled through the starry sky. Gods don't like the abyss. If they don't jump through the abyss, it will take too long to travel through the starry sky. They usually wrap themselves with their own divine domains, and then squeeze into the gap between the material universe and the abyss. Through the squeezing of the two worlds, they can move quickly in the interlayer, like a yo-yo, by changing the shape of their own divine domain. The larger the divine domain is, the more perfect the shape is, the greater the pressure and speed it will receive. Wang Yi just didn't take the faith route, and didn't use the power of faith to build his own divine domain before. So he didn't consider this for a while. After this kind of thing is connected, it will be much simpler to simulate. Therefore, the first and second generation curvature engines have long been put into practice. But the requirements for navigators are relatively high, with the abyss as a springboard to build a portal. Curvature flight is more like a convenient way to open the way. For example, the solar system now has a portal to Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri is a member of the Centauri constellation, but it is just a peripheral younger brother. Its two first-magnitude big brothers are entangled at a close distance to form a standard binary system, while Proxima Centauri revolves around the gravitational source formed by the two big brothers at a relatively far distance. Overall, it is relatively stable. It is precisely because Proxima Centauri is in the periphery that it still has its own habitable zone and affiliated planets. It's just that Proxima Centauri itself is a red dwarf star with a little brightness. Even if the planet Proxima b is in the habitable zone, it is because it is too close to Proxima Centauri. This terrestrial planet is only 5 cents away from Proxima Centauri, and is deeply affected by gravitational tides. So the environment is not very good, and it is still a bit difficult for the Zerg to transform it. But except for the two entangled first magnitude stars in Centauri, most of the stars near the Sun are dwarfs, or the stars in the universe are mainly dwarfs. Since the birth of the curvature engine, humans have begun to go and simply explore these star systems one after another. However, except for the effort to open a portal on Proxima Centauri, there are only some basic research reports in other places. As far as the current human situation is concerned, there are still too many unexplored and unused areas in the solar system, so there is no such great sense of urgency at all. The speed of having children is far behind the speed of human expansion. It's just, the speed of human expansion is far behind Wang Yi's own improvement speed. He has the absolute strength to stabilize the environment of the Earth, plus the title of the true god mage. All the legendary mages in the 7 realms almost bowed down, and even the ordinary mages in the 7 realms were dragged to come with their families to make pilgrimages. The Qiani tribe of the Sun God has no mages, and he doesn't care. And the other gods also have their difficulties. The Holy Dragon King still has to be dissected, blood drawn, and meat cut regularly, and the others don't want to try it. Moreover, in exchange, and to stabilize the relationship, Wang Yi also released the captives of the goblins, giants, and dragons. These are 3 demigods and a dozen legends. These parties must remember this favor. Under this trend, the cunning god of trade and the elves, who have not yet recovered naturally, cannot stop it. A large number of mages gathered, plus the collision of knowledge on the Earth. It can be said that these 30 years are the 30 years when magic and technology knowledge intersect and erupt. Wang Yi has 4 different gods to study, and a lot of knowledge and inspiration. He can rest well, and occasionally take advantage of their wisdom. That was an extremely fulfilling life. He completed the transformation of his own unique path twice a year on average. And this time it took a full 30 years. A 30-year period that mortals have not spent their lives. A 30-year period that legends will not feel long. And a 30-year period that gods take a nap. Even the third saint and the Holy Dragon King are still cooperating in research for 30 years. But Wang Yi has transformed 60 times. At this time, Wang Yi, who has obtained stable improvement time and caught up with the research outbreak period, can also clearly feel the horror of these 60 transformations. The approximate number is 2 to the power of 60, which is approximately equal to 10 to the power of 18. In words, it is called 100 trillion times. Taking ordinary people as an example, the human body has about 400,000 to 60 trillion cells, which is about 1/20,000th of this number. To be more clear, Wang Yi used to rely on the accumulation of the floating city's volume to suppress the Holy Dragon King before he dared to go over and compete. Now, he needs to consider the problem of accidentally killing the Holy Dragon King when he is in the mood for research. This is called potential. Hey, this latest version of the engine has been built, and it has been digested almost. Wang Yi looked at the third-generation curvature engine he built, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. One's own improvement requires the absorption of endless information and knowledge, and endless inspiration. Before, it was the accumulation of all the mages in the 7 realms and Sefei over the years, and the brilliant sparks collided with the technology on the earth. Just like the fission reaction that reinforced each other's rise, with the left foot stepping on the right foot. But there is a limit after all. The research of the 4 gods, the demon embryo, the god of war, the Holy Dragon King and Phil, has long been clear. It's time to do something new.